It tonight? Hearing this, it sounded like he could finish it overnight, as if he was a primary school student finishing homework. Probably not with that meaning. After the initial surprise, everyone continued to discuss with Lin Yuan about the issues related to Qin continent welcomes you. We should also invite some singers from other states, not just from Qin continent. The discussion went on. However, when Lin Yuan expressed his hope to involve singers from the Yu dynasty, no one was against it. The Olympics approached Lin Yuan for help. They ought to do him some favors. They are not narrow-minded leaders. Lin Yuan was easy to get along with, so were they. Plus, the singers from the Yu dynasty were top tier, definitely qualified. After almost an hour of discussion, everyone was pretty satisfied with each other's company. When leaving, several leaders cheerfully asked Lin Yuan for his autograph, all having the same reason. My daughter likes you very much. My son is your fan. My grandson loves your Spider-Man. My wife is a fan of yours. I like you. Lin Yuan willingly signed for everyone. After everyone had left, Gudong was still shocked and overjoyed to have met a group of big shots. If she were not Lin Yuan's assistant, she might never have had the chance to meet these important figures in her life. Inside the master bedroom, Lin Yuan was considering what kind of song would be suitable to cheer up the athletes of Qin continent. Such a song should be inspiring, better with a touch of rock. A cheer-up song should not be feeble. It's all about delivering the momentum, regardless of the match results. Well, with so many choices, Lin Yuan was almost dazzled trying to pick one from the music library. Right. How about this one? After all, this song is not for chart ranking. It suffices to choose a decent one from the music library. Finally, Lin Yuan set his sights on one of the songs in the system's music library. Believe in Yourself. Chapter 760, 725. Who said the officials won't hype it up _1. The next day, Lin Yuan started liaising with the Olympics staff, undertaking the selection of singers and recording for the song, Welcome to the Qin continent. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as the Olympics were drawing near, news about the event was increasing rapidly. People could hear all sorts of news about the Olympics just by turning on the television. The trending lists of both tribes and blogs were dominated by the training updates from various sports celebrities. Even a topic about a certain A-list actress having a baby out of wedlock was pushed out of the top 10, which showed just how much impact the Olympics had. It was all starting from these few days. Everyone around the world suddenly became sports fanatics. All major forums were discussing the athletes' strength rankings among the continents, with verbal battles aplenty and everyone acting like a sports expert. Each continent was bragging about having the strongest athletes in a certain sport. The regional rivalry was one of the major attractions of the Olympics. Wanted to trend in entertainment news? That was possible. But first, these celebrities needed to interact with sports figures to gain popularity. The strategy was quite common. Some pretended to be basketball fans. Others cosplayed as football babies. No one knew if it was true love, but the ball they were playing with was certainly big. If the ball wasn't big enough, what should they do? They would claim to be fans of table tennis. Some celebrities, in a bid for attention, even publicly confessed their love to some sports hunk. This was the Olympics. The Olympics that everyone paid attention to. Even the entertainment industry had to ride the wave to stay relevant. While numerous topics about the Olympics were garnering attention, the Olympics committee suddenly announced some news. The 41st Olympics promotional theme song has been confirmed and will be officially released on July 1st. All of a sudden, everyone was discussing it on the internet. The promo song for this year is confirmed. The composer should still be Huang Dongzheng, right? Do we need even to ask? Huang Dongzheng has been writing promotional songs for the Olympics for 3 consecutive years now. Dude, it's happening. It's time for Huang Dongzheng to beat all the maestros. Again, Huang Dongzheng is undoubtedly the chosen one for the Olympics. Normally his songs are just gold medal level, facing the maestros. Usually, he gets beaten that it's even cringeworthy. But when it comes to times like these, he always manages to transcend and get a Olympics buff, beating everyone who dared to disrespect. Agreed, Huang Dongzheng in July is invincible. The season ranking champion has been announced in advance. Huang Dongzheng is good at pulling the maestros onto his own turf, where he utilizes his wide range of experience to defeat them. While discussing excitedly, someone suddenly felt it was not quite right. All right, these people were indeed slow to react. The quick-responding netizens noticed the oddity immediately. Spit take. Someone spat out a mouthful of soda on the screen. Typing frantically, they managed to push Admirable Fish to the top of the trending list, which had been completely dominated by the sports industry recently. Holy crap, Fish Papa is aiming for a 12-chain victory. He has already won 6 times consecutively. He was supposed to win easily in July since there aren't many maestros. But now a promo song for the Olympic surfaces. It's over. How can he win now? Given the official promotion of promo songs in previous years, the Olympics promo song is definitely going to be champion next month. Fish Papa got ganked by the officials again. If I remember correctly, during the Last Gods battle, when Fish Papa and Father Yang had a showdown, the officials also ganked Fish Papa. The officials are Fish Papa's nemesis, aren't they? I can accept Fish Papa falling during the Gods battle since all monsters and ghosts come out during that period, but to fall in July would be too unjust. The one who ends Fish Papa's reign is Huang Dongzheng. Damn it, Huang Dongzheng can brag about this for a year. During the last 3 Olympics, he not only defeated countless maestros, but now even ended Fish Papa's 12-chain victories. The netizens were dumbfounded. No one expected something like this to happen. How will Admirable Fish cope with this now? Are we expecting Admirable Fish's new song in July to topple the Olympics promo song? Don't be a joke. Even the most renowned maestros on Blue Star couldn't do such a thing. It's physically impossible. Ever heard of the phrase a technical expert can be knocked down with a single punch? The officials were cheating. No one could stop the Olympics' unstoppable momentum, especially now that the Olympics promo song would be released on July 1st, which just happened to be the day the new music ranking season began. If it were to be released in the middle or the end of the month, Admirable Fish might have had a chance to fight back. In an instant, countless netizens were left regretful. Even the people in the music industry were left flabbergasted. Was Admirable Fish's 7-chain victory really going to end just like this? It wasn't taken down by any maestro. It wasn't shot down by the Zhongzhou Universe team. To be precise, it wasn't ended by Huang Dongzheng. Because no matter if it's Huang Dongzheng or Ma Dongzheng, as long as it is a promotional song approved and launched by the officials, it will definitely crush everything. Honestly speaking, this kind of ending, even the industry doesn't want to see it. It feels like a repetition of the Battle of Gods last year, and in a more helpless way. Blame the officials? This kind of thing can't be blamed on the officials. It's not like everyone in the world has to make way for Xian Yu as he goes for his 12th championship, right? In one sentence, it can be described as, everything is fate, no one can control it. On the other side, at an official designated recording studio in Beijing, the singers arrive one after another. The singers of the Yu dynasty, who were named, also came. Unlike the other singers with smiling faces, when Sun Yaohua and other Yu dynasty singers arrived at the recording studio, their faces were filled with gloom. Not that they didn't want to participate in the recording of the promotional song. What singer would turn down such a good opportunity? Even the biggest stars would drop their current projects to participate in the recording of the promotional song. It's a mark of prestige and an honor, especially for singers from the Qin continent. What bothered Sun Yaohua and the others is that the song they were going to record could possibly end Xian Yu's 7-time winning streak. Because of this, there has been a huge uproar in the outside world. Of course, Sun Yaohua and others receive the news, which is why everyone is in a bad mood. The Yu dynasty wants Xian Yu to win the 12th championship more than anyone else. However, when Sun Yaohua and others finished recording the song and were about to leave, they were suddenly taken to a hidden room by several officials. In the room, Lin Yuan said, "Hello everyone." Everyone was stunned. Why is Teacher Admirable Fish here? Lin Yuan revealed a helpless smile. In the beginning, Lin Yuan was just as bewildered as everyone else. Why wouldn't the Olympics just officially announce that he is the composer of the main theme song for this Olympics? Discover exclusive tales on. It looks like they are purposefully misleading everyone. It wasn't until D-Fan explained to Lin Yuan that he realized. The officials did it on purpose. Everyone knows that Xian Yu is going for his 12th championship. If so, why not take the opportunity to play a little surprise? Give this year's Olympics a boost. Who knows? It could become a beautiful story to tell in the future. The officials did put a lot of thought into this, wanting to make this Olympics stand out from the beginning. You can imagine, when everyone thought that Xianyu would definitely lose in July, all of a sudden they found out that the Olympics promotional song was surprise or not, expected or not, exciting or not. Don't be afraid, everyone. This time the officials are on our side. What Lin Yuan needs to do is to stay hidden. Keep this a secret, and the officials won't reveal the details either. Just a few days. Because a few days later, the song will be released. After hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, Sun Yaohua and others were both amused and exasperated, who said the officials wouldn't create hype. This hype tactic was clearly well practiced. Lin Yuan didn't comment on the officials' hype tactics. He just stated his purpose. I called you here to record another song to boost the morale of the athletes from Qin continent. Let's sing it together. Lin Yuan defined the Olympics as a treasure of prestige. To take advantage of the Olympics, he must share the benefits evenly. Okay. The surprising turnaround revived Sun Yaohua and others, making them feel as if they were back on their feet again, no longer dejected like they were before. They feel secure now. Xianyu will definitely win. Let's get ready to record the song. Just like that. A few days later, July has come. The starting gun of the season has finally been fired. Countless people opened the season leaderboard at the first moment, and all the major audio websites had already eagerly arranged for the most recommended spots in their players. Largest traffic streams to the destined chart-topping Olympics promotional song, complete with a star-studded song MV. Welcome to Qin Continent. Chapter 761, 726, Xian, You Stole Home _1. The Olympics promotional theme song naturally piqued the curiosity of visitors online. Many even chose to stay up all night to listen to it, feeling wistful and sentimental about Xian Yu missing his 7 consecutive championships. At midnight in July, all eyes were on the song title of the Olympics promotional song, Qin Continent Welcomes You. With innumerable clicks to play, an MV popped up in the player all of a sudden. Familiar song title, familiar group of stars, familiar faces of Huang Dong. Where is Huang Dongjun? His face was shown in the last couple of competitions. Where did the large image of Huang Dongjun disappear to? The music prelude still echoed in everyone's ears. Before the official singing had begun, all the listeners simultaneously widened their eyes dumbfoundedly, looking at the background information pushed to the lyrics panel. Song title, Qin Continent Welcomes You. Lyrics, Xianyu. Composition, Xianyu. Arrangement, Xianyu. Xianyu, Xianyu, Xianyu. All eyes were glittering with the name Xianyu. Countless listeners were utterly astounded. The collective amazement seemed enough to string up a classic five-ring between the continents. Am I seeing things? This year's Olympics promotional theme song was actually written by Xianyu. Holy cow, where did that turn of events come from? Who would have thought? Fish Papa actually surprised us here. Damn, he hasn't been promoting a new song in the recent days, and there was nothing from Starlight too. I actually thought he had given up on his 12 championships chase. Same here. But, who would have thought? He secretly scored home. Xianyu seems like he's walked off with the official crystal directly. Since he can't beat the Olympics promotional song, he simply joined them by becoming the creator of the Olympics promotional song. Sick play. The official folks played a cunning hand, keeping the identity of the song creator a secret, and it turned out to be Xianyu in the end. Insult to injury. Before that I said Fish Papa lost too unfairly. A double plot twist. The saying goes, the Olympics changes like flowing water, but Huang Dongjun is as steadfast as iron. No one thought that the old sign of 12 years would suddenly disappear without a trace. In contrast, Xianyu, who was judged by everyone as the biggest victim of this year's Olympics, became the new darling of the official people. Huang Dongjun, who made it through so many years in the Olympics knocking out so many song makers, was rightfully called the Maestro Terminator. But did he really get stymied here by Xianyu? Just at that moment, the official account of the Olympics tribe, along with the official blog account and other official accounts simultaneously made a post. Cheer on Olympics, cheer on Qin Continent, cheer on Xianyu. Uffed. Everyone burst into laughter. Can't believe the official people would stir things up. This could have been disclosed before, but they chose to retain the suspense until the end. They seriously are masters of promotion and hype. I take my hat off to them. So sneaky. If people can't see that the officials were intentionally hyping it up, they may as well have not watched any gossips at all. But such promotional tactics aren't repulsive to anyone. On the contrary, it adds a layer of warmth to the serious face of the officials. Well, this time, the official folks are on Fish Papa's side. Can Blolympics supporting Xian Yu's chase for 12 consecutive championships work? Isn't Huang Dongzheng supposedly the terminator of maestros? Xian Yu. Sorry, the maestros you've taken down are real maestros. Although I am a maestro, I'm not a real maestro. Your buff is ineffective against me. Ha ha. Talk about having a god-level buff ineffective. Xian Yu. It's a good thing I didn't become a true maestro. The industry insiders were also amazed by the officials' operations. So much so, their scalps felt numb. This is how you are playing the game? Your Qin Continent Blolympics this time is really mischievous, huh? Is it because Xian Yu is also from Qin Continent? He acquired the 7 consecutive championships in this way, which everyone thought he had already missed. In countless discussions, the song was playing in everyone's ears. A succession of stars took turns singing. Jiang Kuei. In my home, they grow evergreen, blooming legends in every segment. Xia Fan. Sowing seeds in the soil of tradition, leaving memories for you. Zhao Gu. Strangers or familiar faces, all are our guests, no need for formality. Wei Haoyun. No matter how many times you've been here, there are always plenty of topics. Chun Jiyu. Beijing welcomes you, with open sky and earth just for you. Sun Yaohua. Irresistible charm flowing with vibrancy. Xian Yu. Qin Continent welcomes you. Not just the Yu dynasty, but countless other first-tier artists, even kings and queens of singing, even stars from the film and television industry, youngsters and veterans, from Qin Continent, and even from other continents. All these entertainment heavyweights gathered to perform. Qin Continent welcomes you, cheering for the Blolympics. In the music video, for each singer's part, there will be a shot of that artist, with unique movements and background sceneries. All of them are famous sites of Qin Continent. Among them, Xian Yu is standing alone on the Great Wall in Beijing, dressed in classic ancient attire, performing Blue Star's most traditional salute to all viewers in his flowing robes. Fish Papa looks so handsome. Wow, I love this ancient attire. Such a king's demeanor. Damn, the Great Wall, Beijing's most iconic landmark. Fish Papa definitely has the center position. Qin Continent welcomes you. Only Fish Papa sang that line alone. Beautiful song. It's soothing. I thought Fish Papa's song wasn't explosive, but coupled with the video, it becomes stunningly cool. The audience, excited by the scene, finally shift their attention back to the song itself. It's good. It's catchy. Within 2 minutes, everyone was already singing along with the lyrics, and the atmosphere of the Blolympics was fully saturated with the song. Fei Yang was stunned as he listened to the song. As a king of singing from Qin Continent, of course, he had participated in the chorus of Qin Continent welcomes you. He was responsible for the We Welcome You part, but he didn't know that the song was written by Xian Yu. It left him puzzled. Who was singing that line, Qin Continent welcomes you? Why was I not given the most crucial line? Now he understood. His feelings suddenly became complicated. So even Xian Yu knows the rule of, if you can't beat them, join them, huh? Meanwhile, at Lin Yuan's home, his family stayed up late to listen to the song. They knew the truth. Since Lin Yuan had been away for so many days, he must have informed his family about his situation. His sisters and mother kept it a secret, as they were assured they would. At the moment while listening to the song, Antarctica jumped up excitedly. Woof, 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 woof. Antarctic was singing along. Your next read awaits at. Mom laughed. It seems the boy has been to the Great Wall. Big Yao Yao was mad. Without me. Lin Xian clicked away to take photos of shots featuring Lin Yuan, and then posted them on her social circle. The caption read, "Sis will always love you." Comments popped up in quick succession, mostly from female colleagues. Another one trying to snatch fish from me. Xian Yu is clearly my little brother. He's mine. Lin Xian, don't think that just because your surname is Lin and you look a bit like Xian Yu, you're his sister. Xian Yu solely belongs to my family as a younger brother. He So Xian Yu is your brother, huh? He is my husband. Greetings to my sisters-in-law. Lin Xian rolled her eyes. You bunch of B** stars. Xian Yu is truly my little brother. And to the one who called him her husband, you can forget about stepping into our Lin family's house. All right then. Lin Xian and the others never disclosed the fact that Xian Yu is a family member. Revealing such a thing can be too flashy and could invite all sorts of troubles. Although Lin Xian had been tempted to show off on her social circle countless times, she always did it in an ambiguous way. That very night, all continents resounded with the song, Qin Continent Welcomes You, and Xian Yu easily clinched his 7th consecutive win. Chapter 762. 727. Can only settle for second place _1. Dawn breaks. News is everywhere. Xian Yu is the creator of the Olympics theme song. Xian Yu breaks Huang Dongjing's spell of maestro, becoming the new favorite of the Olympics. The Olympics official cheers for Xian Yu's 12 consecutive championships. Xian Yu stuns fans with his ancient costume performance on the Great Wall. Olympics promotional song tops the seasonal chart, and Xian Yu takes home his 7th consecutive championship. News sweeps the morning. After the bombardment of media news, everyone knows that Xian Yu defeated Huang Dongjing to become the creator of this Olympics promotional song. On the seasonal chart, the song became #1 without a doubt at dawn. Even those who don't watch the news can find out through other channels. Because all major TV stations are playing Welcome to Qin Continent. Those video websites on the internet are also promoting this song in their ads. The official promotion is relentless. Whether you like the song or not, you can't avoid it. Soon, everyone was brainwashed, and they could sing along with the melody. Damn, this thing is even more brainwashing than good luck. Surely, good luck is brainwashing, but the officials are pushing this one hard. Turn on the TV, and it's this song. Turn on the computer, and it's still this song. Even the radio in the car is playing this song. After listening to the song dozens of times, it's basically not interesting, but the music video is sensational. I counted, there must be hundreds of celebrities singing. So many big shots. Xian Yu can indeed write songs of any genre. He even managed to snatch the Olympics promotional song from Huang Dongjing's hands. The public's response is enthusiastic. The Olympics officials are also very satisfied with the effect this song creates. And it seems that this little gimmick is very effective. The topic is hot. As people discuss this song, they also debate about Xian Yu's 7 consecutive championships, find the linkage behavior between Olympics and Xian Yu amusing, leading to a substantial increase in the comments under Olympics. This is a win-win. D-Fan and the others met with Lin Yuan with smiles that they couldn't hide. You must support our Olympics fervently. Sure, Lin Yuan was as cooperative as ever. Having successfully won 7 consecutive titles, he is now sprinting on the path to becoming a god. Your journey continues on. At this time, the leader of the sports bureau, Jin Hong, suddenly said with a smile, Teacher Xian, you must remember to write a song for our Qin athletes. You have to hurry up. Only a month left to the opening of the Olympics. Obviously, the success of the Olympics promotional song made Jin Hong even more anticipative about the kind of song Xian Yu would write to cheer the athletes up. It has been recorded. Lin Yuan spoke. Gudong. All right. Gudong understood what Lin Yuan meant and happily fetched a few pre-printed lyrics from the printer and handed them to the leaders. The leaders, holding the lyrics, were all stunned. Already recorded? It's only been a few days? Even if most people here do not understand music, they are still the people of Qin Continent, who have been influenced by the land of music and naturally understand what it means for a composer to write a song in a few days. The most astonishing part is, Lin Yuan said the song was already recorded, not written. It's like a package for a house, where one can move and right away. The efficiency is too high. Bow your head. Everyone saw the title of the song. Before anyone could speak, a song echoed in the room. It was indeed the song recorded collectively by Lin Yuan and the singers of Yu Dynasty, Believe in Yourself. A few minutes later, the song ended. Seated on the sofa, Jin Hong, feeling elated, slapped his thigh. Good. He loved this kind of song. It suits the taste of an old sportsman. D-Fan nodded. The lyrics are positive, full of sunlight. The few people around also voiced their approval. Very inspiring. This captures the spirit of the Olympics. Just like the lyrics say, victory in the Olympics is earned through struggle. You've put your heart into it. The leader of the Cultural Bureau praised sincerely. He felt that the basketball team's regret from last year was captured in the lyrics of this song. The basketball team failed to win the championship last year, so they should listen to this song before the match this year. Then we will release it. Lin Yuan felt another wave of reputation beckoning him. Let's release it. Jin Hong waved his hand in decisiveness. I will get the Sports Bureau to help promote it. Our strength at the Sports Bureau might not be as strong as Qin Continent welcomes you, but we still carry some weight. All right. The plan to reap benefits was successful once more. Lin Yuan received the answer he most wanted to hear. Now he truly tasted the sweet fruit of official promotion and found it very addictive. Qin Continent, Sun City. Huang Dongzheng was quietly watching TV at home. On the television, numerous stars took turns to sing. The gate of my home is always open, welcoming the world with joy. Years blossom into youthful smiles in anticipation of this date. Everyone is a friend, so no need to be shy. Poetic ambience with a smile, just waiting for you. He picked up the remote and turned off the TV. His wife consoled him. Your holy fire is also very good. It's a pity it wasn't selected. Yeah, it wasn't selected. Huang Dongzheng sighed. Speaking of tunes, both songs don't differ that much. However, his lyrics held an advantage. I highlighted the Olympics in my theme, but his theme was Qin Continent. It's a difference of perspectives, I suppose. But I believe that as a global event, the Olympics shouldn't be confined to regional differences. Huang Dongzheng was known as the Maestro Terminator. This title had always been a source of pride for him. Although he didn't have the talents of the maestro, he excelled at composing officially encouraged positive songs. He attached great importance to the opportunity of the Olympics this time. He yearned to end CNU's streak of 7 consecutive championships. He didn't have any grudges with CNU, and they didn't have any intersection. But if he could achieve this feat, regardless of whether there was official intervention, he would capture the attention of all continents. After all, who in the current music scene didn't want to be the one to end CNU's reign? The temptation was too great. Who knew CNU would sneakily steal this opportunity, grabbing the chance for his own song to be used as the Olympics promotional song? How could this not make Huang Dongzheng regretful? Hate was certainly not the feeling he was experiencing. Huang Dongzheng just felt a bit annoyed, coupled with a small sense of resentment. He even had a somewhat dark thought. CNU's song was selected, not because it was significantly better than his own. The main reason was the official authorities wanted to collaborate with CNU, who was a resplendently shining star these past few years. The explosive effect of the official authorities' collaboration with CNU was the best proof. In other words, he didn't have CNU's level of popularity. If he was more popular than CNU and could generate buzz the same way, the official selection might have been him. His wife went along with Huang Dongzheng. As his companion, she knew her husband too well and knew he was not content. The song should not go to waste. Huang Dongzheng said, I will release Holy Fire in a bit and secure second place in the July season chart. Huang Dongzheng's target could only be the second place. But being the second in this season chart isn't just about being second. It has the potential of becoming a disguised first place. Because everyone knows how the first place was acquired. Huang Dongzheng really hoped to hear people say that his Holy Fire is more suitable as a theme song for the Olympics. This second place, Huang Dongzheng was determined to grab it. All right. His wife knew that for Huang Dongzheng, getting the second place would be a piece of cake, given that his song was only one step away from being selected by the official authorities. Huang Dongzheng had already found this out through his friends and had complained about it to his wife. If it weren't for CNU, who suddenly rose to prominence, Holy Fire would have been the song being played on TV now. Pulling out his phone, Huang Dongzheng made a call, release Holy Fire. Since the authorities didn't choose his song, the copyright was still under his ownership. He had the freedom to use it as he pleased. All right. The voice on the other end of the phone replied. Today is the 1st of July, leveraging the momentum of the Olympics, combined with Huang Dongzheng's years of accumulated prestige, Holy Fire was bound to be a hit. And indeed it was. An hour later, Holy Fire was released. With the promotion from all major music streamers, netizens from all continents noticed this song. Chapter 763, 728 Believe in Yourself _1. Splash. The song had just been released and instantly drew everyone's attention, sparking a sudden bout of interest. Of course, what attracted people wasn't the unfamiliarity of the title Holy Fire, but rather the songwriter, Huang Dongjun. Whenever the Olympics happens, it's the best time for Huang Dongjun. This year, Xianyu was a surprise addition, but Huang Dongjun was still a frequently mentioned name, even topping several trending charts, as this was the first time in many years that Huang hadn't been selected to write the official Olympics promotional track. In this moment, netizens saw the song and immediately guessed that this must be the song that Huang had lost against Xianyu during the contest for the Olympics promotional song slot, right? Let's listen. People's interest was piqued, and they began to listen to the song. Everyone was curious about Huang's song. A few minutes later, netizens finished listening and the comment section of the music players became lively. Everyone was discussing the quality of the song. Not bad, eh? Huang Dongjun might be late, but he's never absent. This song fits the theme of the Olympics perfectly. But I don't know if it's just me, but I prefer Fish Papa's Welcome to Qin Continent. Fish Papa's is better. Comparing the two, it seems like the judgment was fair. Huang Dongjun fell slightly short. But have to say, it feels strange not hearing his promotional song at the Olympics. Now it's not a problem. This song should take the second place. Even without official promotion, I definitely prefer Xianyu's song. Of course, I'm also quite satisfied with Huang Dongjun's song. It's like Xianyu gets the meat, while Huang gets the soup. Ha ha ha, getting the soup, that killed me. Who would have thought? There would come a day when Huang would be drinking Olympics soup. In the previous Olympics, he was the one feasting. Everyone was discussing. Meanwhile, Huang Dongjun in front of the computer was reading the audience's reactions, his brow getting more furrowed. The expected comments weren't there. Welcome to Qin Continent is still the more popular one. Damn it. He sighed. His mood sort of broke down. His wife didn't seem surprised. She just continued to gently console him. Taking second place isn't bad either. Without official promotion and still being able to get second place says a lot about the quality of your song. Huang Dongjun sighed again. He still wasn't satisfied. But what could he do if he wasn't satisfied? Can't accuse the netizens' comments of being unfair. He isn't petty enough to insult the audience's taste in music. All you can say is that Maestro Jr. truly deserves the accolades. Second place it shall be. Second place isn't too bad. If it hadn't been for the Olympics, he would have had a hard time even getting second place. It was the Olympics that granted him the opportunity to shine brilliantly after a 4-year hiatus. Despite not having official support, this popularity must have rubbed off on him as well. And Xianyu, even without the support of the Olympics, has been topping the charts for 6 months straight. He's the true maestro killer. Was this second place difficult to achieve? Obviously it wasn't. Because just a few minutes after Holy Fire was released, the download count for the season's chart has been skyrocketing. It will probably take another hour to charge up to second place. That definitely provided Huang Dongjun with some consolation. However, read the latest on. While Huang Dongjun was feeling slightly consoled, a news pop-up suddenly appeared in front of him. The headline: Xianyu releases new song, Believe in Yourself, cheering on all athletes from Qin Continent at the Olympics. All at once, Huang Dongjun was stunned. Huang Dongjun's wife beside him was also dumbstruck for several seconds. New song. Xianyu has another new song? Is this one meant to cheer on Qin athletes? Swipe. With trembling fingers, Huang Dongjun clicked on Believe in Yourself, which had just been released on various music players. At the same time, netizens also noticed the news of Xianyu's new song. Everyone was surprised. Xianyu released another song? To cheer for Qin's athletes? Seems like it's another song related to the Olympics. Let's listen. Just like Huang Dongjun's reaction, everyone instinctively clicked on the song. In a flash, the music was rousing. The song information was fully displayed. Song title: Believe in Yourself. Lyrics: Xianyu. Music: Xianyu. Sung by U Dynasty. Surprisingly, All Stars was not listed as the performers. Seems like this is the first time the top singers of U Dynasty formally joined forces, sort of like a music group, to release a new song together? Unexpectedly, the singing finally started in the music. How many times have sweat poured like rain? Pain has filled my memory. Because I always believe, only by fighting can we achieve victory. Always encourage myself. To succeed, you have to work hard. Blood boils on the field. Giants rise in the east. With simple, powerful lyrics, the singers of Yu Dynasty each took turns. And when the song got to the climax, all singers outside of Xian Yu chanted together. Believe in yourself. Xian Yu's voice appeared. You will achieve victory, create miracles. Believe in yourself. The others continued the big chorus. Xian Yu continued his solo. The dream is in your hands. This is your world. The second half, Xian Yu was responsible for the connecting harmonies, while the others collectively sang. You will surpass limits, surpass yourself. Believe in yourself. When all this is over, you will be the first. In conclusion, Xian Yu joined the collective chorus. They repeated the forceful phrase many times. Believe in yourself. Excellent coordination between everyone in the Yu Dynasty turned them into a united team. Even with a simple tune and lyrics, the song was packed with inspiring power. Ordinarily, a song like this would find it difficult to top the charts. The melody is too repetitive. The lyrics are too simple. Even with the addition of the Yu Dynasty banding together, it wouldn't be enough. But if it's played during the atmosphere leading up to the Olympics, it's a different story. Everyone's empathy was off the charts. At this moment, this was the feeling that everyone wanted. You couldn't possibly play a song like May You Live Long in a sports competition vibe. This song is too good. Yu Dynasty is actually joining forces. The voices blend together perfectly. What a pleasant surprise. It's the first time hearing a song that's purely from Yu Dynasty. This song is not only dedicated to the Qin continent athletes, but also to the Qin continent basketball team. The disappointment of the last basketball team was a pain shared by all Qin people. Fish Papa must watch basketball too. Wow, you guys, check the internet. The Sports Association is promoting this song. In the stunned silence of countless people, basketball star Zhao Ming reposted Believe in Yourself. Football star Lu Li reposted Believe in Yourself. Athletics star Zhou Luan reposted Believe in Yourself. Swimming star Yan Yang reposted Believe in Yourself. Ping pong. The entire sports world of Qin continent was moving. Countless sports stars shared the song. This kind of promotion might not outshine Olympics' indiscriminate bombing of Welcome to Qin continent, but the effect was still insanely good. Boom. Before long, this song landed at second place on the season chart, and Holy Fire, which finally crawled to second place, was squeezed to third place. Netizens. At this rate, Huang Dongzheng won't have anything left. Chapter 764, 729, nearly the same _1. Just like a gust of wind. Swift and deadly. The entire promotional power of Qin continent's sports world. It took Believe in Yourself straight up, directly to the second place. This song is an instant hit. Countless people opened to listen, especially some of the basketball fans on Qin continent. Upon hearing this song, their hearts burned up with a fire. This song is powerful. It sounds great. It suits my taste. We need this kind of music for a big game. Uplifting. Let's go, the Qin continent's basketball team. I didn't feel it at first, but talking about it started to fire me up. The reaction of the people of Qin continent was the fiercest. The pains of the last Olympics have become the past. We will fight again in the match. This time Qin continent must win. I do not know if the Qin continent will win or not. After all, Huang Dongzheng has lost. His head was a bit dazed at this moment. I can't believe I came in third. The resources of the official promotion were once his invincible weapon. Every time the Olympics comes around, he was able to eat to his heart's content. It made the other maestros envious. But this year's official promotion has become his death knell. My second place. Watching Holy Fire being suppressed by yet another new song from Xian Yu, Huang Dongzheng's gaze seemed to freeze. Xian Yu, my man, if I can't have a piece of the meat, let me have some soup. At least leave me a bit, will you? Roll to third place. I don't want the third spot. I only want the second one. Season rankings have champions, runners-up, and third place. Generally, everyone only remembers the champion. But occasionally, some people remember the runner-up, if the runner-up is special enough. Except for the third place. No one remembers the third place. If we talk about before, Huang Dongjing somewhat reluctantly accepted this second place. But now, he just really wants the second place. A super desire of that kind. However, he has lost second place forever. The promotional power of the home field advantage of the Olympics and the collective action of Qin Continent's sports world is not something he can resist. And at this moment, the netizens who had come back to their senses were dumbstruck. They just felt that Believe in Yourself, this song, appeared out of nowhere and then became the second song on the season list just as unexpectedly. The next moment, the netizens burst out laughing directly. Who was it that said Huang Dongjing could only follow behind Fish Papa and sip his soup? Well, Huang Dongjing has run out of soup now. This time the official people have given it too much support. Good Lord, a collection of big-name sports stars collectively recommending Believe in Yourself. Was the timing of the link followed so closely? Have you really listened to what the song is singing? Aren't these people supposed to be training at this time instead of surfing the web? Some sports star. It's just a task from the master. Fish Papa. The second place has a special meaning to me. Generally, I don't like to leave it to others. PFF. I didn't expect it could happen to King Fei. Bones, there are still bones. Yes, it doesn't matter, Teacher Huang Dongjing. The soup really is gone. But there are still bones. Xian Yu can't eat the bones too. Can he? At least he is the third on the season chart, gnawing on. The bones can barely satisfy his cravings. They're just bones left now. You can tell that you are not a foodie. The marrow hidden in the bones is the most delicious and essential part. The netizens have even started comforting Huang Dongjing. Just now they said he had soup, and now they are saying that he has bones. All kinds of memes have sprung up. Previously, everyone thought that the most miserable person at the Olympics was Xian Yu, but now it seems on the contrary. Huang Dongjing, who bumped into a monster like Xian Yu, is the most miserable. Lin Yuan was not surprised that Believe in Yourself could take second place. Although Lin Yuan also knows that normally speaking, this song would have difficulty entering the top 5. But who can control that it is the once in 4 years Olympics now? Official promotion, combined with the collaboration of the Yu dynasty, full of hype. That being said, actually, this song is quite good, or else it wouldn't be frequently sung at university sports events across the Celestial dynasty. What's not suitable about it? Lin Yuan finds that the original singer's voice lacks vigor and the tone isn't bright enough, so the climax of the song falls a bit short. Therefore, Lin Yuan decided to make some adjustments to the song. After modulation, the climax of the song hits straight to the lungs, easily moving the listener's emotions. High notes at such a moment are absolutely lethal. As for the seasonal chart, Lin Yuan didn't pay much attention. He is now entirely focused on how to continue milking the Olympics. He noticed the prestige provided by these two songs is too high. Even though these two songs aren't sensational, with the heat of the Olympics, the music system's fame is soaring beyond any sensational song. Sun Yaohua and the others are also very excited to record Believe in Yourself. They all stayed in Beijing and have not yet moved out of the hotel where they moved in with Lin Yuan. For a simple reason. Having the opportunity to ride on the coattails of the Olympics with Lin Yuan is crucial for the future development of the Yu dynasty. More importantly, their work isn't over yet. At this point, the phone of Gu Dong rang suddenly. After she answered, her face turned strange, seemingly hearing something unexpected, and she quickly found Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin. Qi Continent just called. They want to invite you to write a motivational song for their athletes too. They think the song you wrote for the Qin Continent athletes is very good, and they want something similar. Qi Continent. Lin Yuan was pleased. Here comes another opportunity. Gu Dong bitterly smiled and said, I neither agreed nor refused. They're waiting for your reply. After hesitating for a while, Gu Dong suggested conflictedly, or should I just refuse them? Since you are from Qin Continent and wrote a song for Qin Continent. Lin Yuan shook his head. Seriously, too narrow-minded. The mindset is too narrow. Lin Yuan said earnestly. Blue Star is one family. There's no need to differentiate too much. The Olympics is a grand event for all of Blue Star. While it's true that I'm from Qin Continent, I shouldn't pass up the opportunity to contribute to this Olympics because of it. Our goal is to make this Olympics stand out. If there are athletes from any continent in need, I will not refuse. Lin Yuan rarely talks this much in one breath. But let me ask somebody first. Lin Yuan decided to play safe. He dialed D Fan, who had given him his number earlier. When Lin Yuan explained the situation, D Fan at the other end laughed outright. How does it matter if you write for them? As long as it makes the Olympics more exciting. Our goal is to have the Olympics hosted by Chin continent capture global attention. The song doesn't decide the match's outcome. The more influential your song, the better. Even better if it's more popular than Believe in Yourself. Lin Yuan felt that the other party, like himself, had a grand vision. Just like that, Lin Yuan agreed to Chi continent's request. He called Sun Yaohua and the others over. Prepare to record. Now, there's not much time. Lin Yuan planned to record a few more this time. After Chin continent, Chi continent came. With everything so lively, aren't the other continents going to join in? All right, Sun Yaohua and the others were excited. This kind of thing, the more the merrier. So, which song are we recording tonight? Lin Yuan had brought out several songs today, and they have been practicing in the hotel. Most of them weren't too difficult and were prepared for the Olympics. Which song to record first? Lin Yuan briefly recalled Chi continent's request. They wanted a song similar to Believe in Yourself. So it should be this one. Lin Yuan uttered 3 words. I believe. It's similar enough, right? Chapter 765, 730 Wanna Fly to the Sky Alongside the Sun _1. Lin Yuan and the Yu dynasty had been busy in the recording studio for quite a while. 2 hours later, a song was sent to the Chi Continent Sports Bureau. What would happen next was certainly going to be arranged by the Chi side. He personally suggested they should make a thematically appropriate music video overnight. Sure enough, the next day arrived. Chi Continent First Stadium. This is the largest stadium in Chi Continent. Professional athletes from different disciplines in Chi Continent had been intensively training here recently for the Olympics. The arena was vast, with different training areas for each discipline. But the dining hall was shared. Athletes from all disciplines were having breakfast in a few large connected dining halls. This was right about everyone's breakfast time. The large screen on the wall had been playing songs with strong rhythms to cheer everyone up daily. The cafeteria was usually bustling. Close-knit athletes huddled in groups, enjoying their self-served breakfast and chatting away, lamenting the physical and mental fatigue brought about by the imminent Olympics. Not many people were paying attention to the songs played. It wasn't until Believe in Yourself sounded that someone finally looked at the big screen. I heard this song online yesterday. It seems to be a morale-boosting song by Xianyu specifically for Chin continent athletes. The song is indeed good, but it's a shame it wasn't written for us Chi continent athletes. If only Xianyu could write a song for us too. I'm a fan of his. Stop dreaming. Xianyu is from Chin continent. Our leadership sure is bold, playing the battle song of Chin continent athletes for us. Maybe this is meant to be reverse psychology, to stimulate us to beat Chin continent on the field? Instead of being stimulated, everyone seemed a bit envious. Amidst jokes and teasing, Believe in Yourself finally finished. Just then, a voice suddenly came over the stadium's loudspeaker. In order for Chi continent to triumph at Olympics, we understand that everyone's training has been tough and diligent. To boost your morale, we've specially prepared a song for everyone. In the final month, let's grit our teeth and give our best. If Chin continent has a song, we on Chi continent have one too. The man's voice broadcasting this on the speaker suddenly became exciting. The athletes were taken aback. A morale booster? Was the management planning to imitate Chin continent and have a song to cheer on the Chi athletes too? Who wrote the song? A maestro from Chi continent? At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, Xianyu. Whoosh. All eyes instinctively turned to the TV screen, and everyone's expression changed. Boom, boom, boom. The rhythmic sound of the drums echoed, and then all the information about the song appeared on the screen. Title, I Believe. Lyrics, Xianyu. Composer, Xianyu. Performed by Yu Dynasty. This morale-boosting song for Chi continent athletes is also a work from Xianyu, who after composing a song for Chin continent, arranged a song for Chi continent as well. The noise level began to rise. Without waiting for the athletes to discuss, an image suddenly appeared on the screen. What is this? Upon seeing the content of the footage, the football athletes from Chi continent immediately clenched their fists and bit their lips. It was footage from the 33rd Blue Olympics football match. The picture was somewhat dim. It was permeated with a sense of helplessness and sadness. All athletes with a memory of that competition would know that the 33rd Blue Olympics was the worst defeat ever for Chi continent's football team. It was a scar. Indeed, what followed next was the footage of the football athletes crying in despair after losing the competition, as if they were infected by the sadness at the time. The football players suddenly lost their appetite. However, the very next moment, the corners of Chi continent's footballers' mouths curled into smiles. The 38th Blue Olympics, Chi continent's football team defeated Zhong continent, washing away all past embarrassments and made history by becoming the champions. In the midst of the laughter, the resounding chorus of the song suddenly burst out. Clear, uplifting, yearning to fly up to the sun, side by side. The world is waiting for me to bring change. Never afraid of showing off the dreams I hold. Here, I can achieve it all. Laughing out loud and standing shoulder to shoulder with you beside me. There's no limit to the joy we can experience, anywhere at all. Casting away all worries, face forward with bravery. I am standing right there on the stage. Splash. Not just the football team. Almost all athletes in the cafeteria have put down their chopsticks. All their mouths slightly agape. They could only feel their blood starting to rush faster with the melody. A certain emotion is quietly spreading. With the singing, more and more scenes started to unfold on the screen. They are Chi continent's athletes working up a sweat on various events at Blue Olympics, the countless sublime moments of the past years. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Each line of the lyrics corresponds to a perfectly setting scene. For instance, when the song gets to, I am standing right there on the stage, the scene just perfectly matches a retired Chi continent track and field athlete, lifting the medal high above his head after winning the championship 9 years ago. He's being celebrated. In these rapidly changing images, the gaze of the audience suddenly heats up. Blue Olympics is the ultimate stage in all athletes' hearts. Who doesn't yearn for a chance to win a gold medal for their own state in their lifetime? Bask in the shower of flowers and glory, even hold up their own trophy amidst the tremendous cheers of their teammates and people. Can I do it? Like those successful ones in the pictures? Almost everyone had such thoughts flash across their minds. And before this thought settles down, an even more sonorous song was resounding next to everyone's ears. I believe I am me. I believe in tomorrow. I believe youth has no horizon. By the seaside at sunset, on the bustling street, they are the most beautiful paradises in my heart. I believe in the freedom and ease. I believe in hope. I believe I can touch the sky just by reaching out. Having you by my side makes life better. Every moment is full of thrill. Screw it. I can do it. I am capable of anything. The feelings are igniting and boiling over. All the athlete's blood was racing in an instant. The adrenaline was pumping like crazy. A surging strength filled their bodies, and there was no self-doubt anymore. In the quickly scrolling images, the piano merged with the intense electric guitar, backed by explosive drum beats, as the bass and keyboard were fully engaged. The collective voices of all the Yu Dynasty singers literally poured out all their strength. It seemed to tell all the hesitant hearts, I do believe. Please believe, you guys can do it. You have given so much youth for that moment. The stage and the field have been your lifelong pursuit. Any self-doubt at this point is a betrayal of all the sweat and tears shed before. When the song is over, all the athletes gulped down the food in front of them in a rush, and then stood up one after another. The sound of chairs scraping the floor echoed constantly. Damn! A few famous coaches who just entered the cafeteria were startled by the commotion. What's going on? The coaches looked at the athletes who were standing up like the tide, thinking these jocks were about to gang up on them. Have the training assignments been too heavy lately? That's what the coaches thought with puzzled faces. But a player who usually complained about the hard training hollered, Coach, before Blue Olympics, please push me hard. Don't hold back one bit. Being so proactive all of a sudden, what are you up to? I want to soar high, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. The coaches looked at each other. Have they gone insane? Looking back at the other athletes, every one of them was as eager and ambitious as though they were injected with a booster. Huh, you want to soar high too? shoulder to shoulder with the sun? July 2nd, at 6 o'clock in the morning. About a month before the Olympics, CNU's song, I Believe, is launched on major music platforms. Before Chi Continent officials started to promote it, the song was already sweeping across the four corners of the earth at an astonishingly rapid pace. Chapter 766, 731. What is this rhythm _1? In fact, even after experiencing the sudden attack of Believe in Yourself, hardly anyone thought CNU would release another Olympics song. Why? Because CNU's Believe in Yourself was written to cheer on Chi Continent athletes, and him being from Chi Continent, isn't it standard operating procedure to write songs for Chi's sports department? As such, when netizens woke up and saw the song, I Believe, there was almost a collective moment of stunned silence. When they regained their composure, everyone was exclaiming in surprise. Another one? He's releasing 3 songs in July. This time it's for the athletes of Chi Continent. Believe in Yourself? I Believe. These 2 song titles seem similar. When the names of the 2 songs are put together, why does it feel like a conversation between 2 people? Amid their exclamations, everyone clicked on the song. And when the song played, the lyrics hit everyone like bullets and got everyone hyped. A total rush. Sounds amazing. This song is Kick *SS. It's another U Dynasty collective chorus. It makes my blood boil. The first lyric is enough to ignite the flame, wanting to fly shoulder to shoulder with the sun. It's too explosive. I got goosebumps, such a great song. As someone from Chi Continent, I straight up bow to Fish Papa. Thank Fish Papa for writing such a great song for us. Chi Continent, this damn well, is the Olympics song we should listen to. I feel it's even better than Believe in Yourself. The 2 songs each have their own style. The one for Chi Continent is rock, and this one for Chi Continent is pop. All I can say is the pop genre has a larger audience. The netizens are excited. The people of Chi Continent are cheering ecstatically. This song not only boosted the morale of Chi Continent athletes, but also stirred Chi Continent listeners to the point of wishing they could compete at the Olympics themselves. No need for a slow rise to the chart. The power of Olympics is wicked. Apparently, there was no way the launch of I Believe on July 2nd could slow down its charge up the seasonal chart. With countless people clicking and downloading, and Chi Continent officials starting to push and promote it, this song quickly shot up to 3rd place in the seasonal chart, and it even hinted at surpassing the 2nd place. Meanwhile, Huang Dongjing's Holy Fire got squeezed down 1 notch and became the current 4th place. Noticing this, netizens burst into laughter again. Huang Dongjing is so unfortunate. He got slammed down to the 4th. Is there anything left of him now? Someone said Huang Dongjing still had bones to gnaw on. CNU ended up finishing off the bones himself. What's left for Huang Dongjing now? The bones are in Fish Papa's mouth. Huang Dongjing may lick the bottom of the pot. He can only lick the bottom of the pot now. He was once the chosen one in the Olympics. Therefore, Huang Dongjing should taste this Olympics. Right now, Huang Dongjing had only just gotten out of bed. He had a sleepless night with the 3rd place thing on his mind, grieving over it all night. Upon waking up, Huang Dongjing still couldn't accept the fact that he got the 3rd place in the seasonal chart during the Olympics. The netizens were right. 3rd place is like gnawing on bones. Who cares about that? He picked up his phone and instinctively opened the seasonal chart. In an instant, Huang Dongjing sat up in bed, staring dumbfounded at the seasonal chart ranking. Where's my 3rd place? It was still there when I went to bed last night. His wife, who was outside preparing breakfast, heard his reaction, walked into the bedroom, and said in as calm a voice as possible, CNU released a new song this morning. And because it's for the Chi Continent, their people have been helping to promote it and have bumped Holy Fire down to 4th place. Just don't get too worked up. What do you want for breakfast? Bones. Huang Dongjing looked at his wife. I want to gnaw on bones. Wife. How strange human desires for gain and loss truly are. Huang Dongjing suddenly felt that he could accept being 3rd. He even craved to be 3rd. The top 3 in a season. Even if it's 3rd, at least it's called 3rd place. But what do we call 4th? 4th is just 4th. An utterly meaningless and worthless 4th place. This time Huang Dongjing really couldn't accept it. How could he end up 4th? Huang Dongjing's mentality completely collapsed. He tossed his cell phone aside violently. resulting in it accidentally hitting the TV remote switch at the edge of the bed. The TV turned on. On the TV screen, Qin continent was holding a Olympics pledging ceremony. Every year during the Olympics, all continents' sports communities organized similar pledging ceremonies. Huang Dongjing used to enjoy watching it immensely, his favorite being the Olympics. But today, Huang Dongjing couldn't bear to watch it, because the song being played at the Qin continent pledging ceremony was none other than Believe in Yourself. Picking up the remote control, Huang Dongjing quickly changed the channel. To his dismay, another channel was also broadcasting the Olympics pledging ceremony. This was from Qi continent. And the background song being played at the pledging ceremony was, I Believe, the very song that pushed him to the 4th place. Is this ever going to end? Huang Dongjing chose to turn off the TV, angrily turned it off. Yin continent. Several related leaders were discussing some matters about the Olympics when a hurried voice suddenly came from nearby. The momentum of Qin continent and Qi continent is too strong. They held Olympic pledging ceremony, and the public reaction is very intense. A pledging ceremony? One of the leaders frowned. Don't we all hold a pledging ceremony before the Olympics? If we hold one tomorrow, it should also boost morale. That's not the point. That voice sounded somewhat helplessly. One reason for the intense public reaction is that Xian Yu wrote them each a new song to boost morale. Both continents played it at the Olympics pledging ceremony. We, Yin continent, don't have a corresponding new song, so it feels a little lacking when we hold our pledging ceremony. What song? Let me play it for you. The song is called Believe in Yourself. I heard that one yesterday. It's nothing special. Then listen to this one from Qi continent called I Believe. Before long, the leaders of Yin continent had finished listening. The head leader slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Qi continent thinks they can fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun with that level of skill? The leader was very unsatisfied. Not unsatisfied with Xian Yu, but annoyed with Qi continent. Given the intense competition between Yin continent and Qi continent in some sports events at the previous Olympics, Yin continent wouldn't want to just watch Qi continent steal the limelight. What do you suggest? Let Xian Yu write a similar song for us too. You guys reach out to him on social media. Make sure to sound confident. We can't let Qi continent get ahead of us. I'll call the person in charge of Olympics on this side. They can't fool me. Okay. As soon as the leader gave the command, action was taken immediately on the Yin continent side. After 10 minutes, the official Weibo of Yin continent's sports community directly tagged Xian Yu. Wanting to fly to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. These lyrics are great. Yin continent sports bureau cordially invites teacher Xian Yu to help write a song to pump up our Olympics athletes. We also want to soar. We want to soar even higher. As per the leader's request, your words must sound confident. So Qi continent wants to fly to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Then we, Yin continent, must fly even higher than you. That's right. Fly even higher. Of course, when speaking to Xian Yu, Yin can't come off as overbearing. So the post first started off by praising him before vigorously stepping on Qi continent, showing off the heroic spirit of Yin people. All that talk about friendship first, competition second, is nonsense as far as Yin continent, full of fierce competitors, is concerned. Competition first, friendship second, thank you. Read exclusive adventures at. Meanwhile, when the netizens saw the Weibo post by Yin continent tagging Xian Yu with a song invitation, their mouths were already agape in shock. Yin continent is also coming? Inviting Xian Yu for a song? What's going on? Chapter 767, 732. I want to fly higher _1. We want to fly even higher. Yin continent's approach has a taste of a hot-tempered elder in it, very much fitting with the setting of the war continent, and Lin Yuan, who is in Qin continent, quickly found out about this news. Fly even higher? Upon seeing the requirements of Yin continent, Lin Yuan's expression turned slightly odd. After the folks from Yin continent have said what they have, does he still need to think about the next song? Yes. The Olympics occur only once every 4 years. He has to keep reaping benefits from it. As long as he can stomach it, he will eat as much as he can, because he knows he won't get full to death. At this time, Difan also arrived at the hotel. He found Lin Yuan and said with a complicated expression, "The leaders from Yin continent side just contacted us and said they hoped you could help out with another song to boost their athletes' morale. Okay, do you still have another song? Seeing Xian Yu agreeing so quickly, Di Fan, who was already gloomy, cringed slightly at the corners of his mouth. He somewhat regretted previously letting Xian Yu freely write songs for other continents. He even wanted to say to Xian Yu, "Please, stop writing." However, Di Fan did not say anything in the end. With the precedent already set, it was useless for him to try and stop it, unless Xian Yu had no more songs left. It seems to be almost that way. Judging by the trend, Xian Yu probably won't have any songs left after writing for Yin Continent. He's already written so many for the Olympics. Everyone's creative energy is ultimately limited. Even if other continents had similar thoughts, it should already be too late. Probably it's the last time. Just let Xian Yu knock himself out. The news of Yin Continent inviting Xian Yu for a song became an instant hot topic in the morning news, and Qi Continent also learned about it. A certain leader in Qi Continent was infuriated. If you Yin Continent guys want to fly too, fine, but you want to fly even higher? Who are you trying to slap in the face? Just with your Yin Continent bunch whose brains are full of muscles? It's not a big problem. Someone optimistically said, adding, I believe, Xian Yu has already written 3 songs for the Olympics. The Olympics will start in about 20 or 30 days. Time is very tight for Xian Yu's creation. He probably can't produce any new songs. The leaders nearby nodded. One of them even said, even if Xian Yu can come up with another song, it's difficult for the quality to surpass, I believe. In short, Yin Continent is too late. Let's see how you guys are going to fly even higher. The thinking of the people in Qi Continent is also the thinking of many netizens, a habitual thought pattern of most people. At first, when everyone saw that Yin Continent invited Xian Yu for a song, they were genuinely shocked. What kind of treatment is this? Xian Yu suddenly became a hot cake. All 3 major continents have invited him for a song. Then, should it be the turn of other continents to invite Xian Yu for a song? However, everyone quickly sobered up. How is that possible? Xian Yu has already written 3 songs for the Olympics. Can he write a 4th one? Even if he can write a 4th one, how about its quality? If given enough time, Xian Yu could probably handle any number of songs, and the quality wouldn't be a problem. But if we exclude today, there are only 29 days left until the start of the Olympics. 20 days are too short. But you never know. You guys are aware of Xian Yu's writing speed. But it still takes a few days at least. 29 days, but each passing day is one less day. Enough with the nonsense. I have to go vote for our I believe. As people from Qi Continent, we must exceed the download volume of that song from Qin Continent. Xian Yu has written 2 songs for Qin Continent and Qi Continent each. Now, the people of Qi Continent want their song to reach 2nd place. It seems like the competition between the continents of the Olympics has started in advance. The people of Qin Continent have also reacted. Many Qin people, whether they believe in yourself or not, have also started to vote for that song. The goal is to defend 2nd place. Are they all Xian Yu's songs? Yes, but these 2 songs of Xian Yu were specifically written for Qin Continent and Qi Continent. On the Olympic stage, each continent is competing against each other. Regardless of whether it is Qin Continent or Qi Continent, they hope that their own continent's supporting song can gain more popularity. As for the song of Yin Continent, everyone is not overly worried about it. The later the release time, the harder it is to top the charts. After all, every continent has its own official promotional support. Yin Continent. The leaders also noticed the discussions online. Originally, they didn't think too much about it, but at this moment, they couldn't help worrying too. Are we really late? Is Xian Yu all used up? Has Xian Yu agreed? They said on the phone it's okay, but I forgot to ask when exactly. I don't know how long it will take for his song to come out. Call them again. We must rush them. There isn't much time before the Olympics starts. I feel that rushing him might make the situation worse. The more time we give him, the better the song he writes. Even if you don't understand music, you should know this simple logic, right? What should we do then? The group of leaders couldn't help but become anxious. They had to think of a solution. Someone suggested, Xian Yu may indeed be all used up. Why don't we also look for other maestros in our continent to help write songs? That's a smart move, right? We can't put all our eggs in one basket. Let's look for maestros in Yin Continent to write songs. Exactly. be more flexible in our approach. Instead of just one person, we could hold a contest among our homegrown maestros in Yin continent. We will use the song that turns out to be the best. Time is of the essence. Let's go and do it now. The leaders of Yin continent couldn't stay calm. Although it's been only about 2 hours since they asked Xian Yu to write a song, every minute and every second of waiting feels like torture to them. Just when a staff member was about to head out, his phone rang. Once the staff member answered the phone, his facial expression slightly changed. What's going on? The leaders asked in unison. The staff member, being stared at by so many leaders, was feeling a little nervous. He swallowed and said, Xian Yu's song has arrived. The leaders glanced at each other. So soon? Completed within 2 hours? Can the quality be guaranteed? A doubt rose in everyone's heart. Yet the leading leader suddenly yelled out, What are you standing there for? Play the song. Everyone then came to their senses, urging the staff member to play the song. They can simply listen to the song to see how good it is, right? Okay. The staff member quickly connected to the Bluetooth speaker, and while the music started, he began to introduce. This song is called. What is it called? Fly Higher. The leaders of Yin continent showed confused expressions. Fly higher. Did they ask Xian Yu to outdo Qi continent? And he literally wrote a song called Fly Higher. While everyone was taken aback, the song began to play. Enjoy more content from. Life is like a big river. Sometimes calm, sometimes wild. Reality is like a chain that ties me up and leaves me with no escape. This mysterious life is as sharp as a knife. Time and time again, it hurts me deeply. I know the happiness I want is in that higher sky. The voice gradually rose. All of a sudden, a loud roar exploded in the ears of all the Yin continent leaders, like the resounding thunder in a heavy rain. I want to fly higher. In an instant, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Everyone didn't know how the other continents would react to this song, but at the scene, everyone from Yin continent was completely helpless against this song. The hot-tempered guys absolutely loved this song. Chapter 768, 733, Hot-Tempered Old Brother Online Rankings _1. While the leaders of Yin continent were listening to songs, a fierce battle was taking place on the season leaderboard. Qin continent. Brothers charge. Get your father, mother, grandparents, brothers, sisters, and even all your aunts and uncles to help rank us up. Qin continent can't lose. We must defend the second place of Believe in Yourself. Keep Qi continent firmly in the third place. This is a prelude to the Olympics. If we lose the season leaderboard, we lose the momentum of the competition. Let's fight them. The Olympics will be held right at our doorstep. Welcome to Qin continent must be first, and the song cheering for our athletes of Qin must be second. Qi continent. Why should the people of Qin be in second place? The Olympics are about to start, and we must take the lead, letting I Believe surge to second place. This is how we support our continent's athletes. I had my whole family download I Believe, but we released it a bit later. We need to work even harder. There are still 29 days. Steal their second place. Rise up. Our song is better. There's no reason to lose to them. I have already downloaded this song on all players, but we need to rally more people of Qi to fight together. Qi continent is promoting I Believe. Qin continent is promoting Believe in Yourself. Both sides are seeing red, viewing the season leaderboard as the momentum battle of the Olympics. Zhao continent, Wei continent, and the cultural wall are oblivious to this matter. However, Yin continent, Chu continent, and Han continent are all watching, especially the hot-headed big brothers of Yin continent. They are the most anxious at the moment, feeling like they are full of energy with nowhere to use it. When will our Yin continent's song be released? Fish Papa, please make your move. Are we just going to watch Qin continent and Qi continent fight? No other choice. It takes time for Fish Papa to write a song. It's only been 2 hours, and we don't even know if Fish Papa agreed to the song invitation. I can't stand it. Fish Papa should agree. He has a big picture in mind. Since he's willing to help Qi continent, there's no reason to refuse Chu continent. The problem is, even if Xian Yu comes up with a song to cheer our athletes of Yin on, it might not be as good as the support songs from Qin and Qi. They started earlier, and Fish Papa had more inspirations then. The hot-headed big brothers were getting even more irritated. wishing they could write a cheer song for Yin continent's athletes themselves. Just at this moment, a sudden promotion pop up on the webpage. CNU's new song, Fly Higher, has been released, cheering on the athletes of Yin continent. In an instant, the whole network went silent. Even the frenzied people of Qin and Qi felt their hearts jump, temporarily stopping their battle, casting glances of attention this way. It's CNU's new song? He really did agree to Yin continent's invitation to write a song, and it has been released so quickly? What kind of godlike speed is this? How long has it been since Yin continent asked him? Does writing songs require no time? Does recording songs require no time? You couldn't have prepared this in advance, could you? If it was prepared in advance, then what's the deal with this song's title? It's actually called Fly Higher. Isn't that the slogan Yin continent chanted when they invited him to write the song? You really made them a song called Fly Higher? What kind of genius interpretation is this? Do you really need to be this simple and crude? With such a simple and crude title and such a rushed timing, could the quality of the song be any good? All sorts of thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. But for the Yin people, they didn't think about anything at all. It's out. That was the first thought of the Yin people, and then they all flocked to listen to the song. Hot-headed big brothers are always so impulsively on fire. Some of the Yin people even skipped the introduction, wanting to get to the main part of the song in one breath. But because they were too excited, they fast-forwarded straight to the climax. I want to fly higher. Fly higher. A dance rampant as a wild wind, breaking ties and bonds. I want to fly higher. Fly higher. Wings stirring the storm. A howl rising in my heart. Fly higher. What a stimulating piece. The first Yin people old brother who heard this climax was dumbfounded and even forgot to return to the main verse, his brain buzzing. 1 minute later, other netizens who heard the climax were directly shocked on the spot. What song is this? This is freaking awesome. It truly is. The dogfight of the seasonal chart paused temporarily, countless comments appeared like a storm. Damn, it's so freaking amazing. This song is really awesome. Why do I feel that every song from CNU is better than the last? Weren't we told CNU was completely drained by the first 3 songs? Then what is this? How does he have so many songs? This sounds amazing. If I wasn't from the Qi continent, I would have voted for him. As a Qin people, I'm almost in tears. Fish Papa, please reign in your divine powers. Are you trying to boost the Yin people's morale? The Qin people are panicked. So are the Qi people. No matter how different the positions, everyone can hear how good this Fly Higher is. Not to mention the Olympics atmosphere. Even in normal times, this song would be explosive. The intense drum beats and the growling howl, coupled with the anger of rock, seem to ignite the already extremely tense battlefield of the seasonal charts. Discover exclusive content at Awo. Compared to the panicked Qin and Qi people, the old brothers from the Yin continent are already letting out eager howls, like beasts who have been locked up for a long time finally being let loose. They're starving. It's terrifying when the Yin people are starved. Heaven only knows how tormented they were waiting for this song. What are we waiting for? Let the Qin and Qi see our fighting strength. This month's seasonal chart, it's not just your 2 continents' battlefield. Yin men, all of you join the battlefield for me. Yin women, don't dawdle. Rush this chart. Hee, this song from Fish Papa really fits my taste. I've never called him Fish Papa before because he's a Qin people, but this time, I'm willing to call him that. This pleases my palate. Yin people love this kind of angry song. Fly Higher seems like an aphrodisiac, raising the spirits of all Yin people to their throats. At the same time, the Yin continent official starts promoting this song without any hesitation, boosting their continent's athletes in this way. Soon, the Yin continent athletes also heard this song, and their blood began to boil immediately. They had waited so long, and it was worth it. We're going to start the rally right now. Olympics. Wait for the arrival of the Yin continent. Thanks to CNU. Praise CNU. Although you are a Qin people, please accept the thanks and praise from us, the Yin people. At this moment, the dogfight of the seasonal chart, upon the arrival of Fly Higher, went into overdrive, and the Qin and Qi people became nervous. Everyone knows this song is extraordinary, but the netizens of Chu continent and Han continent looked at each other. They seem a bit idle. Yeah, As soon as Yin continent made a move, it looked like Huang Dongzheng was going to drop another rank. Thinking of this, Chu and Han found amusement. Chapter 769, 734. Damn, there's still _1. Qin continent, Qi continent, and Yin continent are all scrapping it out. In the season leaderboards, Chu continent and Han continent internet users, despite the anxiety, can't alter this. The only thing they can do is find some amusement. Might as well, given that they're idle anyway. And right now, the biggest source of joy in the two continents is Huang Dongzheng. Well, look at him. Fly Higher is already in 4th place. Some hotheads in Yin continent probably didn't even listen to the song carefully before rallying their friends to vote. Huang Dongzheng has dropped to 5th. He can't even lick the bottom of the pot anymore. You guys are too nasty. First, you encourage Huang Dongzheng to drink soup. Then you soothe him with bones. You even come up with the idea of licking the pot bottom. Now that there's no pot to lick, can you still spin a yarn? I can't carry on with the tale. Why can't you carry on? Let him wash the pot and dishes. At least he can get a little oil spillage. Uft. I fucking give up. Cleaning dishes and pots could work. This shitpost of a user definitely hails from our Han continent. Why does your Han continent love claiming arbitrary relationships? I think this shitpost bro is one of our Chu people. Only our Chu people could make such a stunt. What's there to dispute? It's not a vote. Just ask him, bro, where are you from? I'm from Qin continent. Chu continent. Han continent. Shouldn't you go and vote then? So let's not mention the self-entertainment of Chu continent and Han continent. Huang Dongzheng had blocked all Olympics news 2 hours ago. Your journey continues with. The reasons are well known by all. However, Huang Dongzheng suddenly remembered after breakfast that he has a book at home, which mentions the various interpretations of rankings. One of them got Huang Dongzheng excited. The first rank is called the champion, the second rank is the runner-up, the third rank is the 3rd place, and the 4th is called the final guard. Yes, there's also a title for the 4th place. From now on, don't just call the 4th position. Show some culture. It's called the final guard. I have to say, it sounds pretty good, and it sounds just as prestigious as the runner-up or 3rd place. Oddly enough, after seeing this interpretation, Huang Dongzheng suddenly felt that the 4th place is not that hard to accept anymore. I am the final guard. Huang Dongzheng profoundly proved a point. The power of human adaptability to their environment is simply terrifying. Perhaps so-called bottom lines are broken time and time again. However, Huang Dongzheng doesn't see it that way. Gratitude leads to happiness. People must learn to be grateful and to cherish, otherwise even what's held in hand could slip away through the gaps of fingers. And he's let go? After letting it go, Huang Dongzheng decided to stop blocking news related to the Olympics. He has liked the Olympics since he was a kid, surely. He wouldn't stop watching because of a song. He took out his mobile phone. Huang Dongzheng started surfing the net, catching up with Olympics news in each continent. A few minutes later, a song plays on Huang Dong's mobile. I've been flying, I've been searching, and I can't find it. If you really want liberation, you have to first cut this enticing net. I seek a more radiant life, a bluer sky. I know the happiness that I seek is in the higher sky. I want to fly higher. Oh, he's now the 5th. Like it's of no concern to him. Huang Dongzheng emotionlessly switched off his phone. His wife had just returned from shopping and saw Huang Dongzheng. Honey, can you help me with something later? What do you need help with? I forgot to clean the pot this morning. Can you help me? All right. Huang Dongzheng rose with no expression, and after a couple steps, he turned to ask his wife, can I really clean the pot? Huang Dongzheng doesn't have much to bank on anymore. After Han continent and Chu continent bragged to each other, it quickly began to feel dull. The 5 continents merge, 3 continents rank. What could their remaining 2 continents be thinking? We told our authorities to take action. Finally, a netizen from Han continent couldn't stand it anymore and spoke out. All the other athletes on the other continents have songs to boost their morale. What would our athletes from Han continent think if we don't have one? It just so happened. As soon as these words were spoken, some netizens from Han continent noticed that there was activity on their official Weibo. The Han continent sports community sincerely invites songwriters from all continents to help us create a motivational song for our local athletes of the Olympics. Our reward will be very generous. Finally, it's here. The people of Han Continent are energized. Even though Han Continent didn't invite Xianyu, it always feels like something is missing, but something is better than nothing. Plus, the people of Han Continent know. Inviting Xianyu now would be too late. For songs, Xianyu has already written 4 songs for the Olympics. Looking for Xianyu now? He might be totally drained by now. For songs for the 3 continents plus a promotional theme song. Won't that completely exploit him? There's nothing that can be done. Who told Han Continent to take action not quickly enough? And the reaction was also half slower than it should have been. For a moment, the netizens of Han Continent stopped competing with the people of Chu. You guys play on your own. We are going to prepare to rank the cheering song for Han Continent. Looking at the song creation speed of Xianyu, other maestros won't be that slow either, right? The lonely remaining people of Chu are a bit stunned. Han Continent is making moves. Why isn't Chu Continent taking any action? We Chu people also want to rank. Is Chu Continent really not taking any action? The answer is obviously no. Just as Fly Higher rushed to the 4th on the season charts, Lin Yuan, who was far away in Qin Continent's Beijing, received a call. A call from Chu Continent. The person on the other side was very polite, and the core of all the polite words actually meant, "Teacher Admirable Fish, if you haven't been totally exploited, we Chu people also want to fly together." All right, Lin Yuan agreed. It's not because their promised reward was high, although the reward was tempting, but the wool of the Olympics was more attractive. He hasn't had enough yet. By this point, the Chu person on the other side thought the conversation was over, but didn't expect Lin Yuan to suddenly say, "The song has been sent. Hurry up and rank." The person on the other side was stunned. After hanging up the phone in confusion, the person found a song in their email. The song was named Beyond Dreams. Yes, this song was already prepared by Lin Yuan in advance, and that's what he has been busy with recently in Beijing. Everybody flies together. It's just that Han Continent is falling behind a bit. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin have all come already. Only Han Continent hasn't knocked on the door yet, but instead they are soliciting for songs and seem unconfident, even though they still have a few drops left. Should I take the initiative? Lin Yuan was afraid that if he delayed any longer, Han Continent would have no chance to rank, but seeing that Han Continent published news on Tribe, Lin Yuan could only shake his head lightly. He didn't have Tribe on his phone. Tribe had long been uninstalled by Lin Yuan, who was holding a grudge, and the account was cleanly logged out, including Chu Kuang, Shadow, and the sock puppet, which was only used once. Just like that. 5 minutes later, the song named Beyond Dreams quietly ascended onto all major music platforms. At the same time, Chu Continent's promotion finally started vigorously. The netizens from all continents were dumbfounded. This feeling seemed like they were playing with Yin Continent's Matryoshka doll. It was clear that they had opened many outer shells, and the doll was indeed getting smaller and smaller, but each time when they thought it was the last layer, they would be astonished to find out that it seemed like an infinite Matryoshka doll. There is more. Chapter 770, 735, My Blogging Game _1. At this point, only half an hour or so had passed since the release of Fly Higher. The competition on the seasonal leaderboard initially started out between Qin Continent and Qi Continent. But with Yin Continent suddenly joining in, it turned into a 3-way battle. However, no one anticipated that shortly after the start of the 3-continent brawl, Xianyu would write another supportive cheer for Chu Continent. Oh woo! The people of Chu Continent were excited. When the song titled Beyond Dreams, the support melody for the Chu athletes, was released, they were injected with a shot of adrenaline. Their roars of excitement resembled those of the Yin people. Consider this. They were initially prepared to wait a few more days, not even thinking that Chu Continent could compete with the 3 continents that already had their songs for the top spot in the seasonal leaderboard. After all, everyone understood that the later a song was released, the harder it would be to make it to the top of the list. Contrary to their expectations, Chu Continent's officials made a strong move by following suit and inviting Xianyu to write a song for them. Xianyu surprisingly wrote a support song titled Beyond Dreams for the Chu athletes. He still has songs up his sleeve. He hasn't been completely drained. Who the hell said Xianyu is all tapped out? Indeed, songs for Xianyu are like milk, cough, like water in a sponge, always there to be squeezed out. Very quickly, the Chu people, with trembling fingers, clicked on Beyond Dreams. Netizens from other continents, too, amidst their astonishment and uncertainty, quickly clicked the play button for the song. After all, the quality of the song is the key. If the quality isn't up to par, everything else is for nothing. At this point, Qin, Qi, and Yin continents began to pray internally for the first time. Hopefully, this song from Chu continent won't be good. Although this malicious prayer seems unfair to Xianyu, the seasonal leaderboard was becoming a mess, and they couldn't handle another hit song. At that moment, the song began. When the holy fire is first lit, hope follows. When the finish line is no longer permanent, the soul feels it. Doesn't care how many lifetimes it's waited. Doesn't care about tears of laughter. Fly beyond dreams together. You and me, sincerely face each other. Let life savor this moment. Let time etch this instance. During the high point of the song, the faces of the Qin, Qi, and Yin continent netizens change one after another. What kind of song is this again? Why do they all sound so good? Everyone could tell that the quality of Beyond Dreams seemed to be on par with the previous Olympic songs Xianyu had written. Their hopes were dashed. Qin, Qi, and Yin continents were in a panic. The thing they least wanted to happen had happened. Looking at the quality of this song, Chu continent was obviously going to join the battlefield. Damn, someone became anxious. Why is Xianyu cheering everywhere? Does he think he is a Olympics cheer station? Fly together? Why does he only know how to fly? Meanwhile, the Chu people were beyond excited. What's wrong with flying together? Why is it that only you from Qin, Qi, and Yin continents can fly, and we can't? Believe in yourself. Believe in Xianyu. Fly beyond dreams. Fly higher. And then shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Chu people rise up. This song is so good. I'm crying. No one underestimated Fish Papa. I'm very satisfied with this song. It sounds so cool. I finally understand why the Yin people were so vexed before. Now I'm getting vexed. I'm so vexed that I want to smash this list. Yes, breaking the list. Break the list quickly. This song is so good. We're not weak compared to them. I am playing this song on repeat while breaking the list. It's so motivating. Since they treat the competition on the seasonal list as a warm-up for the Olympics, we Chu people must not lag behind. We can still catch up now. Fuel to the fire. Beyond Dreams quickly surged to the number 5 spot. The already chaotic seasonal leaderboard became even more chaotic with the addition of Chu continent. People were losing their minds. Everyone's gone mad. Of course, not all the continents were freaking out. At this time, the netizens of another continent were watching everything with a dumbfounded expression, completely removed from the situation. Han continent. Poor Han continent. Han continent could only watch dumbfounded as their own officials, unaware of the situation, continued their ridiculous public song invitation. After all, who would have thought that Xianyu would still have songs left? Their officials were utterly stupid. They suddenly felt as if they'd been forsaken by the world. The merger of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, and Han continent started, but Qin, Qi, Chu, and Yin were already in a scuffle in the season leaderboard, claiming it to be a dress rehearsal for the Olympics. And Han continent was just standing on the sidelines, eating melons. Could any Han person accept such a reality? The Han people had long been unable to hold back. This melon is not sweet at all. It's sour and bitter. Though our sporting results in Han continent are the worst, we also participate in the Olympics. We are also part of the merged continents. The feeling of being shut out is so unbearable. What is our government doing? Skipping out on the correct answer. Xianyu. Quickly find Xianyu. Does Xianyu have any song left? It's too late now. He has already written 5 songs. Give it a try. Maybe he does have more songs. The Han people were indeed furious. Previously, while Qin, Qi, and Yin were fighting, they could at least shoot the breeze with Chu continent and discuss Huangdongzheng. Now it's over. Chu continent has also joined the fight. Only damn Han continent is still standing like an idiot. What should we do next? Keep discussing Huangdongzheng? Talk about his dishwashing? Right now, Huangdongzheng doesn't even have a dish to wash. The top 5 on the season leaderboard are all Xianyu. There's no way to continue making memes about him. Although the first line of Beyond Dreams is, "When the holy fire is first lit, hope follows." However, this is Xianyu's holy fire. Huang Dongjing's holy fire has long been extinguished. There is no hope left. Is there no hope left for our Han continent? The entire Han continent seemed to be shrouded in loneliness. But then, at that moment, Xian Yu's blog post immediately drove all the Han people into madness. At Han continent, this is the last one. If you need to create a song, you can find me on my blog. I don't play tribe, so I didn't know you needed one, sorry. There's one more song. Xian Yu has the last song. But before the Han people could regain their senses, officials from all the continents almost simultaneously tagged Xian Yu on the blog. Find your next adventure on Qin continent. We don't mind having one more. Qi continent. Give it to us. The reward will be generous. Chu continent. Teacher Admirable Fish. We need to fly even higher. Yin continent. Respected Teacher Admirable Fish. No matter how many songs you have, we Yin continent will take them all. We will double the remuneration of Qi continent. Fuck off. No respect for martial ethics. You people don't even want the face? You, who have songs, still want to snatch from us, who don't. The Han people are anxious and angry. They rush to the official Han Tribe account to comment. Stop playing tribe. Playing tribe leads to a dead end. Xian Yu is waiting on the blog. Where do you get songs faster than going directly to Xian Yu? By the time the song arrives, the season leaderboard will almost be over. Why are you guys so slow to react? Are you sloths? By the time you realize, the song has been snatched away by others. Come on. Go. Hurry up. Go. 2. Blog. The Han people wish they could hold a knife against the officials, forcing them to go to the blog and invite Xian Yu to write a song. Under the Han netizens' urging, the Han officials finally woke up from their dream. Here we go. Han continent finally had difficulty logging on to their blog official account, which had been in use for so long they had almost forgotten the password. They invited Xian Yu to create a song. Chapter 771, 736, hanging by a thread _1. How grand the Blolympics is. The intense battle between Qin, Chu, Yan, and the other tribes in the leaderboards is so exciting. Just when the tribe was enjoying the excitement, we found ourselves in the eye of the storm. Holy hell. What the hell does Admirable Fish mean? You three bros have rooted so many of our users over at the blog, and now even these official accounts aren't spared. Freaking shit. Han continent actually willingly went over. Do you have no backbone left? A respected official account from a major continent just leaves like that. You could have sorted this out with a phone call. Ling Kong. It's all Ling Kong's fault. If he hadn't persecuted Shadow in the first place, it wouldn't have triggered the departure of the three bros from the tribe, resulting in even Admirable Fish showing such hostility towards us. Several departments in the tribe cursed out loud. How huge is the traffic of an official account during the Blolympics? Even if they returned after the Blolympics, the fever of the moment would have blown over. We must figure out a way to bring them back to the tribe. Meanwhile, in the animation department, Ling Kong, who was desperately trying to redeem himself, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood when he heard about this. He had been keeping a low profile recently, yet he could still be blindsided? Just you wait. He roared in a low voice, though it was unclear who the warning was intended for. Attracted by the excitement of the blogs, one after another, the official accounts from each continent started to mention Admirable Fish. They all wanted to request a song. Actually, they were aware that they most likely wouldn't get a song. They just wanted to stir up trouble and spite Han continent. The netizens from each of the continents were right. The pre-show of the Blolympics had begun. However, the way Admirable Fish capitalized on the situation to give the tribe a setback had the netizens in giggles. This is an insult to the tribe. What harm could Daddy Fish do? The tribe must be pissed, but the blog is rejoicing. The three brothers settled in the blog. The blog is seriously profitable. Setting aside the tribe's problems, didn't expect Daddy Fish to have another song. Just look at my face. Do I look surprised in the slightest? Since he could write a song for Chu continent, I knew that Han continent must have something to do with it as well. Han continent is going to join the leaderboard this season. Who would be afraid of Han continent? Ha ha ha, makes sense. With their poor sports performance, even their own continent despises them. Competition amongst Qin, Chu, and Yin continents. The leaderboards are being taken advantage of. Whether Han continent enters or not at this point, no one cares. Let it come. Fight. Who's afraid of who? And the simple fact as to why everyone is so relaxed is very simple. Because Han Continent is weak at sports. The total number of gold medals Han Continent has ever won at Olympics is the lowest amongst the continents. They are the weakest continent in the Olympics. So what if Admirable Fish wrote songs to cheer you on? You guys have always been at the back of the line amongst all the continents. No matter how much cheerleading through songs, it wouldn't change the fact that Han Continent is the weakest. Weaklings. Mind you, though Han Continent is considered insignificant, all eyes were on what song Admirable Fish would give Han Continent. The previous songs were awesome. Can the last one maintain the quality? Forget about it. Who cares? We'll know once the song releases. Just go back and fight for the ranking. Let's kick the asses of the other continents. It would have been better if Han Continent hadn't shown up. Now that it's here, every other continent can bully them. The continents took a break for a few minutes, watched the hustle and bustle for a while, and then charged at their competition season leaderboard rivals with a ferocious look. Qin Continent. Beijing. Lin Yuan saw that Han Continent indeed came to his blog seeking a song. He couldn't help but smile. He still couldn't resist striking first. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han. When 5 continents merge, the last one's Olympics will is ripe for the picking. As for why Han Continent's public call for song submissions didn't bear fruit, it's not that other composers are inadequate. Inspirational songs are often simple in melody and lyrics, so they are relatively easy to compose. But even the simplest songs require time. And sometimes, the simplest can actually be the most difficult. Anyone who has experienced song creation can understand this. Plus, this call for song submissions really came out of nowhere. Unless someone, like Lin Yuan, had prepared in advance. Otherwise, even top song composers like Yang Zhongming would struggle to come up with a song that meets their demands in such a short time frame. Ironically, right now, all the continents are fiercely competing on the season leaderboard. By the time Han Continent successfully finds a suitable song from the submissions, it could be too late. At this point, Gudong took a call and hastily handed the phone to Lin Yuan, not forgetting to remind him that it was from Han Continent. Hello, Lin Yuan casually took the phone, not surprised. The voice on the other end wasn't as excited as Lin Yuan had expected. Thank you, Teacher Admirable Fish, for offering to help us, but it may be too much. We do have requirements for the song. First, it must be in Mandarin, out of respect for the Olympics in Qin Continent. Okay. Lin Yuan felt the caller's tone lacked fighting spirit, which was unlike the other continents. The caller sounded helpless, saying, You probably know that we in Han Continent have always underperformed at the Olympics. We almost always come in last. Yeah. Lin Yuan was indeed aware that Han Continent wasn't great at sports. It's rumored that Han Continent has the fewest total gold medals in the Olympics. I'm not afraid to air our dirty laundry today, hoping these words can serve as inspiration for your lyrics. The caller sighed, saying, Our athletes in Han Continent lack morale due to our poor performance. When they train, I can feel a sense of confusion within them. Their performances aren't great in any sport, and the fans from our continent often criticize them online for not being ambitious. After being criticized so much by their own people, they've become numb to it, even indifferent. So, I really hope that Teacher Admirable Fish can write a song that instills a belief in them. They actually are talented, and speaking of this, I can't help mentioning that the song Believe in Yourself is very good. If only that song had been for us. In Han Continent, they are so lacking in confidence despite having so much frustration and ambition. Right. Another thing is that our continent doesn't have many sports superstars. Other continents all have superstars in various sports, but our athletes are mostly ordinary. No one wants to be that ordinary. You should know that 20 years ago Han Continent wasn't as weak as it is now. I don't know why we've declined so much. Your songs all touch upon the themes of running and soaring. But it seems that our athletes have forgotten what it feels like to run freely and soar in the playing field. I hope these sentiments can be reflected in your song. I understand. As Lin Yuan used his phone, he said, Actually, what you need is not believe in yourself, but to learn how to be brave first. Huh. Someone I respect very much once said, Someone has to win in the end. Why can't it be me? The caller was taken aback. Lin Yuan said, I sent the song over. I hope Han Continent finds that feeling. The feeling of freedom. The feeling of flying. After speaking, Lin Yuan hung up the phone. On the other end, the leader of the Han Continent Sports Bureau was stunned. The song had been sent already? Had it been prepared in advance? Had he heard all the requirements I just mentioned, hoping that he would use them as inspiration for the song? What I needed was... He opened his email with a bewildered look on his face, and the first thing this Han Continent Sports official saw was a somewhat melancholic title. Heart of Courage. Chapter 772, 737 I Want a Blooming Life _1. Braveheart. The leader from Han Continent had almost believed that to be Xian Yu's song title. It wasn't until he clicked on the email titled Braveheart that he discovered a whole new world within. Whoosh. A song danced before the leader's eyes, accompanied by an audio file. Song title, Blooming Life. An unusual feeling stirred within him, and he promptly played the song. Meanwhile, back in Qin Continent, Huang Dongzheng was staring blankly out the window. He ultimately couldn't wash the pot successfully. His wife thought he was too slow, so she ended up washing the pot herself. However, Huang Dongzheng no longer cared about such trivial household chores. When his song's ranking in the season's chart fell to 6th place, his mood had plunged to rock bottom. 6th place? He presumed he would soon be 7th. No longer filtering out news related to Olympics, he was aware that Xian Yu was composing a song for Han Continent. Once that song is released, and with further promotion by the Han Continent official team, his ranking would undoubtedly continue to plummet. Having given up on his obsession with the season's chart rankings, Huang Dongzheng still felt a bit dissatisfied, but he was oddly looking forward to the song Xian Yu composed for Han Continent. Because Huang Dongzheng is also from Han, his reason for staying in Qin Continent these past years was to improve his composition skills in Blue Star, the famous land of music, and also for the sake of his Qin wife. Therefore, Huang Dongzheng had every reason to look forward to a song Xian Yu composed for the Han Continent athletes. He knew about the situation back home. During the past few Olympics, despite Huang Dongzheng profiting from Olympics promotional songs, his good mood would always disappear once the Olympics began. Han Continent's performance was too disappointing. Any person from Han could not remain indifferent to this. This time, his bad mood arrived ahead of time just because of Xian Yu. It was bound to happen eventually. His wife, who had appeared silently, whispered, "Still not satisfied? I've improved a lot." Huang Dongzheng smiled bitterly. "I just think that the concept and scale of Qin Continent welcomes you isn't grand enough." He wrote the song from Qin Continent's perspective while I composed mine looking at the whole Olympics, but that's just a difference in personal understanding. Who can say for certain that their understanding is more accurate? It's like the ancient palace debates, where loyal ministers wouldn't necessarily be friends due to differing philosophies. I can only say that his composition skills are indeed superior. "Oh, you're bringing politics into this now." His wife chuckles. "Has Xian Yu's song for Han Continent been released yet?" "It will be soon." "Are you looking forward to it?" "Yeah." Huang Dongzheng's wife let out a sigh. Whenever she watched the Olympics every year, Han Continent's competition results always made Huang Dongzheng want to smash the TV. She understood his conflicting anticipation completely. Pulling out her phone, his wife suddenly smiled. "The song for Han Continent has been released. Let's hear it." Huang Dongzheng perked up. But when he remembered this was Xian Yu's song, a complicated expression crossed his face. His wife started playing the song. Huang Dongzheng's eyes scanned the title, Blooming Life. As those 5 words flashed through his mind, the sound of electric guitar burst through from the phone. Next, a slightly low voice started to sing. "How many times have we stumbled along the way? How many times have our wings broken? Today, I am no longer lost. I want to rise above this ordinary life." A strange feeling stirred within him. Huang Dongzheng's face was gradually changing. His wife was consumed by waves of complex emotions, gradually lost in the music. Within the music, the song's climax was fast approaching. The husky vocals, filled with intense emotion, burst out alongside a chaotic flurry of drum beats. "I crave for a blooming life, like soaring in the expansive sky, like striding across limitless wild lands, possessing the strength to break free from everything." Huang Dongzheng sprung up abruptly, his face flushed and animated. It seemed as though all of his recent resentment and dissatisfaction had transformed into boiling blood. making his entire body slightly tremble. I was wrong, I was wrong. It was my mistake. Huang Dongjing's voice vibrated with an excitement that his wife couldn't comprehend. Who would admit their mistakes with such enthusiasm? Where were you wrong? I was wrong to narrowly think that Xian Yu only composed from the perspective of Qin continent. He composed 6 songs, equal in importance, to cheer on the various continents. This mindset itself encompasses the grand vision he has for the Olympics. Even as a Qin, he composed songs in rounds for all the continents. These songs were of high quality, without the slightest favoritism or bias. Why did he ever think that he only composed from Qin continent's perspective? Furthermore, this song also proves this point. The lyrics are completely untethered from the competition itself. In fact, the competition isn't mentioned at all. It's because what we, the athletes of Han continent, need to find isn't the direction of the Olympics competition, but the direction of our own lives. This is the song that the athletes of Han continent need to hear the most. This song is perfectly crafted for Han continent. Even if the same song was given to Qin, Qi, Chu, or Yin, it wouldn't be as fitting. Because when you listen to the song, it doesn't seem all that related to the competition. However, gifting it specifically to Han continent was the most appropriate choice. This decision was made based on the Han continent athletes' state of mind and their performance over the years. They are lost. How could they talk to a group of athletes who are life-struggling about believing in themselves and performing better in the competition? These words might not even register with them. Fly together? Fly even higher? Other continents have the right to say that. But Han hasn't even taken flight once. Huang Dongjing didn't predict this, and had he written this song, he would undoubtedly have made it revolve around the competition. But Xian Yu didn't. Because Huang Dongjing didn't anticipate it, when he finally understood, he realized even more. Not until this very moment did Huang Dongjing truly submit wholeheartedly. I can't compete with Xian Yu, not just in terms of composing skills, but also in understanding music, the competition, and even reality. I fall short in every aspect. He stretched his hand out to his wife. Give me your phone. What are you doing? Nothing yet. Under his wife's puzzled gaze, Huang Dongjing decisively downloaded Looming Life, using her account. First, to the charts. Then Huang Dongjing took out his own phone and used his own account to download Looming Life. Get it on several more players. Huang Dongjing seemed to have completely forgotten that as soon as Looming Life entered the season's chart, his own song would drop a place. At this moment, he was truly one of the Han people, a quintessential Han person. Meanwhile, the characters on the seasonal charts, on a battlefield as turbulent as flaming oil. The 4 continents of Qin, Qi, Chu, and Yin had also tacitly halted their charting, casting their gazes onto the song Looming Life. Yet the quickest to react were the Han people. Despite the harsh words they use for their own athletes, in truth, they offer more support than anyone else. Their actions are the best proof. Many Han people didn't even listen to the song. They simply clicked to download it out of support for their athletes. Of course, they still had to listen to the song. As with the launch of the previous songs, Looming Life filled every continent as countless people clicked to play it. And then, when the entire song finished playing, the continents exploded. This was clearly another heart-pounding song. It gave people something fresh to think about without resorting to the overused tactic of discussing the competition in the lyrics. This made them reflect on Han continent's performance during the past Olympics. Enjoy exclusive adventures from. My goodness, it sounds so good. This song is so beautifully written. Fish Papa is indeed the cheer-up station for the Olympics. Damn, I can barely resist downloading it. Don't concern yourself with where the song is from. If you like it, download it. Don't be narrow-minded. Even if this is a prelude to the Olympics, won't we applaud if others perform well? I have to say, this song really sounds amazing. Although I think that Han's sporting skills are not up to par, that won't stop me from thumbing up for this song. Just download it. The Olympics is all about fairness. Their song being released last, it's only fair to give them the same starting line before the competition. This is the true spirit of the Olympics prelude. The combination of promotion from Han, support from Han people, and the downloads from other continents set the song on fire. It spread like wildfire. Blooming Life quickly rose to the 6th place on the season chart. The song officially joined the competition. For the first time, Huang Dongzheng was willing to see his own ranking drop. Yes, willingly. At this moment, Huang Dongzheng's eyes were a little red. People not from Han might not understand these feelings. Even his wife was puzzled by her husband's sudden fervor. Right now, not just Huang Dongzheng. Many Han people who heard the song had their eyes watering. This was indeed the most perfect song for Han athletes. Go for it. You athletes from Han continent. Can you see everyone's support? Have you heard this song? Of course, Han's athletes heard it. When the song was released, it reverberated in Han's largest stadium. The athletes from Han all looked up, a glimmer deep in their eyes. How many times have I lost my direction? How many dreams have been shattered? Now, I'm no longer feeling lost. I want my life to be freed. I want my life to bloom. Just like standing on the top of a rainbow. Like passing through a dazzling galaxy. Liberated beyond the ordinary. In a moment of distraction, some eyes turned red. The athletes who were resting by the sidelines picked up their phones, the screen filled with cheers from their homeland. So, what if our performance isn't good? They have never given up on us. To get the song from Xianyu, they passionately posted comments under the official account. To cheer us on, they desperately pulled people to help boost the song, even though the harshest and most vicious critics are usually among them. Suddenly, the resting athletes quietly got up and re-entered the training ground under the cover of the music. Afterwards, more and more athletes got up, said no word, and started training. Lift. A weightlifter lifted up an enormous barbell, holding it up for a few seconds under his dumbfounded coach's gaze before putting it down. How did you do that? You broke your personal record, didn't you? Because we want to try what it feels like to soar, a nearby athlete said, laughing. The coach rolled his eyes. You're a swimmer. Chapter 773, 738. Olympics deity, shearing _1. Songs from the Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han have all been written. Although Han's was the last to come, don't forget that today is still July 2nd. The release interval for Xianyu's songs is very short, and there are still nearly 29 days left until the end of the season. There is plenty of time. No province can slack off. Who will be victorious is still unclear. By this point, the season's leaderboard is in complete chaos. This is the first time such a situation has occurred since the implementation of the seasonal leaderboard by the Literature and Art Association. The clash here is not just amongst composers or even fans of singers. The competition does not purely stem from the quality of the songs. The competition is between the provinces. The Olympics is the competition for all kinds of athletes, while the seasonal leaderboard is the battlefield for the common people in each province. This is even more exciting than gods clashing on the battlefield. The download volumes of support songs from each province are abnormal. Everyone is going on a fighting frenzy. Charge on, people of Qi. Only the second place can eat meat. Press on. We were the first ones here. Qin people, maintain our ranking. Chu people must take second place. Are you satisfied with just gnawing on bones? We Han people have lost so many times in competitions before. Can we afford another loss in the season leaderboard contest, which doesn't rely on the athlete's abilities? We wouldn't even have a chance to clean the pot. Ew rar. Shouts from the different provinces are bubbling up in waves, and the last one, a howl, likely came from the people of Yan. The season leaderboard is aflame with competition. Some provinces, in order to raise their own support song rankings, even begin to ally with other low-ranking provinces. Mutual benefit and mutual assistance lead to even more unpredictability in the season leaderboard. Among all, the biggest beneficiary is Xianyu, because the top 6 songs on the July leaderboard are all from him. Fact is, even without Qin continent welcomes you, the seemingly unbeatable reigning champion, the result would be the same. It doesn't matter which song wins or loses. Any one of them exceeds holy fire in the rankings. Xianyu has established himself in an unbeatable position, completely carefree. He single-handedly swept clean the opportunities brought by the Olympics to the music industry, and no one can do anything about it. Who can break his streak? No one can, because Xianyu represents the momentum of the Olympics. Personal capabilities have nothing to do with it anymore. As the saying goes, Breaking his momentum is equivalent to facing the national influence of the Olympics. It's not something a person can do alone. At this moment, the most flabbergasted of all are not the netizens. Netizens are busy ranking their own support songs. It's the music industry of each province that's truly shocked. The music industries of the 5 provinces didn't even have time to react. Every single one of them was completely stunned by Xian Yu's 6th song, Attack for the Olympics. In just 2 days, Xian Yu, all by himself, ignited a battle among the 5 provinces on the season leaderboard. As effortlessly as flipping his hand, he's reaping the terrifying download volumes provided by the natural patriotism of the Blue Star people. Is this still a fish? This is a fishing elder. He's sitting back and reaping the profits. He's caught all of the fish from the 5 provinces. Who knew the Olympics could be played this way? All the sheep of the Olympics have been shorn by you. He's created a new way to profit in the music industry. Why didn't I think of it before? In addition to the Olympics theme song, we can also write songs to rally support for each province. This is essentially using the power of the provincial officials for rankings. In the future, every time the Olympics is held, I think each province will start soliciting support songs a few months in advance. Xian Yu is the first to grab the opportunity. There won't be such a good opportunity next time around. He must have prepared in advance. Preparing in advance is a given. There's no way he could have written and recorded so many songs at once. But being able to prepare in advance is a skill in itself, and it also requires talent. All 6 songs are of top quality. This is the god of shearing the Olympics. He really knows how to shear, learn a lot. During the next Olympics, even I, the maestro, must get some wool. Speaking of which, Xian Yu has really written a lot of inspirational songs. He's like a walking inspirational song creation machine. I was saying before that the Olympics will end his 12-champion streak in July, but he single-handedly put an end to the season leaderboard competition in July. Despair and regret, envy and jealousy, experience tales at, astonishment and a sense of loss. The feelings in the music industry are diverse. In the past, people didn't know they could write songs to boost provinces. Everyone was eyeing the piece of meat in Huang Dongjing's mouth. But this is the Olympics, the highly anticipated Olympics. What a feast for gluttons. How could the profits of the music industry be so small? Now that Xian Yu has set a good example, the future Olympics will see everyone looking not just at the Olympics theme song, but broadening their horizons even further. Xian Yu really hit the jackpot this time. Now that the music industry has woken up, no one will be able to enjoy this gluttonous feast all by themselves in the future. It's such a pity this time. Xian Yu, having prepared in advance, is enjoying his feast while everyone else could only watch with envy, despite having the same abilities but due to lack of preparation. Truth be told, what everyone is shocked by are not these songs, or Xian Yu's capabilities. Everyone knows Xian Yu's abilities. It's not a surprise that someone like him could pull this off. With preparation. In fact, when Han Continent was collecting support songs from abroad, the music circles of various continents had already taken action, but who could outpace Xian Yu? Other people needed time to write songs, but his songs were ready-made. If everyone else was prepared in advance, no matter how good Xian Yu was, he wouldn't be able to fleece the wool of all the continents alone. Qing Continent, Beijing, a certain hotel. Lin Yuan stretched lazily, feeling quite full, despite not having eaten much of the hotel's lunch today. Inside the suite's living room, having participated in the recording of 6 Olympic songs in a row, the singers of the Yu dynasty were checking their individual stats through some professional systems of the Literature and Art Association. They then burst into tremendous cheers. My stats skyrocketed. Although these songs were sung by us together as a chorus, and the individual share is not much, we all gained significant benefits by taking action and singing so many songs together. This is incredible. I'm one step closer to being the king of singing. It seems my stats have almost reached the level of a song queen. If the quality is good, 1 or 2 songs may be enough. The last statement came from Jiang Kuei. As soon as Jiang Kuei spoke, the excited expressions of people like Sun Yaohua suddenly went down a notch, and they started to look dispirited. Just 1 or 2 songs short? Lin Yuan looked at Jiang Kuei. Everyone felt increasingly sour inside, as they understood what Xian Yu's question might imply. Indeed, Lin Yuan said seriously. Then you should start learning more Chu language. I might be releasing some songs in Chu soon, and you should be able to handle them. Got it. Jiang Kuei nodded like a pecking chicken, then looked at everyone with a slightly smug expression, as if saying, I'm sorry, but I have to take the first step. Yes, Jiang Kuei did this on purpose. She successfully attracted Lin Yuan's attention. Now everyone in the Yu dynasty is skilled in palace intrigue and constantly vying for favor, trying to attract Lin Yuan's attention. While they have good feelings for each other, the problem is that there is only one fish papa. Normally, when one person gets a song, others have to wait at least a month. Opportunities for wool gathering like the Olympics don't come often, after all. Lin Yuan laughed. He probably sensed the atmosphere amongst the Yu dynasty. They say they are close, and indeed they are. They are like siblings. This cannot be denied. But when it comes to his new songs, well, it turns into a palace drama with plots and schemes flying left and right. Even someone as oblivious as Lin Yuan got a wake-up call after experiencing several similar situations. That said, if it comes to the allocation of resources, even Big Yao Yao would go against her own brother, wouldn't she? Hence Lin Yuan didn't see anything wrong with it. It was time to return home. After staying in Beijing for so long, he had nearly milked all the benefits out of the Olympics. He decided to retreat. Well fulfilled. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan bids goodbye to Di Fan. As the director of the opening ceremony of the Olympics, Di Fan had been in constant contact with Lin Yuan on behalf of the Olympics Committee. The two were now acquainted and enjoyed each other's company. That's how Lin Yuan saw it, at least. As for Di Fan, he also agreed. Although the race for the top of the season leaderboard had almost given Di Fan a headache, so much so that he wanted to hold Xian Yu's hand and beg him to stop writing. Otherwise, the ranking of Qin Continent's support songs might be in danger. But in the grand scheme of things, his choice was correct. It was even very correct. Considering the initial preparations and hype, this Olympics has achieved significant success, thanks to Xian Yu's songs. Look at the bustling scene. The Olympics hadn't started yet, but the continents were already thunderous with noise. So, overall, he was grateful for Xian Yu's contributions. The higher-ups also approved of the lively atmosphere, and the committee made a decision. In future Olympics, besides the regular Olympics propaganda songs, each continent should contribute some inspirational songs to cheer for the athletes. It's not difficult to imagine. In the future, when the Olympics are held, when the continents prepare supporting songs for their athletes in advance, everyone will remember where this precedent started from. Who initiated it? Di Fan also told Lin Yuan about good news. To thank you for your contribution, all the continents have expressed that the main base of the official account during the Olympics will be on the blog, although the tribe side will still remain active. Lin Yuan nodded. The tribe is currently the largest online platform. The official bodies of various continents could not directly abandon such a large communication channel. It's satisfying enough for Lin Yuan that they would now lean towards the blog. It just so happens that he is not only at odds with the tribe, but also a stakeholder on the blog side. The news won't be officially announced, but our actions will show our intentions. The officials can't side directly, considering the large capital and influence of the tribe. All right, thanks. It's a win-win situation. Perhaps we can work together in the future. I have a film that's been in production for 6 years and still needs a powerful soundtrack. If necessary, I might have to call on you to help. No problem. Lin Yuan readily agreed, looking forward to what benefits the blog may reap from the Olympics. Chapter 774, 739, Sports Competition Animation _1. Sioux City. Evening. As soon as Lin Yuan returned home, he heard his sister teasing, "Who moved the Olympics cheer station to our home?" "Big brother is amazing." A rare compliment from Lin Yao. Mother, on the other hand, smiled and said, "We've been listening to your new songs at home these days. Blooming Life is my favorite. We need more rock music like this in the future." "Sure." Lin Yuan agreed and turned to look at Antarctica, noticing that its fur was no longer as shiny as before. It seemed Antarctica hadn't been doing too well without his care over these days. "Woof, woof." Antarctica barked. "Uh-huh." Lin Yuan nodded in response. "Woof, woof, 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 woof." Antarctica continued barking. Lin Yuan turned to his family. "Have you guys not fed it canned food these past few days?" "How did you know?" Antarctica just told me. Lin Yuan turned away to go find canned food for Antarctica, leaving his perplexed family behind. For the following days, Lin ran back and forth between two places. He was at Starlight Entertainment in the morning and at the Shadow Studio in the afternoon. No one was controlling his actions anyway. With the momentum from Xian Yu's collaboration with the Olympics, Starlight Entertainment managed to significantly regain its face within the industry. And when the company's executives saw the buzz surrounding the seasonal chart, they couldn't help but be ecstatic. Chairman Li Songhua even personally visited the composition department to commend Lin Yuan and Xian Yu. It's important to note, usually, people would go to the top floor to seek an audience with the chairman. It was rare for the chairman to personally make a visit. This shocking gesture made everyone at the company take note of the impressive influence Xian Yu possessed. So it happened that whether Lin Yuan was slacking off at work, leaving early, or simply skipping, no one cared. They simply let him be. Meanwhile, during the days when Lin Yuan returned to Sioux City, there was still much news about the Olympics and the seasonal chart online, especially the seasonal chart. The ranking of songs from 2nd to 6th places were unprecedentedly close, their rankings constantly changing. One song might be second for a few hours, and a few hours later, another song would move up to 2nd place. Some netizens joked, "This is Xian Yu's 5 fingers bickering." After all, the songs from 2nd to 6th places were all composed by Xian Yu. It was just a pity that the opening ceremony of the Olympics didn't need a new song. Otherwise, Lin Yuan could have reaped more benefits. The way the Olympics and Earth were run did have some differences. Among all this, one thing drew the attention of countless people. That was when Xin, Qi, Chu, Yan and Han were releasing some Olympics-related updates. They all strangely chose to post them on the blog first. For example, yesterday at noon, discover Hidden Tales at the official account of Qin Continent posted an update announcing the training status of a certain athlete, and it was first posted on the blog. Whole 20 minutes later, the official account of Qin Continent then posted the same update on Tribe. Don't underestimate this gap in timing. During the Olympics, these official accounts updates are of top-level interest. This slight time difference enabled the blog to take a huge bite of the traffic bonus. If one continent were to do this, everyone could dismiss it as a coincidence. But if Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han all do the same, it absolutely cannot be a coincidence. And let's not forget, the official accounts of these continents always regarded Tribe as their home base and didn't pay much attention to the blog. Even an idiot could figure out what this implies. For a while, there was a lot of buzz across the continents. The official accounts of the 5 continents had recently chosen the blog as their main platform for communication. Is this a reward for Xian Yu's Olympics support songs? The traffic of these official accounts is at their max during the Olympics, but now most of it is being taken by the blog. Is Tribe only able to enjoy the leftover leavings? In the past, Tribe caused so much trouble for Shadow God and almost made the site immobilized on its opening day. From the look of things, they must have deeply angered Xian Yu, considering that the site is backed by Xian Yu. Fish Papa is starting to take revenge for Shadow. Who would have thought that not only would Xian Yu not be ruined by the Olympics hindering his pursuit of a 12th consecutive championship, but he could even bank on the Olympics to win the support of the official accounts of each continent. Now Tribe has seriously offended Xian Yu. Although Shadow was brilliant and turned into Shadow God last time, he was still resisting against the damage from Tribe. Now, Xian Yu is purely counterattacking, charging the capital's high ground single-handedly. Impressive. The traffic on the blog is going to spike. For instance, I never used the blog before. But because the first-hand news of the Olympics from the official account of our Qi continent is now being posted there, I had to register on the blog to get the news. After all, news is most valuable when it's first-hand. So how many people like me across the continents would there be? Indeed, the blog's traffic was skyrocketing on account of having the first-hand updates from official accounts. Damn! A wave of cursing suddenly arose within Tribe. Ling Kong needs to die. Ling Kong is a menace. He's acting like nothing happened now, but we're the ones paying the price. Tribe's traffic has decreased again. The traffic during the Olympics is so high, but we can't take the lion's share. This is all Ling Kong's fault no matter how you look at it. Ling Kong, this terrible dog. Whatever happened, they would blame Ling Kong. This seemed to be the common understanding between all the departments in Tribe. The upper management at Tribe also felt anger intensifying and sensed the underlying threat. All of a sudden, people with various connections were lobbying higher-ups. The lobbying wasn't ineffective. On July 8th, the official accounts of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han finally stopped giving preferential treatment to the blog. Whether on the blog or Tribe, the Olympics-related official updates had no time difference. They were posted simultaneously. Although this wasn't the best outcome, both Tribe and the blog could accept it. After all, the blog hadn't received much attention before. The previous few days had already benefited the blog a lot, while Tribe had paid some price in the process. At the same time, Lin Yuan received comforting calls from the staff of the continents. Lin Yuan understood their plight. Of course, he knew that these good days would not last. The official accounts of the continents were still official after all. Except for public affairs, in most cases, they couldn't have their own stance. He didn't care much about it. What really concerned Lin Yuan was that he found Tribe's software on Jin Mu's computer. How can you use our enemy's products? Jin Mu was at a loss for words. Apparently, Lin Yuan was still angry. Knowing the enemy and yourself is crucial. Through Tribe, we can get some information that's not easy to find on the blog. What kind of information? Nothing much in the past few days. As Jin Mu was saying that, he casually opened Tribe. But his face suddenly turned strange, and he stopped talking. Lin Yuan followed Jin Mu's gaze to his computer, and an ad message on Tribe came into view. The #1 competitive cartoon producer teams up with the top animation company in Chu continent to create a basketball-themed competitive animation to cheer for the 44th Olympics. Chapter 775, 740 Dunk Master _1. You may not believe this when I say it. Upon seeing Tribe's grand promotion, the first thought that flashed through Lin Yuan's mind was, since when did I agree to producing a basketball sports animation? The reason behind his confusion was simple. Lin Yuan has always considered himself to be the #1 creator in the sports competition genre of manga. Why, you ask? Because of King of the Net. This was Lin Yuan's debut under the pen name Shadow, gaining him fame instantly. So who's this #1 sports manga artist being promoted by Tribe? It's He Dajuan. Jin Mu, who was browsing next to him, clicked on the promotional headline, and after making a reflective remark, provided an answer to Lin Yuan's confusion. Despite Lin Yuan still didn't know who He Dajuan was. Discover exclusive tales on. He Dajuan is the author of Basketball Fire, a work you must have heard about. It was even imported into Qin continent. So many of us Qin people have seen it. It might not have been Blue Star's first sports competition genre manga, but it was definitely the most popular one in the history of Blue Star. Therefore, He Dajuan earned the title of the pinnacle of sports competition genre manga. And when he created this work, he was only 20. Jin Mu painstakingly explained, then abruptly shifted the topic. Until the release of King of the Net, the two mangas belong to different eras. Details about Basketball Fire have to be traced back to many years ago. He Dajuan is 45 now. Before Shadow made his debut, Basketball Fire was the hottest sports manga. After Shadow's debut, King of the Net broke He Dajuan's records with its superior performance. Let me clarify something here. Although sports competition is a completely unpopular theme in the novel genre, in the manga industry, sports competition theme does have a decent market, probably due to the fact that manga can visually depict scenes without the need for imagination. Overall, it is still an unpopular genre, but not as much as in novels. Especially after King of the Net took off, sports competition genre manga became more lively. There were even signs of sports competition genre works entering the top 10 in popularity on Tribe Comics. The major contributor to this phenomenon was Shadow rather than He Dajuan. Ironically, the one who made the contribution, Shadow, had already parted ways with Tribe. After Jin Mu explained, Lin Yuan finally understood. Can He Dajuan's success be equated to the classic sports mangas from the early days in the island country? The same classic, but also surpassed by later, more popular sports competition manga. After all, there have been 2 generations of manga artists who are indeed extraordinary in the island country. They're really going all out. Continuing to read the promotional news, Jin Mu said, He Dajuan's new work is called Basketball Heart. It is a sister act to his previous work. However, he has polished this work for many years, and Tribe is taking it seriously. They've decided to release the animation and manga at the same time. They have released some content of the manga first, probably to seize the traffic advantage for Tribe Comics. The collaborating company is indeed top-notch, and the planned voice actors seem to be from the top-tier ones too. But calling him the #1 sports manga artist has stirred up a lot of controversy. Look at the comment section. Peering into it, Lin Yuan saw, "As for the #1 sports manga artist, are you sure it's not Shadow God?" After Shadow God's contract with Tribe Comics ended, Tribe Comics gave the title of the #1 sports manga artist to Hidajuan. Is this their way of saving face? Shadow God. I suggest you read King of the Net again and tell me out loud. Who is the real #1 sports manga artist? Could you be more precise in your language? I admit that Hidajuan is the #1 basketball manga artist, but when it comes to the #1 sports manga artist, that title belongs to our Shadow God. Or you could say, Hidajuan was the #1 sports manga artist in the early days. After all, the later Shadow God has already surpassed him. Lin Yuan laughed hysterically. Although these readers are on Tribe, they are all good comrades and are eventually bound to switch over to the Alliance. Of course, there were also some comments in support of Hidajuan. First of all, I want to scream out loud, my youth is back. Hidajuan's basketball fire is a memory of a generation. It's understandable that the youngsters who haven't seen it don't understand. Hidajuan pioneered the category of sports competition. Shadow stands on the shoulders of his predecessors to create. What's there to brag about? You all admit that Hidajuan is the #1 basketball manga artist. Then I also admit that Shadow's Dead Sea of Fire is currently unrivaled. But don't forget that his King of the Net is the only work not created by him. Back then, he was solely the artist, while the storyline was provided by old rascal Chu Kuang. The King of the Net, by Shadow, is considered a collaboration with Chu Kuang, comparing 2 against 1, and still accusing Tribe of shamelessness. Comparing a work from 20 years ago with one from 20 years later is ridiculous on its own. Moreover, what's the relation between tennis and basketball? Uncle Dajuan is about basketball, not a niche sport like tennis. Lin Yuan shook his head. While these are die-hard fans, there seems to be a chance of winning them over, and looking at the proportion, there seem to be more people in this group. That's the power of nostalgia. Seeing Lin Yuan shake his head, Jin Mu smiled and said, with the filter of nostalgia, everything looks good. He knows it like the back of his hand. The fans of Hidajuan definitely can't imagine that King of the Net, supposedly jointly created by Shadow and Chu Kuang, is actually entirely the work of Lin Yuan. Thus, Shadow certainly deserves the title of the #1 sports competition genre manga artist. Lin Yuan didn't say a word. Jin Mu thought Lin Yuan was angry. I think there's no need to argue with them about the title of the #1 sports competition manga artist. No matter how impressive this manga is, it can't compete with Dead Sea of Fire. Coincidentally, I'm planning to have Dead Sea of Fire animated as well. We might even broadcast them together to show off our dominance. Still, Lin Yuan remained silent. Jin Mu's eyes widened. You can't be thinking that Tribe's promotion is too shameless, so you are planning to create another tennis manga to prove once again who's really the #1 sports competition genre manga artist, are you? Lin Yuan was still quiet, but Jin Mu felt he had guessed it right, and he couldn't help but laugh. I think it's feasible. Tribe Comics probably wants to capitalize on the popularity of the Olympics to release a sports competition genre manga to attract traffic. They're even going to such lengths to create the animation prematurely. We can simply nip their plan in the bud. I'm confident in your ability. If anything, create another tennis manga. What did you say, Uncle Jin? Lin Yuan suddenly sounded a bit lost. Jin Mu stared, stunned. So you mean I've been talking for half a day and you didn't hear a word? Sorry. Scratching his head, Lin Yuan tried to play innocent. He shouldn't have been communicating with the system in his mind while talking to Jin Mu. He probably looked a lot like Sun Wukong being possessed. Yes, just now Lin Yuan was calling the system, so he didn't catch what Jin Mu was saying. When talking to the system, though, Lin Yuan's expression was far from innocent. The face changing with his thoughts was filled with murderous intent, accompanied by a threatening statement. Come out, slam dunk. Chapter 776, 741. No one understands basketball better than me_1. The next morning, Lin Yuan went to the company. While waiting for the elevator, he met colleagues, Zheng Jing and Yang Zhoming. Those songs aren't bad. Yang Zhoming showed a rare smile when he saw Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's music education mainly relied on the character card from Yang Zhoming. Naturally, he felt close to him and treated him with great respect, as if he was a teacher. "Thank you, Uncle Yang." Zheng Jing exaggerated her reaction a bit more. "Little fish, you've been doing great by occupying the top 6 places of the season chart, something Uncle Yang has never achieved." "I was just lucky." Lin Yuan told the truth. Under the same circumstances, Uncle Yang could achieve it too. All thanks to the system. Yang Zhoming looked pleased and barely nodded. Zheng Jing rolled her eyes. "But he didn't, did he? Those songs must have brought in plenty of downloads. It wouldn't be too much to ask you for a treat." "Sure." Lin Yuan had a great relationship with the 2 songwriters in his company. "Ninth floor?" Zheng Jing asked as they got into the elevator. Lin Yuan replied, "Top floor." Zheng Jing teased, "Off to rob the chairman's tea again." As she said that, she pressed the button for the top floor for Lin Yuan. After a brief chat, the 2 walked out of the elevator, while Lin Yuan alighted at the top floor and knocked on the door of Li Songhua's office. "Come in." Lin Yuan came in. Li Songhua smiled and asked, "What brings you here?" Dead Sea of Fire is being adapted into an animation. If the company is considering setting up an animation department, the rights can be transferred to the company. If not, I'm going to work with an external animation production company. Lin Yuan cut right to the chase. Without a second thought, Li Songhua instantly agreed. "We'll keep it. The company will set up an animation department for you later." He was joking. The comic adaptation of Dead Sea of Fire was incredibly popular. It was clear how profitable animation adaptation would be. Moreover, Starlight Entertainment was the backing behind the alliance. As a capitalist, how could he let such a huge profit slip away? Not to mention, Shadow Envy Fish and Chu Kuang were actually Lin Yuan's pseudonyms, and Lin Yuan himself was the beloved gem of Starlight. In fact, even without Dead Sea of Fire, he would still venture into this field to avoid allowing Shadow's future comic adaptation rights to benefit outsiders. "I'm afraid we can't wait," Lin Yuan explained. "If we want to establish an animation department, it has to be established immediately, or we need to initiate an acquisition straight away. That's because Shadow is about to publish a work in both animation and comics, ideally before the start of the Olympics." That's right. What Lin Yuan was referring to was Dunk. After finding out about Tribe Comics' plan yesterday, he didn't hesitate and decided to adapt this classic sports comic right away. He even planned to immediately release it in both comic and animated forms. The war between the Alliance and the Tribe had not ended. Tribe Comics still had the market's largest share. The Alliance had to fight for the market. However, Lin Yuan was doing this not purely to go against Tribe Comics, and not because Tribe Comics had forcefully claimed the title of #1 in sports comics. These were just secondary reasons. The real reason was that Lin Yuan hadn't fleeced enough from the Olympics. He had never considered before that comics could also fleece from the Olympics. Fortunately, Tribe Comics thought about it. Ling Kong thought about it. If a sports-related comic or animation could be launched during the Olympics, like Dunk, a classic sports-themed masterpiece, then the impact would by no means compare to its usual performance. Lin Yuan even had to thank Tribe Comics. It was Tribe Comics' sudden move that made him realize that there were still unclaimed profits from the Olympics. By striking Tribe Comics along the way, he was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "Spell it out." Li Songhua's expression became serious. And so, they discussed in the office for about an hour. In the end, Lin Yuan presented the sections of Dunk he had worked overtime to complete the previous night. Eventually, Li Songhua was completely convinced. He made an immediate decision and confirmed the purchase. The company immediately started preparing to acquire an animation production company, and the first piece they would produce after the acquisition would be the Dunk that Lin Yuan just mentioned. In terms of the sequence of adaptation into animation, the priority of this comic had temporarily surpassed that of Dead Sea of Fire. Starlight started to mobilize. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the reader's controversy sparked by Tribe Comics claiming he Yuan as the #1 in sports comics in their promotional article yesterday quickly fermented overnight. The whole Internet was filled with discussions in no time. The reason why this matter had attracted widespread attention was simple. The question of who should be deemed to be the number one in sports comics, a contentious issue, was always a trigger for fierce debates among differing views. Combined with the ongoing grudges between Tribe, Alliance, and bloggers, along with Shadow's current popularity, this news was destined to become the focal point. As for the controversial content among netizens, it was more or less the same as yesterday's. It was essentially a comparison between He Dajuan's works and his influence in the industry with Shadow's King of the Net, each expressing their own judgment on what the standard for the number one in sports comics should be based on. The most vicious point of attack from He Dajuan's fans was the special significance that King of the Net held for Shadow. Chapter 777, 741. No one understands basketball better than me _2. After all, anyone who knows a little bit would understand. Even though King of the Net ranks first in the popularity of sports comics, the plot of the comic indeed came from Chu Kwang's hand. This differs from Shadow's later works. While Shadow became famous with this comic, he came into prominence only as an artist. In summary, there are various viewpoints. What the public doesn't know is that Lin Yuan is extremely satisfied with the influence this matter has caused, because he has preliminarily achieved his goal of promoting basketball heart. This promotion was originally intended to ride on Shadow's coattails. You're riding high now because of Dead Sea of Fire, aren't you? Aren't you hailed as the Shadow God by readers? If so, why not capitalize on your popularity? However, it has not been good for Lin Yuan since he escaped heavy punishment and the three brothers split with the tribe. He had to produce results to keep everyone's mouth shut. He Dajuan is the trump card Lin Yuan has kept up his sleeve for so long. Speaking of which, Lin Yuan came up with the idea from Shadow's friend Xianyu. Seeing Xianyu helping himself to the Blue Olympics assets, Lin Yuan thought of using the Blue Olympics to promote He Dajuan. Of course, He Dajuan's ability and fame itself are worth promoting by the tribe. Otherwise, Lin Yuan's ideas alone would be useless. Perhaps what happened with Shadow served as a lesson for Lin Yuan. His attitude towards cartoonists has improved significantly now, especially towards He Dajuan, whom the department is currently preparing to heavily promote. He immediately showered him with praises. The new comic from Master Dajuan can definitely take off, and in my heart, you are indisputably the number one sports comic artist. Keeping his pride in check, He Dajuan modestly grinned. You're too kind, Mr. Ling. Master Dajuan, there's no need to be modest. We have a press conference coming up in a bit. Of course, the main purpose is to promote your new comic. Journalists might ask you questions about Shadow. No worries, I know what to say. He Dajuan's smile faded a little. I don't like that junior either. Lin Yuan, who was initially curious, asked, Did you know each other before? He Dajuan shook his head. We didn't. But don't forget, I am one of the Chu people. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, then remembered some of the past events in the comic industry. It seems like when Shadow released Death Note, there were grievances between him and the Chu continent cartoonists. Some of the Chu people have moved on, but some still harbor resentment. This worked out even better. We have the same enemies, huh? After the Dead Sea of Fire's alliance was split into three, Lin Yuan was in a good mood for the first time. 20 minutes later, Lin Yuan, with He Dajuan, held a grand press conference. At the press conference site, there was a huge banner with the words, Basketball Heart written on it. He Dajuan, with his beer belly and an ill-fitting formal suit, wore a full face of smile. The interview began. A journalist asked He Dajuan, What's your take on Shadow? He Dajuan's smile disappeared. Junior, Shadow is an exceptionally talented junior. A junior? This emphasis is quite significant. The reporter then asked, Are you aware that some have referred to Shadow as the number one sports competitive comics creator? I've heard about it. Have you read King of the Net? I have. He Dajuan had a poker face. Being provocative, the reporter asked, Could we hear your assessment of this work? He Dajuan rarely let out a smile, even gave a thumbs up, highly praising it. The plot setting is very brilliant. The reporter looked odd. A brilliant plot? Who doesn't know that the plot of King of the Net was written by Chu Kwang? You barely mention the quality of the drawings, just the plot. It's hard not to let minds wander when you do that. What's your take on the popularity of King of the Net? The old generation plants trees. The younger generation enjoy the shade. I am truly delighted. We, the older generation of manga creators, have opened up the fertile ground for sports manga, and successors like Shadow have planted tall trees in this soil we have created. They have the best creative environment, a privilege we older generation envy. But the bright side is, we've made our due contribution. Gasp. That's quite a statement. The journalist asked a tricky question. How would you respond to the controversy over who is the number one in sports manga? Number 1. Hidajuan's face turned serious. If we're talking purely about creating competitive sports manga, I've never been afraid of anyone since I debuted. In fact, when it comes to basketball, I can even go as far as to tell you this. The journalist asked subconsciously, what? Hidajuan spread his hands slightly apart. Then with one hand, he mimed grasping something. No, one knows basketball manga better than me. The journalist seemed shocked and took a small step back. Such an imposing aura. But indeed, Hidajuan does have the qualifications to make such a claim. No matter how much the outside world disputes, when it comes to manga related to the sport of basketball, Hidajuan is invincible. On the sidelines, hearing this, Lin Yuan felt spirited. That's right. There's no one who understands basketball better than Master Hidajuan. Even if it's the title of number 1 in sports manga, I believe Master Hidajuan truly deserves it. This has nothing to do with the quarrels between Shadow and Tribe Comics. Lin Yuan looked great on camera. This was his first time stepping to the front as the head of Tribe Comics. In front of the camera, he was handsome and confident, smiling at the camera. The word first indicates not only the pioneers, but also the ones with the most influence. Basketball Fire has become a memory for one generation, but the new generation of manga and anime fans need new stories. This is the responsibility and duty that Master Hidajuan's new manga must bear. Hidajuan turned serious. I dedicate this work to the 44th Olympics and also to everyone who loves basketball. Lin Yuan chimed in. That's why I love basketball and Master Hidajuan's works. I hope everyone can feel this love for basketball and then pay attention to our grandly launched Basketball Heart. The music that the organizers had arranged in advance started playing. The two of them played off each other, bringing the atmosphere of the press conference to a climax. After the press conference, the related videos and interviews immediately spread all over the internet. The controversy over who is the number 1 in sports manga finally heated up. Supporters of Hidajuan erupted in enthusiasm. Hidajuan is amazing. He truly is the pioneer of sports manga. Well said. Hidajuan paved the way and grew the reader base for sports manga. When Basketball Fire was released, there were not many people who liked sports manga. But even so, Hidajuan made this niche category popular. Those were tough times. The head of Tribe Comics called Lin Yuan is quite handsome, but that's not the point. The point is that Hidajuan is speaking our mind. Everyone acknowledges that King of the Net is a hit, but it was released in a period when it had an advantage and Chu Kuang's plot was superb. If Shadow solely based his comparison with Hidajuan on results, that'd be a bit cheeky. Stay updated with. I agree. Strictly speaking, the success of King of the Net can only credit Shadow with 1/3 of the merit. Another third belongs to Chu Kuang, and the last third should go to Hidajuan and other predecessors who paved the way for sports manga. Supporters of Shadow were left dumbfounded. I totally didn't expect 1/3 of the credit should go to Hidajuan. Such compelling logic. In order to claim the title of number 1, they would even forego their dignity. Why don't you just say that King of the Net is drawn by Hidajuan? They can't compare with Shadow and other genres. The entire Tribe Comics was beaten up by Dead Sea of Fire, and now they're picking on sports manga? Let Hidajuan draw King of the Net and see if he could make it a hit. The head of Tribe Comics is quite funny, talking about having nothing to do with the grievances with Shadow and others. This is clearly aimed at Shadow. If you just claim that Hidajuan is the number 1 in basketball manga, who would bother to refute you? While the two sides were at loggerheads, Lin Yuan also saw this interview video. So you like basketball, huh? He logged into Shadow's blog account, carefully checked to make sure he entered the correct account, and then posted a status update. The new work, Slam Dunk, is currently in the animation production and the manga will soon be released on the Alliance. This is a story about basketball, youth, and dreams. Everyone was still in the middle of a verbal battle at the time. But when this status update from Shadow was posted, the supporters of both Shadow and Hee-Da-Juan fell silent. The words sounded like a thunderbolt exploding right next to everyone's ear. The netizens were dumbstruck. Chapter 778, 742. Does being the number one in comics give you freedom to do anything? _1. What did he say? It's a useless question. Whatever Shadow said was clearly written on the blog update, but people find it hard to avoid asking such questions after hearing shocking statements. A new work? Between Dead Sea of Fire and the return of the Kendaichi case files, wasn't Shadow already hard at work on 4 projects? Even if he doesn't need to personally illustrate the plot, he might have to brainstorm it, right? However, he's simultaneously working on 4 manga and still has the energy to create new ones. Is he actually looking to juggle 5 projects? Basketball. Although there's some dispute over who's the number 1 sports manga artist, it's undeniable that Shadow is indeed skilled at drawing sports manga. Even Hee-Da-Juan's fans admit this. But why did Shadow pick basketball as his new manga's theme? Basketball is supposedly the sport Hee-Da-Juan is the best at depicting. Shouldn't Shadow's new manga have focused on tennis, a sport he's far more familiar with? Has he gone mad? The people who previously called Shadow mad still hadn't gotten over their shock. Yet, I also find myself wanting to say, despite the shock from the last time, has he truly lost it? If the 4 projects aren't already killing him, does he really aim to tackle 5? Is this the Shadow I know who'd rather lie down than stand up on any given day? He's too hardworking. This particular fan even suspected that Shadow was kidnapped by a die-hard reader and locked up, then forced to draw at gunpoint. And if he didn't draw, they wouldn't feed him. The key point is the theme. Let's not discuss whether he's working on 4 or 5 projects right now, since he's not the one drawing them all. The heart of the matter is where he gets the confidence to draw a basketball manga instead of the tennis manga he's most familiar with. Basketball is the sport Hee-Da-Juan excels at depicting. Otherwise, Hee-Da-Juan wouldn't have proclaimed so confidently in front of numerous reporters that no one understood basketball manga better than him. Shadow, though, does he understand basketball? Last time, Shadow used Tianmin and Yashinshin's best themes to beat them. Now he's chosen basketball, Hee-Da-Juan's best sport, to make his point. Has he become addicted to trampling on people in their own territory? This is a head-on confrontation. Shadow's manga skills are undoubtedly the best in Blue Star, but basketball is a different story altogether. There's a saying, a good cook can't work without ingredients. No matter how skilled the manga artist, if they don't understand the rules and charm of basketball itself, how can they create an awe-inspiring basketball manga? Trying to cram for the exam at the last minute definitely won't work. Every rule would be enough to throw him for a loop. You should know that Hee-Da-Juan almost became a professional basketball player in his youth. Hee-Da-Juan's fans were shocked. Shadow's fans were also shocked. Those not involved were dumbstruck. No one could guess. What was going on in Shadow's mind? Is he really planning to defeat Hee-Da-Juan with a basketball manga to prove who's the rightful number 1 sports manga artist? Yes. Anyone with half a brain could tell that Shadow was declaring war. Not only did he publicly declare on his blog that his next work would be a basketball theme, he also adopted Tribe Comics' strategy to release the anime and manga simultaneously. If these aren't signals for a declaration of war, do we still need to wait for Shadow to point at Hee-Da-Juan and say, "Watch how I trash you in your own best field"? Just courting public favor. Using an axe to open a sesame. This is a joke. Comparing basketball manga with Hee-Da-Juan, he's asking for death. If he came out with another tennis manga, I would still understand. But basketball, Hee-Da-Juan is the forever god. No one knows basketball better than Da-Juan. After the wave of shocks calmed, Hee-Da-Juan's fans were riled up. They felt that Shadow's provocation was just completely disregarding Hee-Da-Juan. Did this first man of manga really think that there's nothing he can't draw in this world? And you've already been drawing 4 comics. You still want to add another one? It feels like he just casually wants to take down Hee-Da-Juan with a basketball manga. Yes, Tianmin and Yashinshin had also been furious about this before. They felt looked down upon. Because this wasn't a one-on-one match at all, their opponent was only using a portion of his energy to fight them. Now it's the same. Shadow is going for 5 projects now. He's essentially using only a fifth of his energy to challenge Hee-Da-Juan. And on the basketball court, which He Dajuan picked. Who's he looking down on? Just because he's the first man in the manga world, does it mean he can do whatever he wants? At Tribe Comics, He Dajuan's face darkened. Of course, he would feel belittled as well, especially in his most proud field. This was a great insult to him, so he was incensed. Does he think drawing a basketball manga is easy? He has drawn a tennis manga. He should know that to use a sport as a manga theme, you need to constantly research, understand, and get in touch with it until you completely appreciate the charm of the sport. He has 4 ongoing manga comics. How does he have the energy to do these things and then challenge me? Just because he's the #1 figure in the world of manga? Does he really see himself as an all-powerful god in the manga world? He Dajuan went on a torrent of questions. Ling Kong frowned. Shadow's sudden words left him puzzled. But then he thought back to the triple opening of the Dead Sea of Fire. When the opponent said he would replace Yashinshin and Tianmin with 2 comics, he was equally baffled. Your journey continues on. And what was the result? Shadow turned into the Shadow God. Like a beast, he serialized 3 sensational comics, supporting a website that was on the brink of shutting down. This made Ling Kong's eyes twitch continuously. He felt uneasy. Am I afraid? Ling Kong frowned. He despised this feeling. He'd never been afraid of anyone since childhood. But now he was feeling fear because of Shadow? It seems that emotions were playing tricks on him. However, this did make Ling Kong become alert. He decided to personally get involved and control the animation quality of Basketball Heart. This time, he was doing it not just for the comic, but to get Tribe ready to enter into animation. Don't worry. He Dajuan suddenly spoke, seemingly noticing Ling Kong's unease. I'm not. Ling Kong instantly denied it. He Dajuan chuckled, not exposing him. His mood had already stabilized, and he even felt an excitement that Ling Kong couldn't understand. I was mad before, because I felt like they didn't take me seriously, but now I'm not mad, because the less they take me seriously, the more face they'll lose when my comic is released. This comic will be even better than my last one. I have spent decades polishing it. You may not understand comics, but you should know what this means. Ling Kong was taken aback, and then smiled. Of course, he knew what it meant. Although Basketball Fire was not as good as Shadow's King of the Net, it was a work that was wildly popular at one point. But there was something He Dajuan didn't say. That was, Shadow was currently the #1 in comics, undeniably so. The triple opening of the Dead Sea of Fire was a feat that made everyone in the industry look up to him. Even He Dajuan had to accept this fact, reluctantly. Under normal circumstances, no one could defeat Shadow. But if Shadow was to compete with He Dajuan on who could create a better basketball comic, that was the opportunity for He Dajuan to defeat Shadow. Yes, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just like Huang Dongzheng could defeat the Maestros with the Blolympics. He Dajuan could defeat the #1 in comics, Shadow, by relying on basketball, as long as he entered his most familiar and best field. That's why He Dajuan wasn't angry anymore, and even became excited. He wasn't short of money. Basketball Fire had brought him substantial wealth, but now what he pursued was fame. The #1 in sports comics. This was the title he most desired. And now, an even grander title was beckoning him. That was, defeating the #1 in comics, Shadow. Just as he said, no one understood basketball comics better than him. He Dajuan, not even the #1 in the industry. In the field of basketball, he wouldn't allow anyone better than him. As for why Shadow was making such audacious claims, others might not understand, but He Dajuan could. Shadow became arrogant after being the #1 in comics and thought he was invincible. Quite normal. After He Dajuan rose to fame with Basketball Fire, he too once thought he was the #1 in sports comics and became quite arrogant. But he hadn't expected that King of the Net would then appear. Every person experiences such arrogance, but those who do would always pay a price. Meanwhile, over at Shadow Studio, Jinmu rolled up his sleeves. Boss, aren't you tired of drawing for so long? Let's go play some basketball to relax. Lin Yuan had already started drawing Slam Dunk. Upon hearing Jinmu, Lin Yuan shook his head. I can't play basketball, Jinmu. Lin Yuan understood his confusion and explained. Can't you know about pork without having eaten it? Jinmu was confused. This statement sounded reasonable, but he felt something was off. Do you really understand basketball? I can't play tennis either. Lin Yuan's one sentence answered all of Jinmu's questions. He couldn't play tennis, but he still managed to create King of the Net. This suggested that understanding a sport wasn't necessary to create a comic about it. Jin Mu developed a misperception. Some things are exceptions. Chapter 779, 743. He Dajuan has no face left _1. The company moved swiftly. Before long, Li Songhua integrated an animation production company into the Starlight system. Immediately after the acquisition was completed, work on the animated version of Slam Dunk began. On Blue Star, where technology was more advanced, this process was much faster than on Earth. As soon as Lin Yuan provided some plot elements, they were able to finish a portion of the animation. The final result was to Lin Yuan's liking. This demonstrated the advantages of having superior technology. Of course, this was also due to the hard work and overtime put in by the staff, seemingly spurred by the chairman's promise of massive bonuses. Everyone seemed to have awakened their ability to work late into the night, producing work till the heavens darkened with exhaustion. Starlight was fast. The tribe was even faster, seemingly with the intent of a preemptive strike. While the public was still discussing Shadow's creation of a basketball manga, Tribe Comics' Basketball Heart was officially launched on their stakeholding animation website. He Dajuan's new work, which took many years to perfect, finally met its audience. You want to challenge me to a basketball showdown? You're not good enough. Who says a short guy can't play basketball? Can you tall guys even guard me? The boy was like a beam of light, his short stature quickly dodging opponents, making successful layups. This was just the opening climax of the animated series, the main character's first astonishing display. The showiness only continued from there. The thrill of it all. The audience called it professional. The animation tells the story of a genius basketball teenager who joins a college basketball team. Despite being an undeveloped middle schooler, he joins the high school basketball team and, relying on his amazing skills, he leads the bottom-ranked high school team to beat the other schools. It turns out that the boy's father is a former top-notch basketball player. Because he was unjustly treated by his competitor, his basketball career came to an abrupt end. As a result, he can only train his prodigiously talented son at home. In an attempt to ride the wave, the first 5 episodes of the animation were broadcast consecutively. Watching it all at once, the plot is thoroughly awesome. As the series unveils its mysteries, the manga version of Basketball Heart appears on the Tribe platform, sparking widespread discussion. He Dajuan's fans are ecstatic. It's amazing. Who says short guys can't play basketball? That line is so inspiring. The protagonist is obviously a middle school student, with a height of less than 1.7 meters, but he could beat a bunch of high school students. Even more exciting than the previous Basketball Fire. He Dajuan is awesome. And the soundtrack is incredibly good too. Experience more content on story, visuals, soundtrack, all top tier. The protagonist's father seems really powerful, otherwise he wouldn't have nurtured such a talented son. I'm looking forward to seeing his father in action. It's no wonder this piece, which he Dajuan spent years perfecting, is so anticipated. Dajuan has already won. Shadow is screwed now. Even if he is the #1 person in the manga world, no one can compete with He Dajuan when it comes to basketball manga. Anyone who confronts this animation will die. It's been a long time since we've had such an inspiring and thrilling sports program. Dajuan is undoubtedly the #1 person in the sports manga world. On the Tribe platform, the audience is full of praise. He Dajuan's pacing and excitement are completely on point, stirring up a lot of audience emotions. Although there are flaws in character development, and the protagonist's exploits are shockingly exaggerated, everyone is genuinely thrilled by the plot. Thus, its merits outweigh its demerits. Overall, it can be said to be an excellent animation. Meanwhile, some of Shadow's fans also started watching this manga. As they were watching, Shadow's fans suddenly felt that something was off. It wasn't because the animation was outstanding. Instead, they smelled something familiar in the manga. Damn, isn't the protagonist's background similar to the one in King of the Net? Damn, you're right. No wonder I have a strong sense of déjà vu. Longma also joined a senior club at the beginning. Longma also has a super powerful retired father. Longma isn't tall, and he likes to say you're not there yet. This protagonist likes to say you're not good enough. Isn't that the same thing? He Dajuan has no shame. Isn't this a rip-off of King of the Net? He's just changed the sport from tennis to basketball. The worst part is, he doesn't even do a good job of copying. Forget the similarities in the settings, he can't even hold a candle to King of the Net in terms of character development. After 3 episodes, it's all about the protagonist showing off, and it's so blatantly exaggerated. Shadow's fans were angry. The more they watched, the more the protagonist seemed like a rip-off of Long Ma from King of the Net. They didn't expect Hee Da-juan to have such a thick skin. All of a sudden, Hee Da-juan's fans also started to get upset, saying, "What? Because we are now hot. You are like a rat running up a beam in desperation. Why do I feel so sour?" Those who claim that Da-juan copied King of the Net really have a lot of nerve. Could you please first acknowledge the fact that tennis and basketball are not the same sport? Aren't all sports manga protagonists always set as young geniuses? So only you can have that. The early protagonist of Da-juan's Basketball Fire was also a genius. So, can I claim that Shadow and Chu Kwang actually copied Da-juan? The art style of sports manga protagonists is all the same. Have you guys even read sports manga? Both sides had actually started arguing again. Amid the quarrel, Basketball Heart became a hotter and hotter topic, with its popularity continuously increasing. Just then, Hee Da-juan suddenly posted an update. It's true that the more popular you are, the more trouble you encounter. First off, Basketball Heart is something I created 10 years ago as my debut. Back then, I didn't even know who Shadow was, so how could I have plagiarized his work? Not to mention the big difference between basketball and tennis. It seems like people are obsessed with empty reputation. A supposedly #1 sports manga artist, fighting with a mob of fans, looks quite unseemly. I have always been indifferent about chasing after such empty titles, but if someone tries to challenge my works because of it, that's something I cannot tolerate. I'd like to say this to a certain fan base: please don't try to win by defaming others. We manga artists speak through our works. Putting all your energy into the work is the most important thing. At this time, Basketball Heart was already on fire. Hee Da-juan's post immediately received hundreds of supportive comments from fans. Well said. Da-juan has always been indifferent, never wanted to compete for any #1 title. So why try to throw dirt? Don't agree? Let the work speak for itself. Didn't your idol also draw a basketball manga? Why don't you bring out his basketball manga for comparison? If you can't bring out the work, just shouting about it is really just disgraceful. Isn't he the so-called #1 manga artist? A dignified #1 manga artist can't draw a better basketball manga than Da-juan? Seems like there's nothing amazing about being the top manga artist. Compared to Da-juan, Shadow's fans were already taken aback, and after seeing the quality of Basketball Heart, they were even more awestruck. Damn, Shadow's fans were furious. Hee Da-juan's statement was clearly a case of equivocation. But just then, Shadow's status was finally updated. Tonight at 7, Slam Dunk will be officially released, and the manga version will also be logged in Alliance. All at once, the argument on both sides suddenly halted. Further arguing seemed pointless. Once Slam Dunk was released, this drama should come to an end. The stronger ones will be known at a glance. Both sides temporarily stopped their feud. But everyone knew. Behind this brief silence was a storm brewing. When the clock struck 7 that night, Slam Dunk was finally released. At first, people didn't realize that an unprecedented basketball storm had officially begun. Chapter 780, 744, sweeping across 5 continents _1. 10 minutes ago, after posting on his shadow account at the company, Lin Yuan went home, only to find his sisters and mother sitting on the couch, staring at the gigantic projector on the wall. This projector was rarely used, as his mother preferred watching television and only used it to watch videos online. He asked, "What's going on?" His sister replied, "Waiting for the dunk master." His younger sister added, "The work of your good friend." Their mother complained, "They insisted on dragging me to watch with them." Lin Yuan thought for a moment and decided to join them on the couch. Suddenly, their mother asked, "I heard that this anime was made by Starlight. Did you participate in it?" "Yes." Lin Yuan replied, "I did the music." His younger sister curiously asked, "Is it good?" His sister laughed. "Does that even need to be asked?" Lin Yuan laughed along, knowing that the music for the Dunk Master was no joking matter. For the opening theme song, "I Want to Yell I Love You," he specifically invited Lin Yuan, the king of singing from Chu continent, to perform the song. Lin Yuan was the robot that joined the Masked Singer competition with Lin Yuan previously. Due to tight timing and the song being in the Chu language, Lin Yuan couldn't find someone from within the Yu dynasty to take on the task. Luckily, Lin Yuan accepted Lin Yuan's invitation without hesitation. Upon hearing the demo, Lin Yuan was thrilled. In the end, he didn't even accept a fee and even told Lin Yuan, "Don't hesitate to find me for any similar opportunities in the future." Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. He had a good impression of Lin Yuan since their interactions on the show had always been pleasant. Soon, when the anime started, everyone would be able to hear this song. In a certain villa hallway, Tianmin and Yashinshin, having become good friends, had arranged to meet at Tianmin's villa. It's about to start. Tianmin was full of anticipation, not for the anime itself, but for its potential failure. "We're counting on Hidajuan for our revenge." Yashinshin also spoke excitedly. As a King's Path comic artist, he could never compare to Shadow, but he was eager to see Shadow fail for once. The first defeat of the #1 comic artist. Tianmin and Yashinshin both longed to witness such a scene. Stay connected through. In a certain hotel, Hidajuan was also sitting in front of his computer, his face cold and stern. "I want to see on what grounds you dare to compete with me on basketball comics." Yes, his manga indeed borrowed elements from King of the Net. But so what? As long as he firmly denied it, people could only believe it was a coincidence. After all, his manga had started creation quite early on. In Tribe Comics, Ling Kong was also sitting in front of the computer. This time he didn't call over the department editor. The past 2 times he'd done so had left him with a lingering sense of unease. Now it was time for the anime. Even if Ling Kong didn't understand professional comic creation, he still had the ability to judge whether an anime was excellent. At the exact same moment, in Qin, Qi, Shu, Yan, and Han continent, countless netizens sat in front of their computers, including countless insiders. They were all waiting for Shadows the Dunk Master. The significance of this event was not just about who would be awarded the title of #1 sports manga artist. At the same time, everyone also wanted to know whether the top comic artist was truly invincible, even if he was going up against a manga artist who specialized in basketball manga. As they waited, they chatted on the internet. "It's about to start. Does Shadow really understand basketball manga? I'm just waiting to see this anime debut to see him make a fool of himself." Don't underestimate Shadow. Everyone who has underestimated him before has ended up being slapped in the face. "Oh, I'm so scared." Shadow does have skills. I feel like his work won't be much worse than Hidajuan's, if at all. After all, it's not like he can't draw sports manga. For him, it's just a matter of changing the sport. Shadow's fans, Hidajuan's fans, insiders and outsiders were all joining the discussion. Right at this moment, 7 o'clock arrived. The anime started. As the first frame appeared on everyone's screens, a passionate song suddenly echoed, reviving countless people's memories of their youth. Running through the streets under the dazzling sunlight. "Tadakatita itsumo no unai katao." You regularly pat my shoulder as usual. Prancing like a dream for no reason at all. Unable to ever grab your arm. "Sono yudwa karamu koto wa nai." This was the theme song of the Dunk Master. The unforgettable song. "I want to yell I love you" that countless people had been restless over. The story hadn't even begun, but the emotions of countless viewers were already surging. This song is amazing. According to the introduction, it's Fish Papa's song, performed by the king of singing, Lin Yuan. Whoa, I didn't wait in vain. Even just for this song, it would have been worth the wait. Regardless of the quality of the anime, no one can deny this song. Ha ha. The CNU collaboration is too powerful. It's a pity it's already mid-month. Otherwise, this song could have been a dark horse on the charts. It doesn't matter. The charts for the month have been bagged by CNU already. Haha. A good song from a bad movie. It's just relying on CNU. It's not his merit. Just like how King of the Net rode on the back of Chu Kwang. So bitter. Stop talking about the song. Talk about the plot. This is a battle between manga and anime. The song soon ended. The screen displayed the caption, "Birth of a Basketball Genius." The scene finally unfolded. Chapter 781, 744. sweeping across 5 continents_2. On a basketball court, two teams are locked in a fierce battle. The clash, the pass, the positioning. Suddenly, a figure appears on the court. A tall, imposing youth with red hair catches the basketball and then perfectly executes a classic three-step layup. Swoosh. The ball is in. The handsome redhead holding the basketball, full of vim and vigor, declares, "I am the basketball genius, Sakuragi Hanamichi." In front of countless witnesses, Sakuragi Hanamichi makes a cool entrance. Then, Episode 1, Episode 2, Episode 3. The plot of Slam Dunk, hailed as the strongest sports manga on Earth, finally unfolds before everyone's eyes. Haruko makes her appearance. Rukawa Kid appears. Akagi Takanori steps onto the scene. A variety of characters files in one after another in the early episodes. Hilarious, youthful, passionate. The brilliance of Slam Dunk, the youth of a generation on Earth, turns into a beautiful butterfly. It merely flutters its wings on Blue Star, and yet it stirs up a storm. In the villa, at some point, Tianmin and Yashinshin both freeze, their gaze fixed firmly on the screen. After a long while, Tianmin finally manages to speak. How did he turn basketball into a King's Path theme? Yashinshin, his breath trembling. How does it compare to Basketball Heart? That's just trash. He lost in character development. He lost in storytelling. He's still lost in passion. He only knows how to rush and show off. He doesn't understand how to shape characters. Damn it, why is Shadow so monstrous? Depending on Hidajuan, this idiotic Hidajuan is even worse than us too. In Tribe Comics, Ling Kong is also shocked. At this point, Sakuragi Hanamichi headbutts Yohei, who doesn't seem to fall. Ling Kong feels like he too has been attacked by Sakuragi Hanamichi's signature move, the headbutt. He can't take it. He doesn't want to admit it, but the fact is, he's already enthralled by this anime. He's even desperate to watch Sakuragi Hanamichi show off. It's different from Basketball Heart. Hidajuan lets the protagonist show off right from the start. It instantly delighted the audience. At the time, Ling Kong also felt great. But now, Sakuragi Hanamichi hasn't shown off at all, but he doesn't feel tortured at all. Instead, he's incredibly excited. He can't wait to see Sakuragi Hanamichi stun everyone. How to describe it? It's probably like Hidajuan offering everyone barbecue. Spicy and exciting. After finishing, feels a bit inexplicably stuffed, cheap seasoning, unhealthy food, having a greasy feeling. But Shadow is presenting a Manchu Han Imperial feast. A feast for the eyes. It lacks the extreme stimulation of the first bite, but it's even more addictive and enjoyable. Just looking at it is pleasing to the eye. The difference is clear. Ling Kong raises his hand intending to turn off the computer, but for some reason, he stops when his hand reaches the switch. I am doing this to understand the competition. He tells himself this, and suddenly feels a level of embarrassment he's never known before. At home, at some point, his sister has already started to scream. Hey. Find adventures on. Keep it down. Mom's not happy. But his sister doesn't care. Rukawa Kid is so handsome. I think Akagi Takanori is quite fun. His little sister states seriously. Mom smiles. This anime is quite good. This Haruko girl reminds me of when I was young. Back then, I was also pursued crazily by a guy. Lin Yuan's mouth tilted up in a small smile. This was also his youth. And it was an upgraded version of his youth. Because this work was the same as that on Earth. And yet different. The art was better. The production was better. And most importantly, the illogical parts in the animation were all made very reasonable by the system. Very formal. Even professional basketball players couldn't find fault. In the hotel, Hidajuan's mouth began to twitch. On the computer, Rukawa Kid gracefully dunked the basketball. He executed the move in one fluid motion, not only making the audience shriek, but also seemingly dunking on Hidajuan's head. How does he know more than me? Hidajuan's face turned pale. Just a few episodes in, and he already felt completely exhausted. He truly understood basketball, but it was precisely because he understood, he realized what kind of work Slam Dunk was. Damn it. He completely lost control, tried to turn off his computer, but because his hand was slightly trembling, he failed. Once, twice. Slam. He smashed the power button with his fist. The world was silent. But some things you can't silence, like the subtle sound of electricity after the computer was violently shut down. Countless people fell in love with this animation. Online, countless people excitedly discussed while watching it. It was lively like a festival. Why is it so good? Shadow's understanding is too great. The part where Sakuragi Hanamichi plays basketball with his feet had me dying of laughter. He even pulled down Akagi Takanori's trousers. Isn't this more exciting than Basketball Heart? The two can't even be compared. I feel like it's even better than the Dead Sea of Fire. Ha 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 ha. Haruko is actually the big gorilla's sister. Are they sure they're full siblings? I don't even like watching sports shows. Why am I so hooked this time? No one understands basketball better than Shadow. Hidajuan Neil? Where are Hidajuan's fans? Crawl out. It was just an animation. They had only watched a few episodes, and yet everyone was conquered by it. Beijing Sports Stadium. On the training court of the Olympics in Qin continent, the players were also watching this animation. This was relaxation time specially arranged for them. A huge projector was set up on the training court, and all the basketball players gathered around. Damn, this is so damn cool. This is why I love basketball. This is why I'm determined to make a mark at the Olympics. His movements are so professional, and the basketball tactics are interesting. The vice captain Makuba is pretty good. The training methods are very scientific, even more advanced than ours. Am I the only one who thinks women like Ayako are the best? Damn, this Rukawa Kid is on a professional level. Captain, you look like Akagi Takanori. Your nickname is also Big Gorilla, haha. Rukawa Kid was modeled after me. Get lost. He was modeled after me. I look as handsome as Rukawa Kid. The captain scratched his head. Did Shadow depict Akagi Takanori based on him? Oh, the only downside was that the background was set in Chu continent. It would be better if it was set in Qin continent. At this moment, the basketball team's director received a call, then laughed and said, "We owed Xianyu a favor previously. Starlight hopes we can help Shadow promote a bit. As a request from Xianyu, can you guys help promote this animation?" Of course, everyone nodded without hesitation, searching for their phones, but their eyes never left the screen. At this point, the animation was already up to the 5th episode, the latest update, and this basketball storm had already fully erupted and was sweeping across the 5 continents of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han at a very rapid pace. Chapter 782, 745 Coach, I want to play basketball _1. Qin continent. Shadow God is ours in Qin continent. Feeling unfulfilled even after watching the first 5 episodes. Can Shadow Goat update faster? Qi continent. This is the power of the top manga artist. He actually knows basketball. This is the best animation I've ever seen. Chu continent. The story is set in our Chu continent. Shadow God is being too good to us Chu people. This is the mindset of an artist. How good it would be if Shadow God was from Chu people. I don't even want to admit that Hidajuan is one of us Chu people. Yin continent. A woo. This is the animation a real man should watch. The most popular character in this manga is definitely Akagi Takanori. Han continent. Surprise motherfucker. It's so good. I love Slam Dunk. Sakuragi Hanamichi is just perfect. I was a bit resistant to accept Shadow as the top manga artist before, but now I truly believe it. He is the top one. The storm sweeping across the 5 continents is causing a huge impact. In no time, the internet is full of discussions about Slam Dunk. Each continent exclaims. While they admire the brilliance of this animation, people have not forgotten to lash out at Hidajuan and his fans. After all, Hidajuan and his fans were quite arrogant before. Especially the fans of Shadow. They have been holding their breath for a long time, and now it's time to vent. Hidajuan's tribe comment section. Qin Continent Sightseeing Group has come to visit the scene of Hidajuan's major social demise. Qi Continent Sightseeing Group is here, little brother Dajuan. Does your face hurt? Chu Continent Sightseeing Group arrives. Just asking. Both Tianmin and Yashinshin have to speak respectfully to Shadow God. Who do you think you are, Hidajuan, to challenge the top manga artist? Awoo. Yen Continent Sightseeing Group is here. Yen Continent Sightseeing Group passes by and forcefully spits at Hidajuan. After all, Dajuan used to be a respectable person. Is this the speaking through work you wanted? I heard that no one knows more about basketball manga than you. Shadow. Things like tennis, I'm too lazy to draw. I'll just draw basketball, sigh, just for fun. Sightseeing groups from all continents are here. Countless teasing and making fun. Hidajuan directly turned off the comments. But when he turned off the comments, netizens became even more excited. Some meme creators immediately made the interview video of Hidajuan saying, "No one knows basketball than me," into an emoticon. It went viral. Hidajuan now faces real social humiliation. Of course, Hidajuan's fans are also within the range of netizens' firepower. Why aren't Dajuan's fans jumping anymore? Weren't they making a lot of noise before? That guy who said, "Ouch, I'm so scared. Look, I saved a screenshot of what you said in case you deny it after deleting your comment. I'm asking you, are you still scared? Will you keep acting all weird? Ha 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 ha. Screenshot slapping on the face is really showy." Alright, I also took a screenshot. This Dajuan fan said, "Is Shadow even comparable to Hidajuan in basketball? I wonder if this Dajuan fan is still doing well. Puff, you guys are so bad, but I like it." Hidajuan's fans are really pissed off. However, they can't retaliate. They've also watched Slam Dunk. Anyone with a normal IQ wouldn't dare to compare Hidajuan's basketball heart with it. What's more terrifying is, even Hidajuan's fans were strongly attracted to Slam Dunk after watching it. Looking back, when Hidajuan's fans thought about the plot of Basketball Heart again, they suddenly found it dull. It's like going on an outing. At first, they were thrilled, but after the novelty wore off, they began to pick things apart like The View, etc. After all, those who spend the money get to talk tough. Finally, some hardcore fans of Hidajuan couldn't help but fight back. It's just been the first 5 episodes. Can we not make a conclusion yet? It's worth mentioning that the momentum of Hidajuan's fans lashing back was much smaller than before, only about a fifth of what it was before. The other 4/5 of Dajuan's fans had already quietly run away. They left in the middle of the night, carrying trains with them. In short, in the forums where Hidajuan's fans and Shadow's fans used to argue, suddenly the name-changing cards that usually nobody cared about started to sell well. There seemed to be only a few true fans of Hidajuan left. These stubborn fans had no choice but to hang by a thread, using the excuse that both animations had only released 5 episodes, and it's uncertain who will be stronger in the future to dodge the point. This is their last fig leaf. They knew that the outcome had been decided and Basketball Heart had been badly beaten. However, what Hidajuan's fans didn't expect was, just shortly after they spoke, someone found out that Shadow's Slam Dunk was also serialized in the Alliance, and they updated more than 30 chapters at once. Damn, so many updates for the manga. Quickly, let's watch. Can't wait for the animation any longer. My blade is already insatiable. Shadow God is really going strong. Don't let me down later. Weren't Hidajuan's fans going to compete in the follow-up? This round, it's you who have shown your faces. Take a good look at how the sequel of Slam Dunk is doing. Web users did not expect that so much content has been updated on the comic side. At this moment, they even forget to continue stepping on Hidajuan and his fans. With great surprise, after arguing a few words with Hidajuan's fans, they rushed to open the league to see the sequel of the comic. Remember this. The 5 episodes of this Slam Dunk animation have already aroused everyone's interest. As for these updates, they were actually worked out overnight by Lin Yuan after taking energy potions. Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8. Internet users, viewers, and even readers are soon immersed in the sequel of Slam Dunk. Even Hidajuan's fans can't help but peek at the comic. On the one hand, it's an unstated expectation for the sequel. On the other hand, there is a glimmer of hope left, thinking what if this work is just exciting at the beginning and then falls apart later? Under different thoughts, everyone continues to read the comic. In the comic, Sakuragi Hanamichi, Rukawa Kid, and others had a heated conflict with the delinquents outside the school. Mitsui Hisashi on stage. Frankly, everyone has a bad impression of Mitsui Hisashi. Everybody thinks he's just a bad boy, a despicable antagonist, so they are looking forward to seeing Sakuragi Hanamichi and others beat him up. However, as they kept reading, their feelings changed. The bond between Mitsui Hisashi and basketball appeared in the form of a memory, making it clear that he was a child who had gone astray. In fact, there's a fire inside him. The more they read, the more they felt sorry for this character. Before they knew it, some people already had red eyes. It seems that certain emotions are brewing at the bottom of their hearts. Still in the comic, when the wounded Mitsui saw Coach Anze standing in front of him, in the face of one of the most respected elders in his life, Mitsui Hisashi was stunned. His eyes gradually moistened. The intimate encouragement he received in his middle school years. The ambition when he joined Shohoku in his early years. The past of giving up basketball due to injuries and choosing self-destruction and self-abandonment. These incidents from his past floated in front of Mitsui's eyes. 2 years have passed. The Akagi, whom he despised back then, still defends this court and has single-handedly become the absolute leader of the team. What about you, Mitsui? Thunk. Mitsui couldn't hold it back anymore. He knelt down, his hands touching the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, like a wild beast's howl and sob, yet also like a child who finally saw a glimmer of hope in the darkness of despair. Coach, I want to play basketball. When Mitsui uttered these words full of regret, his tears blurred his sight like a kite that had lost its string. At this moment, in front of the screen, countless people were moved to tears. In the midst of overflowing tears, everyone watching Mitsui kneeling at Coach Anze's feet was profoundly shocked. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Tears poured like rain. No reader could withstand this epic tearjerker in the history of sports comics, forever etched in everyone's memory. There are stones in my eyes. Can't hold it back any longer. I haven't cried for at least 5 years, but seeing this scene, I've ended up crying like an idiot. Why is it so touching? Coach, I want to play basketball. Seeing Mitsui's story, I've been holding back not to cry, but I really can't stand this last sentence. From his face, I see true love and unwillingness. Shadow God has truly brought out the soul of this character. My eyes are swelling from crying. No regret in this life for choosing slam dunk. I feel so sorry for Mitsui. I really hated him at first, but now I like him so much. I feel like he's even more charming than Rukawa Kid. Coach, let Mitsui play basketball. Shadow God is really good at making people cry. I thought One Piece was the most touching comic by Shadow God. Until I met Mitsui, he's the most charming of all the characters so far, even if his appearance is a bit late. Damn, I've used up 3 packets of tissues and it's still not enough. How can it be so tear-jerking? I ruined all my makeup by crying. It feels so awful. Mitsui is really having a tough time. Everyone gave in completely. At this moment, countless people are crying rivers. Web users don't even go after Hidajuan's fans anymore. Everyone was completely captivated by Mitsui's turnaround and the remorseful words, Coach, I want to play basketball. And from this moment on fell deeply in love with this character. At the same time, Hidajuan's stubborn fans were also completely silent. Among them, some people were moved to tears. This single scene is something that Hidajuan can't achieve in his lifetime. Even the protagonist created by Hidajuan can't be more charming than Mitsui Hisashi. Should they admit it? They've also fallen in love with Slam Dunk. This is a real sports comic with soul, although only over 30 chapters have been serialized so far. This basketball storm finally reached its climax. Coach, I want to play basketball. This sentence went viral online. Chapter 783, 746. Destruction, tired_1. Yes, the emotions of the netizens who have read the plot extension of Slam Dunk have been completely stirred by the Mitsui Hisashi storyline. After these people broke down in tears, they almost unanimously posted the same status. Coach, I want to play basketball. The photo alongside it was right from the moment in the manga when Mitsui Hisashi utters this classic line. That's how this phrase became a social media trend. In fact, many people do this. Whether watching anime, reading novels, or watching TV shows, if they particularly like a scene or a classic line from it, they'll remember the line, pair it with an image or related text from the piece, and share it on social media. It's like giving the piece a shout-out. Those who get it will see the status and smile knowingly. Either they'll give it a tacit like, or they'll add some comments and exchange views on the piece, even finding a kindred spirit in each other. Those who don't get it will just be puzzled. Why are you guys suddenly into basketball? A generation gap tends to cause such misunderstandings. For example, someone posts, Triple X's horse died. Those who don't get it will only be curious and confused, even envious of this Triple X, who apparently has such a good family background that they own a horse. This is a generation gap. Young people generally don't have such a gap. Even if they don't understand, they can probably guess it's a meme and look it up online. Most people have seen the first 5 episodes of Slam Dunk, but not everyone has read the subsequent manga. So, when the phrase, "Coach, I want to play basketball," started trending, the lead comic of Slam Dunk really got a boost of publicity. More and more people began to realize that the manga was updated faster than the anime, and they also got a rough idea that there seemed to be an incredible plot twist coming up. This certainly raised curiosity and anticipation. Under the drive of this curiosity and anticipation, more and more people sought out the manga version of Slam Dunk. The more they read, the more they got into it. The more they read, the more addicted they became. A lot of people cried after reading it. This plot twist is truly classic. I'm teary-eyed. Before this scene, I only thought this was a great piece, but after this scene, I feel like this piece has a soul. I feel like I'm starting to understand that passion. I cried harder than Hisashi Mitsui. This plot twist was indeed classic, and whether people were jumping on the bandwagon or genuinely moved, "Coach, I want to play basketball," was appearing on the internet more and more frequently. Eventually, it was trending. Some people, oblivious to what was going on, were puzzled. Why is everyone suddenly crying out to play basketball? Hidajuan's fans had lost their last shred of dignity. It was proven that the subsequent plot of Slam Dunk was more exciting. For a while, there were more and more so-called fans who bought name change cards, changed their facades, pretended that they had never liked Hidajuan, and claimed a new identity as Slam Dunk fans. What's scarier is that there seemed to be a chain of contempt between Shadow and Hidajuan. A bunch of people actually went to barrage Hidajuan's animation with comments. "No match for Slam Dunk at all. Slam Dunk is just way better. People who watch this piece are seriously low. Watching this after Slam Dunk is just tasteless." They build up one and tear down another. This was devastating for Hidajuan's basketball heart. Hidajuan was done for. At least his work was. Not that many people were paying attention to this loser by then, because the basketball storm was still raging on. It even had a real impact on some people. For instance, a kid in a family who just finished Slam Dunk suddenly looked at their dad and said, "I know what I want for my birthday." "What? A basketball?" This is just one instance. It's a microcosm of many places. Undeniably, the release of Slam Dunk on Earth impacted some people. Many people started liking basketball after reading Slam Dunk. What's even more eye-catching is that as many kids are nurturing a dream for basketball, athletes from all continents are standing up too. A professional player from Chin continent posted, "After watching Slam Dunk, I aspire to perform an incredible dunk at the Olympics." A professional player from Chi continent followed up, "I strongly recommend Slam Dunk. The training methods in it are highly scientific. Those interested can follow along." A professional player from Chu continent, "After training, I was recommended to watch Slam Dunk. As a boy, I am totally smitten with Rukawa Kid." A player from Yin continent, "How? Watch Slam Dunk. I'm going to be the next Akagi Takanori at this year's Olympics." A player from the Han continent, "I don't know why the Yin people are so fond of gorillas. I am Sakuragi Hanamichi." Swish, swish, swish. Many professional players are recommending it. Some players are even shouting things like, "Mitsui Hisashi is the best," and the likes. Just like that, they inadvertently revealed their habit of slacking off during training. After all, you need to read to much later parts of the comic to see that part of the plot. Normal training wouldn't leave so much time for reading. But among it all, what amazes everyone most is a piece of information disclosed by the professional players. It seems that all the basketball-related knowledge in Slam Dunk is extremely professional. Some players even speculated that Shadow must have consulted professional basketball practitioners. Because some things inside couldn't be known without being a professional, it's way beyond an ordinary fan's knowledge. No one knows basketball better than Shadow. The words of Hidajuan were directly applied to Shadow, and this was officially recognized. Meanwhile, in Lin Yuan's house, his sister was excitedly playing with her phone, constantly participating in online discussions about Slam Dunk. There are discussions about everything online, like the characters that have appeared in the animation, the plot revealed later in the comic, Mitsui Hisashi's classic quote, and that contagious animation theme song, I really want to shout I love you, that strikes everyone upon hearing it. Sister's most discussed topic is Rukawa Kid. After watching the animation, Sister looks like a diehard fan of Rukawa Kid. The character design and abilities of Rukawa Kid indeed have a natural attraction to females. Her younger sister sits next to her, watching and occasionally turning on the phone to play music. The song being played is I Really Want to Shout I Love You, the theme song that launched simultaneously with the animation on all platforms. Antarctica was curled up nearby. Lin Yuan boredly stroked its head. His mom yawned and said she was going to rest. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's phone rang. It was Jinmu on the phone. He was so excited that Lin Yuan was afraid his saliva would splash over the phone. It's on fire. I know. I'm not talking about this. I meant the merchandise of this comic has boomed. Just now, many companies have called saying they want to collaborate with us for merchandise development. The profit in this is extreme. Do you know how much a figurine's worth? If well made, it's priceless. There are many rich fans who like these things. Oh, get me some too. Lin Yuan thought it would be cool to have some slam dunk figurines in his office and study. His other animations have merchandise like figurines, which are now placed in his study and office. However, the merchandise of those works were not particularly popular, which may be related to the type of those works. There's more. Jinmu laughed. Have you seen the season chart? The theme song of Slam Dunk has soared to 15th place. Everyone has shown great enthusiasm for this song. It seems that there is no problem with pushing it to the top 10, and it may even become the 7th. By then, the 7th place on this month's season list will also be won by you. Lin Yuan was puzzled. But it's almost mid-month. Jinmu proudly responded. Then you're not aware. This month is special, because the promotional song of the Olympics will definitely be the champion, so the maestros haven't made a move. Besides you, there are not many other contenders on the season list. Huang Dongjun can't do it either. His song just gained some popularity due to the Olympics and doesn't have the official endorsement. Unlike your I Really Want to Shout I Love You, which can take advantage of the popularity of the animation to boost its ranking. And the singer is also a king of singing, Liang Ziyuan. Lin Yuan didn't expect such good news. Even though it was a special event in a special period and not a solid achievement, nevertheless, sweeping the top 7 spots on the season list is indeed an impressive achievement. This is Lin Yuan's new personal record. Meanwhile, when Huang Dongjun noticed that I Really Want to Shout I Love You was storming up on the charts, he merely shook his head with an expressionless face, feeling no emotional fluctuation and even a sense of humor. Just let it end. Hurry up. I'm tired. At this moment. Just like that moment. Tribe Comics. After reading Slam Dunk, Ling Kong shook his head as if he felt the same way as Huang Dongjun. Just end it. I'm tired of this. Chapter 784, 747, What to Write Next _1. A few days later, Hidajuan suddenly received an official notice from Tribe Comics. Due to limited funds, the company has temporarily decided to cut down a portion of the animation production cost for Basketball Heart, from the original investment reduced by half. Why? Hidajuan was furious and eager to confront Ling Kong in person, because Ling Kong had previously promised him to use the highest standard in the industry to create the animation of Basketball Heart. Now they're suddenly cutting the budget in half. That has a massive impact. The most direct effect is that the quality of Basketball Heart will be far inferior to the first few episodes. Many fans must have had a similar feeling, where the characters in the animation suddenly deteriorated in the middle of the series. It's all due to budget. Even if poorly received animations generally don't end up being cut short, the lackluster production in the later stages is inevitable. One thing is apparent. The higher the investment, the better the quality of the animation. Basketball Heart couldn't even compare to Shadow's work, let alone if the budget cuts resulted in lower visual quality than the first few episodes. There would be no way to compete with their rivals. Ling Kong ignored Hidajuan. Hidajuan had lost his usefulness. This time, Tribe Comics once again suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Shadow. If only Hidajuan's temper were the same as Shadow's, he would now be considering terminating his contract with Tribe Comics. But a harsh reality is that even if Yuan ends his contract with the tribe, he has nowhere else to go. The two websites, Alliance and Tribe, are the only ones in the entire industry that can afford to sign a manga artist of his level. All other websites are simply minor players in the industry and are not worth mentioning. So should he go to Alliance? They wouldn't want him. Yuan is gradually grasping the reason behind the cuts in the investment budget. Basketball Heart was originally doing great, and this animated series should have been a major hit without Shadow's existence. But comparisons are the root of all trouble. All who've seen Dunk Master have raised their standards since then and would feel somewhat disappointed when they view his work. Adding on to Yuan's conflict with Shadow, the significant gap between the two works is all too clear. It's over. Yuan lost heart so suddenly that he didn't even feel like continuing to draw. This kind of blow is hard to bear. If he could go back in time, he would definitely not believe Ling Kong's false promises and compete with Shadow for the title of the best sports manga artist. Now, he is thoroughly nailed to the pillar of shame. The only impression he left to everyone was reduced to a joke. Nobody understands basketball better than I do. The popularity of this joke is even catching up to the iconic line from Dunk Master, "Coach, I want to play basketball." The difference is, the former is mocked while the latter is hailed as a classic by countless people. He lost both the battle and the war. The career of Yuan is doomed to plummet. Unless in the future, he can significantly improve and create works that can match or even surpass Dunk Master. But Yuan knows that he does not have a chance. That was a work that made Yuan despondent after reading it. After reading the latest updates of Dunk Master, Yuan had started to doubt his life and even considered giving up drawing. Yuan was devastated. Meanwhile, on the other side, contrasted with Yuan's despair, the popularity of Dunk Master kept soaring. The popularity of this animation even impacted reality. At a basketball court, a group of young people gathered to play basketball, only to find the entire court already fully packed. They all looked at each other in bewilderment. They had to look elsewhere for a court, but after going through several courts, they faced the same outcome. All major basketball courts were full, either basketball enthusiasts itching to play after watching Dunk Master, or newbies who developed interest in basketball after watching the animation. Damn, there's no space at all. Shadow's Dunk Master is so popular that we must reserve the court in advance if we want to play in the next few days. Basketball courts used to be so empty. The number of basketball fans seems to be catching up with football fans. Can't compare to football fans, but after the release of Dunk Master, the number of basketball fans has indeed increased a lot. I can't believe this animation has impacted reality. Well, let's reschedule. I'm going back to read manga. Slam Dunk updated a bit last night. At a certain store, the sales of basketball-related clothing and shoes suddenly skyrocketed. I want number 10. I also want number 10. Number 10 is Sakuragi Hanamichi's number. I prefer number 11. Number 11? You think you're Rukawa Kid. As a center, I choose the Gorilla's number 4 jersey. I want number 14. Why number 14? Mitsui wears number 14. He's my favorite. Ah, Mitsui. Then I'll also go with number 14. At a certain basketball training class, the staff in charge of recruiting students were stunned. It felt like suddenly there were a lot more people interested in basketball. I want to sign up. Me too. I want to learn basketball. You guys play so cool. Newbie wants to join. Can I learn to dunk? So if I learn basketball, can I dunk? I also want to learn. I'm not afraid of hardship. Xiaomei likes slam dunk. I must show her my heroism on the basketball court. And it's not just basketball interest classes. The number of people watching the basketball team training at various schools has also increased significantly. Most of them are boys. But what excites these school basketball players the most is that the number of girls watching has also increased. When they make a shot, the surroundings are filled with cheers. There are even people shouting Rukawa Kid and the like. This made the efficiency of basketball team training improve countless times. Everyone is full of enthusiasm. Basketball suddenly became popular, all because of the influence of slam dunk. When the influence of slam dunk seeped into reality, Lin Yuan also felt this change. He could hear the company staff making plans to play basketball together after work. not to mention the numerous online discussions. It's about time. Lin Yuan called Sun Jixiang over. You draw the next content. I will provide the storyline and storyboarding. Sun Jixiang was thrilled. Even though he had already guessed the result, he still leapt with joy. With this, everyone in Shadow Studio now has their own corresponding manga to be responsible for, while Lin Yuan has resumed being his own hands-off boss. By the way, the recruitment of everyone's assistants is almost done. Most of them were found by Luo Wei, and they're all very skilled. Jin Mu rented separate studios for everyone around them. In the future, Lin Yuan just needs to liaise with the main artists without having to meet those assistants, so as to prevent his identity as Shadow from being revealed. Of course, Lin Yuan is not completely a hands-off boss. He pays attention to the updated content of these main artists every day, makes adjustments when necessary, and if anyone is falling behind, he would pull them aside for intensive training. The efficiency of Masters Halo's training is extremely high. He's working on 5 comics at once. Lin Yuan felt that it is almost at its limit now. From now on, even if there are new comics, he needs to wait until later to be worked on. He's running out of manga artist resources, and he doesn't want to shock the world any more than necessary. Shadow has already proven to be much more of a prodigy than anyone expected. Shadow should take a break for now. Lately, Shadow and Xianyu have been in the limelight. Lin Yuan feels that Chu Kuang is eager to give it a try. What should he write next? Chapter 785, 748. The mind is suddenly clear _1. The matter of Shadow has been settled. From now on, the work required for the Alliance will be considerably easier. Currently, the Alliance has both Dead Sea of Fire and the Kendaichi case files, which are steadily increasing the website's popularity. Now, they have the extremely popular Dunk as well. Of these 5 comics, barring the Kendaichi case files that falls slightly short, the remaining 4 are all phenomenal level. As these comics release more content, their popularity will definitely continue to climb. By that time, even Tribe Comics might not be able to keep up. It is important to mention Han Jimei here. Han Jimei is indeed very capable. As Dunk was becoming popular, she has recently pushed out numerous benefits on the website to appeal to comic artists. Previously, comic artists had no choice but to join Tribe since they monopolized the industry. Now, however, the artists have a new choice and are starting to consider joining the Alliance. Some people have already taken action, including some rather capable comic artists. Needless to say, the traffic of the Alliance has boomed thanks to the rapid popularity of Shadow's 5 comics. With such a solid base of traffic, the Alliance is a good choice for the comic artists. Of course, despite all this, Tribe Comics remains the industry leader due to their solid foundation. Regardless of how excellent Shadow's comics are, they can't instantly overthrow Tribe Comics' years of achievements. It might be possible if these comics' popularity explodes completely, but it would take time. In the meanwhile, Tribe Comics remains everyone's first choice, and the Alliance seems more like an alternative. Han Jimei, through her actions, has been consistently closing that gap because the Alliance can't solely depend on Shadow forever. This resolves many of Lin Yuan's worries. One day, upon arriving in the office of Starlight, Lin Yuan began to consider Chu Kuang's situation. Ever since he finished The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, he hadn't started a new serialization. After the fuss between Xianyu and Shadow, it's about time for Chu Kuang to make a move. Why not fill in the gaps in Fairy Tale? Lin Yuan hadn't forgotten about the unresolved sections in the lyrics of Fairy Tale Town. At this moment, Gudong knocked and came in. Mr. Lin, someone wants to meet with you. Who? The company's chief agent, Zhao Ju. Ms. Zhao. Lin Yuan got up and walked to the door. Where is she? Zhao Ju was brought into Starlight by Lin Yuan, so in a way, she was his benefactor. Furthermore, Zhao Ju had previously helped Lin Yuan a lot. She even let him stay in her spare house without charging rent. Lin Yuan remembers all of these. She's here. The voice came from behind Gudong. Zhao Ju was looking at Lin Yuan with a smile. Please take a seat, Lin Yuan said with a smile. A warm feeling flashed in Zhao Ju's heart. She could tell that Lin Yuan wanted to personally welcome her at the door. A lot has changed over the years. Once upon a time, Lin Yuan needed Zhao Ju's care. But now, Lin Yuan held a high position in Starlight. Even the chairman was courteous to him. Zhao Ju was not even in the same league as Lin Yuan anymore. To be frank, Zhao Ju's position was dependent on Lin Yuan's good graces. Under these circumstances, Lin Yuan choosing to welcome her personally touched her heart. Although Lin Yuan might seem cold towards other people, he is indeed a person who values emotional connections deeply. Gu Dong, who was standing at the side, was somewhat surprised. The last time the chairman came over, Mr. Lin did not get up to welcome him. It seems that Mr. Lin highly values Zhao Ju, the chief agent of the company. She quickly moved to pour tea. After taking a seat, Zhao Ju remarked with emotion, "Your office is quite luxurious. It's at least twice the size of mine." "All right," Lin Yuan responded. "I'll ask the chairman to arrange a bigger one for you." Zhao Ju, is this the power of Crown Prince? She shook her head repeatedly. "That's not what I meant. I came here today to ask for a favor." "Sure." Lin Yuan agreed immediately. Zhao Ju chuckled bitterly. "I haven't even mentioned what the favor is." "What is it?" Lin Yuan took a sip of tea. Zhao Ju's expression became slightly serious. "The company is planning to entrust me as the director of the television department." Out of curiosity, Lin Yuan asked, "Isn't Uncle Zhou in charge of the television department?" Zhao Ju smiled again. "Old Zhou has too many things to handle between the television and film departments, as well as situations arising in the music department that requires his attention. He voluntarily recommended me to the chairman to manage the television department. You could say it is also a promotion for me." "Congratulations, Ms. Zhao." "Let's not talk about congratulations yet." Ms. Zhao sighed. "Running the TV department is not easy. This department was only established because of Journey to the West, which you and Chu Quan created. Aside from that, there's hardly any other work produced by the TV department." It was true. If it wasn't for the intent to produce Journey to the West, the company wouldn't have established the television department. However, since it was hastily set up for this particular show, many preparations were somewhat rushed, which led to the department being poorly developed. The only saving grace was the second season of Journey to the West, which brought in some recognition. Yes, the second season of Journey to the West was now on air. It continued with the adventures of the teacher-student quartet traveling to the West, battling monsters, and was widely accepted. However, due to high costs, it was not easy to recover the investment. Besides that, the response to other projects of the department were mediocre at best. Being put in charge of the television department is good for Zhao Ju since it's a departmental position, but it is a challenge to ensure its proper development, a problem that has been troubling her recently. Chapter 786, 748. After 2 days of headaches, she thought of Lin Yuan. She felt that Lin Yuan could probably help. After all, the headline show of the television department, Journey to the West, was penned by Lin Yuan. Zhao Ju did not know that Lin Yuan was Chu Quan. She only knew that Lin Yuan was the screenwriter of this drama. Lin Yuan asked, "Are you asking me to write a TV script?" Zhao Ju shook her head. "You are very busy, and I'd feel bad asking you for such a big favor. However, this does have to do with scriptwriting. Do you know about the wuxia drama, Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, that is currently being broadcasted by our company?" "I do. I watched this TV show when I was a kid." Lin Yuan doesn't watch TV dramas now, but his mother loves them. She happened to be watching Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, which is currently airing. Maybe it's because this drama is produced by Starlight. Due to Lin Yuan, his mother has a positive view of Starlight and supports their works. However, she does not rate this drama highly. It seems that she might be considering dropping it recently. In addition, Lin Yuan has some extra knowledge about this drama from his childhood memories. No one reads wuxia novels now, but in Lin Yuan's childhood, wuxia novels were popular. Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange was a classic wuxia novel written by Lancet. In the field of wuxia novels, Lancet's status is similar to Jin Yong and Gu Long on Earth. But the writer has stopped writing now, because now, not many people like to read wuxia novels. Nevertheless, perhaps because TV dramas have visual images and the performance of the actors, even though no one reads wuxia novels anymore, wuxia dramas still have a market. This is a remarkable phenomenon. As such, there are many wuxia dramas aired every year, and some of them are hit productions. As a masterpiece of wuxia, Lancet's super popular piece, Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, has been remade by various companies more than a dozen times over the years. Each time, it can attract some audience, even though everyone is familiar with the plot and characters. Lin Yuan watched this Blue Star TV drama when he was a child. He has quite a good understanding of the storyline. So, you should roughly understand the situation. Zhao Ju sighed. After the company bought the rights to Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, we had two top TV drama actors cast. It received a lot of attention. However, the audience may be tired of remakes, so even though our cast is outstanding, people are not buying. Recently, the ratings have continued to drop, and if this continues, the drama will lose a lot. So, I thought, could you possibly give our writers some advice, guide them? After all, your screenwriting talent is well understood throughout the company. Lin Yuan was startled. He thought Zhao Ju was asking him to help write the script, but she was asking him to save the show. Isn't the TV drama already airing? That's not a problem, because we film and air this drama at the same time. The script can be flexible. Lin Yuan frowned. This touched upon his knowledge blind spot. He is better at providing complete scripts rather than modifying others' plots. He isn't sure that he can improve them either. I understand if this may make you uncomfortable. Only after hesitating did Zhao Ju then speak. So I thought, if you find this difficult, could you possibly ask Teacher Chu Kuang for help? Given your good relationship, it wouldn't be out of the question to ask him for help with sprucing up the script. I would handle the compensation. The main issue is that the investment in this drama is too high and the company has high expectations for it. I feel that the plot can still be salvaged. Lin Yuan. Zhao Ju coughed. You also have a friend called Shadow, a comic artist. Although he should be able to come up with ideas for the plot of the TV drama. After all, his creative capabilities are clear to see. As always, I would handle the compensation. Lin Yuan. He was at a loss for words. If he told her, Zhao Ju might not believe that if Xianyu couldn't do it, neither could he together with Shadow and Chu Kuang. At this moment, Lin Yuan's system suddenly made a ding sound. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Save a failing wuxia TV drama. The task requires the host to double the viewership rating of this drama. The reward for the task is master-level calligraphy. Friendly hint 1. Under normal circumstances, the golden treasure chest is required to acquire master-level calligraphy. Friendly hint 2. The host can adapt the script of this work based on the template of the Earth's wuxia drama Little Fish and Hua Wak. How to adapt requires the host to explore. The task has been assigned. Lin Yuan almost thought that the system no longer announced tasks, but today, the system actually gave him a task. Accept. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan accepted the task. Regardless of whether he can do it, there is no punishment for failing the task. And there's the task reward, master-level calligraphy. That's truly desirable. And it seems like the system has given him a direction for adaptation. I'll give it a try. After accepting the task, Lin Yuan said to Zhao Ju. After thinking it over, Lin Yuan added, let's give it a try. You agreed? Zhao Ju couldn't contain her joy. With the help of the horrifically creative three brothers, there might be a chance of success. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. Here's the script for you then. We've aired up to the 12th episode. You can reference the following plot and change it as you see fit. In the meantime, Zhao Ju pulled out the script she had brought with her. You can also watch the first dozen-odd episodes of the drama for inspiration, she suggested. Lin Yuan nodded. With elation written all over her face, Zhao Ju left. However, a trace of worry still etched on her forehead, since this was a risky endeavor. Modifying a script at the last moment and making it intriguing enough to resurrect the TV ratings was no easy task. After all, Lin Yuan had taken over the task abruptly. Would he be able to come up with an exciting storyline that easily? Ultimately, it was a desperate attempt to make the dead horse of a script gallop again. After Zhao Ju had left, Lin Yuan began to contemplate. The tasks given by the system usually were not overly difficult. Perhaps he should thoroughly watch Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, and then attempt to improve the show's ratings. The condition that the drama department was in was partly, even largely, due to him, but unspoken. You see, the TV drama A Journey to the West had eaten up a lot of the television department's budget. The first and second seasons combined had cost billions. The show did not turn a profit, even after factoring in merchandising. To date, it was still not breaking even. The unprecedented high ratings from the netizens had been bought with money. Under such circumstances, the TV department could not afford to fail. Journey to the West was all too draining. Because of this, upon inheriting the department, Zhao Ju had been racking her brain on how to boost the ratings for Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. As for this matter, Lin Yuan had to admit his fault. Had he not insisted on making Journey to the West into a top-tier IP, and in turn spent too much budget, the TV department would probably have done much better. They surely wouldn't have been so tied up and unable to bear even the failure of a single wuxia drama. After all, the Starlight conglomerate was a big business, whether it lost money or not. Or was it just that the department was too complicated? Even for this reason, Lin Yuan was certainly going to try everything to find a solution, let alone considering his relationship with Ms. Zhao. First of all, I definitely need to modify. Why did the system say that the template of this drama could be applied to Little Fish and Hua Wuck? It seems to be an extremely popular work on Earth, whose ratings once led the market. But my memory is failing me. I can't recall the content of that drama. It seems that show had many death scenes. The only impression left in my mind is kill, kill, and kill some more. Lin Yuan stopped thinking. He just customized Little Fish and Hua Wuck outright. Then he finally understood why his recollection of this drama was filled with killing attitudes. Goodness. This show was virtually massacred by a character called Jiang Yuyan. Only the show title was left. The interesting part is, the backdrop of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, produced by the company, is eerily similar to the drama that was massacred. He could probably move the plot of that show here with little effort. Lin Yuan's thought process suddenly cleared. Come forth, old rascal Chu Quan. Dishing out boxed meals, this is your forte. Chapter 787, 749 Childhood Shadows Series _1. Lin Yuan has decided how to revise the script, but he needs to rewatch the aired episodes of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange to gain a more precise grasp of the show. Sitting in front of his computer, Lin Yuan finds the series. He spent the whole morning watching all 12 episodes that have been aired. Viewing it at triple the speed is very practical. The plot is similar to what Lin Yuan remembered from his childhood. Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange are the two male protagonists of the series. The former being unfettered and humorous, vivacious in character, and possessing a face that draws viewers in. The latter, however, is the archetypical cold-hearted handsome man in an ancient costume, lethal to the girls, oozing an unruly charm. The background setup is quite interesting as well. Both male protagonists are blood brothers who were separated when young and taken in by two different factions. Feels remarkably familiar. On Earth, there is a representative piece by Gu Long named The Peerless Twins. The novel also focuses on two male protagonists, known as Little Fish and Hua Wuck. The work of Blue Star's martial arts author, Lancet, can be considered Blue Star's version of The Peerless Twins. Both works seem to be carved from the same mold. Sharing the dual protagonist setup, the character designs of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange are also very similar to Little Fish and Hua Wuck. Lin Yuan, however, was not particularly surprised about this. In different times and spaces, there would always be similar sparks of inspiration colliding. Just like when he originally planned to make a superhero movie, thinking he was the first one to break new ground, yet he found out that Blue Star already had the concept of superheroes. This is pretty normal. As for the reason why the series had poor ratings, Lin Yuan could summarize it through bullet screen comments and reviews. It's not a problem with the series itself. The actors are indeed very good, handsome male leads, beautiful female leads, and their acting skills are commendable. Even their costumes and props are not a problem. Starlight had invested quite heavily in this series, ensuring quality production. Yet, the series ratings are still not good. The reason being, the series lacks originality. On Blue Star, Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange has been remade countless times before, and all the characters and plots in the series are already familiar to viewers. This leads to viewers not having any sense of anticipation after watching just a dozen episodes. Even if some minor adjustments were made to the original plot, viewers still felt it tasted too familiar. Lin Yuan knows this situation all too well. On Earth, Jin Yong and Gu Long's martial arts dramas have been repeatedly remade, raising the viewer's threshold for watching, hardly causing any emotional fluctuation easily. No matter what the protagonist does in the plot, the viewers could tell what would happen next. This is because everyone is too familiar with the storyline, even having watched it dozens of times. What will certain characters do in the story? The viewers can predict it themselves. Therefore, no matter how exciting the original plot is, after watching it dozens of times, viewers will certainly not be impressed anymore. This cannot go on. After watching the series, Lin Yuan reads through the subsequent scripts again. According to the screenwriter's intent, the upcoming plot will still follow 90% of the original storyline. If things go on like this, the series will definitely flop. The only way to save the series is to significantly revise the script. This will make the subsequent plot unpredictable and raise viewers' expectations for the revamped version of the script. That's the only way to revive Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. But how to make such significant changes? The system has already provided a clear hint. Think about how Wang Jing dramatically revised the Peerless Twins. In the remake of the Peerless Twins, Wang Jing created an original female character. This woman, Jiang Yuyan, adores Hua Wuke. After Jiang Yuyan's mother died, she was bitterly abused by her stepmother, and even the servants at home would beat and kick Jiang Yuyan, making her sleep in a pigsty. Jiang Yuyan's father, intimidated by the power of her stepmother's family, did not dare to speak up. While he is a renowned righteous martial artist out in the world, at home he is utterly spineless. In the end, Jiang Yuyan is even forced by her stepmother to slash her own mother's memorial tablet with a knife. Up to this point, everyone feels heartbroken for Jiang Yuyan. Too tragic. A soft girl as beautiful as a flower, nearly driven mad by torment. This was her body, personality, and even her soul's dignity being repeatedly trampled upon by the villains. As a result, Jiang Yuyan turned dark. She began to seek revenge obsessively, relying on her extraordinary intelligence to continually grow stronger, and finally succeeding in her revenge. But that wasn't all. She even became the final boss of the TV series. All those who stood in her way were killed directly or indirectly by her, including numerous beloved classic characters from Proud Twins. This woman had gone mad with killing. She even aspired to become an empress. The ending, of course, was predictable. In the final episode of the TV series, Jiang Yuyan was killed by the combined efforts of Little Fish and Hua Wuke. After all, the main characters were the dual male leads. It can be said that the direction of this drama has completely deviated from the original work. But it is precisely Wang Jing's drastic alteration that made Little Fish and Hua Wuke stand out among numerous martial arts remakes at the time. The ratings exploded, crushing everything else in the same slot. The discussions were intense. Judging by the performance of all other classic martial arts remakes, this drama created a miracle of drastic alterations. There were even people joking about it. This series should be renamed The Legend of Jiang Yuyan, or simply rename it Empress Legend, and be done with it. And because of this, Jiang Yuyan became the childhood trauma of countless millennial audiences. Those who watched the series still couldn't forget this woman who annihilated all the other characters, leaving only the title of the drama years later. Here, we have to digress a bit. Wang Jing is truly a genius in some ways. He's the kind of director who can play with film and television, whether it's movies or TV shows, with the purpose of making money. Prolific in producing bad films, but also not lacking in classics. His filmmaking is so spontaneous, truly unconventional. You should know that the script for Little Fish and Hua Wuke was originally filmed according to the original work. But because the character Jiang Yuyan was too outstanding, he decided to add more scenes for this character on the spot. Ordinary directors wouldn't dare to play like this. Wang Jing dared. He's really good at portraying women. By continually adding scenes, he forcibly made Jiang Yuyan the female lead, and not the purely auxiliary antagonist. Jiang Yuyan's transformation made this character complex and contradictory. Even till the end, some people still felt sympathy for her. Was Wang Jing remaking the martial arts drama Proud Twins with two male leads? He was clearly filming a drama with Jiang Yuyan as the main character. One big female-led drama. Having said that, Lin Yuan's intention is already very clear. He wants to make Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange experience the terror of being dominated by Jiang Yuyan. Kill, 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 kill. Under Lin Yuan's pen, A swath of classic characters from the original novel were destined to die at Jiang Yuyan's hand. Audiences will surely be thrown into existential crises after watching this. Too ruthless. This is exactly why Lin Yuan couldn't help but summon Chu Kuang. This kind of thing really needed an expert to handle. Xianyu is still a child. Shadow would never be so excessive. Bloodthirsty and ruthless matters were better left to Mr. Chu. Chu Kuang recently happened to be free, and he was widely seen as a heartless god of death. Killing Biao was a piece of cake. Even Poirot wasn't spared. He even almost killed Sherlock Holmes. Chu Kuang could be considered the first person in Blue Star's healing literature. Chu Kuang. Chapter 788, 750. Little Miss Jiang Yuan _1. 3 days later. Television Department. The main creators of the TV drama, Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, are having a meeting, and everyone looks a little down. The producer shakes his head. Our drama's viewer ratings on the Star Network have dropped another point, and the number of on-demand views has been decreasing over the past 2 days. It turns out that remakes are a real pitfall. If we knew it would be like this, we might as well have made an original drama. At least the audience wouldn't be so familiar with the plot. Maybe there's hope in changing the plot. Of course, I know there's hope in changing the plot, but the problem is how to change it. We've already added original characters. What a shame. They're all good actors, and the props and costumes are so well done. Such a large investment has just been wasted. Everyone feels helpless. The director sighs. The scriptwriter should prepare to write the grand finale within the next 5 episodes. At least, we can cut our losses in time. No rush. Suddenly, a voice comes from the doorway. Everyone turns around and exclaims in unison. Director Zhao. Zhao Ju nods. She has just come from Lin Yuan and is holding a brand new script. Have a look at this script. Where did you get this script? Everyone stares at the script in Zhao Ju's hand. Zhao Ju starts explaining. She didn't tell everyone that she had asked Xianyu for help because she wasn't sure Xianyu could deliver. Now that it worked out, she dares to talk about what had happened, which also served to boost everyone's morale. Everyone listens and responds with curious expressions. You're saying you got teacher Admirable Fish to help write the follow-up script for Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. When teacher Admirable Fish felt uninspired, he asked his good friend Chu Kuang to help with the creation of the remaining episodes. A person's reputation precedes them. Whether Chu Kuang or Xianyu, either of them continuing the script is enough to capture the drama crew's attention. Everyone's expressions become serious. An air of hopeful anticipation is suddenly visible in their previously desperate eyes. Perhaps there's still a chance? The one who took on the task is Chu Kuang after all. Dozens of printouts of the script are quickly distributed, including to the few screenwriters of the drama crew. These days, many film and television dramas, especially TV dramas, have more than one screenwriter. Conveniently, Zhao Ju also wants to hear the original screenwriter's opinions on Chu Kuang's adapted script. In the blink of an eye, the room falls silent. Everyone is reading the script. Zhao Ju doesn't read it because she has just arrived at the television department, and, being the highest-level management here, has no concept of a script. After an unknown period, one of the screenwriters suddenly jumps up, blurting out 2 words. Holy shit! Zhao Ju is taken aback. What's going on? Immediately after, the faces of the screenwriters next to him turn red. This Chu Kuang old rascal is ruthless. Is this his handwriting? No one else would dare to write like this. The audience will go crazy if we film this. This drastic alteration will make the audience hate us. Zhao Ju is astonished. Is the plot behind this ridiculous? She looks at the director. What did it say in there? The director doesn't speak. Only then does Zhao Ju notice that the director holding the script seems to have been dumbfounded, just staring at the script. What's going on? Zhao Ju has a feeling that something's off. Finally, the director lifts his head and looks at Zhao Ju, his expression somewhat dazed. She's dead. Who's dead? This woman went on a killing spree. I don't understand. I'm just asking one thing. Can we film it? Zhao Ju is getting impatient. The director hesitates for a long time, suddenly gritting his teeth. Damn it, director. Everyone looks panicked. This script. We'll treat a dead horse as a live horse doc. The director takes a deep breath, then says, distribute the script to the actors. We start shooting the next episode tomorrow. Forget about the previous script. We're using the one Chu Kuang wrote. That day, when all the actors have read the follow-up script for Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, the crew is in an uproar early in the morning. I'm dead. Are you dead too? Coincidence, we're both dead. Looks like the third male lead is going to die too. This plot, it's different from the original. Scriptwriter, do you have a grudge against the original piece? If we really film it this way, won't the audience curse our drama? The actors are taken aback. Many people thought they were seeing things when they received the script for the remaining shooting. They had to look carefully for a while before, confirming that they'd been killed off by an original female character who suddenly appeared. These characters are very important ones in the original, with most surviving until the very end in a happy ending conclusion. The audience holds deep feelings for these characters. Unfortunately, their arguments can't change the director's decision. Filming, editing, on air. The efficiency of the Blue Star entertainment industry remains high. In no time at all, new scenes have been filmed and are now being shown to the audience. At home, Mom is sitting on the couch, waiting for Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange to air. Though she proclaims she'll stop watching the drama, it seems like Mom hasn't completely lost her patience yet, seeing as it's her son's company that made it. Watching that martial arts drama again. The sister quips while taking selfies on the balcony. Mom replies nonchalantly. The little sister is sitting on the couch with Mom eating fruit. Her eyes aren't on the TV, though, as she has no interest in martial arts dramas. Lin Yuan is in his room, playing with his phone. He knows that the company has already filmed according to the script he provided, but he isn't sure if the audience will accept his drastic changes. After all, the circumstances this time are a little special. Zhao Ju has already discussed with Lin Yuan. If the audience accepts it, they will publicly announce that the author of the follow-up script is Chu Kuang. If the audience doesn't accept it, they'll pretend this never happened and force the plot back on track if necessary. At this point, the TV drama is aired. Just as this drama is being aired, many drama watchers also clicked through the video website to join the conversation, a small amount of discussion appearing along with the Damaku. I've finally caught up to the 13th episode. There's not much else to watch, so I can only watch this one. Who made me fall so much for Yang Xiaofan? This drama is suitable for passing the time. I've seen the remake version 7 or 8 times and don't have to worry about missing the plot. I can tell at a glance what happened before and what will happen next. The only motivation for me to continue watching is due to Qin Tiange's looks. This version of Qin Tiange is indeed handsome. The plot has nothing new. I guess I'm not far from dropping it. Indeed, it's not very interesting. I'm just skipping through. Shortly into these discussions, the 13th episode gets aired. One of the male leads, Qin Tiange, has unintentionally saved a very beautiful girl in distress. Under the moonlight, Qin Tiange carries the girl across the rooftops and walls. The girl is staring at his grimly handsome face, her gaze reflecting starlight, as though she's been bewitched. The little girl's name is Jiang Yuyan. Dare I ask your honorable name? Be careful. Upon landing, the girl tries to strike up a conversation, but Qin Tiange is as aloof as ever. Even though he has just done a good deed, before she knows it, he is far away, leaving the girl staring at his retreating figure in a daze. Netizens were surprised. Who is this girl? Jiang Yuyan. I don't know her. Is this part in the original work? Seems like an original character. The actress playing the girl is quite good-looking. The female lead. Look here, someone is stealing your man Qin Tiange. Haha. Qin Tiange charms every girl wherever he goes. The actress is almost as pretty as our female lead. The audience wasn't surprised. Such remade martial arts dramas always add some original characters and plots, but ultimately, they still follow the original work, so these added plots are mostly insignificant. However, the audience soon found out. This female character plays a lot in the drama. She turns out to be the illegitimate daughter of a villain who set out with a token to find her father, meeting Qin Tiange by chance along the way. This isn't even about whether Qin Tiange ever saved such a girl in the original work. The villain named Shinta Hai doesn't even have a daughter in the original work. This change is huge. The audience is also somewhat surprised. After all, Shinta Hai is a villain in the early to mid-stage of the novel. The parents of the two main characters were both killed by Shinta Hai. This character's appearance directly links the storyline together. And at this point, Qin Tiange has no idea he's saved the daughter of his enemy. And this new character named Jiang Yuyan has no idea about the grudge between the older generation. She has found Shindahai. With the token in hand, father and daughter acknowledged each other. And Jiang Yuyan, as per her father's request, changed her name to Shinta Yuyan. Jiang is her mother's surname. At the end of the day, she should bear her father's surname. At home, Mom smiled, saying, "This girl is indeed good-looking. Is she as pretty as me?" The sister had somehow made her way over. "Go." Mom didn't even respond to her. The sister pouted and turned her attention to the TV. The little sister also looked up curiously at the TV. At this point, Jiang Yuyan has already entered the Shinta family. Unexpectedly, Shinta Hai already has a wife, the mistress of the Shin family. "This is my daughter, Shinta Yuyan." Shinto Hai smiled and said to Jiang Yuyan, "Call her mother." "Mother," Jiang Yuyan shyly uttered. The mistress smiled, then suddenly slapped her. "What did you call me?" Jiang Yuyan was stunned. Shinto Hai's face changed, but he forced himself to stay silent. "Madam." Jiang Yuyan wasn't stupid. Holding her face, she changed her address with a trembling voice. "What's your name?" "My name is Shun Jiang Yuyan." Slap. The mistress slapped her again, her gaze cold. "From now on, your name is Doggy, the lowest and meanest servant girl of our Shun family." The sister was somewhat angry. "That's too mean." The little sister was curious. Why treat her like that? I must say, Jiang Yuyan is indeed pretty, just like a pure white flower, giving a pitiful impression. She shivered after being hit, and that scared look made even the girls feel sorry for her. Shinta Hai's illegitimate daughter. This woman is her stepmother. Mom explained and added, "That's why you guys don't have a stepdad." Sister was confused. When did Shinta Hai get an extra wife, and even an illegitimate daughter? The little sister pondered. It's a new character introduced by the scriptwriter. Everyone was familiar with Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. Many people could recognize any changes to characters or plots from the original work. The following plot revolved around Jiang Yuyan. And through the following plot introduction, everyone learned why Shinta Hai was so afraid of his wife, even keeping quiet while his illegitimate daughter was being beaten so harshly. His wife turned out to be the adopted daughter of a top eunuch in the palace. The eunuch was incredibly powerful, and Shinta Hai owed his position to him. The plot has changed quite drastically. The sister seemed interested and stayed seated on the sofa. The little sister was also watching the TV. Even Lin Yuan was watching the drama upstairs in the room with Antarctica. All right. He admitted that he had a bad taste by letting the woman keep the name Jiang Yuyan without any change. Who would have thought that the character Jiang Yuyan in Wang Jing's drama was called the Yin Emperor by many viewers? Next is the growth story of the Yin Emperor. Chapter 789, 751, The Welcome Transformation into Darkness _1. On the screen, the narrative continues. Jiang Yuyan entered the Shinto family's residence as an illegitimate daughter, but instead of a life of wealth and luxury, she was subjected to servitude and humiliation. Laundry, washing dishes, cooking. She had barely waited for lunch when the cruel maid by the lady of the house in front of her threw a bowl of plain noodles on the ground, looking down on her haughtily as she scavenged for food. Nobility doesn't subsist on charity, but it was the only food she had for the entire day. If she refused to eat for the sake of dignity, she might starve to death. Forced to kneel, starving. Having made a mistake, she was even locked up in a pigsty by the lady of the house, subjected to humiliation and ridicule. Yet the inherently weak Jiang Yuyan didn't even dare to fight back. Her only act of defiance was to ask her father, Shinta Hai, for a memorial tablet for her mother at the ancestral hall. Shinta Hai agreed. However, when the lady of the house heard about it, she became furious, throwing the tablet on the ground in front of Jiang Yuyan, and ordered her to cut her mother's tablet in half personally. Jiang Yuyan was kneeling on the ground. No matter how much pleading she did, it was in vain. Her head lowered and teary-eyed, and with her father's silence at the door, she made a silent resolution in her heart. Shinto Hai, Madam Shintalu, today's humiliation is unforgettable. A gust of wind blew. All of a sudden, she raised the blade and cut her mother's memorial tablet in half. In an abrupt zoom-in, her face filled the screen, her once pitiful big eyes filled with despair and resentment. For an entire episode, Almost an hour of broadcasting. It was all about Jiang Yuyan's story. By this point, the audience was fuming, shaking all over in agitation, wishing they could go into the television and kill the villain themselves. Damn it, Shin Tahai's wife is so disgusting. If I were Jiang Yuyan, I would just kill her with the knife. I would rather die together. I feel so bad for Yuyan. Jiang Yuyan is so abused. It's heartbreaking to watch. Shin Tahai is absolutely useless, the creme de la creme of villainous trash. Even when he sees his own daughter being bullied, he doesn't dare say a word. He has no dignity as a man. Jiang Yuyan has turned evil. The acting skill of this actress is fucking insane. In the end, her gaze was simply brilliant. She should have resisted a long time ago. Weakness is only inviting insult. I am on my fucking knees hoping for Jiang Yuyan to turn evil. In the home, Lin Xian was fuming. Having to watch Jiang Yuyan enduring all sorts of humiliation in the Shinta family, even the lowest-ranked servant would dare to flirt with her in public. Bastard. Her little sister cursed. Mother looked at Big Yao Yao, and in the end she didn't reprimand her younger daughter for swearing. She wanted to swear too. The villains were too cruel. Weren't they just driving Jiang Yuyan to her death? You can swear. Lin Xian looked at her sister in surprise, then clapped her hands approvingly. That was a good curse. These villains are worse than animals. The ending hinted that Jiang Yuyan has turned evil, right? It's obvious. Mother watched Jiang Yuyan's eyes transform on the television screen. The actress's performance was very spirited. Even across the screen, she could feel the hatred and bitterness in her eyes. For some reason, when Jiang Yuyan unveiled that gaze, all the viewers felt a chill down their spine, yet they also felt a sense of anticipation that they couldn't quite put into words. Think about it. Normally with TV series, viewers fear the most when a character turns evil. But Jiang Yuyan was an exception. Viewers even wanted to see her turn evil. Jiang Yuyan's turn to evil was briefly shown, but with just a transformation in her eyes, her transition was like night and day, leaving a profound impression on the viewers. But this didn't change her powerlessness. The 14th episode aired. Jiang Yuyan was sold by her mistress to the brothel. Clearly, she was going to be mistreated again. Being such a beautiful woman, nobles and officials wanted to get a taste of her. Madame Brothel owner didn't treat her any better than that. She escaped from the brothel. A lackey from the brothel pursued her. In desperation, she decided to kill herself with her mother's hairpin. But at that moment, one of the male leads, Qin Tiange, appeared out of nowhere. He played the hero and chased away her pursuers. This man, just like that, Jiang Yuyan no longer wanted to die. She fell deeply in love with this man. Back in the Shinta family, Jiang Yuyan tried to meekly plead with her father for protection. In the end, the father showed a rare spine by not sending her back to the brothel, the equivalent of hell. But Jiang Yuyan knew that his intervention was mostly to protect his own reputation. 3 days later, the court summoned women for the royal selection, and among them was the daughter of the Shinta family. This daughter of the Shinta family was the result of the wife's labor, and she was the only one who showed kindness to Jiang Yuyan. But on a dark and windy night, Jiang Yuyan took a dagger and killed her sister. She was going to take her sister's spot in the court to participate in the selection. During the night, the candlelight flickered and the shadows danced. The girl who was once as soft and tender as a white flower had ceased to exist. In her place was a vengeful young girl who had personally obliterated her last shred of morality. Even though the plot didn't describe the main character in detail, and the director consistently zoomed in on Jiang Yuyan instead, the audience didn't find it boring. On the contrary, they found it increasingly intriguing. However, when Jiang Yuyan killed her sister, the comment section exploded for the first time. Oh my gosh, Jiang Yuyan's villainous transformation is brutal. I can't believe she murdered her own sister. You know, of all the Shinta family, her sister was the only one who showed compassion and sympathy for her. That's too harsh. Did you see Jiang Yuyan's expression when she killed her sister? Tears were streaming down her face, but she had a smile on her lips. I never thought I could see such a terrifying expression on such a pretty face. I don't blame her. Although her sister pitied her, her sister's mother, the mistress of the Shinta family, insulted her constantly. Ultimately, it's the mistress's fault for driving a good person to become a cutthroat. Still, this is too much. All those who think it's too much, look back at how much Jiang Yuyan has suffered. She shouldn't have killed her sister, who was the only innocent person in the Shinta family. But Jiang Yuyan had to survive. She was on a dead end by staying with the Shinta family. Her only hope of survival was to enter the palace and become the imperial concubine. Lin Yuan, watching the drama at home, frowned. Even though her sister's character wasn't deeply developed, she never mistreated Jiang Yuyan, yet the first person Jiang Yuyan killed after her villainous transformation was her own sister. How ironic. Her little sister couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Yuyan's villainous transformation certainly makes the audience happy, but the fact that she murdered her sister first after becoming a villain is as if Jiang Yuyan, who was not spared despite her kindness by the mistress, did not show mercy because of her sister's kindness. Maybe her kindness was completely eradicated the moment she killed her sister. Meanwhile, yet, ironically, it is through this contradictory act that Jiang Yuyan's character has become solidified. The audience has forgotten that she is a character created by the scriptwriter. Their focus unconsciously follows this woman. Main character? In the past 2 episodes, the main characters have had nothing to do with the story. It feels like Jiang Yuyan is the lead of this series. Her shift from good to evil makes her character rich and full, and her act of killing her sister turns her into the person she once despised the most. Episode 14 is also over. After watching the 2 new episodes updated today, countless discussions about Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange have suddenly appeared online. And of course, the hot topic of discussion is Jiang Yuyan's transformation from innocent to a cutthroat. These 2 episodes were incredible. The introduction of Jiang Yuyan's character has suddenly added countless possibilities to the following story. I watched her transformation scenes several times. The change in her eyes gave me goosebumps. What a performance. Who played this role? I waited 12 freaking episodes, and the scriptwriter finally got a clue. Although Jiang Yuyan's act of killing her sister is controversial, surprisingly, I can't hate this character at all. I know, right? She was driven to it. It's heartbreaking. The mistress deserves to die. Now, I look forward to seeing Jiang Yuyan kill the mistress, the madam of the brothel, and those servants who bullied her. Yuyan has risen. Who came up with this plot twist? Feels like the scriptwriter suddenly got clever, finally not following the original story blindly. This original character's appearance is a stroke of genius. She fell into misery twice and was rescued by Qin Tiange twice. Now she's completely in love with Qin Tiange. Added with her father's identity, it feels like the story will become really interesting. I can't wait for the update. I have to wait until tomorrow to watch the following 2 episodes. Please continue to release episodes about Jiang Yuyan's plot. I simply love this original character. The team behind the TV drama are also chatting in a group chat. They had noticed the increase in attention the drama was getting online. Their anxious hearts were finally put at ease. The effect is quite good. I thought Jiang Yuyan killing her sister would completely ruin the audience's sympathy for the character. As it turns out, this plot is just highly controversial, but there are still plenty of people stating they love the character Jiang Yuyan. Audiences are tough to predict. No wonder Chu Kuang likes to send lunchboxes so much. So, giving lunchboxes to characters is such an effective strategy. I'm just curious what their reactions will be when they see tomorrow's update. I'm curious about the ratings. How were the ratings for these 2 episodes? Their discussion came to a pause, making the atmosphere tense again. Although the online discussion for this new plot is very high, the ratings ultimately decide the fate of this drama. The ratings? The director suddenly replied. From home, he let out a smile before typing a line of text. Our show's ratings have nearly doubled compared to the last episode. No way. So amazing. Chu Kuang is awesome. Who would have thought? Do today's viewers have such a heavy taste? Director, say no more. Let's continue filming at this pace. Everyone became excited. Although the current ratings aren't that impressive, mainly because the previous ratings were so low, and the online discussion only involves a minority of viewers, but considering Jiang Yuyan's appearance in only 2 episodes, the response has gone beyond everyone's expectations. This has also added some confidence for the upcoming plot. The audience cannot imagine. The madness that belongs to Jiang Yuyan has only just begun. Chapter 790. 752. After all, I'm not a devil_1. An increase in ratings by twofold? Given the news with Zhao Ju's excited voice, Lin Yuan himself didn't feel that surprised, because the audience base for this drama was just too poor, given the poor beginnings. So what if the ratings doubled? Compared to the investment scale and cast lineup for this drama, I can say that we've only just barely achieved a passing grade. The attention received truly isn't many. How could I make this drama attract attention quickly? Lin Yuan pondered, then said, publicize that my friend Chu Kuang took over the script. Publicize it. Zhao Ju hesitated. Shouldn't we wait for a few more episodes? Publicizing Chu Kuang taking over the script is, of course, a good thing. Chu Kuang's reputation is sure to attract a plethora of viewers. But what if viewers are not satisfied with the plot henceforth? Wouldn't Chu Kuang be carrying the blame? It won't be a problem. Lin Yuan planned to ride on Chu Kuang the old rascal's fame to push the play forward. Through tonight's 2 episodes, it could be seen that the role of Jiang Yuyin was a very useful card. Then I'll really start promoting it. It was decided. 10 minutes later, Starlight officially announced, due to the low initial ratings of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, we invited Mr. Chu Kuang to write the script starting from episode 13. Some viewers guessed it, we did indeed change the writer. So, did you enjoy today's 2 episodes? Chuckles. Rush, rush, rush. The news immediately sparked countless attention. Chu Kuang the old rascal took over Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. I thought this drama had already flopped. With the old rascal stepping in, there's hope for the drama now. I'm going to check it out now. Do you think the drama will be saved just by having the old rascal taking over? Are you sure he wouldn't directly kill off the 2 leads? Don't forget, the old rascal has already killed off the leads in 2 consecutive books, and Sherlock Holmes actually died too. The old rascal had to revive him due to readers' pressure. Yang Xiaofan, Qin Tiange, danger. Fish Papa, hold on to old rascal's hand. Although I'm not interested in this drama, both Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange are my gods. If the old rascal dares to kill them off, I dare to bring out my country's specialty to chase after the old rascal. You guys are killing me. No jokes. Never thought that the old rascal would accept a TV show adaptation from Starlight. Must be because of Fish Papa's face. I'm not bothering anymore. I'm off to watch the show. I did watch the first 2 episodes, wasn't really interested. It just follows the original plot. But now the old rascal took over, and I'm feeling like the following plot seems pretty interesting. Good, the old rascal might just be the reason that I continue watching. Chu Kuang's summoning power was just too strong. Once Starlight announced this, the web traffic for Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange shot up instantly. Meanwhile, viewers who had already seen the 2 episodes were astounded. Damn, so tonight's 2 episodes were written by Chu Kuang. I was wondering why a new character was suddenly introduced. If you say that this was written by Chu Kuang, I won't be surprised. After Jiang Yuyin turned evil and directly killed off her sister, there's no doubt that it's Chu Kuang's handiwork. Is the old rascal going to completely change the plot? The old rascal does have a knack for killing off characters, but what makes him great is that he makes us love watching it. I fucking love the character Jiang Yuyin. No wonder the 2 episodes tonight suddenly became so good. I thought the previous screenwriter had a breakthrough, so it was the old rascal who ended up doing it. Not bad. Looking forward to the following plot. With the addition of Chu Kuang, more and more viewers are tuning into this drama. The first 12 were boring for many, but they finished catching up with speed mode, just to keep up with the 13th episode, where Chu Kuang starts his part. In some sense, is this also considered as Chu Kuang's new work? And the result? In episode 13, Jiang Yuyin appeared. Within 2 episodes, she has incited high amounts of discussion. Sick. Once you get past the first 12 episodes, the 13th episode kicks off in a super god mode. The characters added in don't seem awkward at all, and their relationships are logically set up. The old rascal really does know his stuff. The moment he took over, the entire show took a different turn. The original character Jiang Yuyin's turn to the dark side was thoroughly thrilling. One episode to turn dark and another to commit murder. Jiang Yuyin's character was successfully established within 2 episodes. I suddenly have a chilling thought. Me too. Jiang Yuyin wouldn't kill Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, would she? I must say, in the beginning, People were mocking Chu Kuang, saying that killing the two main characters that everyone loves is just recycling the old rascal's old trick. After all, this old rascal does have a habit of killing off his lead characters. But everyone understands. Even if Chu Kuang can't resist giving main characters a tragic ending, he wouldn't do it every time. Most of his works have the protagonists surviving till the end. A running gag is still just a gag. However, after watching the 13th and 14th episodes of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, everyone's hair started standing on end. Jiang Yuyan's character is too diabolical. You never know, Chu Kuang might just have the guts to let Jiang Yuyan kill the main characters. Some people even started imagining how Chu Kuang's narrative would unfold. From the 14th episode, it is clear that Jiang Yuyan has fallen for Qin Tiange, but remember that he is in love with the leading lady, Wan Rou. Jiang Yuyan could, out of jealousy, kill Qin Tiange. When Yang Xiaofan finds out that Qin Tiange is his brother and seeks revenge on Jiang Yuyan, he also gets killed. This speculation scares the hell out of everyone. That prophet must be silenced. Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange are so popular, the old rascal wouldn't kill them off, would he? At least respect the original work. Both of these characters survived till the end in the original work and all its adapted TV series. They were invincible. Besides, even though everyone seemed somewhat interested in Starlight's version of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, if we really talk about feelings for characters, everyone still loves Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. It's like someone remaking Journey to the West. No matter whether people watch the remake or not, if the screenwriter dares to have an original character kill Sun Wukong, the resulting public outcry would be tremendous, and strong criticism would be the least of it. For a moment, the discussion grew more intense, and Lin Yuan, seeing everyone's discussions, was torn between laughter and tears. After some thought, he decided to log into Chu Kuang's account and reassure the audience. I hold much affection for both Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, so rest assured, this time, no major characters will be killed. After all, I am not a devil. In response to the public pressure, Lin Yuan tried to soothe the viewers while also engaging with them to hype up the show. Looking at the audience's reactions, they genuinely suspected that he was going to kill off the two main characters of the drama. How could that be possible? What sort of person do they take me for? Flushing, Lin Yuan felt he had to defend himself, but his defense only served to amuse the netizens. Has the sun risen in the west? The old rascal has times where he feels the need to explain things to the audience. I am living to see this. If he didn't explain, we really would have worried. Now that he has, I can continue to watch at ease. I must say, revisiting this story is pretty touching. The show is actually not badly made. The two main characters are in line with the original. It's just the beginning of the plot that adheres too closely to the original that lost some interest. Just a pinch of unexpected changes got me hooked again. Seeing the old rascal hastily explaining, "Why am I so happy?" The old rascals, after all, "I'm not a devil" line is so hilarious. Now you realize that killing off Biao and Poirot, even attempting to harm Sherlock Holmes, is devilish. Perhaps Chu Kuang's promise reassured everyone. For a time, those who watched the show continued watching the show, and those who chatted continued chatting, seeming quite contented. There was a joyous atmosphere all over the internet. Chapter 791, 753, Start Killing _1. Blue Star's dramas usually adopt a shoot-as-you-go process where 2 episodes air every Saturday and Sunday. Monday through Friday is the main creative team's shooting time. The benefit of this approach is that the plot can be adjusted at any time. Otherwise, Lin Yuan wouldn't have been able to take over the script creation and adaptation halfway through. The downside, however, is that the filming schedule is relatively tight. Thankfully, the production level and technology of Blue Star far surpass that of Earth. Thus, the footage can be quickly edited once the actors are done filming. If there is no significant change in the plot later on, several episodes could be released all at once due to ample filming material. These episodes can then be purchased for viewing on video websites, achieving a profit in advance. This strategy goes by the name of first look excitement. The next day was Sunday. The new episodes of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange were about to be broadcast, and the audience eagerly waited in front of their computers. By then, the drama's viewership and online views had increased dramatically. The public's anticipation for the drama had been roused to the fullest extent by Chu Kuang assuming the role of screenwriter and the appearance of the original character Jiang Yuyan. At home, Lin Yuan's mother and sisters, Lin Xin and Lin Yao, were also sitting in front of the sofa waiting for today's broadcast. They were obviously captivated by Chu Kuang as well as the special plot of the two episodes from the previous night. All three were discussing how good Jiang Yuyan's acting was and how she seemed to be an astonishing newcomer, causing Lin Yuan to chuckle to himself. Where are all these geniuses coming from? The actress playing Jiang Yuyan was indeed quite beautiful, but as for her acting, it could only be regarded as fairly good. The actress was able to perform so brilliantly for two reasons. The first was the vast range in which her character could develop. The second reason was the aid of the acting potion. After all, it was implausible for Lin Yuan to find a superb actress to play Jiang Yuyan on such short notice. Hence, he made subtle use of the system's aid and applied it to the actress, who probably had no idea why her acting skills had suddenly improved so significantly and made her portrayal of Jiang Yuyan so noteworthy. It started, Mom suddenly said. Following her words, the latest episode of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange really started airing. It didn't disappoint the audiences as, yet again, the plot revolved around Jiang Yuyan. People following the drama on TV were clearly fewer than those watching it online. The series had partnered with several major video websites, so the moment it got broadcasted on TV, all major online platforms also broadcasted it simultaneously. Netizens could adjust the progress of the TV drama at any time and discuss it while watching. On the screen, the plot of the latest episode had already begun. Jiang Yuyan killed her sister, through which she got the opportunity to enter the palace. However, before that, she met Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange and got involved in a martial conflict. Hence, she decided to help the two. Undeniably, even though Jiang Yuyan had turned dark, she didn't seem to become a villain at odds with the protagonists. On the contrary, she fell in love with Qin Tiange and was willing to give him everything without any regrets. Upon learning that a universally recognized martial arts villain was opposing Qin Tiange, she directly collaborated with Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. Using her cunning plans, she helped the two main characters kill the highly skilled villain. Moreover, she even obtained a coveted secret manual from the villain. Of course, Jiang Yuyan hid the secret manual. She didn't tell Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. As a result, Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange felt a sense of camaraderie with Jiang Yuyan. Still, both were put off by the ruthlessness shown by Jiang Yuyan in her schemes. It was understandable. The protagonists in martial arts novels were often somewhat saintly, disdaining to use tricky schemes. Jiang Yuyan, however, in order to assist them, resorted to some means despised by the righteous martial arts path. At home, older sister Lin Xin couldn't help laughing. That evil villain is despicably cunning and has committed countless heinous crimes. The protagonists are simply too kind-hearted. They should treat such a person exactly like Jiang Yuyan did, using even more sinister means to confront him. Fight fire with fire. The younger sister seemed to have figured out the modus operandi of Jiang Yuyan's dark transformation. She didn't know if she would use extreme means to kill the villain if she were Jiang Yuyan. All she knew was she would never kill her sister if she were in Jiang Yuyan's position. It's heartbreaking. Mom sighed. This plot might seem like Jiang Yuyan has become friends with the two protagonists, but in essence, they're walking different paths. This means that people like Qin Tiange could never be attracted to people like Jiang Yuyan. But it should be understood that Jiang Yuyan killed the evil villain, even using cunning means, not because she had a high sense of justice in martial arts, but simply to help the man she loved. Online, the netizens became more and more excited as they watched. I really like characters like Jiang Yuyan. Her decisive and deadly approach really wins me over. I always thought that Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange were way too saintly. They are unwilling to kill the villain until the very end. It's suffocating. Jiang Yuyan is awesome. Although Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange don't understand you, I do. When dealing with such big villains, we can't talk about righteousness and morality to reform them. We have to kill them ruthlessly. Yuyan radiates queen vibes. Darkness is 10 times stronger than innocence. Looking at the soft and weak girl, her hand was still trembling when she picked up the knife. But when it came time to do the deed, There was absolutely no mercy. Chapter 792, 753, Start Killing _2. So awesome. So satisfying to watch. Jiang Yuyan got hold of the martial arts secret manual. It contains the art of transference. It seems like Jiang Yuyan is getting stronger. She will become a true queen one day. The pace of the TV drama is fast. Though Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange are dissatisfied with Jiang Yuyan's ruthless actions, they still acknowledge that she helps rid the martial world of evil. So, they pleasantly cooperate. They unite and confront the devil sect in the martial world. Surprisingly, Jiang Yuyan turns out to be a martial arts genius. She uses the techniques she learned from the secret manual and strides onto a path of obliterating villains. Almost all the famous villains in the novel are vanquished by her and the two protagonists. Damn, she's become a killing machine. In the original story, the villains are killed by the protagonists after strenuous efforts. However, this old rascal Chu Kuang arranged for Jiang Yuyan to do all the killing. What's more, she enhances her own martial abilities by absorbing the villain's power as she kills. The craziest thing is, the two male protagonists have no clue that this fragile-looking young girl has grown tremendously powerful. She's playing the fool to catch the wise. The male protagonists bear the stigma of killing while Jiang Yuyan actually does all the dirty work. This woman is truly deadly. Her intelligence and methods are unmatchable. The villains are screwed. If Jiang Yuyan gets into the palace, there will be chaos. Those experienced court players are no match for her. She didn't even flinch when she was killing the flower picker. She's become an expert at killing. Jiang Yuyan's progress is remarkable. Her kills and power increases rapidly. But as her character grows increasingly cold, the male protagonists start to disapprove of her methods. One day, when Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange are surrounded and tortured by the enemies, Jiang Yuyan arrives. She confuses the villains with her strategy, then tortures them into a terrible state. But why? Because her beloved Qin Tiange was bathed in blood from the villain's attack, and her best friend Yang Xiaofan was at death's door. She retaliates like a butcher, making the villains suffer severely. She cruelly dismembers them and watches them die amidst their screams. In the afternoon, under her meticulous care, the two protagonists wake up to see the hellish scene. They find Jiang Yuyan frightful and decide to stop collaborating with her. What did I do wrong? Jiang Yuyan watches Qin Tiange's cold retreating silhouette, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes. Though her ways of dealing with villains are ruthless, she is always obedient to Qin Tiange. She even regards Yang Xiaofan as her only friend. Now, because they disapprove of her, they've completely parted ways with her. Before the screen, no viewer hates this woman. Even though she's quietly transformed into a fearsome assassin, some viewers have sympathy for Jiang Yuyan. This woman is so pitiful. She rids Qin Tiange of all his enemies, but fails to earn his love. For her only friend, Yang Xiaofan, she repeatedly tortures the villains. She even risks her life to save him only to be misunderstood by him. I'm doing all this for you, Jiang Yuyan mutters to herself. Her hair stirs on its own, radiant and incomparable. Though she is injured, her injuries are recovering rapidly because she has absorbed many years of martial arts power. At this moment, Jiang Yuyan's actual strength is not weaker than the two male protagonists, but no one except the viewers knows this. The viewers can of course understand the two male protagonists, who are obviously men of justice. They perform righteously. Even when they kill, they do it swiftly without torturing their opponents. Their values obviously don't align with Jiang Yuyan's, so it was inevitable that they wouldn't stay together. Yuyan got it tough. If I were Qin Tiange, I would absolutely choose Jiang Yuyan. Where are you going to find a woman of such intelligence and strength who is also completely devoted to you? The only advantage the chief female character has over Yuyan is her appearance, nothing else. The chief female character is kind. Of what use is kindness? If she gets captured by villains, she will implicate the two men who fight over her. If Jiang Yuyan is caught by the villains, she can wipe them out single-handedly and then propose to Qin Tiange with their heads. Puff. Presenting heads for a marriage proposal, that's different. But Jiang Yuyan is indeed very attractive. I really like this character. She really solves many problems for the two protagonists by wiping out villains root and branch. After this episode, Jiang Yuyin's popularity skyrocketed. Even though her actions are unacceptable to the male protagonists, the audience doesn't mind her ruthless determination at all. It's a bloody kind of beauty. So cool. She dared to oppose the world for the two protagonists. Even the black mark of killing her own sister is gradually accepted by some viewers. The story made it clear. If she hadn't grabbed the opportunity to enter the palace, the chief lady would have killed her. She's about to enter the palace. Chapter 793, 753, Start Killing _3. The leading lady was caught in a dilemma, not daring to lay a hand on her. Yet her daughter was killed, and she didn't know who was the murderer. The mystery made her hate Jiang Yuyin to the bone, seeing Jiang Yuyin benefiting from her daughter's death. However, Jiang Yuyin was no longer the weak little white flower of her early days. When the leading lady tried to punish her again, she boldly connected with the official sent from the palace to guide her and condemn the hostess's actions. After all, Jiang Yuyin was going into the palace and might even become an imperial consort one day. Brilliant. If this was a drama centered on a female lead, Jiang Yuyin's action could be described as a real slap in the face. From being suppressed at the beginning to turning the table entirely on her own, it was truly delightful. On Earth, in the American series The Walking Dead, there is a character known as Carol, a woman who, for her team, has done some less than honorable things and was even banished. However, the ultimate truth revealed that Carol's contributions to the team were irreplaceable, much like Jiang Yuyin saving the two main characters. Audiences never dislike such characters, even loving them to the brink. I love Jiang Yuyin. Jiang Yuyin is mine. All you rivals, draw your swords. You guys are insane. Jiang Yuyin is dangerous. She's already obsessively in love with Qin Tiange. One guy just criticized Qin Tiange a few times, and Jiang Yuyin almost killed him. Who the hell could handle that? Who cares? Besides killing her sister, Jiang Yuyin has been killing only those who deserve to die. Qin Tiange can control her, and the fact that she cares about Yang Xiaofan's view shows how deeply she loves and respects them. Jiang Yuyin is the real leading lady. Why do Qin Tiange and Yang Xiaofan like the lead actress so much? The second female lead would be better. She loves Yang Xiaofan wholeheartedly. Unfortunately, Yang Xiaofan is a bit dim and insists on competing with Qin Tiange for the lead actress. Jiang Yuyin is the real deal. If it can be said that the episode where Jiang Yuyin killed her sister did stir some controversy, the discussions around Jiang Yuyin in this episode was almost negligible. People genuinely liked this character, and even hoped that she would end up with Qin Tiange. Jiang Yuyin even gradually surpassed the main female characters in popularity. At this point, this drama had massive viewership, and their affection for Jiang Yuyin catapulted her popularity, to the extent that the first instant the next episode aired, the bullets dedicated to professing love for Jiang Yuyin flooded the screen. Among all these professions of love, Jiang Yuyin, who had parted ways with the two leads, had completely gone off the rails. An old good guy who had a close relationship with Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange accidentally witnessed Jiang Yuyin absorbing the power of the villains. He recognized that Jiang Yuyin was practicing the terrifying devil technique that had been lost in the martial world for many years, and decided to kill Jiang Yuyin to protect the people. Don't do it. Upon seeing this, the audience's professions of love came to a halt. This old good guy was extremely popular. He had protected Yang Xiaofan from being bullied since childhood and raised him by his side. In the eyes of many viewers, he was like Yang Xiaofan's father. However, Jiang Yuyin didn't know about his relationship with Yang Xiaofan, and at this moment, Jiang Yuyin certainly wouldn't risk letting the news of her practicing the devil technique leak out. Die. At this point, Jiang Yuyin had become one of the most formidable fighters in the whole drama. She killed the kind old man who had a close relationship with the two leading men, and even absorbed his power. Usually, she only killed the villains, but at this moment, filled with fury and the fear of her practicing the devil technique being exposed, she killed him out of rage. Miss, you are possessed. With his last breath, the old good guy sighed faintly. A character loved by countless people died at Jiang Yuyin's hand in this episode. At this moment, the audience was shocked. Chapters 794, 754, shot all at once _1. The audience was stunned. From Jiang Yuyan's transformation to her slapping the female protagonist, the audience had already been deeply attracted to this character. Who wouldn't love this perfect goddess who was compliant, gentle, and delicate around Qin Tiange, carefree and innocent in front of Yang Xiaofan, but could transform into a bloody and brutal antagonist for the sake of these two? You should know, even though Jiang Yuyan transformed and started to act more ruthlessly, her actions were all targeted at villains. And her interactions with the two main characters were all heartfelt. Those feelings were all real. Friendship towards Yang Xiaofan, love towards Qin Tiange. However, it was this goddess of everyone, Jiang Yuyan, who killed a classic character equally loved and popular in the original work. This left everyone's minds blank for a moment. OL Zhang is dead. Jiang Yuyan kills even the good guys. This is one of my favorite supporting characters besides the two protagonists. In the original work, OL Zhang survived till the end, but now he's dead. Old rascal Chu Kuang. Give me back my OL Zhang. How could old rascal Chu Kuang do this? OL Zhang didn't have to die. Why did he arrange for OL Zhang to see Jiang Yuyan practicing? Why did he let Yuyan kill OL Zhang? Damn it. Hey, have you guys forgotten who Chu Kuang is? This old rascal has promised not to kill the protagonists, but ask him not to kill even the supporting role. Aren't you asking too much of him? His murderous intent is even heavier than Jiang Yuyan's. After the collective shock, some audience cursed out loud, while some just laughed bitterly. Some audience didn't have much emotional fluctuations, even explained how helpless Jiang Yuyan was in killing OL Zhang. After all, not everyone was deeply attached to OL Zhang. Anyway, this plot twist didn't affect the audience's love for Jiang Yuyan. In contrast, all the hate went to Chu Kuang. People are not mad at Jiang Yuyan, but at Chu Kuang for creating this plot twist. In an instant, all the audience were discussing Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange's recent episodes. Jiang Yuyan's name was repeatedly mentioned, making the drama increasingly popular, and it even attracted people who weren't initially interested. The drama finally became a big hit. Someone even edited a montage of Jiang Yuyan's murders. From her trembling hands, unable to hold onto the knife at first, to later killing without even blinking an eye, letting the blood of the dead spatter onto her face. The female killing machine had finally made her name. Although OL Zhang's death had left the audience dumbfounded, OL Zhang was after all a supporting character with not much screen time, and so, the focal point of people's discussion was not on this. This was also related to the deep impression Chu Kuang left on the audience. Some netizens teased, "Don't get too caught up in the excitement. Have you forgotten who the scriptwriter of this drama is? He is the infamous old rascal, Chu Kuang. If there aren't any deaths, would that still fit his style? The old rascal's style is all about deaths. Compared to the popular characters the old rascal has killed before, OL Zhang's death was, after all, still acceptable. Some even joked, OL Zhang died in place of the protagonists. The old rascal does not kill main characters, so he killed a supporting character. Some even teased that probably another popular supporting character will die later, as there were two protagonists in this drama, and it was unlike old rascal style to not kill two supporting characters if none of the main characters were to die. The main creative team of the drama crew was also excited. Jiang Yuyan's appearance really revived the drama. This level of internet discussion was totally unexpected, and the ratings were through the roof. Let's speed it up even more. The crew made a key decision to speed up filming and air the drama ahead of schedule. This way they could charge on the video streaming website. This was also a common way for Blue Star TV dramas to make money. Now, Lin Yuan quietly came to the outskirts of the drama crew to watch the filming. He came with his system to provide the crew director and actors with accelerated filming. In order to fully unleash the popularity of this drama and gather prestige value for Chu Kuang, they had to finish filming the remaining plot in one go. 4 episodes a week were far from enough for Lin Yuan. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the following days, the shooting team was operating at full throttle. The shooting efficiency was unprecedentedly high, the actors' performances were surprisingly good, and the collaboration between departments was top-notch. No one could understand why the production was becoming smoother and smoother, as if the gods were helping speed up the shooting process. Damn it, that was fast. I have never witnessed such rapid progress. We shot nearly 4 episodes in a single day. This is a stark contrast to the previous gloomy atmosphere of the crew. No one knew. Behind their speedy shooting, Lin Yuan was secretly exchanging a bunch of special props with the system. Although the expenses made him wince, it was not only for Chu Kuang to harvest prestige value, but also for Lin Yuan to compensate for the huge hole that his adaptation of Journey to the West had caused in the television department. Lancet was the original author of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. His work had been adapted countless times. Initially, he had enjoyed seeing how his novel was being adapted, but after a while, he lost interest. Bored, Lancet had no particular interest in Starlight's adaptation this time. However, a few days ago, Lancet found out that the plot of this adaptation had been drastically changed. Chu Kuang had been employed to contribute, and both the viewership and discussion heat of the series had exploded. It was actually popular. His interest was immediately piqued. After finding the series, Lancet binged the updated content. When he saw Jiang Yuyan's debut and that Ol Zhang, a character he had carefully crafted in the original work, was killed off, Lancet was as dumbfounded as the other viewers. Ol Zhang is dead. Emotionally, Lancet found it hard to accept, but from a plot standpoint, there was nothing wrong with this adaptation, because Ol Zhang would indeed stop someone from practicing the devil technique. The conflict was not forced and logically made sense. Not just this plot. Everything from Jiang Yuyan's introduction to the relationship setup with the two protagonists was flawlessly logical. Jiang Yuyan experienced both love and friendship from the two protagonists. Her father stood in opposition to the two protagonists. Chu Kuang's mastery of dramatic conflicts was absolutely brilliant, forcing even Lancet to admit that the adaptation was wonderful. Chu Kuang, as expected. Speaking of which, thinking about Jiang Yuyan killing the good man, he created still tugged at Lancet's heartstrings for no apparent reason. This must be the natural emotion a writer has for his characters. I can understand, actually. Lancet convinced himself, choosing not to express his opinion on this matter, but to silently continue watching the series. It happened to be a Saturday again. He opened the video website immediately. When he opened the updates for this week, Lancet was taken aback. A whopping 30 episodes of the show had been updated all at once, the kind you pay to watch, even including the grand finale. It's finished already? Lancet, who was unaware of the shooting details, didn't overthink it. He found himself curious about how this series would develop from now on, especially since Jiang Yuyan's appearance had completely disrupted the original trajectory of the original work. Sunflower seeds, chips, Coca-Cola. Lancet casually swung an Erlang leg over the other, born ready for a binge watch, and opened the updated content with great interest. He was determined to watch it till the end. Meanwhile, audiences from different regions also noticed that this series had unexpectedly updated to its grand finale and were thrilled. Nothing can bring more happiness than the opportunity to binge watch your favorite series till the end. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Everyone started watching. Lin Yuan, at home, after noticing that the video site had updated, was seriously pondering whether to disable the comment feature on Chu Kuang's blog. Should be okay. In the end, Lin Yuan decided not to disable it. After all, he did fulfill his previous promise. The two protagonists didn't die in the end. Chapters 795, 755. Only the title of the play is left after killing _1. The same Saturday, the same evening. Countless people were watching Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. Ever since Jiang Yuyan appeared on the scene, the ratings of this drama had exploded. The audience had never been so broadly ranged, even before Chu Kuang took over the script. On the television, the plot continued. The focus was no longer centered on Jiang Yuyan. After all, the main protagonist of the drama was not actually Jiang Yuyan. Every supporting character had their own piece of the storyline. Perhaps it was because of Jiang Yuyan's appearance that the plot was changed. The altered plot kept the audience engrossed. Episode 17. Episode 18. Episode 19. During this time, Jiang Yuyan had not killed anyone. Instead, she digested her newly gained skills. No one could predict what would come next. That's because everyone's fate had veered significantly off of the original plot. Then, episode 20 played with the audience completely unprepared. Jiang Yuyan had begun her killing spree again. Underneath Lin Yuan's home, The family were also watching the show via a projector, occasionally discussing the altered plot. Zhang Yuyan is becoming more and more appealing, although her killing Ol Zhang upset me a lot, mainly because the plot development after the changes has been so exciting. Of course, the original was also amazing, but we were too familiar with it. I wonder what kind of surprise will come next. Woof! Antarctica barked and continued to watch the show. Suddenly, Lin Xian let out a scream. Ah! Just as Lin Xian screamed, Zhang Yuyan on the television screen. Killed. Again. This time she murdered another popular character. And this character was the master of Qin Tiange, a woman named Hua Nongying. In front of countless screens, all of the viewers were stunned, watching Hua Nongying died. The look of resentment in Hua Nongying's eyes before she died made countless hearts tremble intensely. Boom. The audience exploded. In a certain room, Lancet was drinking cola. Witnessing this scene, Lancet was choked by his cola, coughing nonstop for a full minute. Hua Nongying died. A burning pain seared his throat, his legs suddenly clenching together, even his eyes reddening slightly. Why did she kill her? Lancet's face was filled with disbelief. This was a goddess-level character he carefully crafted in the original story. Among all the female characters in the entire story, Hua Nongying would be ranked within the top 3. Chu Kuang, you old rascal. Lancet growled with an outpouring of grief. He suddenly felt a strong heartache, as if his child was being abused by a stepmother. In the tribe, all of the viewers had jumped to their feet. Screw you. Why is Zhang Yuyan killing good people again? Hua Nongying is my childhood goddess. I tolerated Chu Kuang for killing Ol Zhang, but why did he kill Hua Nongying too? I'm crying already. She treated Qin Tiange so well. Someone quickly take away Chu Kuang's pen. I was a total train wreck when Hua Nongying died. She was so good. How could she die? On the blog, the viewers here also went crazy. How could it be like this? Why is Hua Nongying the one who died? She is one of my favorite characters. Even killing women. Does he want me to die from crying? Does that old rascal have a heart of steel? Did Hua Nongying offend you in some way? I'm going to take this fight to that old rascal. Zhang Yuyan, how can you keep on killing? Stop it. Earlier in the plot, although Zhang Yuyan was on a killing spree, acting like a goddess of death, she only killed the well-known villains from the original story. Thus, despite her brutal methods, the audience still cheered for her. Even when Ol Zhang died, it was within everyone's tolerance. But this time, the viewers couldn't bear it anymore. Alongside their curses, countless viewers flooded the blog. They were going to harshly criticize Chu Kuang's mad plot alteration. However, when they typed up a storm and were about to post, they were stunned to find a system notice popping up. This blogger has disabled comments. Upon seeing this notice, the viewers were aghast. Their typing hands all hesitated. He disabled comments? Why did he disable comments? What was he feeling guilty about? Did he know that by killing Hua Nongying we would come to scold him? Is that too much? We were just going to curse at you. Or is it? The anger became stagnant. A sense of ill foreboding suddenly flashed through the viewers' minds, which also raced their heartbeats. Yes, Lin Yuan eventually did disable the comments. What made Lin Yuan disable the comments was his sister's sudden scream from downstairs. It should be episode 20. Calculating the time, Lin Yuan guessed the reason for his sister's scream. He discerned a multitude of emotions in the screams. If you can't even bear this level of plot, how will you cope with the upcoming story? A wise man doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. Lin Yuan chose to follow his heart and turn the comments off. At this moment, although the audience is about to explode with anger, Chu Kuang turned off the comments, forcing them to vent their frustration elsewhere. The old rascal is utterly inhuman. Can't face the consequences of your actions, huh? He knew killing Hua Nongying would upset the audience, yet he still did it. What's so great about turning off the comments? If you won't kill the protagonist, you'll kill the supporting characters? So, that earlier prediction from a netizen was true. If the two main characters don't die, then two of the righteous supporting characters must die. Damn, at least the protagonist is confirmed safe. The audience could only console themselves, saying these two supporting characters died for the protagonist. After all, these two popular supporting characters had a close relationship with Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. Compared to the death of the protagonist, it seemed easier for everyone to accept the death of supporting characters. There's one undeniable fact. Although Jiang Yuyan's constant killing was distressing to watch, the plot had a seemingly magical allure, still drawing the audience to keep watching. This is a very subtle psychological phenomenon. Despite the distressing plot, the audience was willing to subject themselves to it while looking forward to future developments. So it went. They continued to watch. In watching, their anger gradually subsided. After all, the dead couldn't be revived, and the plot remained captivating. Just as the audience started to regain composure, suddenly, another character met his demise. This character was none other than a burly, chivalrous man who was a close confidant of the two main characters. Huff! The audience's breaths became suddenly labored, their eyes bloodshot. The plot continued. In episode 26, Jiang Yuyan was murdering. Again, in episode 29, Jiang Yuyan was murdering. Is it over now? In episode 33, Jiang Yuyan was still killing. Will it ever stop? By episode 35, Jiang Yuyan had killed the third male lead. Could you please stop killing now? In episode 39, Jiang Yuyan had killed the second female lead. I'm used to it now. In episode 40, Jiang Yuyan had killed the most skilled person on the righteous side. I'm tired. Let it be destroyed. Just go on. The audience's emotions surged wave after wave. Grief and anger were alternately staged. In the end, almost everyone was numb, their eyes filled with a dense network of bloodshot veins. Lu high in the air, smiling like a flower, Jiang Yuyan was still as beautiful as ever. Even without smoky makeup or black eyeliner for her darkness, she made all the audience feel a chilling fear deep down. Fear. Even though they knew it wasn't real, knew it was just a character in a TV show, Jiang Yuyan had cast a shadow over everyone's heart. Yes, in the beginning, the backlash was indeed intense, each wave outdoing the last. As the audience watched Jiang Yuyan brutally murder popular characters, they became more and more agitated, more and more distressed, and more furious. Many cried bitter tears when their beloved character died. Time passed unnoticed. The audience sat with eyes wide, watching as Jiang Yuyan killed, her hand rising and falling like a weaver weaving a river of blood. O.L. Zhang was dead. Hua Nongying was dead. The second female lead was dead too. Even the third male lead was dead. Dead. All dead. The audience was stunned. The audience was in despair. The audience was numb. The audience had become so bewildered that they didn't know what to say anymore. This Chu Kuang wasn't a devil. He clearly was Yama. Jiang Yuyan was the Grim Reaper he had sent. All the characters everyone loved, except for the main characters, were almost entirely wiped out. Right. The first female lead is still alive. It seemed as if the audience saw a glimmer of hope. They turned their attention to the TV anxiously, for she was their last ray of moonlight. Yet in the midst of their watchful gazes, the first female lead was easily killed by Jiang Yuyan. The music playing during her dying moments became sorrowfully beautiful. Now there's no one to take Tiange away from me. In the midst of the heart-rending music, Jiang Yuyan softly spoke. It felt as if her words were directed at the audience in front of the screen. At this moment, everyone's scalp tingled and goosebumps erupted all over their bodies. They even forgot to be saddened by the death of the first female lead. Jiang Yuyan was a Yandere. She could kill the entire world just to have Qin Tiange. But she was destined to never have Qin Tiange. So she decided to kill Qin Tiange. Before that, she wanted to kill Yang Xiaofan first, so Qin Tiange would die in endless regret. Within the camera's frame, Jiang Yuyan's smirking face turned into an indelible shadow in the mind of countless viewers. At this time, Jiang Yuyan had even planned to kill the emperor. She wanted to become the empress, specifically the Yin Empress. It seems like only the two main characters are left. No one knew who said this. Almost all the audience fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 796, 756. List of survivors _1. In some bedroom, the ground is scattered with chips and seeds. Cola spilled, soaking the floor. The scene is a complete mess. Lancet's hair was disheveled, his eyes scattered, his expression blank and confused. Dead. All of them dead. All the upright characters under his pen were wiped out. Only two protagonists remained. The two protagonists were alive, but their hearts were dead. Just like Lancet the author, he had a complete mental breakdown. Chu Kuang, fuck your grandfather. With a cry of grief, Lancet erupted. Old rascal, do you have a grudge against the characters that I create? Whoever the audience likes, you kill off? I, Lancet, swear to the heavens. You will never be allowed to adapt my novels again in your lifetime. I will write it into the contract. Any company can buy my copyright in the future. As long as you, Chu Kuang, are not the one adapting it, anyone can. Even if it's adapted into a pile of crap, I'll accept it. I can't take it anymore. Lancet really can't take it anymore. Who adapts like this? How can there be such a malicious scriptwriter? The death of the leading lady was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Lancet was going crazy, and in the outside world, after several minutes of silence, the audience went crazy too. They remembered how Chu Kuang had made a deliberate post assuring everyone that he wouldn't kill off the two protagonists. Is this your so-called not killing the protagonists? You fucking might as well have just killed them off. So the non-protagonists don't deserve to live, right? All the supporting characters died. My favorite classic characters are all dead. O.L. Zhang, Huanongying, Mei Wei, Hao, and so on. You've driven both protagonists to the brink. You've killed off the whole drama. Only the title remains. The drama is called Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, the title of the original novel. Understand this before your alterations. This isn't a list of survivors. Why don't you change the drama's name to the Yin Emperor's biography? Or perhaps the legend of Jiang Yuyan won't be much different. Chu Kuang, you old rascal. When we ask you not to kill protagonists, you kill off all the supporting characters. The audience remembered again how Chu Kuang used to say that he wasn't a devil. That's right. You're not a devil. You're fucking Yama. The audience's hearts were spasming. Who would have thought that after Chu Kuang took over the script, he would mess it up so terribly? Besides Chu Kuang, who else on Blue Star dares to play it this way? Kill everyone not a protagonist. No matter how popular, no matter how many audience members love them, no matter how long these characters have lived in the hearts of the audience. Kill, 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 kill. Killing until the world is dark. In the end, every time the audience saw Jiang Yuyan's face, they shivered. At this point, many people finally saw the grand finale. The grand finale is Jiang Yuyan's big fight against Qin Tiange and Yang Xiaofan. Qin Tiange and Yang Xiaofan weren't a match for Jiang Yuyan. Both were beaten until they spit up blood. Especially Yang Xiaofan, who was directly beaten until he couldn't stop coughing up blood. The audience's hearts ached in spasms. As Jiang Yuyan, dressed in a dragon robe, was about to use her palm to strike Qin Tiange's head, her movements suddenly stopped. She then squeezed Qin Tiange's neck and asked him, "Do you love me?" She grimly asked him as she laughed. Qin Tiange coldly replied, "My heart is already dead. Then let your corpse accompany me." Jiang Yuyan prepared to strike, but suddenly a bloody dagger jutted out from her chest. She slowly turned her head. It was Yang Xiaofan. Under the intense pain, she turned around and struck Yang Xiaofan with dozens of palm strikes, tears streaming down her face. "Didn't you say you hate it when I sneak attack others from behind?" Her smile turned even more mournful. "Didn't you say a sneak attack was too disgraceful and that we, the people of Jianghu, should kill our opponents in an upright manner?" Yang Xiaofan was silent, collapsed in a pool of blood. At this moment, Qin Tiange's eyes were about to split open. He ignited a large fire in the palace, intending to die with Jiang Yuyan. In the swirling flames, the tear stains on Jiang Yuyan's face had evaporated. Qin Tiange tightly held on to her, not allowing her to escape this sea of fire. Jiang Yuyan didn't expect that she would finally be able to enjoy the embrace she had longed for so many years under such circumstances. How ironic. This embrace seemed to bring her back to the night she first met Qin Tiange. At that time, he was also holding her like this, gliding over the roofs like a dragonfly skimming the water surface. The moon was so beautiful that night. Jiang Yuyan managed to smile, then suddenly pushed Qin Tiange out of the fire and was completely swallowed by the flames herself. Qin Tiange had a surprised look on his face, but managed to use the momentum to escape. 3 years later, Qin Tiange was practicing martial arts in front of a thatched cottage. In his hands was the forbidden technique named transference. He suddenly remembered what his master once said. The character of those who practice such devil techniques would be affected. Even if the practitioner was initially kind-hearted, they would eventually be consumed by evil thoughts and lose their sense of self. In the thatched cottage, Yang Xiaofan, with white hair and beard, was soaking motionless in a medicinal bath with a blank look in his eyes. End of story, complete. When Jiang Yuyan killed everyone, leaving only the two main characters, the audience once hated this character. But in the end, watching Jiang Yuyan being swallowed by the flames, many viewers suddenly realized they weren't as happy as they had imagined. In fact, they felt somewhat heartbroken. Jiang Yuyan was certainly at fault, but did she really bring all of this upon herself? Suddenly, I feel so uncomfortable. Yang Xiaofan didn't die, but he has become a vegetable. The callous old rascal is truly unforgivable, claiming not to kill the protagonist, but then leaving Yang Xiaofan in a vegetative state. Am I going crazy? I actually feel a bit sympathetic towards Yin Emperor. It's odd. Yin Emperor has brought nothing but disaster, yet I can't bring myself to hate her. She's really pitiful. She held back when fighting Yang Xiaofan, so she was so despairing and angry when she was sneak attacked by him. She never thought Yang Xiaofan would actually go against his principles and launch a surprise attack from behind. He had once reprimanded her for her dishonorable sneaky tactics. She could also have killed Qin Tiange, but she decided to die alone in the end. So the most pitiful episode is the last one. The final person Jiang Yuyan kills is herself. Betrayed by her best friend and taken into the fatal flames by the man she loved the most, she finally lost hope entirely. There's nothing wrong with Qin Tiange. After all, if you don't love someone, you just don't. So was Yang Xiaofan wrong? No one is at fault, or perhaps everyone is at fault. But after making these mistakes, they brewed a terrible disaster. The last part about transference is really interesting. Those who practice this technique will be swallowed by evil thoughts. So is Yin Emperor's nature good or bad? Oh, how sad and pathetic, how pitiful yet lamentable. This is a woman who slaughtered Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange to the point where only the show's name remained. This is a woman who turned Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange into a list of survivors. This is a complex villain who was destined to remain in everyone's hearts, whether they loved or hated her. In the end, she met her punishment as she was swallowed by the flames. Of course, some viewers felt that this was Chu Kuang's attempt to whitewash Jiang Yuyan's character, which led to further controversy. This character seemed to be forever filled with controversy. But here's the thing. No matter how one evaluates this character, the TV show has come to an end now. Darn that old rascal. Ultimately, the viewers united against a common enemy. Regardless of how bad Jiang Yuyan was, she was still not as bad as the cunning and treacherous Chu Kuang. He was the one really behind everything. They were heartbroken. They were enraged. They were in despair. But they all had to admit, this version of Yin Emperor, this kind of plot twist, had created a unique Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, creating a bloody masterpiece. At this time, the top trending topics on Tribe and blog were all related to this series. The top trending topic on Tribe was #survivalist#. The top trending topic on blog was #OnlineShowNameLeft#. In addition, including #YinEmperor#, and #MainCharacterDidNotDie#, and even #SinisterChuKuang#. All of these topics stormed into the trending list as the TV series ended. Chapter 797, 757, scared the little Lolita to tears _1. Before this drama, there had never been a villain like Jiang Yuyan in Blue Star's shows. She had lived an impoverished life with her mother since childhood, doing all kinds of dirty and tiring work for survival. When her mother died, she couldn't afford a coffin, so she dug a grave in the wild by herself. And yet, this seemingly insignificant woman ultimately became the final boss of the entire drama, the Yin Emperor. She practically annihilated the entire cast until only the title of the drama was left. So much so that the title became known to the audience as The Survivors List. This was a huge novelty for the viewers. While people loved the plot of this drama and couldn't find it in themselves to truly hate this woman, even the most fascinating plot twists couldn't change the fact that Chu Kuang, that old rascal, was completely out of his mind. The drama was good, but it was extremely intense. The audience practically finished the show while cursing Chu Kuang. And when it started trending, more and more viewers joined in and watched till the grand finale, resulting in everyone condemning Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang is unfilial. Someone should restrain Chu Kuang's pen. Oh, it's pointless. We can't control the old rascal anymore. Damn, how could Blue Star have such a savage writer? The most annoying thing is, this jerk even turned off the comment section. Is this not escaping out of guilt? Turning off the comment section is really cunning. I'm so freaking impressed. Chu Kuang. If they won't let me kill the main character, I'll kill off all the supporting characters. I'll wipe out the good and the bad in one fell swoop. While everyone was passionately discussing the plot, the original author of the novel, Lancet, suddenly posted an update. The update was an emoticon of a person coughing up blood in extreme frustration. Anyone who has seen the movie Flirting Scholar would know. It is the famous scene where D.Y. Chuanchong is coughing up 3 liters of blood from frustration after losing to Tang. Bohu. Puff. The netizens burst into laughter, and their anger towards Chu Kuang was somewhat mollified. This is what you call killing the original author through stress. Lancet. Here, take the pen. You write. Oh no, I was wrong. Please don't write anymore. Give me back the pen. Chu Kuang. This is how Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange should be written properly. I feel bad for Teacher Lancet. If Teacher Lancet knew it would turn out like this, he would have definitely stopped that old rascal from taking over. Teacher Lancet must be going mad. If we viewers can't handle it, what about Teacher Lancet, the original author? Of course, no matter what, the fact that this version of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange became popular is undeniable. Just in terms of popularity, this version can compete with the most iconic one recognized by everybody. This, in turn, proves Chu Kuang's capability. Also, an important thing to note is, this was Chu Kuang's first time writing a screenplay. Although Chu Kuang is an author, he had never engaged in screenwriting for films or series before. Achieving such success in his first attempt is extremely rare in this industry. The industry insiders are simply torn between laughter and tears for Chu Kuang's monstrous adaptation. Do they dare to hire Chu Kuang as scriptwriter again in the future? Look at Lancet, such a composed writer, who was literally coughing up blood from the stress Chu Kuang caused. And the worst part is, the drama is insanely popular. Probably, Lancet doesn't know whether he should thank Chu Kuang for making his novel popular again or curse him for killing all his beloved characters. Lin Yuan was glad that he had closed the comment section in advance. Otherwise, how could he have faced the viewers' torrent of criticism? Anyways, he did contribute a lot in filling the gap in the television department. When he arrived at the company in the morning, he heard from Gudong that there was a company outside willing to pay big money to poach the actress who played Jiang Yuyan. Lin Yuan remained silent on this matter. Although the actress's performance was indeed good, if everyone assumes this performance to be her normal standard, they might be in for a disappointment later. The acting potion was the real reason for the actress's explosive performance. Ignoring this factor, there are countless female actresses in the entertainment industry who are good-looking and equally talented. In fact, not just the actress who played Jiang Yuyan, but other actors in the drama also garnered fame one after another. Why? Probably because the characters they played in the drama died so miserably, which aroused the audience's sympathy. In the company, the actors who participated in this drama were all bewildered. I got written out in the 20th episode, and yet I still became popular? I had this few scenes and still caught fire? So getting a boxed lunch early has this advantage. At first, I was cursing out how many scenes they cut me. But when my episode aired, my followers increased dramatically, and a bunch of fans came to sympathize with me, saying that I died too tragically. Can I die even more tragically next time, please? Don't hold back on the brutality. We misunderstood Chu Kuang, the old rascal. So he was doing us a favor by letting us take our boxed lunches early. What a twist of fate. Of course, this has to do with the script's explosive popularity. If there wasn't a mass death, and if their deaths hadn't touched the audience's hearts, even if they continued with the original script till the end, it would not have had the effect it has now. Even so, other entertainment companies are arranging for their writers to deeply study Chu Kuang's scriptwriting approach. Learn well from the old rascal. Upon hearing this, the writers began to question their life choices. No one had ever dared to do something like this, killing off everyone in the play, both protagonists and antagonists. But Chu Kuang has set an example, showing them that the audience loves to see tragedies. They've learned it all wrong. Who knows, there might be a lot of Chu Kuang imitators in scriptwriting in the future, but no one knows what kind of an impact it will have. Lin Yuan, the initiator of all this, will definitely not take such risks lightly in the future. But just when Lin Yuan thought that this play's influence would fade over time, the chairman suddenly sent him a video. What's this? Lin Yuan opened it, and his face turned somewhat awkward. In the video, a cute little girl was facing the camera and suddenly burst into tears. Grandpa Zhang died, Lady Hua died, and how everyone I like is dead. They were all killed by Jiang Yuyan. Jiang Yuyan is a bad woman. There was also inappropriate laughter in the shot, coming from the little girl's mother. Don't cry, don't cry. Do you want mommy to read you Chu Kuang's Fairy Tale Town? No. Then how about Shook and Beta? No. There's also Alice in Wonderland. I've heard them all. The little girl cried harder, gasping for air, shedding buckets of tears. Chu Kuang is a bad man, mommy. You can't like him. This mother is clearly a fan of Chu Kuang. All the stories she reads to the child are written by Chu Kuang. The video was only a few minutes long, but its content was very interesting. Beneath the video were numerous comments from internet users. That's me when I am chasing the show. Exactly the same. I cried my eyes out. Baby don't cry, big sister hug. This kid is going to be traumatized. Childhood trauma series. Ha ha ha, the kid is so cute. The little sister is right. Chu Kuang is a bad guy. Perhaps it was because the little girl was too cute, or perhaps her plaintive cries resonated with many, but the video's reposts skyrocketed. Countless users at Chu Kuang come out and take the beating. Chu Kuang, the old rascal. Old rascal. Come and see. This is the sin you committed. Your Yin Emperor has traumatized this young girl. This childhood trauma is not going away. When I was a kid watching a certain series, I was also scared to tears by the villain. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, come out and soothe the child. Oh my God, this is melting my heart. You heartless old rascal. Jiang Yuyan has scared the child. Your fairy tales are not working anymore. In the studio, Jin Mu also saw this video, and he laughed until he nearly lost his breath. I can't be your PR at times like this. I'll handle it. Lin Yuan glared at Jin Mu, then logged into Chu Kuang's account and decisively at the account that posted the video. Pat head. Hug. Can I write a new fairy tale for you? Crying face. Chapter 798, 758, The Adventures of the Puppet _1. Actually, this mom had already appeared in chapters 413 and 424. Her name is Yuqin. The little girl who complained that Chu Kuang is a bad guy is her daughter Hong Hong. The little girl also has a brother named Hua. Mother Yuqin is a hardcore fan of Chu Kuang and has read all his novels. Because of her, her son and daughter have been reading fairy tales written by Chu Kuang. Upon learning that Chu Kuang was involved in the scriptwriting for Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, she took her daughter, Hong Hong, to watch the series. Her son, Hua, wasn't interested in the series. After watching for a while, he went back to his well-read Fairy Tale Town. Hong Hong and her mother watched the entire series together. Watching Jiang Yuyan's indiscriminate killing, Hong Hong ended up crying bitterly at the end. Yuqin found it amusing, so she simply filmed a video and uploaded it to her blog. She used to play in a tribe, but when Chu Kuang moved to blogging, she followed him there. Yuqin believes this to be a form of self-cultivation for a die-hard fan. To Yuqin's surprise, the video she casually filmed went viral, shared by countless netizens. What surprised Yuqin even more was that Chu Kuang had seen the video and even had her on his blog. Instantly, Yuqin was overjoyed to the point of dizziness. The netizens were all smitten by the cuteness of Hong Hong. They started at Chu Kuang, but their intention was only to tease him, who made him post that strong lunchbox. So, everyone was equally surprised when Chu Kuang responded to the little girl and even announced he would write a new fairy tale for this little girl. Suddenly, the whole internet was abuzz, especially some sentimental netizens. They were deeply moved. My God, he's so spoiling her. I cried too. I want a head pat too. I want a hug too. To pacify the little girl, he's actually going to write a new fairy tale? Are these words that the old rascal would say? For the first time, I found out that the old rascal actually has such a gentle side. I'm melting. So the old rascal's cough. Heart is warm too. So warm. Suddenly I feel a bit embarrassed to continue dissing the old rascal. He's really going all out for the little girl. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, really knows how to pamper his fans. I wouldn't be surprised if Xianyu did this, but I really didn't expect the old rascal to do this. Despite being mysterious and never revealing his face, Chu Kuang's public image has always been cold. Don't ask where this impression came from. Just based on his adaptation of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, you can tell how ruthless he is, not to mention his past misdeeds while writing books. But no one expected Chu Kuang to also have such a side. The contrast is just too great. Just look at the status he posted. All kinds of comforting emojis, even with a crying face. It seems a bit aggrieved. At this moment, the mum reappeared. Daughter said, "Uncle Chu Kuang, don't lie." In fact, she really loves goat Chu Kuang's fairy tales, under my influence, he. As a result, to everyone's astonishment, Chu Kuang responded again. "If I lie, my nose will grow long. Wait for me 2 hours." This response, while warming and touching, also aroused many people's curiosity. What does the old rascal mean by this? Why would his nose grow long if he lies? Is this a new internet meme? What does wait 2 hours mean? Is Chu Kuang preparing to write a new fairy tale on the spot? Really? Can it be done so quickly? A short story? Even if it's a short story, 2 hours is still too quick, isn't it? Let's wait and see. Chu Kuang is the fairy tale king. Just because others can't write that fast doesn't mean he can't. Netizens started to look forward to it. What kind of fairy tale would Chu Kuang write in 2 hours to amuse children? Lying will make your nose grow longer. Many parents on Earth like to say this when educating their children. Actually, this is a plot device about the protagonist Pinocchio in the fairy tale The Adventures of Pinocchio. Yes, the novel that Lin Yuan plans to write next is this fairy tale called The Adventures of Pinocchio. Why this one? Because there is a mention of this fairy tale in the lyrics of Fairy Tale Town. It is said that Pinocchio is always telling lies. Lin Yuan wants to amuse the child while also filling in the gaps of the song lyrics. This was a promise he made when he released the song. Lin Yuan takes his promises very seriously. Like when he said he wouldn't kill the protagonist in Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, he didn't. Actually, he could also write something like Harry Potter. But that novel is too long and can't be written in 2 hours. The key is that the later parts of Harry Potter are pretty bleak, with many beloved characters dying, which isn't suitable to comfort children. The Adventures of Pinocchio is different. The short story version is only about 10,000 words long. Lin Yuan can finish it in 2 hours. It's not hard at all. It's true. Lin Yuan plans to write the short story version of this novel in 2 hours and directly post it on his blog. It will help to attract traffic to his blog. After all, The Adventures of Pinocchio is an excellent fairy tale with high ratings in all aspects. The writer Ba Jin once said, "After spending a few minutes reading The Adventures of Pinocchio, even though I am no longer a child, I was still captivated." With that in mind, Lin Yuan began to write. Jin Mu watched him in awe. He started writing already? In 2 hours? Write a fairy tale? Just to make a child happy? Your PR game is really strong. As Lin Yuan started writing, some fairy tale authors in the industry heard the news that Chu Kuang was going to write a fairy tale story to satisfy a little girl. For a moment, many fairy tale authors were paying attention. After all, Chu Kuang was known as the fairy tale king. Write a fairy tale to calm a little girl. This fairy tale king is truly talented and capricious. If the quality of this fairy tale is enough, it could become a great story. 2 hours. How good can the quality be? No matter what, that little girl is lucky. Chu Kuang wrote a fairy tale story just for her. I guess she will only understand how big this is when she grows up. Isn't it Chu Kuang himself who caused this? If he hadn't set up the vicious plot for Jiang Yuyan to kill, and kill, how could the little girl cry so cutely? Everyone found it interesting. For a moment, there were quite a few people who actually waited for 2 hours. 2 hours later, someone refreshed Chu Kuang's blog and found out, hey, he really wrote a fairy tale called The Adventures of Pinocchio. It seems like it took less than 2 hours. This writing speed is impressive. Let's take a look. At little girl, come and check out your spoils of war. 2 hours. The old rascal didn't just phone it in, did he? The story may not be very exciting, but it was written in 2 hours. Just enjoy the fun. Click, click, click. Many netizens clicked into this fairy tale with interest. The story of Pinocchio, for the first time, appeared in front of the readers of Blue Star. Chapter 799, 759 Pinocchio. Lin Yuan wrote a short story version of The Adventures of Pinocchio. Actually, there is also a full-length version, which is the original text, consisting of 36 chapters and about 100,000 words. Of course, even as a short story version, Pinocchio's tale still maintains a considerable level of interest. So, after this fairy tale was published, Yuqin read through the content herself first and then showed a surprised expression. It's a very interesting fairy tale. More precisely, The Adventures of Pinocchio seems not just a fairy tale, but also has a touch of a fable. The difference between them lies in fairy tales aim to tell a story that children like, whereas fables often aim to elevate the theme, expounding on some educationally rich morals from the angle of mixing education with pleasure. Speaking of which, adults and children view fairy tales from different angles. Stories that adults might find juvenile could be beloved by children, and those that adults think look good may not be enjoyed by children. Different ages, different feelings. Yuqin liked this story very much, but she didn't know how the children would react. Mommy, tell it. Hong Hong was already sitting eagerly across from her mother. In Hong Hong's mind, although Chu Kuang was a bad guy, the fairy tales he wrote were all very good. All right. Yuqin smiled, then began to narrate gently. In Fairy Tale Town, there was a piece of wood that could talk. How can a piece of wood talk? Hua suddenly interjected from the side. Hong Hong was unhappy. Shook and Beta can talk, and they are mice. Mom smiled. Ordinary wood can't talk, but this is a talking piece of wood, so Grandpa Zhang decided to carve this piece of wood into a person. Hong Hong asked, didn't Grandpa Zhang die? Grandpa Zhang is that upright character from Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, who was the first one to receive the takeaway meal, and now the carpenter in this fairy tale was also called Grandpa Zhang. Yuqin was stunned for a moment, but soon guessed the purpose behind Chu Kuang naming the character that way, feeling more moved in her heart. She smoothly said, actually, Grandpa Zhang didn't die. He just entered Fairy Tale Town and became a carpenter. Children who have read Chu Kuang's fairy tales, like Blue Star, know that Fairy Tale Town is a beautiful place, inhabited by various princes and princesses, mermaids, and of course, including Shook and Beta, among others. In short, all the characters in Chu Kuang's fairy tales live in that little town. Yes, Lin Yuan spared no effort in crafting Fairy Tale Town. He unified the background of all his fairy tale stories, allowing them to all take place in this place called Fairy Tale Town. As a result, Fairy Tale Town became a place many children yearned for. After all, there in Fairy Tale Town were the beautiful Snow White, Alice who could grow big, and mermaids. Good, Grandpa Zhang didn't die. Hong Hong was very happy and urged her mother to continue. Keep telling it. Yuqin smiled slightly and then continued the story about Pinocchio. Pinocchio can't lie. Every time he lied, Pinocchio's nose would grow longer. After he told many lies consecutively, his nose had become as long as the room, and it was not even convenient for him to turn around on the spot. Yuqin narrated the story vividly. Hong Hong gradually became mesmerized by the story. At that moment, Yuqin noticed that, unbeknownst to her, Hua had also come over, listening seriously. The children really liked this story. She thought to herself with some joy, narrating even more. Earnestly, she didn't notice that the children's faces were gradually changing. Finally, Pinocchio's nose finally became as it was originally. A 10,000-word story didn't take too long to tell. When the story ended, Yuqin wanted to ask the children for their thoughts, but she saw Hua suddenly stand up with a worried face. What's wrong? Yuqin was a bit concerned. Was there something wrong with the story? Wasn't she absorbed in it just a moment ago? Mommy, Hua said with a downcast face. My nose is getting longer. I don't want my nose to grow long. Everyone will laugh at me. What? I won't lie again next time. Actually, the toy snake in Xiaomei's bag was put there by me. And during the last test, I actually didn't pass, and the time before that I accidentally broke the classroom window, but didn't admit it. Yuqin was speechless. Hong Hong started to feel scared too, touching her own nose, feeling like it was different than usual. Has my nose gotten longer too? You lied to. Yuqin was instantly covered in metaphorical black lines. Hong Hong was close to tears. I only lied once. Last time when Mom went out, I secretly watched a cartoon at home. I turned off the TV before Mom came back. I only watched for a little while. Yuqin was caught between laughter and tears. She patted the little heads of the two children. Your noses haven't grown long because you bravely admitted your mistakes. Really? The two kids were skeptical, and even ran to look at themselves in the mirror to compare. Yuqin said, "You can't lie again next time. If you lie too much, you will end up like Pinocchio with a really long nose." I won't ever lie again. Hua spoke loudly, then subconsciously touched their nose again. Me neither. Hong Hong became much more righteous. While Yuqin found it amusing, she also felt an inexplicable stirring in her heart. It was the first time she directly felt the educational significance a fairy tale could carry. Actually, Chu Kuang is a really good person. She thought this to herself, filled with emotion and warmth. Then, she instinctively touched her own rather prominent nose and felt an inexplicable flutter of anxiety. And the scene at Yuqin's home was just the tip of the iceberg. Similar situations were happening in many families. Mom, I was wrong. Dad, I won't ever lie again. Please make my nose go back to normal. I didn't lie. Why has my nose grown longer? You got stung by a mosquito. So don't lie, okay? The nose of a liar will grow long. This was probably a different kind of childhood trauma. It was like the education method of cry anymore and you'll be eaten by a tiger. The difference was that the former was much more reasonable, with a very strong effect of teaching through fun, filled with positive significance, while the latter could easily affect the healthy development of a child's body and mind. And as the influence of this fairy tale began to spread from individual to collective, the internet finally became a buzz. The fairy tale became an overnight sensation. Countless netizens left excited comments. This story is so fun. After listening to the fairy tale, my child confessed to all the mistakes he recently made. I was so mad I could have jumped up and down. So it turns out my little goldfish was killed by this mischievous kid. The nose growing when lying. Isn't this creating a new childhood trauma? Ha! The old rascal is tough on adult readers, but all soft knives for children. However, I like it, and there's an interesting detail. The supporting characters mentioned in this fairy tale are basically those who left the stage in Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. It's like they've been resurrected in Fairy Tale Town. I'm very grateful to teacher Chu Kuang for writing such a wonderful story for children. Even though the story is full of educational color, it does not preach with tedious morality throughout and can be understood by children. It is indeed a very exciting fairy tale. My child keeps clamoring to go to Fairy Tale Town and play, saying they want to make friends with Pinocchio, laughing while crying. Interesting Pinocchio, the nose growing when lying. This setting is too fun. This fairy tale is even more interesting than Snow White. Alright, for now, I'll forgive the old rascal's ruthless behavior. The effect of this fairy tale is perfect for coaxing children. At the same time, authors in the fairy tale industry also finished reading the content of The Adventures of Pinocchio. Oh my, what a fantastic story. This was written in 2 hours. The 9 well-known fairy tale masters who had a literary duel with Chu Kuang. They really weren't unjustly defeated. This is one of the best fairy tales I've ever read. Wait a second. Doesn't the name Pinocchio sound familiar? Damn, isn't that a lyric from the song Fairy Tale Town? Have you heard Pinocchio always telling lies? This isn't a 2-hour effort. The old rascal had thought of this story long before that song was released. Everyone finally found the blind spot. This wasn't a fairy tale written in 2 hours, but the message it revealed was even more terrifying. The song named Fairy Tale Town truly represented a series of fairy tale plots. The entire fairy tale town linked together had already formed a fairy tale universe with a significant influence on contemporary children. And Pinocchio was the new member of this fairy tale universe. For a time, Pinocchio became a smashing hit. Chapter 800, 760, Jiang Kuei. For Lin Yuan. The short story The Adventures of Pinocchio was just meant to entertain children, but the impact of this fairy tale was quite beyond his expectations. This short fairy tale actually garnered a very high readership, so much so that the blog's traffic also increased. This was related to the copyright protection in Blue Star. Many people interested in this story could only read it under Chu Kuang's blog account. He hadn't granted permission for reposting. And as more and more people read this story, parents teaching their children not to lie no longer needed to earnestly say, "Only bad children lie." They simply had to tell the children, "If you lie, your nose will grow long." The effect was very significant. Even more unforeseen by Lin Yuan was that children's interest in Fairy Tale Town was growing more and more. Some children would even gather to discuss. "There's a new friend in Fairy Tale Town. Who is it? You don't know Pinocchio? Is he friends with Snow White? I don't know. They live in the same town. They're bound to meet. I wish I could go to Fairy Tale Town too." You can't. There are not only good people in Fairy Tale Town, but also many bad people. Aren't all the bad people punished? It's very safe there. Heaven knows how many children yearn for Fairy Tale Town. This wasn't the influence of just one or two works. It was a chain reaction brought about by Lin Yuan setting many of his fairy tales in Fairy Tale Town, which gradually elevated its stature in children's hearts. He, the Fairy Tale King, truly lived up to his name increasingly. Lin Yuan even couldn't help but think, could he perhaps one day create a Fairy Tale Town theme park? Something along the lines of Disneyland. However, this was just a fleeting thought. For Lin Yuan, it wasn't enough yet. He had to wait until these fairy tales turned into animated productions and had a bigger impact on children. In the following days, Lin Yuan simply wrote out the full-length The Adventures of Pinocchio and sent it to Silver Blue Books for publishing. With this, another piece of the Fairy Tale Town puzzle was finally put into place. It was only at this time that Lin Yuan finally dared to boldly open up the comment permissions on Chu Kuang's blog. When netizens noticed this, they laughed uncontrollably. "Do you think you're up to it now? Now you dare to open up the comment permissions. Permission dog. Well, considering The Adventures of Pinocchio isn't bad, I won't scold you. Dare again and see how I'll blast you." Lin Yuan didn't pay attention to the netizens' teasing, mainly because he didn't have time to. After letting Chu Kuang stir up activity for a while, July was almost at an end. He still had rankings to fight for in August. He was getting closer and closer to the goal of 12 consecutive victories, and Lin Yuan could not afford to slack off in these last few months. One wrong move could spoil everything. Musing on this, Lin Yuan began to consider what song to use in August. Right, Jiang Kuei seemed about to become a queen of pop music. Lin Yuan thought he should collaborate with Jiang Kuei in August. He wanted to help Jiang Kuei skyrocket, thereby presenting the Yu dynasty's first pop queen. Lin Yuan usually chose the song first, then considered which singer would be more suitable for it. It was rare for him to decide on the singer first and then consider the song. The former was easier to manage. After all, the number of good singers outnumbered good songs. And once a singer was pre-selected, Lin Yuan's song style would have to conform to the singer's own style. Fortunately, Jiang Kuei's range was broad enough that Lin Yuan had many suitable songs for her. If one were to rank the ability of Yu Dynasty's singers, Lin Yuan couldn't be specific. After all, everyone's potential was exploitable. But no matter how much everyone's potential was tapped, Jiang Kuei's level was absolutely among the top. Switching to his admirable fish alias, Lin Yuan went to the company and made a phone call to Jiang Kuei. The phone rang for a long time. Just when Lin Yuan thought the other party was too busy to pick up, a slightly tired voice finally came through. "Teacher Admirable Fish, can you come to the company? I can't right now. When will you be free? How about tonight at 7? Okay, 7 o'clock. I'll be in the office waiting for you." After Lin Yuan hung up the phone, he suddenly felt that Jiang Kuei's mood seemed off. He didn't think much of it. Lin Yuan began to consider which song to give Jiang Kuei. Previously in Beijing, he had encouraged Jiang Kuei to practice Chu language extensively, as he planned to have her perform a Chu language song in August. There were many options to choose from. Lin Yuan leaned toward a Chu language song named Bluebird. The song itself was of exceptional quality. Most importantly, it was the theme song for Naruto. Yes, Lin Yuan planned to produce Naruto, leveraging the song to hit the charts. Many chart-topping experiences had proven capitalizing on popularity could double the effect. It was a shortcut to the charts. Of course, this was based on Lin Yuan's strong confidence in the animation version of Naruto. Let's settle on this one for now. Lin Yuan had backups, as there were plenty of Chu language songs. If Jiang Kuei's performance was not up to par, Lin Yuan could consider other Chu language songs or even switch to a Mandarin song, as ultimately, Mandarin songs had the broadest appeal. Turning on the computer, Lin Yuan began simple production work. His office was spacious and well-equipped with various musical instruments, making it convenient to produce any music. Just like that, he worked until the end of the workday. The dismissal time varied across different departments. The composition department where Lin Yuan worked was considered leisurely, since composers' creativity did not require sitting in the office. Looking for inspiration was a trick not only Lin Yuan used. Even without such excuses, the composition department still finished work at 5 o'clock. Seeing Lin Yuan still in the office, his assistant Gu Dong expressed surprise. Mr. Lin isn't leaving work? How unusual. Usually, Mr. Lin would leave before 4 o'clock, slapping his buttocks as he walked out. Not to mention, sometimes Mr. Lin wouldn't come to the office for several days. Waiting for someone. Lin Yuan responded succinctly. You can go back. All right, then I'll make you a cup of tea. Gu Dong skillfully brewed tea for Lin Yuan, and then smiled. Who's the special person that you're waiting for? Jiang Kuei, to record a song. Jiang Kuei. Gu Dong paused, hesitant, then whispered. Have you heard about the incident with Jiang Kuei? What incident? Gu Dong shook his head. Nothing serious, just some gossip. Apparently, a few days ago, Jiang Kuei's mom came to our company looking for her, and it seems they had an unpleasant exchange. Oh. Lin Yuan frowned and said, Don't spread rumors. Gu Dong quickly responded, I was just mentioning it to you. No one in our department dares to gossip. Everyone knows Jiang Kuei is your person. Lin Yuan didn't say anything. No wonder Jiang Kuei seemed somewhat upset during the previous phone call. It seemed to be related to this incident. Shortly after Gu Dong left, Jiang Kuei appeared. As soon as she entered, Jiang Kuei apologized softly. Sorry for making Teacher Admirable Fish wait. No worries. Lin Yuan looked at her and could clearly see the fatigue between her brows. Without bringing up her family issues, Lin Yuan straightforwardly said, Here's a song for you to check out. A new song? Yes. Jiang Kuei immediately understood Lin Yuan's intention and perked up. I'll get it right tonight. See you in the recording studio tomorrow. Lin Yuan intended to discuss specific details with her, but seeing Jiang Kuei's poor condition, he chose not to say more. If it were before, Jiang Kuei would be thrilled to get a new song, eager to try humming it immediately. He got up to leave. As he approached the door, Lin Yuan suddenly turned around and said, Let me know if you need any help. Okay. Jiang Kuei seemed dazed, then quickly nodded, appearing somewhat surprised. Thank you. You're welcome. Lin Yuan turned and left. Jiang Kuei watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, biting her lip, and then sighed softly. Chapter 801, 761 I'm that fool. The next day, recording studio. Lin Yuan was recording a song with Jiang Kuei. Again, it's not good enough. Record it again. This note is dragged out too long. There's not enough emotion. It's still not good enough. Pause. Recording went on for several hours, but Jiang Kuei's singing never met Lin Yuan's standard, and the atmosphere in the studio was somewhat downcast. Normally, this song wouldn't have been difficult for Jiang Kuei, but today was different. Her state was too poor. Lin Yuan had no choice but to call for a break in the end. Jiang Kuei hung her head in silence, her expression one of shame. She knew her problem was serious. Her personal emotions were seriously affecting her work. Let's stop here for today, said Lin Yuan. We'll record again tomorrow. Jiang Kuei spoke in a low voice, timidly. I'm sorry for taking up so much of Teacher Admirable Fish's time. I will try my best to adjust my condition by tomorrow. Then, she apologized to the other staff members. Lin Yuan nodded without saying much more. Even if Jiang Kuei couldn't finish recording by the end of the month, it didn't matter. He had a backup plan. If it came to it, they could release the song later. Back in the office, while Lin Yuan was considering his next moves, he suddenly received a call from Sun Yaohua. Junior, do you want to have dinner tonight? Everyone will be there. Everyone, in Sun Yao's mouth was undoubtedly the singers from Yu Dynasty. All right. Lin Yuan didn't decline. That evening at 7 o'clock, he arrived at a restaurant owned by Sun Yao and saw everyone in a private room. Indeed, all the singers from Yu Dynasty were there, including Jiang Kuei. When Jiang Kuei saw Lin Yuan, she seemed somewhat embarrassed, keeping her head down, especially after her poor performance during the day. Lin Yuan didn't say much either. After dinner, Sun Yao suggested they all go to KTV to sing. Sure, everyone happily agreed, and Lin Yuan had no objections. So, the group made their way to the KTV. Sun Yao had booked a large private room, with an assortment of fruit platters being served one after another, and of course, beer to boost the fun. Tist. Jiang Kuei opened a beer and began drinking. Slow down, Sun Yao cautioned her. Everyone else started to choose songs. No one chose their own songs. Instead, they picked songs by other Yu Dynasty artists. For example, Sun Yao chose Chun Jiu's Change Myself. You're going to sing my song in front of Teacher Admirable Fish? What are you trying to prove? Chun Jiu snorted and decisively picked Red Rose, taking out the guitar he always carried with him. Out of all the Yu Dynasty singers, it was Chun Jiu who liked to carry his guitar everywhere, even bringing it to KTV to accompany himself. Xia Fan and Zhao Yinggun naturally didn't want to be outdone. Even Wei Haoyun picked a song, Easy to Ignite and Explode. Jiang Kuei didn't choose any songs. She just ate fruit and drank beer. Everyone failed to notice. They only realized something was wrong when they were fighting over the microphone, and suddenly, a cry echoed through the room. It was Jiang Kuei. Everyone was a bit flustered. Why is she crying now? It's all Sun Yao's fault for hogging the mic. Jiang Kuei hasn't even sung one song. Come on, let's have Jiang Kuei pick a song. What do you want to sing? I'll pick it for you. How about Initial Dream? I always thought you could outshine Xia Fan with that song. What are you implying, Zhao Yinggun? Cough. Just my personal opinion. Go for the high notes. Your high notes are especially bright and clear. Everyone nearly forced the microphone into Jiang Kuei's hands. Jiang Kuei put down her beer, fiercely wiped away her tears, and then went to select the song Father. Always taking from you, but never saying thank you. Jiang Kuei's singing was far from pleasant. It was the voice of someone inebriated, lashing out in a drunken frenzy. It was at that moment everyone realized Jiang Kuei was drunk. They looked at each other, uncertain what to do. Even the slowest to react could tell Jiang Kuei was troubled. Time. Oh time, slow down a bit. During the high notes, Jiang Kuei's voice cracked. Unaware of her own dissonance, she continued emotionally and immersed in the song, tears streaming down her face. Is she missing her dad? Sun Yao whispered. Wei Haoyun gave a bitter smile. I remember her father passed away quite early. I see. Xia Fan shook his head. We can't let her drink any more later on. Zhao Yinggun frowned. We let her drink too much without realizing it. She'll probably throw up soon. She's better at drinking than me. Chun Jiu muttered a comment. Everyone had already noticed the empty beer bottles all over the floor. Lin Yuan had been silent, sitting on the sofa, listening to everyone sing. He had long noticed that Jiang Kuei was continuously drinking, but he didn't stop her. If she had troubles on her mind, it might be good to let them out. Jiang Kuei was still singing, and when she reached the last line, she shouted it out. The child you worry about has grown up. After shouting that line, Jiang Kuei started to cry even harder, fiercely wiping her tears away. Everyone was in a flurry trying to comfort her. You don't need to comfort me. You're all steel-hearted macho men and tomboys. You don't know how to comfort people. Last time Teacher Admirable Fish even said that a white swan sings better than me. Jiang Kuei even lashed out, but combined with the sobbing, it just didn't have any force. Lin Yuan. He hadn't expected Jiang Kuei to still remember that incident. After complaining, Jiang Kuei began to throw a drunken tantrum. My dad died a long time ago, and my mom remarried. She doesn't care about my brother and me at all. She married a rich man, and even had twins with him. Everyone exchanged looks. Sun Yao seemed to know the company gossip. I heard that day your mom came looking for you. She wasn't looking for me. She was asking me for money. Everyone was stunned. Jiang Kuei was thoroughly drunk, slurring her words. That new husband of hers got into financial trouble. Now he's in jail, and his company has gone bankrupt. Her twin sons lost their jobs. Their house was lost to debt. She has nothing left. So she came to me, saying I'm a big star, saying I could repay her husband's debts. Do you know how much money she wanted? She just opened her mouth, and it was 100 million. Everyone's expression changed. No one had expected Jiang Kuei to encounter such a situation, and they had certainly not realized her life was so tragic. Only an idiot would give her the money. Jiang Kuei cursed out loud. I have my own little brothers. I bought houses for my 2 brothers. Those twins are her and another man's children. She never cared for us. Why should I solve her problems when her family is in trouble? Where was she when my brother and I were starving? Where was she when my brother and I had to work at relatives' houses just to eat? I don't have your high education. I taught myself music, and only after I debuted did I start reading the books you all read years ago. Let me tell you, I am freaking awesome. Now that I've got some ability, she comes begging to me, asking me for money. It's okay. Xia Fan hugged Jiang Kuei, whispering softly, don't cry. We support you. Zhao Yingge came over with tissues to wipe Jiang Kuei's tears. Wei Haoyun also spoke up. You don't need to feel any burden. The singers from Yu Dynasty were actually quite close. Seeing Jiang Kuei like this, everyone felt heartache. I came from the mountains. I carried my 2 little brothers on my back. Everyone praises me for being amazing. I have real talent. My singing is so beautiful. So many people love listening to my songs. Jiang Kuei wasn't paying attention to what anybody else was saying. She just kept shouting by herself. The servers outside couldn't help but peek inside, but were sent away with a look from Lin Yuan. Only idiots would give money. Jiang Kuei used her sleeve to wipe the tears and shouted again, then grabbed a beer and started chugging. Sun Yaohua nodded in agreement. Exactly. Only an idiot would give money. Chun Jiu saw where this was going, quickly snatched her beer away, and echoed in agreement. Only idiots would give money, really. When Jiang Kuei saw her beer taken away, she cried out even louder, standing up to snatch it back. Chun Jiu ran off. Jiang Kuei was short and couldn't reach it even when she jumped. Out of frustration, she climbed onto the table, then burst into laughter. I am that idiot. She laughed with tears streaming down her face, while everyone else froze, their expressions complex. I am that idiot. Jiang Kuei finally got a hold of another can of beer, but just as she took a sip, she choked on it, coughing repeatedly. Crash. She bent over, and as a result, her foot slipped, causing her to fall down. Amidst everyone's cries of alarm, Lin Yuan got up and caught her. Lin Yuan. Jiang Kuei, oblivious to her near fall, just stared at Lin Yuan, calling his name for the first time. Everyone's mouth hung open in shock. But Jiang Kuei continued with another bombshell. Zhao Yingge has a crush on you. Jiang Kuei. Zhao Yingge's face instantly turned beet red. She lusts after your body. Jiang Kuei didn't care about Zhao Yingge's feelings. The words of a drunk lacked any sense. Xia Fan said that when you were in junior high. Shut up. Xia Fan quickly covered Jiang Kuei's mouth. Jiang Kuei struggled uncomfortably. Xia Fan hesitated to let go, but when she did, Jiang Kuei threw up all over Lin Yuan. Instantly, the room fell silent. Everyone looked nervously at Lin Yuan, a bit inexplicably scared. Don't let her drink next time, Lin Yuan said nonchalantly, then said, Xia Fan, take her home. All right. Xia Fan breathed a sigh of relief and responded quickly. Jiang Kuei was still shouting. Let me introduce myself. I'm the idiot. Sun Yaohua suddenly got heated. It's just money, so give it to her. I'll take you to make big money from now on. Xia Fan, you're busy. I'll take her home later. What a mess over some petty issue, and you vomited all over your junior. Everyone cast odd glances at Sun Yaohua. Lin Yuan spoke up. Well, that's it then. Let's call it a night. Chun Jiu called out. I'll buy you some clothes. Wear mine. They're new. Make do for now, Junior. Sun Yaohua took off his outer jacket and handed it to Lin Yuan. In the end, everyone went their separate ways. Wearing Sun Yaohua's jacket, Lin Yuan sat in the car, looking at the receding scenery, and suddenly hummed a tune softly from the driver's seat. The driver silently turned off the car stereo and, listening to the humming from behind, his expression subtly shifted. You are Diao. You are a free bird. Chapter 802, 762 Diao. Jiang Kuei woke up at noon the next day. She had a bit of a headache after the hangover. She shouldn't have drunk so much last night. Last night, as if she had just remembered something, Jiang Kuei suddenly sat up. "Ah!" she screamed, her hands vigorously rubbing her hair. Some people have no recollection of what happened after getting drunk. Others, after sobering up, can roughly remember what they did. Jiang Kuei belonged to the latter. She remembered pouring her heart out to her best friend about her recent troubles, remembered climbing onto a table in a drunken frenzy, and even more distinctly remembered vomiting all over Teacher Admirable Fish. That's right. Did she also blurt out the fact that Zhao Yingge has a crush on Teacher Admirable Fish? Wait, did she actually call Teacher Admirable Fish by his name yesterday? It's over, it's over, it's over. Jiang Kuei was completely in a panic, her face burning with embarrassment even though there was no one else around, wishing she could just crawl into a hole. Isn't it good to be alive? What on earth did I do? Jiang Kuei hurriedly grabbed her phone, and just as she turned it on, she received a bunch of messages. Wei Haoyun, if you're short on cash, tell sis, I'll lend you some. Zhao Yingge. Jiang Kuei, I'm gonna fight you. Xiao Fan. Smile, smile, smile. Chen Jiyu. Beautiful. Do you remember what happened last night? Sinister. Sun Yaohua. I give up. It's just 1 billion yuan. I'll help you with your financial problem. Did you really have to puke on your junior? It was true. Jiang Kuei's face turned pale. Just then, her phone buzzed. Teacher Admirable Fish. You were late. Whoosh. Jiang Kuei threw her phone out as if it were a death warrant. Oh no. She had forgotten she had to record a song today. The next moment, she jumped out of bed, not even caring that she put her shoes on the wrong feet, and rushed into the bathroom to wash up at breakneck speed. Half an hour later, Jiang Kuei was lingering outside Lin Yuan's office door, dragging her feet, not daring to enter. Who? After giving herself a strong pep talk, Jiang Kuei gathered the courage to push the door and enter. Inside the office, Lin Yuan was looking down at his phone. Upon hearing the noise, he looked up at Jiang Kuei. I was wrong. Jiang Kuei bowed deeply, her head lowered, not daring to look at Lin Yuan's face, the image of bowing down to the boss. That gif. I've changed your song. Lin Yuan acted as if nothing had happened, took out a sheet of lyrics and music, and casually opened a demo track. Jiang Kuei, still stunned, lifted her head to take the sheets. At that moment, the room was filled with the demo Lin Yuan had previously recorded. Jiao lives in a faraway place. As the lyrics played one by one, the nervousness and tension on Jiang Kuei's face gradually vanished, replaced by a rising admiration from the bottom of her heart. When the demo ended, Jiang Kuei suddenly spoke, her tone quivering slightly. The song is called Diao. Can you sing it? Yes. Then go practice it and get it recorded in the next couple of days. Okay. Jiang Kuei nodded seriously and resolutely, but her eyes had unknowingly reddened, despite the fact that they were already swollen from last night's tearful breakdown. Thank you, Teacher Admirable Fish. You can call me Lin Yuan. Jiang Kuei's knees nearly buckled, almost sending her to the ground. She practically fled the office. As she closed the door behind her, a light suddenly shone in her heart. At the end of July, the hottest news on the internet was about the upcoming Olympics in August. Conversely, the season's chart naturally made for a lively scene. After all, it was a preview of the Olympics. This month, the fan support songs for each continent gained plenty of attention. All these songs came from the hands of Xianyu. Because of this, despite the Olympics being in full swing, Xianyu's name was still repeatedly mentioned. Fish Papa is truly invincible this July. Speaking of which, August is coming. Xianyu's path to 12 consecutive championships will face a new round of challenges. I wonder what song Fish Papa will bring in August. I guess the news will come out soon. There's no official promotion spot in August, so the competition should be pretty intense. Quick, look at Starlight's official announcement. The info on Fish Papa's new song is out. With some reminders, netizens hurriedly clicked on Starlight's official announcement. Xianyu's new song in August will be a collaboration with Jiang Kuei, who will officially vie for the title of Song Queen this August. The official announcement had a picture, Xianyu's poster on the left and Jiang Kuei's poster on the right. At that moment, everyone saw through Starlight's promotional intentions. Is Fish Papa helping Jiang Kuei to strive for the title of Song Queen? Jiang Kuei's professional stats are really high. It seems she's just a bit short of becoming Song Queen. If Fish Papa can continue to top the charts in August, then it shouldn't be a problem for Jiang Kuei to become Song Queen. Jiang Kuei has had a tough life. Jiang Kuei's singing talent is really strong. You know, she taught herself to sing. Originally a street performer, she was scouted by a star scout from Starlight and entered the company. Then she met Xianyu, and her career skyrocketed. Jiang Kuei doesn't have formal training? Somehow there are people who don't know. Jiang Kuei has mentioned her past in many interviews. A girl from the mountains, her father died, her mother remarried, and she had to make a living outside with her 2 younger brothers. Her experience is particularly inspiring. I can't believe she's already aiming for the title of Song Queen. I remember an entertainment show once showed pictures of Jiang Kuei when she was young, emaciated and holding her 2 younger brothers. It was really heartbreaking to see. That's when I started following her. In the internet era, information is transparent. As the highest-rated singer of the Yu dynasty, Jiang Kuei's past was dug up by many reporters after she became famous. After much digging, the public became informed. When Jiang Kuei participated in some interviews, she also revealed some of her past. Previously not much discussed, but as Jiang Kuei started aiming for the title of Song Queen, these old stories were again dug up by netizens. Inspirational stories are always something people enjoy discussing. Otherwise, shows like The Voice wouldn't tirelessly craft tear-jerking stories. While everyone was discussing Jiang Kuei, suddenly, new explosive news appeared online. There's a big scoop circulating in the industry recently. Jiang Kuei's mother demanded $1 billion from her and filled her husband's accounts with it. They say her mother made a scene at Starlight trying to get the money, completely cleaning out Jiang Kuei. The affairs of stars can never stay hidden. The commotion caused by Jiang Kuei's mother at Starlight ultimately attracted some attention. Celebrity family issues always have a strange allure to the public. At first, it was just rumors. Many people considered it boring, false gossip. Jiang Kuei isn't a fool. How could she possibly agree to her mother's outrageous demands? But by that evening, the reports from journalists were already quite detailed. They included everything about Jiang Kuei's mother, who remarried and neglected her children, but then came back begging her daughter to bail out her new husband's debts, even listing a series of compelling evidence from sources unknown. After reading the reports, netizens were shocked. The hell, this is actually true? $1 billion. She really gave it. To a mother who didn't care about her and her brothers? My God, how can a mother be so heartless? The mother didn't care when her daughter was struggling, but now she comes asking for money. Moral blackmailing too? If it were me, I would never give. Damn, I can't believe this outrageous news is true. Her mother doesn't dare to accept interviews, claiming she owes her daughter, but damn, what she owes is more than just $1 billion. Insiders can responsibly tell everyone that Jiang Kuei's assets are definitely not $1 billion. Without additional business interests, a top singer can't make that much. She must have borrowed money to fill this gap. Damn, as a daughter, how could her mother ignore her for so many years without a care? If it were me, I would be heartbroken. Netizens were completely flabbergasted. This girl is really naive. Suddenly, Jiang Kuei's story spread wide and far. Amongst the sighs and sentiments of countless netizens, August finally arrived. The song Diao was officially released. Chapter 803, 673. The first diva of the Yu dynasty is born. Xianyu aimed for 8 consecutive championships. Jiang Kuei aimed to become the queen of singing. When a song is bestowed with 2 significant meanings, the expectation and curiosity from the public about this work are tremendously high. Not to mention, Jiang Kuei's news was everywhere in recent days. And it wasn't just the general public. Following the release of Diao, insiders also cast their attentive gazes, even among the famous kings and queens of singing from Blue Star. After all, this involved whether a new name would emerge in the upper echelon of Blue Star's music pyramid, like the proud white swan from The Masked Singer, Queen Shuyu. Shuyu had once vied with Jiang Kuei for the championship position in Our Song. Although Shuyu ultimately won the championship, Jiang Kuei, as her opponent at the time, left a deep impression on her. In this junior, She vaguely saw the shadow of her younger self, especially when she saw the recent explosive news about Jiang Kuei. The sentiments in her heart were probably deeper than anyone else's, and the reasons for this were likely clear only to her. This gave her an inexplicable urgency. An urgency to hear this new song by Jiang Kuei. For this, she waited until midnight, the moment the song was released. Click play. With that action, an exotic prelude sounded from the speakers. Hey yo. As the prelude paused briefly, a ethereal and clear voice suddenly rang out by Shu Yu's ears. Jiao, living in a faraway place, perching on the mountain top like a vulture. Jiao, the temple gates are flooded with sunlight. Brew a pot of sweet tea, and we chat about the past. Shu Yu's gaze rippled slightly, and a sudden query stirred in her heart. Who is Jiao? Perhaps listening further would provide an answer. Jiao, you always dress like a boy, sturdier than a tundra rose. Jiao, the hypocrites have 1,000 kinds of laughter. When you descend the mountain, remember to bring your knife. The singing continued, continuing the story about Jiao. Under the gray brim of your hat, your sunken cheeks, you speak little, simple answers. Where is tomorrow? Who will care for you? Even if you die on the road. Connecting it to Jiang Kuei herself, the answer gradually became clearer. Jiao, will you have a full meal tomorrow? You're accustomed. Loneliness is a belief. Jiao, you won't be smoothed by reality. You are not of this world. No need to care about the truth. Jiao is Jiang Kuei. A life fraught with difficulties, obsessed yet indifferent, waving goodbye to youth, countless stations, willing to be ordinary yet not content with a mediocre defeat. You are Jiao. Is Jiao just Jiang Kuei? Shu Yu continued to ponder, but the song suddenly soared clear and high, as if piercing through the clouds. You are a free bird. This high note was a perfect cathartic release. Shu Yu finally found her answer in the song. Jiao is Jiang Kuei, but also herself, and indeed, myriad others who have struggled earnestly in life. In the unceasing song, Shu Yu revealed a trace of a smile. She suddenly let go of everything and simply indulged in the song, accepting exile and confusion as freedom, like the wind blowing over a rugged, uneven path. Dancing steps stretch on. At the same time, the clear and penetrating voice of Jiang Kuei resonated in the ears of countless listeners, affecting all those who followed her in the seasonal charts. In that moment, everyone's hearts were fiercely shaken. In the industry, listening to this song, all the kings and queens of singing suddenly realized a fact. Blue Star is about to gain another queen of singing. The Jiao she mentions is clearly herself. After hearing Jiang Kuei's story, I just thought she was foolish, but after hearing this song, I suddenly admired her. She was just using the money to clear the boundaries between herself and her mother. After all, it was her mother who gave her life, and life is priceless. No one should judge her as a fool from their own perspective. Even though it's not a particularly stirring melody, it filled me with strength. This is a song that only Jiang Kuei could sing. Xian Yu chose Jiang Kuei because only she could become one with this song. No matter how others sing it, they are just looking on from an outsider's perspective, but Jiang Kuei can sing herself into the character of the story. In the industry, producers, composers, and others in the music circle, we're all feeling emotional. There's no suspense anymore. This song has sung Jiang Kuei's entire story. If it weren't for Jiang Kuei singing, it's hard to say how the song would have done, but with her, this song will definitely take first place. Anyone who has heard this song must truly feel for this girl. There are always some fools in the world who make you laugh, yet you can't help but admire them. This is probably one of the most perfect collaborations between a composer and a singer. We can congratulate this young queen of singing in advance. Online, netizens have been deeply shocked by this song. So it turns out this song is about Jiang Kuei. Cried listening to it. It's really, really, really good listening. After seeing the news about Jiang Kuei and hearing this song, I was really shocked. I didn't expect her to sing such a song this time. Becoming the queen of singing is the best reward for her. It's just fantastic. Even though not every line hits the high notes, I heard the loudest shouts between the lines. I always feel it's pretentious to say a song moved me, but this time I was truly touched by her. I hope this brave and resilient girl can achieve all the happiness in life. Tears in my eyes, Jiang Kuei sang with all her heart. Honestly, she sang right into my heart. She's not foolish. She just cherishes her feelings too much, even if all that's left is the bond of blood. Those who have been through similar experiences can really resonate. There are many Jiaos in this world, like me. I'll learn to be as strong as her. She is my role model. You are Jiao. You are a free bird. This line really hits hard. Perhaps there were doubts in the first few lines, but as the lyrics unfolded layer by layer, and as the singing became more captivating, everyone grasped the essence of this song. This is a song Xian Yu tailored just for Jiang Kuei. Her efforts, her strength, her entire past, all echoed through the melody and lyrics in the hearts of countless people. Just as the professionals commented, this song topping the charts in August is a foregone conclusion, just as Jiang Kuei will fit the final piece to become the queen of singing with this song. It's not that the song's quality is impeccable. It's just that this song captures Jiang Kuei and then infects countless listeners. And even if it may not be a very widely sung song, it still holds a very important place in people's hearts. Then someone noticed. The singers of the Yu dynasty, including Xian Yu himself, had all shared this song on their blogs. This is a silent strength. They didn't say anything but expressed their support for Jiang Kuei through their actions. This is the Yu dynasty. They might quarrel and vie for Xian Yu's songs usually, but when someone faces a crisis, they are surprisingly united. And when dawn came, the relevant news was rampant. Xian Yu's new song again tops the seasonal chart. Jiang Kuei's new song released, making countless netizens cry. The first queen of singing born in the Yu dynasty, Jiang Kuei. Jiang Kuei crowned in the singing world. Xian Yu may take 8 champions in a row. No suspense in the seasonal chart, no doubt in the new song topping. Did you truly understand Jiang Kuei's new song? Diao, you are a free bird. On the seasonal chart, Diao led by a significant margin in downloads, occupying the #1 spot this month. Without any surprise, Xian Yu had achieved his goal of 8 consecutive titles. But the fervor around Jiang Kuei as she became the queen was so intense, it even slightly overshadowed the discussion about Xian Yu likely clinching his 8th consecutive title this month. Jiang Kuei, crowned in the singing world. Chapter 804, 674. The Blue Olympics begins. Jiang Kuei was crowned queen of singing. This is a big deal for the entire music industry. After all, there's only a limited total number of kings and queens of singing across all the continents. And every time Blue Star hails a new king or queen, it creates a powerful impact on the existing form and pattern of the industry's singers, especially for the other singers of the same level. You see, Jiang Kuei now possesses the qualifications to compete with them. There is competition in every industry. Of course, it's the same for singers, and even more fierce. For example, when maestro composers release new songs, they will undoubtedly prioritize kings and queens of singing, as these singers are best able to showcase the value of the composer's work. And kings and queens of singing are one of the market guarantees. The more kings and queens, the smaller the chance for each individual. Then there's the competition for endorsements. If Jiang Kuei was just a top-tier singer, the top brands of Blue Star wouldn't consider her. Even though everyone in the industry knows that with Jiang Kuei's level, plus having the backing of Xian Yu, becoming a queen was only a matter of time, it didn't matter. Capitalists don't like to settle, even less to make concessions. As long as Jiang Kuei doesn't meet the rigid standards of a queen of singing, she's not considered a true queen, and she won't win the favor of top brands. One must admit, certainly, many capitalists are shameless. But on some matters, they care more about face than anyone, such as the choice of an endorsement representative. The more prestigious the endorser, the more prestigious their brand seems. So, without the status of a king or queen of singing, they wouldn't even glance at you. But now it's different. Since Jiang Kuei was crowned queen of singing, her value has skyrocketed. Amid a plethora of congratulations and celebrations, top businesses have already started contacting Starlight, offering Jiang Kuei endorsement deals. Major brands have this kind of keen instinct. Along with her rising fame from being crowned queen, Jiang Kuei's ability to drive sales can no longer be compared to before. In short, there are many similar benefits. Even the ratio of business revenue split for both Jiang Kuei personally and the company will increase. It can be said that there is a qualitative leap in all aspects. This is the influence of a queen of singing. The so-called queen is not just an empty title, especially in Blue Star, where the entertainment and arts atmosphere is extremely rich. And at the same time Jiang Kuei was crowned queen of singing, a glaring fact was laid before everyone. All of Jiang Kuei's representative works in her singing career so far were written by Xian Yu. In other words, Jiang Kuei is a queen of singing completely built up by Xian Yu. No one can deny it. Don't forget, one of the 3 major criteria for a composer to become a maestro on Blue Star is to have brought up 2 kings or queens of singing. Now that Xian Yu has brought up a queen, all he needs is to bring up another king or queen, and he will naturally claim the badge of maestro. And Xian Yu is still on a streak for 12 consecutive championships. Moreover, he's already at 8 in a row. If he does manage to achieve 12 consecutive championships, he can also become a maestro. This means that Xian Yu's distance to the maestro badge has been dramatically shortened. You don't need to analyze to come to a conclusion. Even netizens slow to react have gradually realized what Jiang Kuei's crowning as Queen of Singing means through countless discussions. Is Fish Papa adopting a dual-track strategy? That's insane. This is like double insurance. Even if the 12 consecutive championships fall through, he can still reach for the maestro title by bringing up another king or queen. It looks like by next year, Blue Star will hail its youngest maestro ever. Even if the 12 consecutive championships fail, Fish Papa can still easily become a maestro. Honestly, 12 consecutive championships is too hard. I was already surprised by the 8 in a row. That's true. On the surface, Xian Yu had already won 8 consecutive championships. But everyone knew. The path to a 12-win streak for Xian Yu would only get tougher as it progressed. Especially the Battle of the Gods in December, who knows what would happen. By comparison, boosting another king of singing or queen of singing instead became a shortcut for Xian Yu to compete for the title of maestro. In terms of difficulty, the two were worlds apart. Lin Yuan himself had realized this point as well. If he failed to achieve the 12-win streak, bringing up another king or queen of singing could also make him a maestro. But Lin Yuan was not willing. It wasn't that he was unwilling to promote another king or queen of singing. He just didn't want to give up on the road to the 12-win streak. An 8-win streak, a rhythm of supremacy. Who would want to be stopped at such a time? So, in Lin Yuan's view, only the 12-win streak could best prove the worth of his title as maestro. It was a misunderstanding on the part of the outsiders. Promoting Jiang Kuei to become the queen of singing was not him preparing a fallback plan for failing to secure the 12-win streak. But there was no need to explain such things to the public. Instead, Jiang Kuei, to thank Lin Yuan, bought a pile of gifts and hung them all over herself to deliver to Lin Yuan's office. Lin Yuan rifled through the gifts with anticipation. Jiang Kuei had a curious expression on her face as she watched Lin Yuan go through the gifts before her. After going through the gifts, Lin Yuan's face fell. That Jiang Kuei jumped, thinking Lin Yuan wasn't satisfied, and tentatively said, "I don't have much money now, but when I have some more time, how come there's no egg yolk pastry?" Lin Yuan was a bit annoyed and cut her off. "I've given you so many songs, and you can't even make me egg yolk pastries to eat. Not cool at all." The best egg yolk pastry Lin Yuan had ever tasted was made by Jiang Kuei's hands. "Jiang Kuei," with a mix of laughter and tears, she said, "Then I'll make you some later." "Make plenty." Lin Yuan was thinking of getting some for his sister as well. "Make plenty." Jiang Kuei nodded vigorously, then said somewhat nervously, "Can I ask Teacher Admirable Fish for a favor?" "What is it?" "At the beginning of next year's music festival, I'd like Teacher Admirable Fish to go with me too. Receive the Queen of Singing trophy." Jiang Kuei had become the Queen of Singing, but the trophy would be awarded during the music festival ceremony. The event is an annual ritual of the Literature and Art Association, regarded by every musician as the highest temple of music, on par with the focus on the Dragon Awards of the film and television circle. Sure, Lin Yuan agreed. He never attended such award ceremonies, but this year he definitely would go, and not just to accompany Jiang Kuei to receive her Queen of Singing trophy, but also to bring home the Maestro award himself. This was Lin Yuan's biggest goal for the year. Jiang Kuei nodded excitedly. She walked away in little scurrying steps, humming the tune of Diao as she left the office. Only the melody was different from the version she recorded. Her singing was very cheerful. And not long after Jiang Kuei left, Lin Yuan turned on his computer. The Olympics had started. Although he was not a sports fan, Lin Yuan had a deep involvement with the Olympics, and for a moment, he felt quite interested in watching the event. Chapter 805, 665, Life of Pi comes. Lin Yuan was really not a sports fan. Even at the Olympics, which took place every 4 years, he lost interest after just half an hour. He barely understood the rules. However, when the Qin continent women's volleyball team beat the Chu continent team and advanced, Lin Yuan was quite happy. This was probably due to his natural sense of belonging to Qin continent. Just then, Ol Zhou suddenly came over. Gudong was about to make tea for Ol Zhou, but Ol Zhou waved his hand, found a box of tea from the third cabinet on the right side of the office, and smiled broadly. I knew there was a box of premium pu'er here. Gudong, how are you so familiar with this place? Ol Zhou often visited Lin Yuan and knew the storage locations of different types of tea here as if it were his own home, but his visit today wasn't for tea. Our movie has started its promotions recently, he said while making tea for himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan knew exactly which movie Ol Zhou was referring to. He currently had only one movie that hadn't been released yet, Life of Pi. Speaking of which, the movie had indeed been delayed too long. Although the movie demanded high-quality special effects and had a long production cycle, it shouldn't have taken as long as it did now. It was purely because the company hadn't found a proper release slot and was involved in all sorts of other messy reasons like negotiating with cinemas for screening. There were many aspects involved in releasing a movie. Upon hearing this news, Lin Yuan was quite expectant. Has the release date been set? 10 days from now, the cinema arrangements aren't bad. The promotion started a while ago, and we have a broad setup for this movie. Considering the variety of movies on the market now, and the ongoing news about the Olympics everywhere, we don't need to make too much of a fuss, just standard promotional efforts will do. Good. Lin Yuan asked, what do I need to do? Ol Zhou said, there's not much to do, just cooperate with the blog for some promotion. The blog is putting in a lot of effort to maintain a good cooperation with us. As for the tribe, we couldn't agree on terms, and in the end, no cooperation was reached. Tribe? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Ol Zhou pursed his lips. Our relationship with the tribe isn't great. Negotiating business with them is a hassle. Our chairman got annoyed by them, and in the end, he decided to ignore them. After all, Blue Star can operate just fine without them. It's my fault. Lin Yuan knew why the tribe wasn't cooperating. Since Life of Pi was a film he scripted and invested in, and he had already publicly declared no further cooperation with the tribe, a feud had developed between them. Given his background, it was normal for the tribe to have reservations. Even though Life of Pi wasn't solely his work, but also that of the entire production team behind it. No matter how broad the involvement, they still held grudges. It doesn't matter, don't blame yourself. Ol Zhou casually said, if the tribe won't join, other platforms are willing. It's just some commercial promotions after all, and there are many promotion channels. It doesn't make a difference with or without them. Lin Yuan didn't speak. He knew Ol Zhou was just trying to comfort him. Things weren't as easy as he stated. The tribe was currently the social platform with the highest user volume. Having poor relations with the tribe was inconvenient for Starlight. It seemed he needed to help increase the number of users on the blog again. The thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind, knowing no one likes to feel restricted. Although it wasn't possible to take down a mammoth capital like the tribe, helping the blog to beat the tribe and capture some of its market share wasn't difficult, especially since Lin Yuan himself was a shareholder of the blog. In fact, with the help of the three brothers, the blog situation had already improved significantly against the tribe. These changes were intangible. Only those who monitored the daily traffic changes on the blog would notice the impact. As for the movie Life of Pi, the time had indeed come when it had to be released. Lin Yuan hadn't forgotten how he had been snubbed by the Dragon Awards. He was counting on this movie to conquer the Dragon Awards. If it weren't released this year and postponed to the end of the year, it would be the Spring Festival slot, and a slew of high-investment movies would emerge. The competition would be fierce. The Spring Festival slot was always the most volatile time in the market, with too many uncertainties. Lin Yuan wasn't entirely sure. This movie, Life of Pi, also wasn't the type that could recklessly dominate the market. It still needed some strategic planning. Postponing it to next year was unacceptable, because movies released next year would have to participate in the Dragon Awards the year after, and timing wouldn't wait. Not to mention that this movie was also linked to a specific system task. You must have thoughts about the Dragon Awards, right? Zhou didn't continue discussing the tribe, but instead brought up the Dragon Awards. Hu and Qin, Shu, Yan, and Han didn't know the jokes between Xianyu and the Dragon Awards. Things like the biggest award Xianyu received at the Dragon Awards was for Best Music. And nobody can beat Xianyu in music, and nobody can beat him in movies, and the like. The first statement was true. The latter was a jest about Xianyu being a perennial runner-up at the Dragon Awards over the years. If it really came to reputation, Xianyu's movies, even the lowest-rated Spider-Man, on Starlight Network, far surpassed similar genre films. Furthermore, the box office of these movies he scripted were never poor. All of them made a fortune with relatively low budgets, creating a perception in the industry that Xiansu was adept at achieving great returns with small investments. Chapter 806, 665, Life of Pi Part 2. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded, not denying it. He indeed wanted to achieve something at the Dragon Awards. The jokes and teasing online had indeed made him a bit depressed, and even angry to the point of puffing out his beard and glaring. But the real reason was that he had a related system task. Yes. The system task made it very clear, as long as he could win an award at the Dragon Awards, he would get a treasure chest, and the offered prestige value was very enticing. As expected, the bigger the award, the higher the prestige value. As expected, Zhou smiled. Actually, I felt that even without this next special movie, you could have achieved something at the Dragon Awards next year. Truman's World really is a work worthy of making the Golden Dragon Awards bow down. It's a pity the art film market was too bustling this year, and you face quite a few competitors, especially that art film from Qi Continent. Lin Yuan said, Qi Continent, Nightfall? Zhou nodded. It seems you know about this film. At the beginning of the year, netizens were teasing Xianyu about consistently being a runner-up at the Dragon Awards, which enraged Lin Yuan, and he immediately demanded his company rush the release of Truman's World. After this film was released, the response from the audience was huge. Everyone believed that this film would definitely secure some major awards at the Dragon Awards, and Xianyu would officially break the embarrassing position of consistently being a runner-up without winning major awards. However, in May this year, suddenly an art film from Qi Continent exploded. That film was called Nightfall. After watching that film, the audience was stunned. Truman's World obviously had met its match. The industry evaluation of Nightfall was too high. It could definitely compete with Xianyu's Truman's World, even very likely causing Xianyu to fail again at the Dragon Awards. Because Truman's World still contained many elements of a drama, and Nightfall, although not emotionally strong, had a richer artistic atmosphere. According to the tastes and standards of the Golden Dragon Awards judging committee over the years, a film like Nightfall seems to better fit the judges' tastes. And as a part-time filmmaker, Lin Yuan, of course, also knew about Nightfall. He still paid some attention to the movie market. Whenever there was a blockbuster release, he would be curious and even go to the cinema with his family to watch, including the critically acclaimed Nightfall. He had to admit, Nightfall truly was an excellent art film with various metaphors that could be interpreted from different perspectives, profound in meaning, very meaningful and thought-provoking. If it came up against Truman's World, it could indeed achieve the effect of targeting Lin Yuan, causing him to miss out on the major awards once again. Keep in mind, in his past life, Truman's World also didn't stand out in terms of awards because it was released in a year of fierce competition. Those interested could check how many masterpieces were released that year. It's also destiny. Blue Star still has many top artists. Zhou smiled a bit slyly, but none of them could have guessed you had prepared a fallback. The release of Truman's World at the beginning of the year was just one of them. Yes, Lin Yuan had prepared a fallback. This film, Life of Pi, was also an art film that led the Chinese director Ang Lee to win an Oscar for Best Director. Compete in metaphors? How many films have more metaphors than this one? Interpretations? Life of Pi, which millions of people had interpreted in countless ways, even sparking massive controversies, was not a joke. This was a film tailor-made for winning awards. The major awards at the Dragon Awards were something Lin Yuan was determined to win. Moreover, even if only Truman's World was released, who would win was still uncertain, as tastes are the most mysterious. With Truman in his left hand and Life of Pi in his right. Double insurance. After discussing the situation of the films with OL Zhou, Lin Yuan logged onto his blog account. Just as OL Zhou had said, there was already some promotion for Life of Pi on his blog, but its influence had not yet spread. Share. Lin Yuan proceeded to share the promotion and added an official-looking tagline. The new movie is about to be released. Please look forward to it. He didn't need to say much. The promotion itself already provided some information about the movie. Xian Yu's brand new movie, Life of Pi, An Extraordinary Voyage, is about to be released. Did you know? He survived 229 days at sea with a tiger. A survival challenge drifting on the sea. The untold story between Pi and the tiger. The highest budgeted work among Xian Yu's screenplays. A fantasy masterpiece that will shake your soul. A sea survival challenge. This was the apparent theme of the movie. Actually, the film had deeper themes internally, but they couldn't be outright stated in the promotion. You can't exactly say in the promotion how many metaphors this movie has. These elements must be discovered by the audience within the movie itself to be meaningful. Otherwise, the surprise would be lost. And as Xian Yu also began promoting, the movie finally garnered widespread attention. The comments section became lively. Survival at sea? Not interested. What? Fish Papa's movie? Survival at sea sounds fun. Ha ha ha. The comment above is so true. Looks like Fish Papa has completely given up on the Dragon Awards. New movie, and it's not an art film. Wasn't his previous The Truman Show a kind of art film? I think that movie could have won Fish Papa some Dragon Awards. It's not as simple as you think. Why? Wasn't that movie good? The movie was indeed good and could indeed have won Dragon Awards. But this year Nightfall was too popular. I feel that it will be the favorite at next year's Dragon Awards. Have to admit, Nightfall was indeed great. Who needs the Dragon Awards? The excellence of Fish Papa's films doesn't need awards to prove it. In my heart, The Truman Show is the best. About this new film by Fish Papa, I can imagine the plot. Pi and the tiger outsmarting sharks, eventually feasting on shark meat and drinking their blood. Sounds like a big special effects commercial movie. Pi? The protagonist is a guy? No bikini beauties? Fish Papa really doesn't follow the usual patterns. Aren't these types of movies supposed to have a great white chasing the male protagonist and several bikini girls, providing all kinds of benefits along the way? The audience took this movie as one of those sea shark fighting commercial films, which are quite common in the market. A commercial film, indeed. These kinds of movies generally feature a brave and clever hero, plus one or two buffoons, and a few vase-like bikini girls. The buffoons are there to drag things down, making the hero look awesome. The bikini girls scream, get scared witless by the shark, then have their clothes ripped, providing a feast for the audience's eyes, and finally, the hero saves them to find love amidst the disaster. A few people might even die in the process to augment the atmosphere of despair. Anyway, that's how these commercial movies are usually made. The difference in the routine of Lin Yuan's movie was that it didn't mention bikini girls and long legs, just the protagonist and a tiger on the ocean, and it was uncertain whether the tiger was male or female, but if it was male, it definitely needed to be kept in a zoo. Was this meant to stage a battle between the land's alpha and the king of the seas? The protagonist in charge of commanding the tiger? Everyone's thinking had already gone off track. Their imagined scenario was miles apart from the content of the movie. But Starlight didn't explain. Letting them think so wasn't a problem. After all, it sounded fresh. This was the gimmick. If they told the audience it was actually an art film, probably the anticipation would diminish. From any angle, a commercial film drew more attention from viewers than the rare art film. Only when the audience walked into the cinema would they find. This movie was actually far beyond their imagination. An extreme horror series. Chapter 807, 766, before the movie viewing. After the promotion of the movie began, it didn't matter how high the expectations were pulled. At the very least, it caught the attention of many people. Aside from Xian Yu's own fans, Internet users interested in this type of movie had already become the potential consumer group for the box office. Adventure, big investment, special effects movie. These were the initial impressions the promotion gave to everyone. And it actually wasn't strange to conclude from these impressions that this movie was a commercial film, especially after Lin Yuan had filmed Spider-Man. Everyone knew that this crossover player was also skilled at making commercial films. After all, it was rare for art films to have investments of several hundred million. Using normal logic, which company would dare to bet so much money on the success or failure of an art film? And this conclusion of the internet users was also the conclusion of the creative team behind Nightfall. The movie named Nightfall was a work of Chi Continent from the Blue Star film pantheon. After the movie was released, it received a wave of positive reviews. Many people said that Nightfall would reap huge rewards at the Dragon Awards, including the inner belief of the movie's creative team. It seems Lin Yuan has already given up on next year's Dragon Awards. Director Sue of Nightfall said with a smile. He was one of the most famous art film directors in Chi Continent and had won Best Director at the Dragon Awards 8 years ago, making him a significant figure in the film industry. Even if his new film continues to be an art film, we still don't need to worry. The head screenwriter of the movie, Jiang Zhu, followed with a laugh. Jiang Zhu and Sue were old partners. 8 years ago, the screenwriter for Su's film that won Best Director was Jiang Zhu. However, Su's films were director-centered, with screenwriter Jiang Zhu in a subordinate position. I'm just playing it safe. Su's eyes flashed with admiration and he said that The Truman Show at the start of the year was excellent. It's amazing that Lin Yuan could write such a script. If his new movie were also an art film, then I really wouldn't dare to take it lightly. Sue recognized The Truman Show. No matter whether this movie could win the ultimate award or not, it could not change the fact that the movie was a classic. After all, awards are not the only standard for measuring whether a movie is good or bad, just as box office cannot represent everything. In fact, even if Lin Yuan had only released The Truman Show, an art film this year, it would still be taken seriously by Sue and Jiang Zhu. This movie was still the strongest competitor for Nightfall at the Dragon Awards. His creative energy is very robust, and the quality of each script is notable. I truly admire that, but your concerns are still superfluous. Art film scripts aren't that easy to write. The Truman Show at the beginning of the year was a rare gem. I don't believe he could produce another of this type. His new film taking a commercial route is within my expectations, Jiang Zhu analyzed calmly. Su's mouth curled up slightly. I'll be free in a few days. How about we go watch Lin Yuan's new movie together? Jiang Zhu nodded. I was thinking the same. Lin Yuan now held a certain status in the film circle, and his peers in the industry were curious about his movies. By the way, Jiang Zhu suddenly said, it seems the genre of Lin Yuan's new movie has left some film critics quite dissatisfied. Some of them have such a prejudice against commercial films that I have to consider their views when I think about writing a commercial script. There's a bunch of pretentious literati among the film critics. Sue scoffed, as he was not only a director of art films capable of winning the Best Director at the Dragon Awards. How could he possibly only make art films? He also had some commercial works to his name, including some that were big box office hits. Pure art film directors have difficulty winning the Dragon Awards, because box office is also one of the considerations for the awards. To make a commercial film is to fall from grace. Those critics who say such things, I seriously doubt their professional integrity. Looks like Lin Yuan's Spider-Man caused quite a backlash from some film critics. These people honestly don't seem to want others to make money, Sue said. You have a point. I think I'll also ignore them, Jiang Zhu spoke up. However, Lin Yuan's commercial films are different from others. Even for a commercial movie like Spider-Man, he added his own thoughts and understanding, which is something I should learn from. Let's see how he does with his new film. It might bring me some interesting inspiration. People from Chi Continent in the film industry still have a strong spirit of learning. That's probably also why Chi Continent is the Blue Star film pantheon. Of course, the reason the two could chat so easily and happily in the end was because they both agreed that Lin Yuan's new movie was a commercial film, which did not pose a competitive threat to their Nightfall. In this day and age, a big investment with high special effects in a commercial film, unless its box office explodes to a certain extent, would have difficulty competing with a work like Nightfall, which had both critical acclaim and box office success for the significant awards at the Dragon Awards. In the following days, the promotion of Life of Pi remained quite lively. There were indeed other films being promoted at the same time, but the name Xian Yu still carried weight in the hearts of movie fans. This was because Xian Yu's name could now provide a certain quality assurance for movies. During the promotion process, Starlight also released a few minutes of promotional footage for the film. The promotional footage didn't offer much in terms of content, focusing instead on special effects. A flying fish darting through the seabed, jellyfish emitting a magnificent light, dolphins leaping out of the water one after the other. Of course, there were also whales, as everyone imagined, but they appeared in groups, with one creature that resembled a whale causing countless waves to leap over a small boat. Below the whales, a tiger and a boy, one on the bow and one on the stern. It's hard to imagine this being a sea disaster. Could there be such a romantic survival at sea? All the scenes were breathtakingly beautiful. For those who like such lavish visuals, this kind of promotional footage was fatally attractive. Such a beautiful ocean. The use of color is really amazing. The director is Chi Continent's Duan. He and Xian Yu together, indeed, took the visual quality to the next level. I almost thought it was a documentary about the ocean. The visuals are stunning. I'm going to see this movie with my girlfriend, just not sure if the ticket checker will let me in. Not let you in? Is your girlfriend made of some kind of silicone material? Xian Yu makes commercial films with a unique perspective. For example, when he directs a superhero movie, he focuses on the character's inner growth rather than saving the world. It seems he's taken the same approach with The Fantastic Voyage of Pi. While others make their stories thrilling with long legs and beach bikinis, his focus is on the beauty of the ocean. This trailer indeed attracted a lot of netizens. The director's talent is so important, which is why Lin Yuan chose to work with renowned directors like Duan. If Yi Qinggong were to direct, he couldn't make it more beautiful than Duan. Of course, everyone has their own strengths. Yi Qinggong did a great job with The Truman Show. That movie didn't need fancy visuals, just to convey the story well, which is Yi Qinggong's forte. He is very skilled at bringing a script story to life. The precondition is that the script story has to be good in itself, which is precisely what Lin Yuan can satisfy. And so, August 7th arrived. The release date advertised in the movie trailers. That day, the major cinemas were bustling, and Sue, holding a movie ticket, was waiting for the film to start and also observing the crowd buying tickets in the lobby. There really are a lot of people buying tickets. Jiang Zhu, who came to watch the movie with Sue, laughed and said, Xian Yu is very popular, and the quality of his movies has always been superb, so he's naturally attracting more and more audiences. And Sue thoughtfully said, maybe one day Xian Yu will stand at the top of the movie industry's food chain, becoming a force capable of challenging Zhong Continent. Zhong Continent. Jiang Zhu started to smile bitterly. Chi Continent might be Blue Star's Hall of Cinematic Fame, but all Blue Starians knew that the true center of art was Zhong Continent, which wasn't considered in others' calculations. Zhong Continent was too strong. In the past, everyone could ignore how strong Zhong Continent was, since each continent had cultural barriers. But a few years later, Zhong Continent would join the process of merging with other continents, and the entire artistic and cultural scene of Blue Star would become unified. At that time, how to compete with the genius minds of Zhong Continent was something every top-tier artistic talent on each continent had to consider. Meanwhile, as they chatted, the theater showing The Fantastic Voyage of Pi began checking tickets. Let's go. And Sue stepped forward. Jiang Zhu followed, and they checked in together. Inside the theater, and Sue took his seat in the 7th row, a spot he had carefully chosen when buying his ticket. Jiang Zhu sat next to him. This was a top-tier screening hall, with superb 3D effects. In front of the audience was a gigantic screen, nearly 30 meters wide and 20 meters high. The sound system and other equipment, everything was top-notch. Such a premium theater was only used for blockbuster movies. A single ticket cost hundreds of yuan. Smaller budget films didn't even qualify to be screened here. For instance, non-3D movies wouldn't be shown in this hall. Furthermore, this hall also used glasses-free 3D effects, meaning audiences didn't need to bother with wearing 3D glasses. It's worth noting, Earth's movie technology hadn't reached the point of glasses-free 3D, with only Hollywood's #1 tech enthusiast Cameron tirelessly exploring this field. On Blue Star, glasses-free 3D was nothing new for audiences, with 3D glasses becoming obsolete. But that's not all. Beyond the glasses-free 3D effect, the seats in this hall were smart-enabled, adjusting to the movie's atmosphere with even mild movements. However, this was a feature the audience could control, choosing to disable it if desired. The lighting in the theater wasn't fixed, either. In short, normally only movies with an investment of over $500 million could afford such top-tier technology, which is why Blue Star's big-budget VFX blockbusters were so successful at the box office. Watching them felt like being transported into the movie's world. This was something low-budget films couldn't match. It's also worth mentioning that this was Lin Yuan's first film equipped with such advanced Blue Star technology. In O.L. Zhou's words, this was Lin Yuan's first time, and Blue Star had never seen an art film using this screening standard. And now, the fantastic voyage of Pi had officially begun. As the movie company logo flickered, all the audience members, including Su and Jiangzhu, looked up at the immense screen. Chapter 808, 767. This is actually an art film. The movie began. What first appeared before the audience was a wildlife zoo. It somewhat resembled a documentary about wildlife. Various animals appeared one after another. Because the movie effects were good enough, it made the audience feel as if they were touring the zoo. Did you grow up in the zoo? I was born there too, in a small town in Han Continent. Two people were chatting, and to the audience's surprise, one of them was played by Jian Yi. The other wasn't a well-known actor, but a nondescript man with dark skin. In the audience, memory, and Su immediately understood the intention of the film. Xian Yu's The Tuner also started with a dialogue between two people and then unfolded through memories, which reassured Su even more. The Tuner was a suspense film. It also did well commercially. The colors are very beautiful. Jiang Zhu's attention was on the zoo scene earlier. The myriad of fascinating animals was interesting, which is why people like watching wildlife. Wild animals have a strange attraction to humans. On the giant screen, two men were eating. Their relationship revealed itself through their conversation. Jian Yi played an ambitious writer who visited the man's home for material for his book. He was a man who was very strict with his work, once destroying text that had taken him 2 years to write because he was dissatisfied with the story. He had heard this man named Pi had ventured across the sea, and the process was bizarre, exciting, and almost unbelievable, making it perfect material for a novel story, so he sought out Pi. Pi did not refuse. He invited the writer to dine with him, then began to tell his story, starting from his birth. The pace of the story was very slow. Pi spoke about his childhood, even his schooling experiences, and his family's religious beliefs. It was strange, and Su slightly furrowed his brows. Pi's recounting of his story seemed irrelevant to the adventure itself, which didn't match the pace of a commercial film at all. Surely, Xian, you wouldn't be unaware of the rhythm a commercial film should follow? Not right. A sudden realization dawned on Su. This didn't appear to be a commercial film, at least not purely so. It's been almost half an hour. Jiang Zhu checked the time on his phone, his expression becoming a bit odd. The movie was promoted as a story about survival and adventure at sea, but nearly half an hour had passed, and the sea adventure hadn't even started? This pace was frighteningly slow. What exactly was Xian Yu trying to convey with this film? Jiang Zhu, an experienced screenwriter, didn't believe Xian Yu would waste the limited runtime of a movie on pointless plots. Surely there was something he wanted to express with such a long introduction. But the problem was, at this pace, it was very risky. The patience of the audience was limited, and everyone's tolerance was almost at its limit. Indeed, it was crucial, and Su and Jiang Zhu could clearly sense that the audience was becoming restless. Whispers began to rise in the theater. So boring. Why has it taken so long to get to the main point? This is nothing like what I imagined. I could understand the part about the tiger. Pi was trying to show that tigers and humans can have emotions, but the rest of the introduction seemed a bit excessive. So dull. I'm about to fall asleep. This movie by Xian Yu is a bit below standard. Isn't this build-up a bit too long? Who cares who Pi's family members are? His dad, mom, and brother have too much screen time. The audience was becoming dissatisfied. The movie spent half an hour recounting the story of Pai's childhood and school days, including countless plots about his father, mother, and brother, which seemed utterly unrelated to the main theme of the film. And just as the audience was about to lose patience, the plot finally took a turn. Pai's father suddenly announced one day that he had sold the zoo and was transporting the animals to Qin continent across the ocean. Amid Pai's dissatisfaction and confusion, his family set out to sea, and Su and Jiang Zhu exchanged glances, both detecting the oddity in each other's eyes. Clearly, both realized that something was amiss with the movie, and it seemed very different from what they had imagined. Fortunately, it finally got to the main topic. On the giant screen, Pai and his family were on a ferry at sea. Countless animals on the ferry resided in the lowermost deck of the ship, which was as vast as a continent and resembled a fortress at sea, moving slowly but resolutely. That night, Pai couldn't sleep and decided to go for a walk. Upon opening the cabin door, Pai discovered that a fierce wind was sweeping outside, and the sea was tumultuous with waves crashing against the ship. A storm. It was the first time Pai had seen such a spectacular scene. He waved his arms, letting the seawater drench him. Splash. He fell. He panicked momentarily, but noticed that all the lights on the ship were on, and someone was shouting, "The cabin is taking on water." Pai was terrified and wanted to wake his parents and family, but he fell again after taking just a couple of steps. The sailors had already lowered the lifeboats. Old people and children first. Suddenly, cries and shouts filled the air. Pai was almost pushed into a lifeboat by the sailors. He wanted to save his family, but the sailors stopped him because the situation was very dire, and amidst the chaos, the animals locked below deck had somehow managed to escape. Chapter 809, 767. This is actually an art film _2. Boom. The zebra crashed into the lifeboat, snapping its tethering ropes. The white lifeboat fell into the sea and became adrift like a rootless weed. Parker. In the midst of the chaos, Pai saw a tiger also climb aboard the boat in the sea. Parker was the name Pai had given the tiger. In the midst of the disaster at sea, humans and animals alike were following their instinct to survive. And when the storm calmed and daylight broke, Pai clung tightly to a pole on the lifeboat and climbed into the cabin. At that moment, a orangutan floated aboard on a bunch of bananas in the distance. This orangutan was also an inhabitant of the zoo, named Orange Juice. Suddenly, a hyena leaped out, aiming to attack Pai. It turned out that in the midst of the shipwreck, not only the zebra but also this hyena had made it aboard, and of course, the tiger that had hidden in the cramped boat cabin as well. Things just got lively. This tiny lifeboat was now occupied by various creatures. They were the zebra, which had broken its leg upon crashing into the boat, the orangutan that had floated aboard on bananas, the hyena that had come aboard at some unknown point, and the tiger that had retreated into the cabin upon boarding, and of course, the protagonist of the movie. The hyena bared its teeth and snarled. The zebra lay immobile. Sorrow filled the orangutan's face. Pai was hiding at the bow of the boat. The tiger lurked in the shadows. On the cramped lifeboat, several different animals coexisted, along with a helpless human hiding at the bow. Adrift on the boundless sea, what kind of story would unfold between them? Pai was recounting the past events. The writer's expressions changed, clearly captivated by the story. Meanwhile, in front of the screen, the audience gradually ceased their complaints, their gazes locked onto the giant screen. This tense and thrilling tale of shipwreck had almost made the audience forget the dreary 30-minute lead-up. When the disaster struck, even their seats seemed to rock slightly, as if they too had just experienced a shipwreck. What a bizarre scene. 4 animals on a lifeboat, plus a spooked protagonist. When will the tiger come out? It's making me so nervous. The zebra and orangutan are harmless, but this hyena clearly has aggressive intentions toward the protagonist. That hyena is going to end up dead by the tiger, isn't it? The first half hour was too boring. This part is a bit more interesting. Familiar audience members conversed with each other. However, the discussions were barely audible over the movie's background noise within the whole theater. Sigh and Sue let out a breath. Such wild imagination. Past adventure stories always featured a group of people together, with men and women each playing their roles. But Xian Yu's tale of survival at sea was of a bunch of animals on a boat with only one human protagonist. The audience is hooked. Jiang Zhu glanced around, then spoke up. Not just the regular viewers, but her, a screenwriter, was drawn in by this astounding brainchild. Who wouldn't be curious about what story might unfold on such an oddly assembled lifeboat? It should be noted, land creatures at sea was already against logic. Only a shipwreck that set all on-board animals loose could result in such an eerie and miraculous scene. And it was entirely a screenwriter's wild imagination. Nevertheless, Jiang Zhu and Su still couldn't make sense of why the first 30 minutes of the movie were such an extensive setup. No matter how they looked at it, those 30 minutes were boring. Compared to the current scenario, there seemed to be no significant connection, a hefty prefix that could have been cut, simplified into a setup completed within 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the two of them found it hard to see the movie as just a simple commercial film anymore, for a commercial film wouldn't be shot this way. For the time being, they did not dwell on this thought. Both of them, along with countless other viewers, were curious about the same question, which was how the protagonist would break the deadlock next. On the narrow boat, for animals and one human, could they possibly coexist peacefully? Let alone the fact that among these animals were the vicious hyena and the fearsome tiger hidden in the shadows. Clearly, the intrigue had been established. Just then, an audience member gasped. On the giant screen, the hyena, unable to attack Pi hiding at the bow, turned and began to viciously bite the zebra. No, Pi had developed a deep bond with the animals from a young age, and his eyes reddened upon witnessing this scene, while the orangutan named Orange Juice violently attacked the hyena in an attempt to protect the zebra. Accompanied by a mournful cry, the zebra was killed by the hyena. At the same time, the orangutan knocked the hyena unconscious. However, the hyena regained consciousness after a few minutes and tore into the orangutan. The orangutan died as well. The audience was gripped with anguish. The hyena was too savage. Just then, a tiger's roar filled the air. The tiger named Parker rushed out, biting the hyena to death before immediately turning towards Pi. Pi hastily retreated. The tiger's attempt was thwarted as it growled at him, causing the audience to shudder. The pattern of wildlife coexistence was utterly destroyed. The zebra, the orangutan, and the hyena, all were dead. On the boat, only the tiger and the protagonist Pi remained. The fantastic voyage of the young Pi had, at this moment, truly begun. The audience's eyes widened, thoroughly captivated by the plot. A brutal survival scenario unfolded before them in the wilderness, presented graphically to the audience. There was no melodramatic treatment, no heroic protagonist taming the hyena and tiger to lead the animals in a desperate fight for survival. Only the law of nature's survival of the fittest. The hyena was hungry. It couldn't eat humans, so it wanted to eat the zebra and orangutan. The tiger was also hungry, so it killed the hyena. The tiger is emotionless, regardless of whether it's the hyena, the orangutan, or the zebra. They all could become its food, and Pi is its backup food. Once the animals are eaten, it will find a way to eat humans. Chapter 810, 767. This is actually an art film _3. As a child, I steadfastly believe that animals have emotions. Whether such wild animals have emotions is hard to say, but surviving at sea like this, such brutality, is normal. To survive, the tiger would inevitably have to consume other animals. There was a scene set up in the first 30 minutes, where Pi's father put it well: animals will always be animals. They only have their animal instincts, while humans possess humanity. That's why when animals are hungry, they eat other animals. But when people are hungry, they don't eat people. I'm too curious about the latter part of the story. How is Pi going to contend with the tiger? The promotion says Pi has to coexist with the tiger for over 200 days. Wouldn't the tiger have him down to his bones in that time? Little sister, ever heard of the protagonist's halo? Let's see how Xian Yu is going to resolve the upcoming plot. Now, the audience was thoroughly enjoying themselves, having endured the boring setup of the first half hour. The current scenes were quite interesting and anticipation for the storyline was high. How can a man coexist with a tiger for over 200 days? Everyone was greatly curious about this. As the film progressed, and Sue was also thinking, but he considered much more than the average viewer. He wasn't stupid. After about an hour into the movie, to still treat it as a normal commercial film would be foolish. It wasn't that Sue was slow to react. In fact, the monotonous setup of the first 30 minutes had already made him realize that something was off about this film. He smelled something. It was the scent of an art film. An art film? Investing hundreds of millions, employing the highest level of production standards, only for Xianyu to come out with an art film? And Sue felt his understanding of cinema had been greatly shaken. This was the reason he dared to be sure only now. Who would have the guts to do such a thing? To throw in so many hundreds of millions and bet on the profitability of an art film? That's crazy. Do you really think that with the approach of an art film, if you tell an interesting story, audiences will buy it? Too greedy. Xianyu wants both the reputation of art films and the box office of commercial films. So he made such a film. From boring to interesting, a full hour. Only then did the film begin to enter into the rhythm of the story between man and tiger. How much of a ripple would the subsequent plot need to justify this investment? And Sue couldn't dare imagine. And as Sue fully came to his senses, Jiang Zhu also came back to reality. Her expression was one of shock, her tone filled with strong disbelief. This is an art film. And Sue's gaze flickered. Weakness is a sin. So even with the protection of a gorilla, a zebra with a broken leg has no chance against the hyenas, and the gorilla trying to protect the zebra is killed by the hyenas too. This proves that if you want to protect others, you must have the strength to do so. Otherwise, you will just end up getting both of you killed. This wasn't a difficult lesson to grasp. Jiang Zhu gradually understood the idea. The hyenas represent evil forces, and the tiger represents an even greater evil force. This can be understood as a kind of dog-eat-dog scenario, where the wicked will ultimately be consumed by something even more wicked. But isn't that too simple? This is an art film. Recognizing the essence of the film, many scenes couldn't just be taken at face value and should instead be considered from a deeper and more comprehensive perspective. However, this level of contemplation seemed insufficient for an art film's exploration of depth and substance. Xianyu is too greedy and too hasty this time. And Sue shook his head. The film already has bugs. What bug? Jiang Zhu's gaze slightly sharpened. And Sue said, think about how the gorilla got on the boat before. It boarded using floating bananas. Setting aside whether bananas can float in the sea, even if the bananas could float, do you think they could carry the weight of a gorilla? Jiang Zhu's eyes widened. Yes, a gorilla weighing hundreds of pounds. How could the bananas carry it? There really is a bug in this plot. As for the movie's reviews after it was released, let's not go into that. In any case, Xianyu's knowledge of physics is bound to get criticized by the professionals. Actually, this is just a trivial matter. And Sue shook his head. The real point is, it took him an hour to get to the main topic. With such a slow pace, it simply can't support the investment cost of this movie. Wanting to grab the reputation of an art film and the box office of a commercial film, there were greedy people like this before, but you, as an industry insider, should be as aware as I am of the outcome. Jiang Zhu nodded. Xianyu's ambition is too great, but judging by the current level of this movie, although exciting, it can't support such grand ambitions and expectations. It can only be said that the concept of humans and animals struggling for survival at sea is indeed a splendid idea. In reality, inside the major cinemas, many industry insiders watching the film started looking stunned one after another upon realizing Xian Yu's grand ambition. Among them, there were directors, screenwriters, film critics, and more. Xian Yu's film indeed attracted a lot of attention from industry insiders. This is actually an art film. The key point is, it lacks the flavor of an art film and instead just explores the relationship between humans, animals, and nature. What on earth is he thinking? Is this plot worth such a high investment? He wants to take the commercial film path and also the art film path. Doesn't he know that you can't have the best of both worlds? It's too crazy. The plot is interesting now, but the pacing at the beginning is too slow, taking a full hour to get going. The structure is too bloated. Since when is an art film represented by a group of animals? It's not that the structure is bloated. On the contrary, it feels too simple. Man and tiger surviving at sea. Such content isn't enough to express anything profound, and yet he spent an hour setting it up for just this. Lin Yuan is better suited for smaller investments. Large productions don't suit him. It just shows that everyone excels at different things. From the script level alone, it's interesting. At least it doesn't make you want to stop watching halfway through. For industry insiders, the movie was just okay, not as exceptional as some may say. But the investment in the film was too high. With such an approach, even breaking even is tough. In the meantime, a small number of people remained silent. Because the movie had another hour to go, and Lin Yuan might still have a chance to turn it around in the next hour, even though the possibility was very slim. And at this point, the movie was still ongoing. What nobody realized was that from the moment the hyenas started eating humans, the movie had turned sinister and terrifying. Chapter 8:11, 767. He's lying. Above the giant screen, man stands face to face with a tiger. Ocean currents surge in darkness. This tiny lifeboat quietly floats on the sea's surface, its final destination unknown to all. Pai begins to fight for survival. He discovers some food supplies and fresh water in the lifeboat, along with a survival manual that teaches him how to live on the open sea until help arrives. There is a raft on the boat. He pushes the raft into the sea and stays on it, keeping his distance from the tiger on the boat. He attempts to tame the tiger, but he is not a qualified animal trainer, and his plan to tame the tiger concludes with Parker marking his face with a spray of yellow urine. Pai knows that the tiger can swim. When the tiger is desperately hungry, it will surely swim over to eat him. So he has no choice but to try and catch fish from the sea to feed the tiger. There is not much water. When it rains, he collects rainwater for drinking and shares it with the tiger. A man and a tiger, they survive. Day by day like this. The process doesn't seem long or boring. The emerald sea, tranquil as a painting when calm. At night, the stars make the sea mesmerizing and magnificent. When the ocean rages, waves sweep and churn with towering fury. The boat rocked countless times amidst violent storms. Flying fish, bioluminescent jellyfish, schools of dolphins swim by, and whales roam in groups, stirring up countless waves. However, food and fresh water aren't always available, and the tiger becomes extremely hungry. It tries to fish in the water and swims toward Pai. It wants to eat Pai. Pai jumps from the raft onto the boat and retracts the raft, isolating the tiger in the sea. Just when the audience thinks the tiger is doomed, Pai suddenly has a change of heart and decides to save the tiger onto the boat. The next few days, he tries to tame the tiger little by feeding it chunks of fish meat. This time, he succeeds. This is a fantastical adventure journey. When the tiger is tamed, some audience members can't restrain their excitement and let out a small cheer. It's so beautiful. This ocean journey is fraught with dangers, but the scenery is truly beautiful, including the glowing jellyfish. Those fish are so pretty. The part with the swordfish cracked me up. A group of swordfish flew by, and the largest one got taken by Pai. The poor meerkat was left to eat the smaller fish. I thought Pai would kill the tiger. After spending so many days together, he couldn't bear to kill it. He's wanted to be friends with a tiger since he was a child, and being alone on the ocean, he really needed companionship, even from a tiger. The special effects are really amazing. You watch big-budget films for the effects, so exhilarating. The plot finally got thrilling too. Previously, Pai was just being bullied by the tiger, and it made me so anxious that my palms sweated. The tiger is kind of cute, like a cat. They should have shown this part earlier. Luckily, I made it through the first 30 minutes of boring flashbacks until about an hour in, when the story became exciting. The audience chats in hushed tones, and Sue gently raises an eyebrow. Even as a director, he couldn't find fault with the recent scenes. The beautiful ocean captured perfectly by the camera almost took his breath away. The budget is definitely burning, and the segment of Pai interacting with the tiger, all the way to taming it, is also very impressive, sustaining excellent pacing. The atmosphere of despair juxtaposes with several amusing moments without feeling forced. It seems pretty good. Jiang Zhu speaks up, her feminine longing for beautiful imagery evident when such scenes are displayed, almost making her forget this is about survival at sea. Stunningly beautiful. Wonderful images, the seabed's myriad of strange creatures, the occasional shark fins gliding by. gorgeous yet deadly. But let's not forget, the problem of survival weighs heavily on both Pi and the tiger. After days of drifting, they are nearing their limit. Then a storm hits. This storm is too intense. Its ferocity is comparable even to the day the huge ship capsized. Pi always does foolish things, like thinking such scenes are awe-inspiring, gifts from God, until he sees the tiger struggling desperately in the waves. Pi suddenly yells at the sky, "Why are you scaring him? I have lost my family. I have lost everything. I submit. God, what else do you want from me?" Pi completely breaks down. Perhaps from that moment, he no longer believes in God, his faith starting to crumble. And Su's expression shows he is moved. Jiangzhu also has a look of sympathy in her eyes. The audience's faces are filled with concern. Everyone has unwittingly grown fond of the man and the tiger. They like this mode of coexistence. It reminds me of The Truman Show. And Su speaks up. The protagonist in The Truman Show also experienced a terrifying storm. The difference being that storm was manipulated by humans. The difference is, Truman did not give in, but Pi shouts out that he submits. Truman had no attachments, so he feared nothing, not even losing his life. But Pi has developed an attachment. The tiger has unknowingly become the pillar supporting his existence. Once a person has an attachment, they reveal weaknesses. Jiangzhu shares her thoughts. This has the characteristic flavor of an art film, always able to provoke contemplation. The scene seems to be a fascinating crossover with The Truman Show. When the storm calms, the tiger is at death's door, Pi's lips are cracked, and his spirit is on the verge of collapse. "We're going to die." He holds the tiger, which can no longer open its eyes and has severely damaged skin. However, just when they are completely hopeless, they arrive at an island. This is a magical island. The island had edible plants and swarms of meerkats that weren't afraid of people, and there was even a beautiful freshwater pool in the center of the island. Parker gobbled up the plants. The tiger feasted on the meerkats to his heart's content. After days of drifting, they finally had a place to settle and feel secure. With this island, Parker and the tiger no longer had to worry about survival. However, when night fell, Parker saw the tiger scrambling onto the boat, and the meerkats crazily climbing the trees, so he also climbed a tree in fear, along with the meerkats. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the freshwater pool where he had swum during the day was filled with countless fish carcasses. Furthermore, he found a tooth in the tree, a human tooth. In the distance, the island emitted a faint glow and was long in shape. The next day, he decided to leave the island, taking some food with him. He blew his whistle and called for the tiger. And the tiger actually followed him off the island. What kind of island is this? When Parker got to this part of his story, the writer suddenly asked a question. If it hadn't been for the sudden shift in the camera angle, everyone might have forgotten that this scene was just a part of Parker's narration and memory. Haven't you realized yet? This is a carnivorous island. Like a Venus flytrap? Yes, every night the water in the center of the lake turns into sulfuric acid, killing all the life in the water. The entire earth is slowly corroded and digested. That's why I thought about the fate of those who stay there, lonely and eventually forgotten, like that tooth left in the tree. Pi's incredible odyssey, in reality, wasn't magical, but combined with his experiences, it seemed to take on a kind of magical hue. The audience was mesmerized. However, and Su furrowed his brows at some point without anyone noticing. Something's not right. He suddenly spoke up. Jiangzhu heard him. What's not right? And Su didn't respond, but in his mind, he replayed the scene from that night. It was a long shot. Directors are highly sensitive to camera angles, so it puzzled him why the island was long in shape rather than round. It made the island look like a lying person? A lying person? And Su was startled by his own thought. He didn't know why such a terrifying association had come to mind. Could it be because the island really resembled a lying person? Too bad they were in a cinema, and Su couldn't rewind the scene as if it were filmed to watch it again. He even doubted if he had seen it correctly. Jiangzhu didn't receive a response from Ensu, but was also struck by a thought. Don't you feel there's something off about this island? Like what? Countless meerkats that aren't afraid of people, a lake that turns into sulfuric acid at night due to some chemical reaction, but is indistinguishable from a normal freshwater lake during the day. A bit. And Su spoke. But it's possible if there are no natural predators for the meerkats on the island, and if it's some area of the ocean. Nature is amazing. There are many phenomena that can't be explained without research. Jiangzhu didn't say more, but she somehow felt uneasy. Perhaps it was from the moment Parker found a human tooth on the island that she felt there was something disturbing about this island. The cannibal island, huh? She muttered to herself, yet her eyes never left the big screen, each frame compelling her to keep watching. Judging by the time of the movie, it was nearing the end. Cannibal Island? And Sue caught Jiangzhu's mutter, and a light flashed through his mind, making him more convinced that something was amiss. Parker, the tiger, Cannibal Island, human tooth, the sulfuric acid in the lake's center, the supplies for survival. From the start of the drift after the ferry disaster, a number of significant details interconnected by an invisible thread replayed in Sue's mind. He suddenly realized there were many strange aspects in this story. The clue lay with the bananas, and Sue didn't believe those bananas could support the weight of a gorilla. And from this doubt, Sue thought of the shipwreck. Could the ferry capsize that easily? Did Parker really survive over 200 days at sea just with the existing supplies and a survival manual? Parker was 17 years old at the time of the disaster. Could a 17-year-old tame a tiger at sea? The so-called fantastical voyage was the fantasy in its incredulous unfolding? Wait, this segment about Cannibal Island, why switch suddenly to the conversation between the writer and Parker? There are no useless shots in a movie. If there are useless shots, that's a sign of the director's incompetence. And Sue knew the director of this film, Yuan. He was a big-time director from Chi Continent. Although not as skilled as Sue himself, he still had talent. A director like that, in combination with Xian Yu's script, would they produce a meaningless shot? He was reminding the audience that the story is being told by Parker. So why did he use that particular shot to remind us? The writer's expression seemed subtle. He was doubting. That interpretation shouldn't be wrong. It's clear he suspected something off about the island. But why would he suspect that? And Sue's mind raced. Suddenly, he understood. Lying. The writer was suspecting that Parker was lying. Once this idea leaped into his mind, and Sue felt a chill down his spine, and he shivered uncontrollably. Chapter 8:12, 768 Terrifying Boiling. And Sue's back was already drenched in cold sweat. Was he lying? Why would he lie? If he lied, which part specifically was the lie? In this story, what is real and what is fictitious? Was the fantastical drift real? Or could it be that I misunderstood? For the first time, and Sue realized that this story wasn't as straightforward as it seemed on the surface, and his previous understanding and interpretation were too one-sided. However, no matter how hard Sue racked his brain, he couldn't understand why he would lie. But he faintly felt that there was a terrifying truth behind it all. It made him very uneasy. What's wrong? Jiangzhu noticed that something was off with Sue. The famous director from Chi Continent seemed restless. And Sue still didn't answer. He looked up at the big screen. He wanted to know what the truth really was. What exactly was the story that Xian Yu wanted to tell? He didn't realize that his hands were trembling slightly. On the giant screen, after leaving the island, he finally reached another shore. This time, it wasn't an island. This was the Zhao continent of Blue Star. He was saved. As he stepped onto the shore, immense exhaustion overtook him, and he collapsed. In a daze, he saw the tiger jump off the lifeboat, stretch mightily, and then walk into the jungle. Reaching the edge of the forest, the tiger stopped. I was sure it would look back at me. Ears turned back, emitting a roar, ending our relationship in some way. He said, but the tiger did not look back. This fearsome companion, the animal that had helped him survive, vanished from his life from then on. He was rescued by passers-by. As he left, he was in tears, not for being saved, but because the tiger left him so easily. The tiger was without sentiment. He remembered the lessons of his father from childhood, but he insisted on believing. In the tiger's eyes, he must have been more than just a reflection. We didn't say goodbye properly. He hadn't said goodbye properly to a girlfriend, to his family, to the tiger. He seemed to repeat such words more than once, but this time tears flowed. The audience seats were silent. When he was rescued, no one cheered. Instead, like him, they were immersed in the sadness of the tiger's departure. Indeed, there's always sadness, accompanying each other for over 200 days, depending on each other for survival, struggling to live, transitioning from adversaries to companions. Nobody disliked the tiger. In fact, they liked the tiger. If only the tiger could have continued accompanying him, someone said. He lost everything, and he only had the tiger left, but the tiger belongs to the jungle, so it left him. I feel the tiger had feelings for him. After more than 200 days together, maybe the tiger started to see him as a master or even a friend. This story is a bit more fascinating than I thought. The first half hour was genuinely boring. Indeed, the build-up with family was meaningless. The pacing is problematic in the beginning. The movie is about 2 hours long, and it only gets exciting after an hour in. It feels like this movie is quite thought-provoking. I thought it was a commercial film, but towards the end, it started to feel like it had some art house elements. The audience's instincts were not as sharp as the professionals, but they too gradually realized that this movie was not commercial. Rather, it was filled with contemplation. About humans and nature. About survival and perseverance. About the power of faith. About the importance of companionship. Such metaphors and implications abound, and these are the hallmarks of art house films. Yet the process wasn't boring, especially once the shipwreck started, almost entirely capturing the curiosity of the audience, an aspect rare in commercial films. Yet Su's brows furrowed even more. No, he kept shaking his head. It couldn't be that simple. He didn't believe it was that simple. Jiang Zhu didn't know Su's thoughts. She was sharing her opinion. The beginning was boring. After the shipwreck, it became exciting, but such an ending seems to lack some power, feels like it's still missing something. If Jiang Zhu were to rate it, she would give it an 8 out of 10. It was a movie worth 8 points. Quite good, but that was all. But this wasn't the official ending. The movie wasn't over yet. On the giant screen, the movie appeared to be heading towards an official conclusion. Since I was the only survivor, the Japanese shipping company sent 2 people to find me. They needed to find out the cause of the ferry accident to process the compensation matters. He told the writer. The scene switched. The shipping company's employees didn't believe his story. How could an island exist with thousands of meerkats undetected? How could bananas float? A brief argument ensued. They believed this wasn't the truth. Finally, he spoke again. You don't want things you haven't seen, no surprises, no fantasy, no animals, no islands. His expression changed for a moment. Inside the movie theater, the audience was taken aback. They had believed what he had told them, but his words seemed to suggest something was amiss. At that moment, Pai told the second story. For people survived. The cook and sailor had already relayed their accounts. The cook pulled me aboard with a lifebuoy. My mother climbed up on a bunch of bananas and drifted to the ship. That cook was disgusting. He ate a rat. That man was like a beast. The sailor broke his leg jumping off the ship. As Pai narrated, the shipping company employees' faces shifted with emotion. And in front of the giant screen, some viewers looked utterly bewildered. Others furrowed their brows tightly. They realized a problem. It was a problem Su had already realized before. Pai lied. 2 stories, one true and one false. The author understood, and he connected the 2 stories. In both stories, the zebra and the sailor broke their legs. The hyena killed the zebra and the orangutan. So, the hyena is the cook, the sailor is the zebra, your mother is the orangutan, and you are the tiger. An earth-shattering twist. SSSHH. With the author's last word, a jarring noise suddenly erupted in the cinema hall, like the harsh scrape of shoe soles against the floor. It was painfully ear-piercing, extremely uncomfortable. The light from the giant screen shone on the audience's faces, reflecting faces that, unknown when, had become utterly horrified, ghostly pale, and rather frightening. Inside the cinema, it was as if the temperature suddenly dropped. The air turned frigid, oppressive to the point of almost becoming stagnant. Huff, huff. Jiang Zhu gasped heavily, his chest heaving violently, his eyes filled with disbelief. The truth. This was the truth. The blood-soaked truth. The sailor was the zebra. He broke his leg and lacked the power to defend himself. The cook was the hyena, extremely aggressive. The mother was the orangutan who had protected the protagonist, and the protagonist was the tiger who ended it all. Therefore, the cook killed the sailor, then killed the mother, and Pai killed the cook. What kind of magical adventure at sea? It was. Nothing but a human bloodbath in the quest for survival, blades drawn against one another. That tiny lifeboat was the scene of a terrifying series of bloodshed, simply a living hell. Underneath the magnificent packaging of the movie lay filth and sin, just like the calm ocean, calm on the surface, but with raging undercurrents below. Those beautiful, elaborate shots, the more resplendent they were, the more lethal. Wrong. It was more than just slaughtering. Every slaughter has its reasons, but on that tiny lifeboat, the slaughter had only one reason. They were starving. For survival. They were eating people. Ugh. Jiang Zhu felt queasy. Boom. After the utmost silence, the entire cinema hall suddenly exploded. All the viewers started to clamor as if they had gone mad. Some even screamed. Some couldn't help but to stand up. My God. I'm getting chills all over. This is too scary, too horrific. It turns out that there wasn't really a zebra, an orangutan, a hyena, or a tiger in the magical adventure. Everything was a story made up by the protagonist. In reality, all these animals were people. They were killing each other. They were eating people. Holy shit. So there were no animals on the boat, just people. Eating corpses? I'm gonna throw up, damn it. How can this be so terrifying? I really thought this was a story about the protagonist and animals, but it turns out not to be about the law of the jungle among animals, but about people who lose their humanity and resort to cannibalism in order to survive. I get it now? Crap. Where did the teeth on Cannibal Island come from? They came from corpses. Humanity has been annihilated. Such a beautiful story, such a stunning ocean. Why is the truth so cruel? I've been deceived by Xianyu. All the previous plot points were traps. So many traps were dug. I'm convinced Xianyu is GOAT. I'm in awe, truly in awe. Ai's worldview is shattered. The audience was paralyzed by fear, the horror boiling over. The movie did not explicitly state that they were eating corpses, but by using animal metaphors, even the most naive audience understood. This was why their faces turned deathly pale and even trembled. A shocking twist instantly shattered everyone's beliefs, making them question every single shot they had seen before. At this moment, looking back, every piece of the plot was utterly terrifying in hindsight. Even the seemingly insignificant mouse in the movie, almost unnoticed by everyone, had an extremely symbolic significance. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Jiang Zhu, struggling to contain the discomfort in his stomach, trembled as he spoke. Xianyu is too twisted. How did he come up with such a terrifying story? I've been writing scripts for so many years, watching movies for so many years, and this is the first time I've been scared by an art film. Scared. Truly scared. What was terrifying wasn't the imagery. There wasn't even a depiction of animals being eaten in the movie, but this was precisely what made it more chilling, because everyone would imagine it. The more they imagined, the more panic-stricken they became. However, as Jiang Zhu reacted so dramatically, and Su suddenly let out a long breath and said something that made Jiang Zhu go completely stiff. You think this is the truth? You think the second story is the truth? You think Xianyu didn't deceive you twice in a row? You think this is the most horrifying answer? And Su pressed his hand to his heart, where his heartbeat was excessively fast and his whole body was cold, as if his breathing had almost stopped. He thought more, saw more than the audience. Therefore, he was more horrified by the story's terror than anyone else. Chapter 8:13, 769. There is a third version. Giant screen. The finale. Pai's eyes fixed on the author. I told two versions of the story about the sea accident, so which one do you prefer? The author did not answer immediately. After a few seconds of silence, the author spoke up. The one with the tiger, that one is more exciting. Thank you. Pai seemed relieved. In fact, Pai's question was less directed at the author and more at the audience. Which of these two versions of the story do you prefer? In the cinema, the boisterous audience fell silent for a few seconds, as if they were scrutinizing their own hearts. Which of these stories do they like? Like the author. I prefer the one with the tiger, where a man and a tiger become an unusual duo, staging a fantasy struggle for survival over more than 200 days at sea. I can't bear to shatter such beauty of strength and will. I prefer the version without the tiger. Although the movie didn't make it explicit, Pai's reaction has already told everyone that the second story is the real one. And although the truth is cruel, reality itself is cruel. I think choosing the tiger itself is a form of evasion. The whole movie was a deception. Fish Papa's twist was stunning. If there hadn't been the final twist explained, I might have left the cinema thinking I really just watched a fantastical ocean adventure of a young pie. Despite so many clues, I never noticed them. The key is, I wasn't angry after realizing I'd been deceived. Instead, I willingly fell into the trap because there were many clues planted, and if I had watched carefully, I would have noticed something was amiss. The answer might be hard to unify. Screenwriter Jiang Zhu was also contemplating her answer. Just then, Ensu suddenly turned to look at Jiang Zhu, who was lost in thought. Buy tickets. What? I want to rewatch it. Ensu had many things to reconfirm. One viewing wasn't enough to fully understand. The movie was like a mystery told in narrative trickery. The screenplay was rife with deceit from the screenwriter, covered by the director's cinematic shots, and only at the end did it pull off a shocking twist. It can be said, without this earth-shattering twist, the movie would just be a very exciting ocean survival film. With this twist, everything changed. It almost gave the audience the illusion of having watched two movies at once. One thing was certain, the film's rating was destined to soar several levels because of the final twist, turning it into a classic that would remain in people's hearts. Retracing the plot after the ending was the most charming part of the movie. Okay, Jiang Zhu nodded. She took out her phone, ready to buy tickets when she noticed that a screenwriters chat group she was a part of was exceptionally lively at the moment. Countless people were discussing the movie. Without opening the group chat, Jiang Zhu began to repurchase her ticket for a second viewing. She wanted to use the plot to trace back through the film again, but this time, she was watching with a mindset of learning, as this was a script worth studying by all screenwriters. Of course, Jiang Zhu and Ensu had tacitly avoided discussing next year's Dragon Awards, although both sensed the impact this movie would have on the awards after watching it. In a screenwriters group on Blue Star, just as Jiang Zhu noticed, the group was abuzz. All the screenwriters who had seen the movie were dumbfounded by the ending's shocking twist. Holy crap, the ending twist scared the hell out of me. I'm sweating buckets. The entire movie was a massive deception. Back when the piano tuner came out, it was twist after twist, but the twists in that movie felt a bit contrived. This movie's twists, however, are pure genius, utterly seamless. This movie is going to blow up. The ending twist is nothing short of brilliant. Xian Yu is truly the king of twists. Thought it was a commercial flick at first, then I thought it was an art film. Halfway through it seemed like an inspirational movie, but after finishing, I realized it's a horror movie. One twist completely overturned the entire movie. It's insane. The real horror is retracing the story after the ending. Who would have thought those animals were actually people? At the beginning of the movie, Daddy says the difference between animals and humans is that animals lack humanity, but the film tells us that humans just have a higher threshold for their bottom line, and when pushed to the edge, humanity can be abandoned. Don't forget humans are animals too. Of course we have beastly instincts. So the tiger represents the protagonist's animalistic side, which is why, when Pi was rescued and the tiger left, his humanity returned. This metaphor is so clever. At various cinemas, the first batch of audience members who saw the movie at the same time also went wild. No one expected the true nature of the film to be so horrifying. I kneel before Fish Papa's boundless imagination. Fish Papa, such a gentle soul, yet he wrote such a cruel and desperate horror story. I'm never scared by horror films, but this movie actually got to me a bit. I've got goosebumps all over. When Pi told the second version of his story, I felt my scalp tingle and hair stand on end. Looking back at the whole story after watching the ending, those beautiful scenes seem so ironic. The visuals are so beautiful, yet who knew there were so many secrets hidden beneath them? Leaving the plot aside, the special effects alone are top-notch. This is Fish Papa's first time shooting a big-budget film, and it feels like the big stage is where Fish Papa truly excels, something small-budget films could never achieve. Online, the same excitement, the same buzz, the same shockwaves, tribe blogs and major forums alike were all boiling over. Countless people were discussing the plot. This movie is freaking amazing. Who exactly did Pi eat? Definitely his mother. You might not have noticed, but when Pi leaves the carnivorous island, If you look at it from a distance, it clearly resembles the shape of a woman's body. And Pi found the tooth because he bit into the teeth part, which is why he decided to leave the island, realizing that if he continued like this, he would go completely mad. Damn, is it really like that? I think the carnivorous island is his girlfriend, so he tied the rope his girlfriend gave him around the island. Moreover, when he mentioned his girlfriend, he said, I can't remember how I said goodbye to her. Isn't that hint clear enough? So many metaphors, man. Who does the rat metaphorically represent then? I feel like the island is the mother and the rat is the girlfriend. She must have hidden aboard the boat as a stowaway because Pi doesn't remember saying goodbye to his girlfriend. But the truth is he never said goodbye to her at all. They boarded the ferry together. Holy cow, so many goats in the comment section. I didn't really get it. What does the meerkat on the island symbolize then? Since the island doesn't exist, the meerkat must be fake too, right? Don't you get it? The meerkat isn't afraid of people, and the island is a corpse. What things on a corpse aren't afraid of people? Maggots. The meerkat is maggots. Ugh, stop it. I was planning to eat. My whole worldview is shattered. I told my girl during the movie that the meerkat was cute. Meerkats are creatures of the desert. There's no way they could be on the island. So Pi lied about this part. Considering the island's meerkats aren't afraid of people, and indeed maggots aren't afraid of people either, and since maggots are a source of protein, the equation meerkat equals maggots holds true. They drifted at sea for over 200 days, so it's inevitable for the body to get maggots. What Pi ate later must have been rotten, and don't forget that tigers can eat carrion too. I can't even look at this movie straight anymore. Goats frequented major forums, with countless interpretations appearing, some of which perfectly fit the plot. Some had an epiphany, others held different views. Regardless of what the real answer was, these interpretations were repeatedly striking the hearts of the audience. Because these interpretations weren't far-fetched. While the movie left things ambiguous, it also provided many hints. It's precisely because the movie didn't explain the process directly, and the second version was only covered in a few minutes, that the audience was given unlimited space for interpretation. A textbook example of disturbing subtleties. Some even started arguing over which interpretation represented the truth. Everyone had their own theories. Everyone had their own explanations. Each one was terrifying, completely overturning all conclusions made before the movie's twist. And just when netizens thought they were getting close to the truth, someone noticed that Blue Star's famous screenwriter Lin Yuan had personally posted a thread in a movie forum, and the title of the thread was, "Still Too Naive. Do you think Pi's second story is the whole truth?" This renowned core screenwriter dared to write a film review for Life of Pi. Of course, that's not the point. The point is, Lin Yuan is suggesting that Pi's second story is not the entire truth. In an instant, netizens widened their eyes. Holy crap, the second version isn't the truth? We've interpreted the truth to be so horrifying. Already, and he's calling us naive? Are you sure you're not just seeking attention? If Lin Yuan weren't a top screenwriter, he would have been blasted, but considering his professional status, netizens held back and couldn't help but wonder. Lin Yuan seems intent on overturning the twist at the end of the movie. You know, regardless of the debates, the starting point for everyone was the second version of the story told by Pi, and no one ever doubted the authenticity of the second version. Alright then, considering Lin Yuan's generally good reputation as a very capable screenwriter, netizens were still curious and clicked on his thread. And what they saw. Upon entering the thread, everyone saw the first line. Before reading this interpretation, please answer 3 questions for me. Actually, there are many questions, but I won't trouble you with all of them. The first question, why has Pi never explained the cause of the ferry accident? Does he really know nothing about it? The second question, why did the mother slap the cook, but he didn't fight back, given his character was previously portrayed as rough and aggressive? The third question, why didn't they delete the first 30 minutes of the movie's family background, which was so dull? With Xian Yu's capabilities, wouldn't he know that the first 30 minutes drag on for too long? Why? Netizens were stumped by Lin Yuan's 3 questions. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed everyone's mind. Did Pi also lie in the second version of the story he narrated? If the first version is a lie, then who could say for sure that the second version didn't contain lies as well? Chapter 814, 771. Which version do you like? After this idea emerged, netizens were thrown into confusion. No one could provide definite answers to the three questions raised by Lin Yuan. For a moment, everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they continued to read on. Indeed, after throwing out the three questions, Lin Yuan offered explanations in his subsequent film reviews. Let's start with the first question: why did the fairy meet with disaster? Many people overlook the scene where the father feeds the animals since animals can get seasick. Therefore, the father hoped to calm them with tranquilizers during the voyage. But the accident lay in the fact that servants had always done these tasks. The father had never administered tranquilizers to the animals before, so he accidentally mixed the tranquilizers into the crew's food. And due to the argument between the mother and the cook, the protagonist's family didn't eat during the day. As a result, when the storm hit, everyone on the boat was knocked out by the tranquilizers, with no sailors awake to take timely and effective measures. That's why the ferry met with disaster, which is precisely why Pai continually avoided addressing the cause of the shipwreck. Top filmmakers won't give you meaningless shots. Those seemingly nonsensical scenes could be critical information hidden in the dark, easy to miss without careful thought. The fact that the protagonist's family didn't eat and the tranquilizers given to the animals are what I'm referring to as critical information. Netizens' eyes widened. No one had anticipated this issue beforehand. The shipwreck, was it actually due to the father's blunder? Some netizens wanted to object instinctively. How did the cook and the sailor manage to get into the lifeboat? However, the interpretations of the following two questions provided explanations and shut the netizens up. Once the first question was answered, the answers to the second and third questions could directly refute the second story narrated by Pai. Some of you might have already guessed. There were actually no sailors or a cook. All crew members were wiped out. It was the protagonist's family who boarded the boat. The so-called zebra was not a sailor, but the protagonist's father. As for the hyena, it was the protagonist's brother, and the mouse was the protagonist's girlfriend, who also sneaked on board as a stowaway, which I believe many netizens have already guessed. After all, mouse is a term used to describe stowaways. This is the answer to the third question. Why did the mother hit the cook, yet the cook didn't fight back? Because the cook was the hyena, that is, the protagonist's brother. It was perfectly normal for a brother not to retaliate after being hit by his mother. The brother used the father's amputated leg as bait for fishing, which of course the mother couldn't bear, but the brother was a rational person. The 30 minutes of foreshadowing at the beginning were not for nothing. It was just that the father died due to the lack of effective treatment for his amputation, so the brother had to survive by eating his father's flesh. Netizens were utterly dumbfounded. No cook and no sailors. It was actually the protagonist's family who boarded the ship. This interpretation was infinitely more terrifying than the previous one, sending shivers down the spine. You all probably guessed what happened next. The mother and brother had a conflict, and the brother accidentally killed the mother. The protagonist was completely enraged, and he killed his brother. If the brother really were a cook, he would have fought back long ago, but he was actually the brother. Thus, he did not retaliate because he knew he had done something wrong. Then, only the protagonist and the brother were left on the ship. The protagonist said he remembered every detail of the last day he spent with his girlfriend, but couldn't recall how they parted. It's not that he didn't remember. They had not parted, but the way they parted was too cruel for Pai to even attempt to fabricate. Ending his exposition there, Lin Yuan summed up. My guess might not be completely accurate, but it's definitely closer to the truth than the second version. There are so many metaphors in this movie, like the acid that appears in the lake at the center of Cannibal Island at night, which is actually human stomach acid, and so on. But I can be sure that there are holes in the second version of the pie. The movie has given us hints, especially the debate about whether a banana can carry an orangutan, which is the biggest hint. And it had to be the protagonist's family on the boat. That's why the first 30 minutes of the movie kept showing the backstory of the protagonist's family. It's the same saying. Clever filmmakers don't include meaningless shots. The seemingly useless foreshadowing in the first 30 minutes is actually about the cook and the sailor also being family. Once you understand this, you'll really grasp the horror of this movie. The film critique ended. After reading the critique, netizens were stunned. Cannibalism itself is already terrifying, but nobody expected the real truth to be countless times more horrifying than the plot of the second version. The people on the boat were a family. This has completely changed the concept from the second version of the story. I want to argue, but I can't find a standpoint. Holy shit, did the protagonist eat his girlfriend and mother in the end? Oh, bring back the first version. The first version was so beautiful, and the third is just as dark. So the tiger represents the protagonist's animal instincts, taming. The tiger is the process of human nature taming its animal side. This interpretation is absolutely brilliant. I knew there was a reason the first 30 minutes were so boring, talking about a bunch of family stuff. And then after the ferry disaster, all the family members died except for the mom and the protagonist who got on the boat. It was all because of this. Such a dark story, yet filmed so beautifully. My worldview has collapsed. This is the movie with the most metaphors I've ever seen. What happened to the promised commercial film? Lin Yuan's ideas are really unbeatable. Oh my god. The interpretation reached a frantic climax. In the comments, of course, there were some who refuted Lin Yuan, but it led to even more interpretations and versions that could never be unified. Even, some mentioned God and the power of religion and belief, which also made a lot of sense. Clearly, the movie didn't provide a standard answer, and the creators wouldn't offer one outside the movie either, which is exactly what makes art films so enchanting. Just like in the stories of Journey to the West, they always interpret Sun Wukong from a myriad of bizarre perspectives. Whether it's the facts or the retellings, they are destined to be shrouded in mystery. The only certainty is that the story is far darker than anyone could have imagined. After all the analyzing, netizens were almost going mad, and Pai's actions sparked endless controversy. Some thought Pai was heartless and insane. Others felt Pai went from being lost to redemption and found liberation in his humanity. This seems to return us to the question raised at the end of the movie. Do you prefer the version with the tiger or the version without? Strangely enough, when the second version came out, many people felt that the absence of the tiger was more thrilling, but when the interpretation of the third version emerged, everyone suddenly wanted to opt for the first version. The movie itself conveys this message. Whichever you prefer, just believe in that one. So the question left by the movie becomes thought-provoking. Which version do you prefer? Chapter 8:15, 772. Heart of a Fierce Tiger, Gently Smelling the Rose. The answer to this question still cannot be unified, just as it is impossible for a movie to be liked by everyone. Amidst countless positive reviews, some negative ones are inevitably interspersed, which are all too normal. For instance, some people are repulsed by metaphors about cannibalism. The discomfort further intensifies upon learning that it was a family who boarded the ship. Others have drawn comparisons to The Truman Show to argue that it is the film that truly has a profound impact on life. All right, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Either way, it's Lin Yuan's movie. Anyhow, Life of Pi really became a hit. The myriad interpretations and discussions broadly drove box office sales, drawing countless viewers to the theaters. The next day, Lin Yuan logged onto BlueStarNet to scroll through movie reviews, reading netizens' interpretations, including Long Yang's. He was astounded to discover everything that could be said had been said. The film had been thoroughly dissected. What a pity. Lin Yuan shook his head in the studio. Jean Mu, who saw Lin Yuan reading reviews of Life of Pi, curiously leaned in and asked, "What's a pity?" Lin Yuan did not answer. What he regretted was that Ian had no chance to make an appearance. Lin Yuan had three big online personas, Xianyu, Chu Kuang, and Shadow. Besides these, he actually had another lesser-known persona named Ian. This persona was the least conspicuous, created initially to fill in the gaps for the three main personas and draw attention to some of the derivative works besides the main pieces produced by the three main personas, thereby generating more buzz for the original works. Like The Legend of Wukong was related to Journey to the West. This time, Lin Yuan wanted Ian to write a movie review for Life of Pi, to uncover the hidden depths of Lin Yuan's movie that had not been discovered and further fan the flames of its popularity. However, he embarrassingly found the netizens had already interpreted it very comprehensively. Even the powerful third version and its hidden foreshadowing had been deciphered and unearthed by the screenwriter Lin Yuan. There were still many goats on Blue Star. Long Yang's interpretation, in particular, made Lin Yuan hold him in even higher esteem. This was a very impressive screenwriter who had managed to study the film so thoroughly in such a short amount of time. That's right. An idea suddenly flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Ian wasn't entirely without something to contribute. That poem could perhaps be used here. Yes, Lin Yuan thought of a poem. The poem was called To Me, Past, Present, and Future, a representative work by the English poet Siegfried Sassoon. While many may not know this poem, there's a certain line within it that most will find memorable. That line is, "In me the tiger sniffs the rose." If the phrase still doesn't ring a bell, or if you have returned all the English you learned back to your English teacher, then poet Yu Guangzhong's translation will surely sound familiar to everyone. There is a fierce tiger in my heart, sniffing the rose delicately. How many people have quoted this line, even using it as a motto without really understanding its meaning? The essence of the phrase is actually to emphasize the duality of human nature. Pi too has two sides. One represents humanity, and the other, the animalistic instincts transformed into the fierceness of a tiger. Accordingly, back in my previous life, when this movie was released, countless people were reminded of this poem. Pi's journey perfectly matched the verse. The human heart embodies both the fierce tiger and the rose. Lacking the rose, one becomes impulsive, descending into vulgarity. Lacking the tiger, one becomes timid, thus losing boldness. With this in mind, Lin Yuan exchanged a work with the system and logged into Ian's blog account to post the poem in the form of a movie review on BlueStarNet. Although the interpretations of Life of Pi were becoming increasingly profound, the enthusiasm of netizens for discussing the film had not waned. Online, there were still countless people discussing various aspects of this movie. At this moment, someone noticed this special movie review. The movie review's title was, To Me, Past, Present, and Future. When they initially scrolled past this review, most people didn't pay attention, ignoring it until someone recognized the author. Ian actually wrote a review for Life of Pi. Some recognized Ian, but clearly his fame was limited, and not everyone was familiar with him. To be precise, the majority of people were unaware of Ian. Who is Ian? Someone asked. Haven't you read The Legend of Yukong? The classic Journey to the West fanfiction was written by Ian, who has a deep understanding of Journey to the West, someone replied. Oh, it's The Legend of Yukong's author. I have read The Legend of Yukong. Ian's level of analysis is really impressive. I am a bit curious to see how he evaluates the story of Life of Pi. Let's check it out. This title seems pretty interesting. Past, present, and future are likely referencing the protagonist. Could it be that Ian has an even more fascinating insight into the movie? While people may not be familiar with Ian, The Legend of Yukong is much better known among netizens. Almost everyone who likes Journey to the West has read that fanfiction. For a time, quite a few netizens, curious about the title, clicked on it and came across the special movie review published by Ian. Debating at the gathering, everyone sticks to their guns, endlessly arguing. The plethora of desires snatches at my present, strangling rationality upon its throne. My love surmounts the fences of the future, freeing dreams to dance on their feet. For me, the cave dwellers have seized the prophet. The god adorned with garlands sings laments to our ancestors' deaf ears. There's a fierce tiger in my heart. I sniff the roses gently. Examine my heart. Dear friend, you should tremble, for that is your true face. Wow, this isn't a film review. It's clearly a poem. That line, there's a fierce tiger in my heart. I sniff the roses gently, instantly attracted countless people's attention. This guy named Ian is pretty awesome. There's a fierce tiger in my heart. I sniff the roses gently. This sentence has such a high level of swagger. It's the first time I've seen a film review written with poetry. It's very precise. There's a fierce tiger in my heart. I sniff the roses gently. Got it. I'll copy this as the tribe's personal signature. This sentence is really cool. Is the human side depicted by that rose? The whole poem is full of charm. This review is not inferior to Long Yang's, even higher in artistic standard. Ian's understanding of literary works is indeed deeper than most. Such impressive literary talent. Classic lines that have been passed down for countless years indeed have such charm. Just as the netizen said, the swag of there's a fierce tiger in my heart. I sniff the roses gently is indeed very high. But after all, it is a poem. Not everyone can understand the obscure verses. While numerous praises and compliments sprung up, a lot of questions emerged in the comment section. I'm totally confused after reading this. What's it all about? Could any goat explain what this poem means? Poets love to be obscure, afraid others might understand. Actually, it's not that hard to understand. Wasn't it said in the review that Pi has both human and tiger aspects? If the tiger represents Pi's animal nature, then the rose would represent the beauty of humanity, both inseparable from each other. So that's what it is. To examine the heart, to feel the tremor, that is your true face. The concluding part talks about the tiger, the hidden beastliness of humans. The beginning feels like our current state, the endless discussions and debates around the movie. Let love kill reason to attain redemption, just like Pi finally came to his senses when he tasted teeth. So that's what it is. Such an apt description, such brilliant lines. All right, worthy of the author of The Legend of Wukong, instantly a fan, going to follow them right away. This Ian reads Chu Kuang's novels and watches Xian Yu's movies. Seems to be a fan of the three brothers, even a goat-level fan. Both the poetry and the fanfics are top-notch. The poem was not as obscure as imagined. As people started to explain and add their interpretations, confused netizens gradually began to understand the meaning of the poem, mainly because this poem could be connected to the plot of the movie. With corresponding interpretations, it's not difficult to understand, with each line having targeted implications. Of course, in different contexts, the verse could represent different expressions. Everyone's explanation might not perfectly match the expression of the poem, but for the movie Life of Pi, the poem illuminates the meaning of each line. It's as if the poem was entirely based on the movie. This is a wonderful coincidence. Also, it's because of this coincidence, the poem became famous. You know, it's precisely when everyone's passionately discussing Life of Pi, and suddenly such a poem emerges. How could it not attract widespread attention? Swipe, swipe, swipe. The poem quickly spread far and wide. More and more people conquered by the line, "There's a fierce tiger in my heart. I sniff the roses gently." The most badass part of the entire poem is this line. Without it, the poem wouldn't become one of Siegfried Sassoon's signature works. In fact, all famous poems are known because of some particularly awesome lines within them. If a poem has more than one mind-blowing line, then it's a timeless masterpiece. Like Sue Immortal's Song of Water. For a time, the line, "There's a fierce tiger in my heart. I sniff the roses gently," became the tool for many artsy hipsters to show off, appearing in countless personal signatures swiftly. Don't be fooled by the harmless exterior I wear. In fact, I've got a man-eating tiger inside. Anyway, many who hadn't carefully figured out the meaning, only attracted by that sentence, understood it this way. Soon, Lin Yuan noticed that Ian's blog subscriber count started ticking up, marking the second massive increase in followers since The Legend of Wukong. The comment section was also bustling with activity. So this is the author of The Legend of Wukong. Ian's writing style and swagger are so high-end. While you all are hyping up, "There's a fierce tiger," I'm reminded of the classic lines from The Legend of Wukong, like, "I want the skies to no longer hide my eyes. I want the earth to no longer bury my heart." I know this line. Is it from Ian's The Legend of Wukong? Yes, The Legend of Wukong contains many awesome classic lines. I strongly recommend you read it. After seeing Ian's review, I'm planning to reread that. Fanfiction. Okay, I've started liking this big shot. Their words match my aesthetic perfectly, so domineering. Fans of showing off will absolutely adore Ian's style. Even writing a film review is freaking different from others, full of swagger. That's very The Legend of Wukong. When literati show off their talent, it really leaves one with no resentment, but to look up to these big shots. The effect of this poem was better than Lin Yuan had imagined. No wonder that in his previous life, many web novel authors including Fanhua loved using this line. The effect was as terrifying as the early days of My Fate is Mine, Not Heaven's. Truly fearsome. Chapter 816, 773. What is love in this world that makes people pledge to live and die for each other? There's a fierce tiger in the heart, yet it gently sniffs the rose. In a certain room, a man was staring at his computer. This man was Wu Dun, the president of a poetry club on Yin continent. He was also browsing critiques of the movie Life of Pi when he suddenly came across this poem by Yuan, and for a moment, he was completely captivated. With his expertise, he could naturally see the extraordinary nature of this poem. In fact, even without any relation to Life of Pi, it was still an excellent exposition on human nature. But when connected with Life of Pi, this poem became even more brilliant. Wu Dun had been immersed in the poetry scene for many years, yet this was the first time he had heard this name. He opened a chat group. Wu Dun posted the poem there. The group immediately buzzed with excitement. President Wu, this poem is quite impressive. Is this President Wu's new work? What a line. There's a fierce tiger in the heart, yet it gently sniffs the rose. This poem discusses the duality of human nature. President Wu, did you write it for Life of Pi? Aren't you guys online? The phrase, there's a fierce tiger in the heart, yet it gently sniffs the rose, has already gone viral on social media. The content of the verse indeed relates to Life of Pi, but this poem was written by an author named Yuan, not President Wu. Ian? Who's that? I checked Wikipedia. Ian is a fanfic writer. A while back, the legend of Wukong by this guy was quite popular, and his level is quite extraordinary, crushing other fanfic writers. With that level of skill, why write fanfic? These days, there are more and more prodigies who can write poetry. That novelist Chu Kuang can write poetry, the songwriter Xian Yu can write poetry, and now even fanfic writers can write poetry. It's still different. The first two write classical poetry. Even among the first two, there are differences. Xian Yu's poetry skills should be a bit higher. Wu Dun didn't say a word but refreshed Ian's blog to see if this person had any other works. Unfortunately, since its creation, Ian's blog account had only posted this one update. And before this poem, his only work was The Legend of Wukong. Beginner's luck? Sometimes people do get a burst of inspiration and can write a meaningful poem, but Wu Dun was somewhat disappointed. He was quite interested in this suddenly emerging figure. Just then, Wu Dun suddenly saw a highly liked comment in the comment section. I can see you have a deep understanding of both Xian Yu and Chu Kuang's works. How do you think about Chu Kuang's adaptation of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange? Wu Dun laughed. Since his daughter liked that series, he had watched Chu Kuang's adaptation of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange with her. These people are too mischievous. Wu Dun could understand why the comment got highly liked. It was nothing more than wanting to see if Ian would openly criticize it, as the adaptation of the series had been outrageously transformed, perfectly embodying the old rascal Chu Kuang's penchant for arbitrary changes. He shook his head. Wu Dun didn't continue reading the comments, but just followed Ian and left. He didn't think Ian would respond to such a spoof comment. How else could one comment on Chu Kuang's adaptation of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange? Just criticize and be done with it. It's not like one needs to write a poem specifically to criticize that series, right? Lin Yuan was also pleased with Ian's rising popularity. The more influential this alias became, the greater the benefits to his other three aliases in the future. Thus, he was quite interested in browsing through the comments. Then, Lin Yuan also saw that highly liked hot comment. How do you rate Chu Kuang's adaptation of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange? Chu Kuang. This unexpected link made Lin Yuan feel suddenly guilty, as if he was on the brink of being exposed. The next moment, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something. It seemed, it wasn't impossible to comment, right? This Ian alias was definitely worth developing. If there was a chance, he definitely wanted to give Ian more exposure. Otherwise, Lin Yuan wouldn't have thought to use Ian's account to ride the Life of Pi hype, even crafting the classic line, "There's a fierce tiger in the heart, yet it gently sniffs the rose." By all accounts, this wave of popularity was well caught. After successfully gaining followers, Lin Yuan planned to let Ian go back under the radar. However, now Lin Yuan suddenly wanted to strike while the iron was hot and ride another wave of popularity. He had just the right idea. It was Chu Kuang's popularity, after all, so why not milk it? As for how to rate, no need to rate. Just expressing his own understanding would suffice. In fact, while adapting the screenplay for Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, A phrase had persistently lingered in Lin Yuan's mind. The sentimental, always tormented by the heartless. He couldn't remember the specific details, but this phrase somewhat suited Jiang Yuan. System. Lin Yuan summoned the system. He wanted to customize this poem. Soon, the poem was successfully customized, and Lin Yuan's mind clearly recalled everything about this lyrics. It was Su Shi's lyric. It's no wonder Su Dongpa, also revered as Su Immortal, was known for his talent. Aside from Song of Water, he had countless other legendary works. There was too much content for Lin Yuan to fully exploit at once. For instance, the lyric mentioning the sentimental always tormented by the heartless from a butterfly's love for a flower. Though the lyric seemed to be about love, it was actually a reflection of Su Immortal's dissatisfaction with certain life situations, but the literal meaning of the poetry already matched some of the scenarios in Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. As for deeper meanings, it was best if someone could discover them. If not, it could simply be appreciated as a beautiful love poem, or he could reveal a bit more to the outside world if necessary. With this thought, Lin Yuan opened Starry Sky Network, found the series, Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, and personally wrote down a review. Of course, though it's called a drama review, it's actually about Su Shi's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. 1 minute later, Lin Yuan finished the verses and was ready to click publish. Before publishing, Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment and decided to give the drama review an even more interesting name. What in this world can make us pledge to live or die for another? This too is a line from a verse, but Lin Yuan used only its most famous sentence. He had checked the full content of the verses through the system. Overall, the verse didn't match the plot of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange, so there was no need to tailor it specifically, let alone the fact that the verse mentioned Emperor Wu of Han, who didn't even exist in this world. In short, using just this sentence was enough. The focus was still on the following verse by Su Immortal. Without further hesitation, Lin Yuan officially clicked publish. Wu Dun prepared himself a cup of tea and was about to take a sip when the system suddenly alerted. Ian has updated a post. He had just followed Ian, so he received the notification. Curious about this Ian, Wu Dun clicked on it right away. Whoosh. The page unexpectedly redirected to the drama review section of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange on the Star Network. This is... Wu Dun paused, then immediately thought of a highlighted comment in Ian's review section just now. Hey, did this Ian really come to interpret Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange? Interesting. A look of interest emerged in Wu Dun's eyes as he glanced at Ian's drama review, and the first thing that hit his eyes was the title. What in this world can make us pledge to live or die for another? His eyes froze for a moment. Wu Dun's expression turned serious. This sentence, is it written about Jiang Yuan? Wu Dun had watched Chu Kuang's adapted series and certainly knew the story between Jiang Yuan and Qin Tiange. What is love, life, and death pledge? Isn't this sentence the true portrayal of the tragic end between Jiang Yuan and Qin Tiange? Of course, Qin Tiange's pledge of death was to die with Jiang Yuan. But Jiang Yuan, out of love and reluctance, pushed Qin Tiange away from the flames before her death. Wu Dun's expression grew even more grave. Ignoring his tea, he moved the mouse and quickly clicked on the title. In an instant, a verse leapt into his sight. The flowers fade and the apricots grow small. As the swallows fly, the green water encircles the people's homes. The willow cotton on the branches is less blown away, where is there no fragrant grass across the world? Swings inside the wall, the road outside the wall. Passers-by outside the wall, laughing beauty inside the wall. The laughter fades and the silence deepens. Affection is troubled by the heartless. A butterfly's love for a flower. Silence. The room fell silent for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, Wu Yong subconsciously copied the content of the verse and sent it to his poetry club's large group chat. After copying, staring at the verse, Wu Yong's eyes flickered. Indeed, there was no such thing as luck. This Ian truly had talent. He could not only write modern poems, but he also could compose verses, and this verse was quite extraordinary. Meanwhile, netizens also noticed this update. This person is really something. Actually wrote a review about Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. That line in the title is so classic. What in this world can make us pledge to live or die for another? Is it written about Jiang Yuan? I love this line, it's so touching. Ian's cultural depth is really high. Even his title is so classic. Enough said. I'm using this line. Great, this title has successfully piqued my interest. I thought Ian would trash talk, but he actually did an interpretation. The title alone feels like this review is going to be special. Let's see. As countless people clicked, the verse also appeared in front of countless netizens. And as they scanned this, a butterfly's love for a flower, countless netizens held their breath unconsciously. Let's be honest. With a tiger's heart and sniffing roses, understanding can be challenging, but combine it with the movie and it becomes clear. And this, a butterfly's love for a flower, even without the TV series plot, could easily be understood, not to mention everyone still has the TV series plot for reference. In an instant, the internet became lively. Wu Dun's Poetry Club's big group chat also suddenly exploded with countless lurkers. After Song of Water, Su Immortal has descended on Blue Star again. Chapter 817, 774, A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. Su Dompa's poetry is well known for its bold and unconstrained style, but actually, he was also very skilled at composing the gentler and more delicate refined faction poems. For example, this famous A Butterfly's Love for a Flower has been evaluated as possessing a delicacy not inferior to that of Lin Yuan, and this is the second appearance of Su Immortal's lyrics on Blue Star, the effect of which is still immediate and striking. On the internet, netizens who saw this poem were boiling with excitement. Damn, what a poem! Where the hell did this Ian pop up from? His talent is just too incredible. Where in the world can't you find fragrant grass? What a line! Where in the world can't you find fragrant grass? This line is just so fitting to console Jiang Yuan. Didn't she walk the path of destruction just because she loved Qin Tinga too much? One should know that there are not many willow catkins blowing on the branches, and he isn't the only man in the world. And there's also this line, the passionate often vexed by the heartless. This line is simply the true portrayal of a fawning dog. After fawning over the goddess for 3 years, she only found me annoying. Passion met with heartlessness, and now I will never be a fawning dog again. A stroke of genius. They really should send this poem to Jiang Yuan. If she could understand its essence, she wouldn't have ended up like that. No wonder the drama review's title is What Love Is in This World. It seems Ian is someone with a story. Although the legend of Wukong is awesome, I previously only thought he was a fanfic author. Only now have I realized this person is far more than just a fanfic writer. He can write lyrics and modern poetry, and write them so well. Netizens might not understand everything, but overall, most can get the gist, and with the tie-in to the TV drama, it's even simpler. Instantly, countless exclamations arise. Inside the Poetry Society group, where Wu Dun was a member, professional poets felt an even deeper impression of this A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. This group is full of poetry experts. The use of words and phrases is very particular. This is the work of a master. For example, the opening line describes the scene of late spring. The sentence means that in the late spring season, the almond blossoms wither, and only small, green almonds hang on the branches. The author's view starts with an almond tree. The flowers have withered, the remaining redness fading bit by bit, and small green almonds begin to form on the branches, outlining a vivid picture in just a few lines. The crowning touch of the first stanza is this line, Where in the world can't you find fragrant grass? The text leading up to this line is a setup. When this line arrives, images burst forth, and the scope of the piece suddenly widens. It is no longer just a description of scenery, but is elucidating the author's philosophy and breadth of mind. This line is definitely on the level of classic verses. The second stanzas, the passionate often vexed by the heartless, is even more divine. This line perfectly captures the loneliness and frustration of countless unrequited loves in the world. Haven't we all experienced the moments of loving yet not being loved in return? Clearly, we pour out our hearts, but they find it only an annoyance. President Wu, whose masterpiece is this? Curious, countless people tag Wu Dun in the group. It's Ian again. Upon seeing the tags, Wu Dun looked deeply at a butterfly's love for a flower, and then straightforwardly provided an answer. There was a buzz. The group became even more lively. Another work by this Ian? Where the hell did this Ian come from? When did such an incredible figure emerge in the poetry scene of Blue Star? His previous line, though the heart harbors a tiger, gently it sniffs the rose, was already classic, but I didn't expect him to churn out a love poem with such rich flavor this time. The former is modern poetry, the latter is a lyric poem, and he can write both so well. Truly impressive. But the scale isn't as grand as though the heart harbors a tiger, gently it sniffs the rose, because a butterfly's love for a flower is a lyric poem about love. Affairs of love, after all, lack a certain flavor. Lacking a certain flavor? Upon reading this, Wu Dun sighed softly and then sent a message in the group. Do you really think this is just a lyric poem about love and affection? Could it be otherwise? The group members hesitated, then fell into thought, rereading the entire poem several times. The first stanza of the poem. The fading petals, the waning spring, a late spring scene. In a trance. Someone seemed contemplative, as if they had grasped something. Wu Dun didn't keep them in suspense any longer and shared his own interpretation. The second stanza speaks of love because the poem's background relates to a TV drama, but the first stanza is not merely describing the scenery. I believe you have already noticed that it subtly expresses a lament for unrecognized talent. Thus, after finishing the depiction of late spring, he uses, "Where in the world can't you find fragrant grass?" as a way to comfort himself. Unfortunately, I do not know the author's personal circumstances, otherwise, I could better understand the meaning of the first stanza. After pondering deeply, the group members started to respond one by one. It does seem to be the case. Ian clearly possesses such great talent, yet remained obscure in the past. It's only natural that a person like him would feel the sorrow of unrecognized genius. How about we invite him to join the group? This person is remarkable. He might become a major poet in the future. I'm also puzzled. How is it that such a formidable individual was only discovered today? It seems I need to take a look at the legend of Yukon. I shouldn't have prejudices about fan works. Xian Yu, a songwriter, has such high poetic literacy. It seems understandable now that Ian, a fanfic author, is proficient in poetry. Wu Dun is indeed knowledgeable, managing to discern the desolation of unrecognized talent in the poem, although there is a misunderstanding. At the time Su Shi wrote this poem, he indeed harbored feelings of unrecognized talent, but Ian did not. However, that someone could taste this nuance was not to let this masterpiece go unnoticed. Before long, a butterfly's love for a flower was widely reposted, with countless netizens sharing it with others excitedly. Not long after, just like "Though the heart harbors a tiger, gently it sniffs the rose," this poem caught fire, and Ian's fan base also began to grow once more. Lin Yuan noticed this development and couldn't help but laugh. Blue Star's netizens indeed have a high level of artistic appreciation. Their ability to understand poetry surpasses the average level of Celestial Dynasty, likely due to the richer artistic atmosphere on Blue Star. Without a doubt, Ian was starting to become popular. He was no longer a nameless fanfic author, but a budding literary talent with a very high cultural level in the poetry world. Even a large number of netizens were tagging Chu Kuang. "Old rascal, come and see. This big boss named Ian adapted Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange for you, writing an extremely awesome set of verses. Old rascal, my fans are this talented. Ha ha ha. Does the old rascal feel the pressure? Your fans' talent is hardly any less than yours. Old rascal, you brute only know about slashing and killing. Look at someone like Ian, how poetic and picturesque. Old rascal, aren't you happy to have a fan like Ian? What does the old rascal think about the phrase, 'There are plenty of other fish in the sea'?" In the comments section, someone had even posted the full text of a butterfly's love for a flower. Ian hadn't set the prohibition against reposting, so everyone could freely share it around. However, what nobody had expected was, just after a large number of netizens tagged Chu Kuang actually posted a status update. "There are plenty of other fish in the sea. Why should one pine over a single flower?" In an instant, netizens burst into laughter. What's this all about? Why should one pine over a single flower? Old rascal, your words have ruined the mood completely. A butterfly's love for a flower is so classic. Well, when you think about it, it does make sense. Simple and crude, yet it rhymes nicely and the meaning also connects very neatly. From now on, is this what we should use to comfort the heartbroken? Chu Kuang and Ian give all the dog lickers in the world a phrase. There are plenty of other fish in the sea. Why should one pine over a single flower? Don't ask why this phrase is said by two people, doghead. Seriously though, when you put these two lines together, the reasoning is indeed very thorough. Old rascal, that's such a show-off. Are you writing fan fiction for Ian's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower? Asked how you evaluate Ian's verses, and you went ahead and added this line to it. Ian, never would have thought. After I wrote a fanfic for Chu Kuang, he went and wrote one for me. The netizens found it amusing. As for Lin Yuan, he was purely adding to the fun himself, serving to heat up Ian's popularity. After all, he remembered this phrase, even without having to order it from the system, as it wasn't such an earth-shattering sentence. In fact, in Su Dongpa's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower, there was only the first line. The so-called, "Why should one pine over a single flower?" was added later on. Because it was so fitting, many people even thought that both lines were from the same work, which shows how widely the phrase had spread. It's just that Lin Yuan hadn't expected. His casual addition had made it seem as if Chu Kuang had written a fanfic for Ian's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. But the effect had been achieved. Ian's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower was revolving around the TV drama adapted for Chu Kuang. With Chu Kuang himself participating in the interaction, it effectively accomplished a stealth transfer of fans. Just that being teased by the netizens that the old rascal was shown up by a fan's literary grace made it somewhat hard for Chu Kuang's pride to stay intact. Lin Yuan, who had quietly switched to Chu Kuang mode, thought so, especially after he saw some of the comments from the netizens. For instance, some netizens said, "What's the skill in creating something following another's famous line? You come out looking weaker than Ian right from the start. If you're so great, why don't you come up with a set of verses yourself?" It would be fine if just one netizen said it. The key was a bunch of netizens were saying it. There were even netizens who said, Chu Kuang's literary talent is indeed awesome, but his mastery of poetry seems average at best, certainly far less than his achievements in the field of novels. Not like Xianyu, who came up with a bunch of classic poems in his movie Flirting Scholar. Now that's awesome. How could this happen? No, this wouldn't do. Ian was just someone to make up for any shortcomings for Chu Kuang and Xianyu. Where is the sense in the original author being overshadowed by a fanfic writer? Order must not be confused. Priorities even more so. Considering this, Lin Yuan suddenly exchanged another A Butterfly's Love for a Flower with the system and began rapidly typing away. Done in one go, Lin Yuan clicked to publish. But the moment he published, Lin Yuan suddenly paused. Isn't Ian also me? What am I competing against myself for? To think I fell for the netizens' goading. Well, okay, having published it already. If Ian wrote one, Chu Kuang could write another. It's not that big a deal. 3 minutes later, netizens noticed that Chu Kuang had updated his status again, and the content was shockingly Butterfly, Love, Flower. Chapter 818, 775 chapters. The belt gradually widens. No regrets. For her, I am worn and haggard. A butterfly's love for a flower? Netizens hadn't expected Chu Kuang to have written a butterfly's love for a flower too. Anyone with common sense knows that A Butterfly's Love for a Flower is the name of a lyric form, not just the title of a single work. There wasn't even a stir of ridicule about Chu Kuang copying Ian's work titles. What really made everyone laugh was that the old rascal, Chu Kuang, actually responded to some silly netizens' teasing and went ahead to write a Butterfly's Love for a Flower in the same format. I'm dying of laughter. Did some netizens' reverse psychology actually work? With Ian's gems setting the precedent, he dared to write A Butterfly's Love for a Flower? Is this confidence or arrogance? You, a novelist, are branching into poetry now. Given the old rascal's talent, perhaps he really could produce an impressive A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. I don't doubt that, but surpassing Ian's version won't be easy. Ian's version is truly classic. The old rascal just wrote a poem in the same format as Ian. Forgive my malicious laughter, but let's see how good yours is. Amidst small-scale discussions, some netizens had already clicked on Chu Kuang's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. This lyric was finally displayed before everyone. Leaning on the precarious tower, the wind soft, I gazed to the end of spring sorrows, dimly spreading across the horizon. In the light of grass and residue of sunset, silently who would linger by the railing. I planned to dispel my wild spirits in a drunken spree, toasting as I sing, forcing cheer that still tastes bland. The belt gradually widens, but I do not regret. For her I wither in exhaustion. In an instant, stunned. Seeing this lyric, everyone was stunned. In a moment, shock was written on every netizen's face. Is this the strength of the old rascal? I knew if the old rascal did this, he wouldn't let it be subpar, given his flair was evident. But who thought he could write it this well? This lyric is phenomenal. The belt gradually widens, but I do not regret. For her I wither in exhaustion. Classic refined faction. Such cruel beauty. This could stand shoulder to shoulder with the classics handed down by the ancients. That last line is absolutely divine, totally on par with Ian's. Both of these, A Butterfly's Love for a Flower, each have their own merits. I prefer Chu Kuang's version. I rather like Ian more, but tastes differ and there's nothing to argue about. The quality of Chu Kuang's version is undeniably good. The old rascal is indeed an old rascal. The old rascal should just write poetry from now on, with the level shown in this A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. Earning a place in Blue Star's poetry circle is absolutely no problem. Go away. I'm still waiting for the old rascal's new book. The old rascal belongs to novel writing. That's the king's path. But his level in poetry truly exceeded our expectations by a lot. This and Ian's can definitely be called the most classic versions of A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. The netizens were all abuzz. Ian was less famous, so the impact was limited, but Chu Kuang was very well known. His lyric, as soon as it was released, immediately won a round of applause. Incredibly awesome. It wasn't even necessary for Wu Dun to share it. The lyric spread rapidly throughout the entire network, attracting the attention of the poetry community, leaving countless professional poets astonished. This lyric is just too perfect. That last sentence is the finishing touch. The belt gradually widens, but I do not regret. For her I wither in exhaustion. What kind of talent must one possess to write such a line? This Chu Kuang is truly a great talent. Ian is also commendable. I even think Ian is more phenomenal, a seemingly obscure person, yet able to stand toe-to-toe with Chu Kuang in poetic skill. Damn, Xian Yu and Chu Kuang are so perfectly matched. One's a novelist who tosses out classic poetry effortlessly, and the other, a musician doing just the same. Why are there so many freaks in Blue Star, making it hard for us professional poet types to compete? Top-notch for sure, but Xian Yu's Song of Water is the most invincible, yet these two are no less incredible. What they write is just so classic. The genius of this piece lies in its grip on the reality of spring sorrow as yearning, yet it hesitates to spell it out, merely hinting at some truths in between the lines. Just when it seems poised to reveal more, it stops abruptly and shifts the narrative. Such a fleetingly ambiguous approach leads us through twists and turns until the last line where the truth is revealed. Then, just as the emotions of longing climax in the final two verses, it ends abruptly, leaving the passion to resonate. I'm itching to try writing one myself now. Since it's so lively here, I'll also try A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. Excuse my modesty. The poetry circle was shaken. This A Butterfly's Love for a Flower, after all, was one of the representative works of Lin Yuan, Lu Sanbian from the refined faction of the Song dynasty, and its ending lines are famous for their enduring legacy on Earth. If such a piece received a lukewarm response, this wouldn't be Blue Star. Plus, Lin Yuan's choice of this A Butterfly's Love for a Flower was among the most classic in its category. The shock in the poetry circle was totally expected. Some even shared their appreciation for Chu Kuang and Ian's versions of A Butterfly's Love for a Flower online. The conclusion was unanimous. Both Chu Kuang and Ian's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower were examples of classic creations under this title. Whoa, The piece was highly circulated. The only surprise was that a poetry circle bigwig also expressed an itch to try their hand at a butterfly's love for a flower. Even more amusing, quite a few renowned poets in the circle wrote their own poems titled A Butterfly's Love for a Flower and shared them on major platforms through the internet. Suddenly, countless A Butterfly's Love for a Flower appeared. Among them were indeed some praised by fans as wonderful pieces. Blue Star's poetry circle still had some real talents. Unlike in the Celestial Dynasty, where some peculiar creators managed to turn the term poet into a pejorative term, netizens were very excited. Our Chu continent's old and's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower is so interesting. That final line is loaded with meaning. Mr. Han's from Qin continent is also great. Have a look at Teacher E. Long's from Chu continent. Enticing with spring allure, the atmosphere feels so beautiful. Aowu, look at what our great talent from Yin continent wrote. Teacher Lu Yang from Qi continent's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower is the most entertaining, written so plainly yet intoxicating. It seemingly spurred a trend out of nowhere, starting with Ian and Chu Kuang. A fervor for A Butterfly's Love for a Flower suddenly erupted. Seeing some big names in the poetry world remain quiet, mischievous netizens called on them to also produce A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. In such an atmosphere, the whole poetry circle was buzzing, and as the initiator, Ian gained even more followers. Merchants sought to collaborate with Ian for advertisements, a treatment normally reserved for highly followed influencers on the platform. Of course, Lin Yuan refused. He even saw some netizens calling on Xianyu to try A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. Lin Yuan ignored it. Already 2 pieces deep. I'm not some kind of split personality. Chapter 819, 776. The Scourge of the Literary World. It's not about being schizophrenic or not. Primarily, Lin Yuan hadn't forgotten the original purpose of Ian writing poetry. In the end, it was still for the movie Life of Pi. Chu Kuang has diverged from the topic, and Lin Yuan's initial purpose had been achieved. In the following days, the movie Life of Pi saw a rising popularity, and its box office performance was also very delightful. The entire Starlight was bubbling with excitement. Director Du is awesome. Director Du is incredible. Director Du, your movie is so beautifully shot. Walking through Starlight's film department, Duan was greeted with enthusiasm from his colleagues wherever he went, prompting him to walk with his head held high, chest out. Yes, Life of Pi was a huge hit, and Duan received countless praises. Even though he wasn't the core of the crew, he played a crucial role in the movie. At this moment, Duan was genuinely glad that he had dropped the main director's stance and proactively adopted a subordinate attitude to collaborate with Xianyu on a movie. Perhaps a bit too keen on the experience. Duan found that he was no longer so opposed to working with a core screenwriter. After all, cinema is a collective endeavor. No matter how good the script is, can the director's contribution really be overlooked? One should know, Duan didn't always think this way. In the past, Duan saw the screenwriter as the core system, as a cancer of the industry. Those screenwriters didn't understand proper filming at all. Movies are the art of the director. Screenwriters are only responsible for the storyline. They are there to assist the director. How can they be the core of a movie? This was not just Duan's prejudice. Throughout Blue Star's film industry, there is a clear divide between the director-centric system and screenwriter-centric system. That's right. The leaders of Blue Star's director-centric and screenwriter-centric systems have been at odds with each other for more than a day or two. Both sides have very compelling reasons. Screenwriters who are at the core of a film crew believe that the storyline is key to a movie. Without a good storyline, the director's skills are useless. Director-centric proponents argue the director's macromanagement is crucial. What Blue Star lacks isn't good stories, but directors who can bring flavor to those good stories. No matter how much those screenwriters learn about filming, they can't be more professional than directors. This time, despite everyone praising Life of Pi, there were no shortages of criticisms against Duan. Those came from individuals who staunchly support the director-centric system. They saw Duan as having fallen from grace, a traitor to the director-centric system, bowing to the writers and meekly becoming their tool. This made Duan somewhat tormented. He had always been at the core of the crew since he entered the industry. Life of Pi was his first film where the screenwriter called the shots, and this collaboration turned out to be a huge success, leaving Yuan somewhat lost. That's not right. Sitting in his office, after deep thought, Yuan suddenly realized he had entered a misconception. Xian Yu was screenwriter-centric, yes, but Xian Yu was different from other core screenwriters. He didn't interfere too much with his filming, and even allowed Yuan free rein, even if the shooting didn't fully adhere to his script. Xian Yu was only responsible for the final product. If he was satisfied with the final product, regardless of whether it was consistent with his script and designs, Xian Yu would generously agree. Perhaps he shouldn't avoid the screenwriter-centric system like the plague. At least he didn't need to resist working with Xian Yu. As long as the story was compelling enough, he wouldn't mind being a so-called tool for the other party again. As for the criticism from the core directors, let them talk. Lin Yuan was unaware of Yuan's thoughts. Regardless, he was quite satisfied with Yuan. Not every director could do justice to Life of Pi. Different scripts produce different effects in the hands of different directors. Even if Lin Yuan's script included storyboard details, not everything could be realized perfectly. The director's talent and the sparks of inspiration during the filming process would cause the movie to exhibit different artistic effects. This is particularly true for art films. In this respect, Yi Qinggong stood out. His ability to restore the script had always been highly regarded by Lin Yuan. Speaking of which, thanks to the overwhelming success of Life of Pi, the public opinion online about Xian Yu and the Draco Awards had changed. This time, netizens believed that Xian Yu would definitely win big next year. The Truman Show, Life of Pi. If these two classics were ignored by the Draco Awards, it would simply be a disregard of the public's taste. As for Nightfall, although good, it couldn't compete with The Truman Show in terms of setting, nor could it match Life of Pi in metaphors, putting it in an awkward position. It's just that when God's war, there are winners and losers. On this matter, Lin Yuan could only wait and see and not think too much about it. He had other things to focus on. For instance, the animated version of Naruto had already started production. It was Starlight's second new series after Slam Dunk, and given the popularity of the original manga, the outside world had high expectations for this animation. One Piece was also entering the animation planning phase. Moreover, animations like Grim Reaper Elementary Student had to be produced in the future. After the chairman became aware of Lin Yuan's alter ego, Shadow, the company placed great importance on the animation department. And so, days passed by. These few days had been bustling with activities, such as the excitement of the Olympics, the hot screening of Life of Pi, and the media reports on the two poems, A Butterfly's Love for a Flower, by Chu Kuang and Ian. The latter two reports were related to Lin Yuan. That day, as usual, Lin Yuan took the car to the company, but halfway through, he suddenly realized the car had stopped moving. Traffic jam. Lin Yuan looked up at the road ahead, densely packed with cars. Yes, Mr. Lin. We took a detour today because the usual route through Sichuan Road is temporarily closed. Li Bingwang, the bodyguard doubling as a driver, replied. Lin Yuan wasn't particularly concerned, merely asking casually. Roadwork? No, students are taking the college entrance exams. The college entrance exams? Lin Yuan was taken aback, as the college entrance exam dates on Blue Star were different from those on Earth. Li Bingwang laughed and said, It seems Mr. Lin's family doesn't have a child taking the college entrance exam. My nephew is taking the exam today, and even if we have to take a detour, we are not allowed to honk the horn. We're afraid of disturbing the kids during their exams. After driving Lin Yuan for so long, he was able to chat casually with Lin Yuan now. It's only right. Lin Yuan didn't complain. After all, he had nothing urgent. Even if he arrived at the company by noon, no one would say anything about it. Just being able to make it was good enough. In fact, Lin Yuan didn't even get stuck in traffic for that long, arriving at the company only about half an hour later than usual. Meanwhile, nobody knew. At this moment, students in various examination halls across Qin continent were going through a kind of torment. Lin Yuan himself didn't know. The torment many exam takers were experiencing was, in fact, due to none other than him, the instigator of their woes. Li Huai was a high school student. Today was the day he was taking the college entrance exam. The first subject of the exam was Chinese. As a diligent student entirely devoted to studying, Li Huai neither browsed the internet nor played games. If he ever did go online, it was to search for study materials. The only recent news he paid attention to was the Olympics. Since the Gaokao might include current events, he had to understand a bit about them. He was very confident about this exam. Indeed, such a diligent student would perform well in the Gaokao, as long as he didn't get nervous. After Li Huai received the Chinese test paper, he indeed did quite well. However, when he reached the reading comprehension section, Li Huai suddenly became bewildered. This year's reading comprehension for the Gaokao was a CI poem with the title A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. Li Huai had memorized an impressive 5 different A Butterfly's Love for a Flower poems. In theory, this kind of reading comprehension should not be difficult for him at all. According to his Chinese teacher, this type of question was supposed to be a giveaway. However, Li Huai was flabbergasted because he had never heard of this particular A Butterfly's Love for a Flower before. What? Leaning on the railing of the high tower as the wind gently blows, staring off into the boundless spring melancholy. What? Though the belt grows looser, there's no regret, as I waste away for you until drawn and emaciated. The CI was exceedingly well written. Although Li Huai's literature analysis skills were decent, and he quickly sensed the brilliance of this CI, what baffled him was this. How had he never heard of such a fine piece of writing before? What made Li Huai doubt his life even more was that the first question under this reading comprehension was, "Please write the name of this CI's author." How the hell am I supposed to know who wrote this CI? The second question, "Please provide the modern Chinese translation of this CI." It's my first time seeing this CI, and I barely comprehend its content. The third question, "Please analyze the line. Though the belt grows looser, there's no regret, as I waste away for you until drawn and emaciated." Damn it, who came up with this question? The fourth question, what sort of thoughts and feelings is the poet expressing with this CI? Don't ask. If you ask, it's missing home. There were more questions, but Li Huai's brain already felt scrambled. Damn, where did this never-before-seen CI come from? Despite the beautifully written words, why had he never heard of it before? This question is too hard. I don't know how to answer it. A student like Li Huai, who had strong memorization skills for Chinese literature, could recite many classic poems from ancient times by heart. However, when faced with an article he had never memorized, he found it quite challenging. With no choice, he could only grit his teeth and write based on his own understanding. Meanwhile, other students in the examination hall also wore odd expressions when faced with this question. Not everyone was as oblivious to worldly affairs as Li Huai. Some had seen this CI online and knew that its author was Chu Kuang. But the problem was, who the hell knew what kind of thoughts and feelings Chu Kuang was expressing in this CI? Who knew why Chu Kuang chose to use words like "to waste away" in his verse? Who knew how to translate this CI? Who knew the answers to these questions posed by the examiners? Especially students like Li Huai, who left the Chinese exam without a clue about what they had written for the reading questions, learned about the situation of this CI only through brief discussions during the break. The reading comprehension was a CI by Chu Kuang. Damn, so the author is that old rascal. Dang, I answered Li Bai, why would Chu Kuang bother writing such a crappy CI? Get lost. How did literature end up with such a disaster? Li Bai might be acceptable, but this CI was just written by Chu Kuang a few days ago. To have a Gaokao question so rooted in such recent events, who the hell could have predicted? If the reading comprehension was about Sherlock Holmes, I definitely would have aced it. Why not say they asked you about ghost blows out the light knowledge? I was utterly screwed over by that old rascal. I hate him so much. He's starting to wreak havoc on the Gaokao now. An old rascal who doesn't die is always a plague. Damn it, that old rascal is truly deadly. I've been poisoned by him too deeply. I didn't even have time to do my homework because of his novels, and now he writes Psy to torment me. Who? In the examination hall, students were cursing Chu Kuang the old rascal. Li Huai cursed as well. Who says good students don't swear? Although Li Huai hadn't really read any of Chu Kuang's works since he was a student who didn't read extracurricular books. A chorus of curses. The students vented their grievances against the old rascal's misdeeds, and when they listed them one by one, they realized just how egregious his actions were. By noon, The news that Chu Kuang's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower had become a Gaokao question finally spread online. Chapter 82777 Overwhelming Generosity. When netizens saw this news, they were all shocked, especially those from Qin continent who were absolutely dumbfounded. What? Really keeping up with current events, huh? The Qin continent's college entrance exam for reading comprehension actually used Chu Kuang's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower? This can't be happening. How long has this poem even been out? There must have been some issue with the original questions, so they changed the exam content, right? This poem is still very new to high school students. Will they be able to do it? This is too hard. I can't even do it. Ha ha ha. The old rascal is getting more and more insane, now starting to torment high school students. This year's university students are going to hate Chu Kuang to death. I feel sorry for my niece who is taking the college entrance exam. She's a huge fan of Chu Kuang's books. When my kid came back, he was so mad he almost ripped up Chu Kuang's Detective Poirot. Many of this batch of high school students in Qin continent are fans of Chu Kuang. Young people just like this guy. Ha ha ha. The cost of being a fan of Chu Kuang is too high. Compared to the netizens' schadenfreude, the students from Qin continent were furious. I swear I'll never share the sky with that old rascal. Why the hell did the old rascal write such a difficult poem for no reason? I had looked over this poem beforehand, but when it came to reading comprehension, I couldn't answer a single question. Chu Kuang's reputation as an old rascal is well-deserved indeed. Chu Kuang, come out here. I promise I won't kill you. Chu Kuang, the old rascal, be a human being. This totally screwed me over. Why is Chu Kuang the old rascal harming us, the examinees of Qin continent? Why doesn't he go and mess with the students from other continents? This year's language exam was too difficult. Chu Kuang's reach has expanded. He used to target only readers, and now it's all high school graduates. Parents were also torn between laughter and tears. The students from Qin continent, after finishing the language exam, actually banded together to curse the old rascal Chu Kuang. But from another perspective, it didn't seem like a big deal, because it wasn't just one person who found Chu Kuang's poem difficult. All the students did. The outcome was the same. It won't affect everyone's college admission. Additionally, this matter really couldn't be blamed on Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang couldn't decide the college entrance exam questions. They were certainly determined by the people setting the papers. The one who should be scolded is the exam setter, and yet all the scolding has fallen on Chu Kuang. There's nothing to be done about it. Who asked this old rascal to have such an infamous track record? Anything associated with Chu Kuang is bound to spell trouble. Think about the previous Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange. What a classic martial arts story it was, yet he had it drenched in blood, tormenting in all sorts of ways. Besides, it wasn't just the reading comprehension in Qin continent that was difficult. The ones in other continents were also challenging, as Blue Star is paying more attention to flexible education for high school students, and language tests across all continents contain many topics related to current hot events. Lin Yuan was completely dumbfounded when he learned about this. Indeed, he was unaware of Chu Kuang's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower being used as a college entrance exam question, and the Qin continent's exam-setting team definitely wouldn't have given him early notice, because that would have been leaking the questions, wouldn't it? As for the timing being too tight, Lin Yuan felt that there must have been some adjustments made by the exam-setting team, as it normally wouldn't use such recent material. But even without such new content, most reading comprehension passages are likely to be ones the students haven't seen before. Whether it was A Butterfly's Love for a Flower or not didn't matter. Even if it had been an article from a few years back, most students still wouldn't have read it. This was really about testing the students' ability to understand the text. The only reason this issue got so much flack from netizens was because it involved Chu Kuang. But complaints aside, Lin Yuan clearly noticed that his literary reputation had risen. He wasn't sure if the reputation came from the students, or if A Butterfly's Love for a Flower being a college entrance exam question had contributed, or perhaps both. After noon, the news came out. There were reports everywhere about Qin continent's college entrance exam using Chu Kuang's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower for the language reading comprehension section. The language exams across continents keep up with current events, with Qin Continent using a poem by Chu Kuang for reading comprehension. Qin Continent's students lash out. Chu Kuang, you old rascal. Has Chu Kuang started wreaking havoc on high school students? Qin Continent's inclusion of Chu Kuang's work in the college entrance exam may signify a reform in the exam. This year's most difficult questions in the language college entrance exam. Chu Kuang's work ranks in the top 3. The butterfly's love for a flower trend was already popular online. Stimulated by the Qin Continent's college entrance exams, even more poetry bigwigs couldn't resist and also started writing A Butterfly's Love for a Flower, although Chu Kuang was viciously cursed by the students. In truth, countless people in the poetry circles were envious. This was clearly a good thing. Ask anyone in the poetry circles who wouldn't want their work to become a college entrance exam question. This meant that their work was recognized, and officially recognized at that. The approval of those top-level exam paper setters. The officials believed A Butterfly's Love for a Flower was of sufficient literary value to be used like this. It might sound a bit shameless, but I really want to be cursed by the examinees. If only they used my work for the reading comprehension section. Now, Chu Kuang's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower has become universally recognized as a classic. If it weren't a classic, it wouldn't be chosen as an exam question. I heard that the reading comprehension section was originally using an article by Tu Gang. Didn't Tu Gang go to jail last month for committing a crime? No wonder the reading comprehension section used Chu Kuang's freshly written article. Tu Gang's article definitely couldn't be used anymore. His was a last-minute conscription. That luck is truly unbeatable. The poetry circles were truly green with envy at Chu Kuang, but everyone understood. As for why the college entrance exam didn't use Ian's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower, everyone also understood. Although Ian's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower was not bad, whenever netizens mentioned Ian's version, their minds were filled with, why seek a companion in the ends of the earth? Always feeling it wasn't serious enough. Speaking of which, there was this impact, largely due to Chu Kuang adding the line, why pine for a single flower? Originally, Ian's lyric was quite serious, and just as everyone was discussing this matter, the Literature and Art Association suddenly issued an announcement that attracted countless attentions in the cultural circles. We are currently working on the recompilation of textbooks. The textbooks of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, and Han, as well as those that will be integrated next year from Zhao Continent, will be unified, and in the future, Wei Continent and Zhong Continent. The notice was lengthy. To summarize, the message was that they were going to change the textbooks for students and unify the education across all continents. In an instant, countless people smelled something special, especially in connection with the recent Qin Continent college entrance exams. The cultural circles were as frenzied as sharks smelling blood. To know, this wasn't the first time the Literature and Art Association had made adjustments and plans in education. Originally, the decision of the Literature and Art Association to promote fairy tale extracurricular reading to students had a similar nature to this event. And at this time, inside the Shadow Studio, Lin Yuan had also received this news from Jin Mu. Before he could express his opinion, Jin Mu, with a face full of joy, continued. Textbooks from elementary school to university will all be recompiled. This matter reveals very unusual signals. I feel that your A Butterfly's Love for a Flower has a very good chance of being selected for the Chinese language textbooks. This time the college entrance exams choosing your A Butterfly's Love for a Flower as a question is a sign, and in addition to that, some of your previous works may be selected for textbooks from elementary to university. Lin Yuan was slightly startled. What Jin Mu said seemed quite likely. In recent years, the Literature and Art Association had many huge initiatives, and all actions were preparations for the complete unification of Blue Star. Previously, the continents were governed separately. Students from different continents received various education, and even their textbooks were somewhat distinct. And these measures were obviously aimed at unifying the educational foundations of all continents. Probably by the time they fully merge, the textbooks would undergo some revisions. It seemed he was participating in a very special historical process of Blue Star. Maybe in the future, the Literature and Art Association might introduce even more initiatives. Right. Wasn't A Butterfly's Love for a Flower trending online recently? Many netizens were shouting, forcing you to write a butterfly's love for a flower too. Initially, Lin Yuan had no interest. But now, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that he couldn't refuse such an enthusiastic request. Chapter 821, 778. Xian Yu takes action. Jin Mu and Lin Yuan could realize this. And so could the cultural circle. The notification from Literature and Art Association had made it very clear. The education across the continents had to be unified, and some contemporary literary works would have the chance to be selected for the newly compiled textbooks. And this matter was not just about the cultural circle. This issue was closely related to the ordinary people of all continents, as education was always a top priority. Online, the discussions about this topic even surpassed the attention given to the ongoing Olympics across the continents, and the public was quite supportive of this change. That's good. With Blue Star united, it's fitting for the textbooks of all continents to be unified as well. Otherwise, it feels all messy. Studying the same knowledge in textbooks can also foster better relations between the continents. From what the Literature and Art Association suggests, a lot of modern works will be selected too. In the past, the textbooks of all continents mainly contained ancient works. It's not wrong to study ancient works, but modern outstanding works are also worth learning and promoting. After all, we need to keep up with the times, and it's not like we don't have top-notch literati and scholars today. I personally recommend Xian Yu's Song of Water, which though released as song lyrics, the quality of the lyrics themselves is definitely not inferior to those of the ancients, and might even surpass some ancient masters. What about Chu Kuang's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower? Ha 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 ha. Still on this butterfly's love for a flower? After the national exam in Qin continent added a push, poems and lyrics from various authors creating new A Butterfly's Love for a Flower are all over the internet. I could recite the format by heart. Now when I see the words A Butterfly's Love for a Flower, I get a headache. Whether Chu Kuang's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower will be selected or not is uncertain, but some of his short stories are sure to be selected, and not just one. Don't forget, Xian Yu also wrote some poems in Flirting Scholar, some of which are extremely marvelous. So, are Xian Yu and Chu Kuang likely to have many works selected? If the two of them really have many works selected for the textbooks, that would be a big deal, as this could influence countless students. Of course, not only Xian Yu and Chu Kuang, but also many literary giants were mentioned by the netizens, and there are plenty of contemporary works qualified for the textbooks. Elementary school, middle school, high school, university. The recompilation involves too many textbooks, which means there are plenty of opportunities. Especially for elementary, middle, and high school, the content of the textbooks during these periods can directly affect children's growth. Outside attention. The cultural circle also values this, even eagerly. Who in the entire literary circle of Blue Star wouldn't want their works printed in textbooks? For literati, reputation is the most important thing, and having works appear in textbooks is a high pursuit for many top literati, an unprecedented opportunity. At that moment, countless literati were in action. The public could clearly feel the literary circle becoming more active, with many literary magazines and the like soliciting heavyweight literati to release works. Of course, this A Butterfly's Love for a Flower craze was also a very good entry point. With Ian, Chu Kuang, and the national exam driving it, the public has recently paid enough attention to the poetic form name, A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. This led to literati continuously releasing A Butterfly's Love for a Flower, like a relay race. Even some literature-loving netizens began creating their own A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. And as more and more A Butterfly's Love for a Flower were released, more and more high-quality works emerged. Surprisingly, netizens even began ranking these similar types of works. Not talking about the ancient pieces, the modern A Butterfly's Love for a Flower of the highest quality is definitely Chu Kuang's version. Ian's isn't bad either. Ian ranks second, but the ending of Chu Kuang's piece is too classic. Hard to say in the quality duel between these two, but the national exam choosing Chu Kuang's piece suggests it's more suitable for promotion. Considering Chu Kuang's own fame, he should rank first, but if not, these two pieces should tie. Who is third? Currently, It seems to be teacher Wu Ji's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. I even think teacher Wu Ji's piece is no less than those two. Indeed, teacher Wu Ji's piece is also good. Chu Kuang, Yuan, and Wu Ji, there's no doubt they are the three giants of A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. Then the fourth. The fifth is netizens always have a particular enthusiasm for various rankings. Even in a martial arts novel, everyone would rank the strengths of the characters. They even make rankings for weapons and the like. Rankings always significantly stimulate netizens' enthusiasm. As for the mentioned Wu Ji, he is a top literati from Qi continent, best known for writing classical poetry, sometimes also creating some splendid classical lyrics. Today, the Literature and Art Association announced the news of the textbook recompilation. Many people believe that teacher Wu Ji would have more than one work selected for the textbooks, demonstrating his strength. He also wrote A Butterfly's Love for a Flower this time. This is the only version that netizens believe can compete with Chu Kuang and Yuan's versions. Though there are many exemplary versions of A Butterfly's Love for a Flower, compared to Chu Kuang and Yuan's works, they ultimately lack a certain flair. Wu Ji himself was quite satisfied with the quality of his A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. Actually, Wu Ji was most skilled at classical poetry, and his level of writing classical lyrics was slightly below his poetry skills. But this time his inspiration burst forth, leading to the creation of a very classic A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. The only version that can compete with Chu Kuang and Yuan. Although there's a saying that literati often belittle each other, Wu Ji found this assessment quite validating. He acknowledged that Chu Kuang and Yuan's versions were classic, no inferior to those handed down from ancient times. But that did not mean he was inferior to these two men. There are many formats for lyrics, and A Butterfly's Love for a Flower is just one of them. Every tune title, different people will have different interpretations. Just one tune title cannot distinctly compare the level of literary talent. For example, with the tune title Song of Water, Xian Yu's Only Wishing for Longevity is simply unbeatable. Yuan and Chu Kuang, and even myself, none of us could surpass Xian Yu's version when writing Song of Water. He brought this tune title to its ultimate. As a matter of fact, including the big names like Xi and Qiji, they also wrote Song of Water, but none were as classic as Su Dongpa's. But who would dare say that Xi and Qiji's skill is lesser than Su Dongpa's? In some other tune titles, Xi and Qiji's level is also dominating, such as Breaking Open the Ranks, such as The Case of the Green Jade, and so on. And now, Wu Ji, Yuan, and Chu Kuang, the three of us, also overwhelmed others in the A Butterfly's Love for a Flower of the same kind. It goes without saying. Someday, a textbook might feature three versions of A Butterfly's Love for a Flower, each by me, Chu Kuang, and Yuan. This has precedent. For example, the current Grade 1 textbook in Qi continent already includes three classic versions of the ancient Longing for Love. If it's not possible, including it in extracurricular readings works as well. After all, if comparing modern literary works, my version of A Butterfly's Love for a Flower has already securely made it into the top 3. Even some friends called to praise. Your version of A Butterfly's Love for a Flower is exceptional, hardly inferior to those by Yuan and Chu Kuang. Still, it's a bit lacking. Wu Ji modestly replied, and it wasn't just false modesty. Indeed, it was slightly less impressive compared to the other two. Anyway, in the modern literary versions, your composition definitely makes it into the top 3 of A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. That's hard to say. What if there is an even better one later? Wu Ji said this, but he didn't really think so. This time, he truly was being modest. Excellent poetry creation needs not only talent, but also the blessings of inspiration. And even for the extraordinarily talented, inspiration is something that comes serendipitously, not on demand. Otherwise, why would history have works considered peerless masterpieces? Such peerless works really do push the limits of a genre to the extreme. Even the authors who wrote those works can't surpass themselves because such dazzling displays of inspirational fireworks might appear only once in a lifetime for many people. There won't be anyone more impressive from here on. A friend lamented, who is also a top-tier literary figure. Even Yamamoto, known as the minor king of lyrics in Chu continent, failed. Have you seen his version? It's indeed very impressive, but compared to your versions, it fell short. Wu Ji chuckled, slightly prideful. Literary figures are lofty, yet they also enjoy such indirect flattery, even love it passionately, easily getting intoxicated by it, which is one of their motivations for creating. Creators always say they create to find resonance. Yes, but that's not all. The pursuit of their work sparking countless followers is also their ambition. This provides them with immense spiritual satisfaction. And just as he was about to hang up the phone, his friend's voice suddenly changed, as if encountering something extremely unexpected. Xianyu. What? Wu Ji slightly startled. His friend was silent for a long while, and Wu Ji didn't know what happened on the other end. Just as he was about to ask, his friend finally spoke in a very complex tone. You really called it. There are many talented individuals in the current lyric scene. What did I call? Didn't you say there might be an even better version of a butterfly's love for a flower later? Wu Ji's eyes widened. What do you mean by that? I was being modest. Unaware of Wu Ji's mindset, his friend seemed to be savoring something silently. This version can definitely rank alongside Yan's and Chu Kuang's versions in the top 3. Rank alongside the top 3? What about mine then? Wu Ji was flustered. Whom are you talking about? His friend sighed. Xianyu also just wrote a butterfly's love for a flower, written superbly. 5 minutes later, Wu Ji blankly stared at the computer screen, feeling a strong sense of disappointment emerge. That was Xianyu's blog interface. It displayed the following verse. The courtyard deep. How deep it is, smoke drifts from the willows, curtains hanging weightlessly. Jade bridles and carved saddles everywhere. The high tower hides the path to Zhangtai. Stormy winds and rain at the twilight of March. Doors shut at dusk. No way to make spring stay. Tearful eyes ask the flower. The flower stays silent, scattered red flying past the swing. Chapter 822, 719. A butterfly's love for a flower in Chinese painting. The courtyard is deep. How deep it is. Wu Ji felt the disparity as soon as he read the first line of Xianyu's A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. And on earth. Some say this poem was Ouyang Xiu's work. Others claim it was written by Feng Yanci. It's quite normal for there to be disputes over the origins of ancient works. Miss Li Qingzhao believed it was a work of Ouyang Xiu. She held this poem in high esteem and even quoted it in her own work. Wang Guowei also liked this poem, though he tended to think it was Feng Yanci's work. There might be controversy over who the author was, but there was none about the quality of the poem itself. After reading the entire poem, Wu Ji sighed lightly. He knew that when contemporary literati created a butterfly's love for a flower, he was no longer in the top 3. This Xianyu, his literary talent, is certainly extraordinary. This was not the first time Xianyu had created a work of poetry. He didn't produce many works, but almost every one he did was a classic. No wonder there was an adage within and outside the industry, Xianyu in the south, Chu Kuang in the north, that had taken such deep root in people's hearts. At the same time Wu Ji saw this work, netizens also noticed Xianyu's version of A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. The internet was abuzz, and the comments section exploded with activity. Everyone was conquered by this poem. Fish Papa's poetry rocks. This version is absolutely stunning. Xianyu in the south, Chu Kuang in the north. Isn't just a saying. What a masterstroke. Taken on their own, these lines may not be as shocking as those by Chu Kuang and Yuan, but read the poem in its entirety, and it flows beautifully, inviting continuous reflection, with every word carefully chosen, bursting with boundless inspiration. This one will definitely make the top 3. Before, I thought only teacher Wu Ji's version could stand side by side with the other two, but now that I see Xianyu's, I realize that teacher Wu Ji's work is slightly less superior. Teacher Wu Ji is good, just that Xianyu is better. Fish Papa's the guy who wrote Song of Water. How could his work be anything less than impressive? They say the 3 brothers rise and fall together. Let's have teacher Shadow write one too. Shadow scram. Ha ha ha. It would work if Shadow God does one. Cartoonists are in agony. The top contenders for A Butterfly's Love for a Flower have been decided. It can only be Chu Kuang, Yuan, and Xianyu. Xianyu's poem received high praise. Even industry insiders were expressing their approval. This craze for a butterfly's love for a flower was ignited by Eon, fueled to a climax by Chu Kuang, and was now culminating with Xianyu. However, netizens' calls for teacher Shadow did prompt laughter. It was unfair to put Shadow on the spot like that, wasn't it? After all, Shadow was a comic artist, not like Chu Kuang and Xianyu, who could effortlessly craft poetry as if it were second nature. Well, all right. It was mainly because the three brothers had captured the hearts of the people so deeply. Seeing that Xianyu and Chu Kuang both wrote A Butterfly's Love for a Flower, netizens instinctively thought of Shadow. But Shadow was different from the other two. Lin Yuan had plenty of stunning A Butterfly's Love for a Flower poems to use for Shadow, but he didn't feel it necessary. This concerned the strategic positioning of his three personas. Chu Kuang's persona was a writer. Having a talent for poetry wasn't inconsistent. Xianyu, as a musician and a screenwriter, dealt with lyrics and scripts, where a poetic talent was understandable. Shadow was all about painting. Though comic works involved scripts and text, the focus lay in the art itself. Having Shadow write A Butterfly's Love for a Flower posed a risk. It could lead to speculation among netizens. Therefore, Lin Yuan restrained himself from letting Shadow join in on the spur of the moment. Indeed, Lin Yuan did feel tempted in this regard. As netizens said, with Chu Kuang and Xianyu having participated, how could Shadow not join in? Hold back. There will be other chances in the future. Keep a few A Butterfly's Love for a Flower poems in reserve. They might come in handy someday. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Speaking of which, who said Shadow must be left out? Let's not forget that A Butterfly's Love for a Flower isn't just a lyric genre. It could also be a painting. Butterflies, flowers. These are common themes in traditional Chinese painting. Why not paint A Butterfly's Love for a Flower, using the identity of Shadow directly? Just do it. Lin Yuan immediately went to his studio and began his painting, the theme being A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. The reason for doing so was not merely so that his three personas could advance or retreat together. More importantly, Lin Yuan wanted to change some of the fixed perceptions netizens had of Shadow. Shadow was a painter, not merely a comic artist. While related, the significance represented by the former was starkly different from the latter. Lin Yuan was not content to let Shadow be just a comic artist. Wouldn't that be wasting Shadow's master-level painting skills? Especially since Shadow had reached the summit of the comic world, advancing further was truly difficult. In such a situation, it was even more necessary for Lin Yuan to diversify the fields in which Shadow's avatar engaged. Otherwise, Shadow would eventually fall behind, becoming the invisible presence sandwiched between Chu Kuang and Xianyu. After all, a comic is just a comic and cannot become an art recognized by everyone. But painting itself is undeniably art. But now the situation is, although Shadow has illustrated for Chu Kuang's novels, everyone's impression of Shadow as a comic artist is too profound. Almost no one pays attention to Shadow's identity as a painter. This requires Lin Yuan to consciously guide the public to truly notice Shadow's painting talents beyond comics, thus shaking off everyone's entrenched perception of him as merely a comic artist. In the north, there's Xianyu, in the south, Chu Kuang, and Shadow is in the center. Shadow's desire to achieve renown on par with Chu Kuang and Xianyu still needs to be backed by more substantial merit. Inside the studio, Lin Yuan painted with a free hand. He painted earnestly, his gaze intensely focused, showcasing his master-level painting skill without reservation. As Lin Yuan painted, to the side, Jinmu had, at some point, drawn nearer without notice. Jinmu didn't disturb Lin Yuan, merely fixating on the painting under his brush with glints of amazement in his eyes. He didn't possess professional appraisal skills, but he thought the painting was incredibly beautiful. The flowers in the painting were indescribably lovely, and the butterfly swirling around the flower seemed to come alive, fluttering its wings silently close to the petals. Though plainly a still image, Jinmu could feel a dynamic beauty to it. A butterfly's love for a flower. Seeing the content of the painting, Jinmu had a rough idea of Lin Yuan's intent. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yuan finally finished the painting. He blew gently on his work and felt relatively satisfied, although by Lin Yuan's master-level standards, some aspects of the painting still lacked a certain essence. "May I take a photo?" Jinmu, seeing Lin Yuan had finished, couldn't help but ask. Of course, Lin Yuan had no objections. Paintings were meant to be appreciated, after all. Click. Jin Mu captured the painting with his camera, but upon careful comparison with the original, he couldn't help shaking his head. The effect from the photo still doesn't match the experience of viewing the original piece. If you like the original, I'll give it to you, Lin Yuan said with a smile, knowing full well that the effect captured by the camera could never compare to the original. For me, Jin Mu was delighted. Then I'll have to frame it when I get back. It will be perfect for showing off. Don't forget to sign it. Shadow will do. All right. Lin Yuan wrote the date and the word shadow in the specific handwriting and font that he had designated for shadow. Lin Yuan was very careful. The handwriting of Chu Kuang, Xianyu, and shadow was distinct, purposefully differentiated to prevent any chance of linking his pseudonyms through penmanship. Are you planning to upload this photo online? Jin Mu didn't hurry to take the painting away, but regarded it thoughtfully instead. Lin Yuan nodded. Jin Mu shook his head. I don't mind you doing that, but as you've seen, the effect captured by a smartphone doesn't do it justice compared to the original piece. How about I arrange an art exhibition instead? An art exhibition? Isn't your ultimate goal to formally introduce shadow into the realm of painting? Yes. Then let's organize an art exhibition. More discerning eyes gather there. Placing it directly online lacks gravitas. Even if it's eventually put online, it shouldn't be snapped with a phone camera, but should use higher-level technology to recreate as much of the painting's essence as possible. You handle it. Lin Yuan found Jin Mu's words quite reasonable. I'm headed home. Jin Mu nodded. Handing the painting over to Jin Mu, Lin Yuan didn't concern himself much further with it. This painting wasn't one he was particularly proud of. It was just a test for dipping into the painting world. If he truly wanted to improve it, he needed to delve deeper into capturing the essence of the eye, the flowers, and the butterfly, which wasn't a task to be completed in a day or two. After Lin Yuan left, Jin Mu thought for a moment and then made a call to Luo Wei. Jin Mu knew of Luo Wei's in-depth research on traditional paintings, and it seemed her family had roots in that field as well, so she was likely more aware of any upcoming art exhibitions than anyone else. Soon, the call went through. Luo Wei, hearing the entire story from Jin Mu, couldn't help expressing excitement. Are you saying the teacher is preparing to venture into traditional painting? He used a brush and added color at the end. No doubt it's a traditional painting. I see. Luo Wei was inexplicably thrilled, something Jin Mu couldn't quite understand. In truth, Luo Wei had been waiting for this day. She knew ever since their competition in traditional painting, when Lin Yuan had soundly defeated her, that her teacher's skill in traditional painting was definitely top tier within the industry. Yet such a person remained unknown in the painting world, a hidden gem obscured by dust, causing her to lament the waste. Her teacher, always so unassuming, one with such fearsome painting talent, had no aspirations for glory, instead storming the comic world with her, creating the #1 name in comics. Luo Wei liked comics as well. However, she had always believed that the painting world was where the teacher truly belonged, and traditional painting was his most terrifying secret weapon. In both influence and artistic value, comics and traditional painting were incomparable. To give the simplest example, 20 years after a comic's conclusion, it might only influence one generation. The next generation will have new comics to read. In a way, it's fast food, an entertainment product. Art like traditional painting, however, is different. If the quality is high enough, such art can become timeless classics with age. Their artistic significance and influence don't fade over time, but might even grow more distinguished, enduring through the ages. Now the teacher was finally entering the painting world. Luo Wei believed that with her teacher's capability, he could rise meteorically in the painting industry, achieving success in traditional painting not unlike the achievements in comics. As for the art exhibition, there are no top-tier art exhibitions this year, but there's no need to wait for one. In a while, there will be a mid-tier exhibition in Sioux City. Many from the painting industry will attend. Let's present teacher Shadow's work there. With the teacher's skill and reputation, the organizers surely won't refuse. Do you need me to step in? There's no need. You probably know a bit about my family's situation. It can be considered a painter family with some modest influence in the field. For a mid-sized exhibition, it's completely manageable. Luo Wei was already eager to proceed. Chapter 823, 780, Galloping Horses Painting. Back home, a notification suddenly appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the adaptation task of Yang Xiaofan and Qin Tiange and obtaining master-level calligraphy. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment. It was a reward for the mission. This one arrived quite late. It seemed that it was because the network had aired the finale in advance, while the TV station had just finished broadcasting it, right? Without dwelling on this point, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up with a hint of anticipation. He wondered what the difference was between master-level and professional-level calligraphy. Sitting at the desk, out of curiosity, Lin Yuan took out a notebook and wrote a few characters. The moment he did, he could feel it. It was a very strange sensation. It was as if the structure of each character could manifest countless beautiful forms in his mind. Cursive, regular script, grass script. Lin Yuan handled all different styles of writing with ease. It was far better than his previous professional-level calligraphy skills. It was a very comfortable state. The beauty of Chinese characters was infinitely magnified in Lin Yuan's eyes. It's just a pity. Although he now possessed master-level calligraphy skills, apart from helping Lin Yuan better disguise the differences in his handwriting, there was no significant immediate use for it. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. Just like that. After excitedly writing for a while at home, Lin Yuan's novelty finally faded a bit, but looking at his neat and beautiful handwriting, he was still in a very good mood. What movie to shoot next? Lin Yuan wrote this sentence on the notebook, the handwriting beautiful. Actually, there was no need to write it down. A thought could just circulate in his mind. However, with master-level calligraphy, Lin Yuan intentionally made an extra effort, enjoying the feeling of writing well. Of course, it wasn't just about writing it down. Lin Yuan was genuinely reflecting. Russell, Russell, Russell. The names of many movies appeared in his mind. Unable to make a choice for the moment, Lin Yuan decided not to think about it anymore. He put away the notebook. A fun idea suddenly occurred to Lin Yuan. After obtaining master-level calligraphy skills, his control over the brush seemed even more effortless. Could this also enhance his painting skill? In ancient times, when mentioning talents, emphasis was inevitably placed on music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Among them, there is actually a connection between calligraphy and painting. Many people with high levels of calligraphy skill are not bad at painting either, because whether it's calligraphy or painting, both heavily emphasize the use and control of the brush. For instance, Tang Bohu was renowned for excelling in both calligraphy and painting. If one were to say that Tang Bohu's achievements were embellished with fictional tales and exaggerated, surely Su Dongpa's weren't, right? He was a true artistic genius. In poetry, prose, lyrics, calligraphy, painting, and other areas, Su sure achieved peak accomplishments. This is also the real reason he was known as Su Immortal. Lin Yuan originally had only professional-level calligraphy, but his calligraphy was prettier than many professional-level experts because Lin Yuan had master-level painting skills. Now, his calligraphy skill had also been elevated to master-level. In this way, his master-level painting skill also seemed to improve with the advancement in calligraphy skill. After all, the two complemented each other to some extent. With this in mind, Lin Yuan couldn't help but want to experiment a bit. He went straight into the study. This was his private study. Family members would not come in, respecting each other's privacy. And naturally, this study was not lacking in brushes, ink, paper, inkstone, and painting materials. He spread out the rice paper and began to grind ink, also selecting some brushes he used for painting. What to paint? Having ground the ink, Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, then suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a painting in the chairman's office. The painting depicted a horse. There was also a model of a horse on the chairman's desk, clearly indicating his fondness for the creature. So let's paint a horse. I'll give it to the chairman afterwards. With a plan in mind, Lin Yuan began to paint. Although he was painting a horse, Lin Yuan couldn't conjure it out of thin air. He had a reference work from Earth in his mind. Mr. Su Beihong's Galloping Horse. Mr. Su Beihong was one of the masters on Earth most proficient in painting horses. Only after attaining master-level painting skills did Lin Yuan realize that he could recall some of the masterpieces of past painting masters, perhaps an extra reward given by the system? If that's the case, he might as well paint his own version of Galloping Horse. He wanted to see if master-level painting skills combined with master-level calligraphy skills could allow him to create a piece as powerful as Mr. Su Beihong's work. He dipped his brush in ink. Lin Yuan began to sweep his brush across the paper. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan looked at the form of his work with bright eyes. There's a chance. It really worked. After obtaining master-level calligraphy skills, his painting skill had indeed slightly improved. Do not underestimate these slight improvements. You must know, Lin Yuan already had master-level painting skills. And for someone with master-level painting skills to improve even slightly was immensely difficult, usually requiring countless hours of painstaking effort. This excited Lin Yuan. Perhaps this excitement was very beneficial for enhancing his state, as Lin Yuan continued to paint for an hour without feeling tired at all. During that hour, Lin Yuan's Galloping Horse had already taken on a very robust and powerful framework. Although not yet complete, Lin Yuan could feel, once this painting is finished, its quality will rival the original Galloping Horse. In this comparison, a butterfly's love for a flower really doesn't measure up. Lin Yuan grew increasingly dissatisfied with his performance in A Butterfly's Love for a Flower, even though for many people, that piece was already excellent. Another 2 hours of painting, and Lin Yuan finally felt a trace of fatigue. Continuous painting, with intense concentration, it's quite normal to feel tired. Especially since Lin Yuan's investment in Galloping Horse was completely incomparable to A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. In fact, although he had been painting for 3 hours, this piece was still incomplete because it featured 4 horses. Each horse needed its own spirit and posture. Otherwise, the painting would not be considered good. At least, those were Lin Yuan's standards for himself. I'll continue painting tomorrow. Lin Yuan stretched languorously and decided to rest. Haste makes waste. Painting also requires a balance of work and rest. Especially when painting something complex, spending several days on it is perfectly normal. While there are masterpieces that are completed in one breath, they do not apply to Galloping Horse. The details needed to be meticulously added. Of course, this painting did not use flamboyant colors, just straightforward ink painting. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Ink painting, when taken to the extreme, can undoubtedly produce a visual impact as stunning as a riot of colors. In the hands of a painter, the combination of black and white can evolve into infinite artworks. It's worth mentioning, although he was painting Galloping Horse, Lin Yuan was not completely imitating Mr. Su Beihong, but rather incorporating his own understanding while referencing the other's work, mainly in capturing the essence. This kind of referencing might result in Lin Yuan's work having a similar essence to Mr. Su Beihong's style. From this perspective, Lin Yuan's painting skills were already very impressive. Previously, when he painted 6 shrimps, he had to rely on Chi Baishers. Character card bonus. Now, while painting Galloping Horse, he didn't need to use Mr. Su Beihong's character card to successfully complete it. Chapter 824, 781, Master's Touch. In the following days, Lin Yuan had spent countless efforts and finally completed the painting with the artistic conception of Su Beihong, Gallop. It was now noon. After having lunch at home, Lin Yuan took the painting and headed for the company. Not in a hurry to give the painting to the chairman, Lin Yuan spread the painting out by the window of his office for one more admiration, then nodded in satisfaction. With Lin Yuan's current level, there weren't many paintings that could satisfy him. Yesterday, he was also in a good state. If Lin Yuan were to paint Gallop again today, it probably wouldn't be as stunning as this one. Even Su Beihong himself, after so many paintings of horses, could not guarantee that each one would be of the same caliber. For a moment, Lin Yuan was somewhat reluctant to give this painting away. While Lin Yuan was narcissistically admiring Gallop, suddenly there came some noises from the doorway. Little fish. It turned out to be Zheng Jing. Among those Lin Yuan knew, only Zheng Jing would call him Little Fish. Aunt Zheng. Lin Yuan turned around and greeted her. The 2 seniors he respected the most in the company were Yang Zhongming and Zheng Jing. Black tea, Zheng Jing said to Gu Dong, who was standing by. then looked towards Lin Yuan. I came to tell you something about the 12 consecutive championships. This morning, teacher Yang Zhongming told me that Lu Sheng is releasing a song in November. You should be careful not to let him break your streak. Zheng Jing's expression was very serious. Lin Yuan was stunned. Lu Sheng? That was one of Blue Star's top-ranking maestros. In the eyes of some netizens, Lu Sheng's level was even higher than Yang Zhongming's, though Lin Yuan felt that this statement was a bit unreliable. Lu Sheng was likely still not as good as Yang Zhongming. He had asked the system about it. The system had vaguely revealed this idea as well. However, it was undeniable that Lu Sheng was a very powerful maestro, and his plan to release a song in November certainly warranted his attention. I got it. Lin Yuan understood the purpose of Zheng Jing's reminder. She wanted him to be mentally prepared. Thank you, Aunt Zheng. I thought you'd panic, but you seem not to worry at all, Zheng Jing said with a smile as she looked at Lin Yuan. It's okay. Lin Yuan was fully prepared to face all sorts of opponents since he aspired to achieve 12 consecutive championships. After all, Lu Sheng wouldn't release his song until November. It's only August now. He still had 2 months to prepare. The enemy intelligence I've gathered isn't just this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have specifically come over. There's another thing that you should pay attention to. Lu Sheng's new song in November will be a classical-style song, just like Dong Feng Pa. Zheng Jing seemed to be well informed. Yet, Lin Yuan felt a slight stir in his heart. Like Dong Feng Pa, isn't that a Chinese-style song? Classical style, 3 old and 3 new. That's the unique classical style created by Dong Feng Pa. Lu Sheng's work in November must have learned from your song's creative technique, which I don't doubt. That guy has a strong ability to learn. He can even master almost all of teacher Yang Zhongming's creative techniques. Zheng Jing's voice seemed to hold a hint of emotion. Teacher Yang Zhongming? You might not know, but before Lu Sheng became famous, he actually studied music with OL Yang for a while. He's kind of like Yang's half-apprentice. But this isn't known to the public, and you don't have to spread it around. Lin Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. He hadn't expected Lu Sheng to have such a connection with Yang Zhongming. Coincidentally, he also considered himself half a disciple of teacher Yang Zhongming. He still used Yang Zhongming's character card to learn some musical knowledge to this day. You should be aware that the greatest challenge for the 12 consecutive championships is the Battle of the Gods at the end of the year. But if you lose to Lu Sheng in November, winning the Battle of the Gods won't mean anything, because the streak for the championships will have been broken. Zheng Jing really hoped Lin Yuan would succeed. Compared to that, September and October should be easy for you. There probably won't be any strong musicians challenging you these 2 months. After all, you've already won for 8 consecutive months, and there's no great benefit to competing against you anymore. It would only result in a bad reputation. Besides, many people know that Lu Sheng will make his move in November. Lin Yuan understood. This was rather good news. If there were no significant opponents in September and October, his pressure would be lighter. Although his repertoire was filled with classics, Lin Yuan couldn't guarantee a win every time. Now it seemed, his focus should be on November and December. Let's not talk about December's Battle of the Gods. He must first overcome the challenge posed by Lu Sheng. If the opponent was composing a Chinese-style song, he should counter with a song of the same genre. At this moment, Lin Yuan already had an idea of what song to release in November. It seems you already have a rough idea. Zheng Jing took a sip of the tea prepared by Gu Dong, relaxing her demeanor. You shouldn't stress too much, just handle Lu Sheng well in November. December will be the toughest time. The Zhong continent might take action then. To be precise, someone from the Zhong continent team will definitely make a move. There are many prodigies over there, some of whom even OL Yang would have to face with all his might. The Battle of the Gods would undoubtedly be hellishly difficult. But Lin Yuan also had a plan for what to release in December. If he lost in December, Lin Yuan would accept his defeat. He had already prepared ample ammunition for that month. I've delivered the message, so I'll be heading back now. Zheng Jing took another sip of tea, then stood up to take her leave. Lin Yuan nodded his head. Zheng Jing waved her hand, preparing to turn around and leave, but at the moment she turned, her footsteps suddenly halted. The next moment, she looked towards the window and let out a surprised shriek of delight. It was a shriek filled with a girlish tone, a subtle feeling. even with a hint of coquettishness, as if a girl in love had just seen her heart throb. Her whole demeanor shone with excitement. Lin Yuan followed Zheng Jing's gaze only to realize that what made Zheng Jing scream was the painting of galloping horses he had just spread out by the window. Zheng Jing's visit was so sudden. Lin Yuan had forgotten to put the painting away. Whoosh! Zheng Jing rushed over and stopped in front of galloping horses, staring fixedly at the painting, her eyes filled with unbounded desire. Where did this painting come from? Zheng Jing turned her head, and the intensity in her eyes gave Lin Yuan a start. I have a friend. Lin Yuan coughed, and his tone became smoother. A friend of mine painted it. Was it painted by shadow? The painting had no signature or date, yet Zheng Jing guessed. Half the truth. Lin Yuan felt increasingly nervous, but upon further thought, it seemed normal. His only well-known friend with impressive painting skills was Shadow. Yes. With that realization, Lin Yuan admitted it. Staring at the galloping horses, Zheng Jing was profoundly shocked. She had never expected such a piece to come from the hands of a comic artist. Indeed, because of Xian Yu, Zheng Jing was aware of Shadow, but she didn't know much, only that he was a fairly skilled comic artist. She had never imagined that this comic artist could have such mastery in traditional Chinese painting. Meanwhile, Gudong leaned in close to Lin Yuan and whispered, "Teacher Zheng Jing is a painting fanatic. Her passion for painting even surpasses her love for music." Lin Yuan understood. Reminded by Gudong, he remembered hearing rumors within the company. It was even said in the industry that Zheng Jing loved painting profoundly. If it weren't for her limited talent in painting, she might have already been deeply rooted in the art world, working hard, instead of achieving today's success in the music scene. Even so, Zheng Jing was still madly in love with painting. She had even held her own personal painting exhibition, but unfortunately, due to her average talent, her artwork hadn't caused much of a stir. Little fish, Zheng Jing didn't hear Gudong's mutterings. She was completely captivated by the galloping horses. After examining the painting closely, for quite some time, Zheng Jing was extremely careful, even with her breathing. Her gaze never shifted, but her voice rose with a touch of longing and nervousness. "Anjing wonders if I might ask you for a favor?" For someone like Zheng Jing to say the word ask was truly not easy. Lin Yuan was no fool. He had a vague idea of what Zheng Jing was about to say next. "Aunt Zheng likes this painting." Love at first sight. Zheng Jing answered without hesitation. Lin Yuan smiled. "Then it's yours." Although he had intended to give the painting to the chairman, seeing how much Aunt Zheng loved it, Lin Yuan chose to do a good deed. After all, this elder had always taken good care of him. As for the chairman, if he was in good form another day, he could just paint another one for him since Lin Yuan's painting skill was well established. For me, Zheng Jing finally moved her gaze away from the painting, a motion that seemed particularly difficult for her, but she turned to Lin Yuan with an earnest expression. "Do you know the value of this painting?" "Roughly." "All right, it's settled then." Zheng Jing, as if afraid Lin Yuan might go back on his word, confirmed it immediately, then felt a bit embarrassed. She seemed to have lost her composure. "Anjing won't take advantage of you for nothing. You can name a price. If it's a gift, naturally I can't take money for it." Lin Yuan liked money, but once he said he would give it away, he wouldn't go back on his word. "If you put it that way, I would seem mercenary to haggle. Anjing owes you a favor. If you ever need anything, just ask." Zheng Jing took a deep breath. Shadow's skill in traditional Chinese painting is truly incredible. In the midst of speaking, Zheng Jing carefully packed up the painting, treating it like a treasure, as if worrying that any exertion might wrinkle the artwork. Lin Yuan smiled. He was pleased to hear others praise his painting. "Oh, by the way," Zheng Jing suddenly said, "would Shadow mind if I took this painting? Since it's a gift to Aunt Zheng, naturally you can do as you wish with it." "Good boy. This is a big favor Aunt Zheng owes you. Rest assured, I will treasure this painting like a jewel. I won't waste the effort of a master-level artist." Lin Yuan. He felt almost bashful from all the compliments. Chapter 825, 782 Exhibition, Part 1. In Qin continent, August is the hottest month of the year, when the sun spews tongues of flame, searing the earth. Even Antarctica, who usually loves the bustle, seems to have lost the desire to go out and play. choosing instead to stay quietly in an air-conditioned room most of the time. On this day, Lin Yuan stayed at home playing with Antarctica when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Jean Mu. "It's Saturday today. Does the boss want to see an art exhibition?" Art exhibition? A butterfly's love for a flower is being displayed at this exhibition. "No, I won't go." Lin Yuan firmly rejected the offer. In such scorching weather, Lin Yuan had no desire whatsoever to go out, not to mention that a butterfly's love for a flower was not a work he was particularly proud of. Jean Mu didn't insist any further. Just because Lin Yuan didn't want to go out didn't mean others felt the same. People are often driven by some motivation or force. At that moment, in an art center in Sioux City, a medium-sized art exhibit was taking place. In Blue Star, a place with a rich artistic atmosphere, visiting art exhibitions is a reason some people choose to go out on a Saturday, even if they inevitably arrive at the venue sweating profusely after walking a few hundred meters because cars can't get through. A promotional board was displayed at the entrance of the exhibition. The board listed information about the painters whose works were on exhibit. This was a medium-sized traditional painting exhibition. Most of the exhibiting painters were moderately famous within the circle, known to traditional painting enthusiasts, but not yet among the top tier. Yulian's works are on display. Ren Feifei is here too. Yuan Lu's work as well. I saw it last year at a high-end exhibition, very impressive skill level. I'm familiar with Shi Xiang, a promising figure in the traditional painting community. I came today just for him. This exhibition has a decent scale. There aren't any top-name masters, but none of the participating painters are obscure, especially Yulian, who won a big prize last year and received accolades from many top artists. The crowd around the promotional board exchanged thoughts. At that moment, suddenly, one of the onlookers exclaimed with surprise, "Shadow's work is also on display?" Everyone was startled. Soon enough, they indeed found Shadow on the promotional board. And in a moment, there was a buzz among the crowd. Isn't Shadow a comic artist? A comic artist can participate in this kind of formal traditional painting exhibition? Why would the organizers put works from a commercial comic artist in here? That's interesting. As far as I know, Shadow's painting skill is actually quite remarkable. I didn't expect Shadow to be part of this traditional painting exhibition. I happened to see some illustrations Shadow did for Chu Kuang novelist stories, and the person's foundational skills are truly solid, with a very lavish style. It makes sense for them to do traditional painting. What's the meaning of this? Having a nice appearance and conveying artistic conception are two different things, just like comics and traditional paintings are not the same concept. The presence of Shadow has brought down the prestige of the exhibition. Disappointed. What a joke. Works from a commercial comic artist can be exhibited. The organizers must have been looking at Shadow's fame, right? Shadow must have paid the organizers a bribe. I have no good feeling towards these commercial artists. His presence is simply a desecration of traditional painting. All they know is to create eye-catching imagery, and now they dare to dabble in traditional painting. Although Shadow has a decent reputation among online followers, at this kind of exhibition, many people actually feel indifferent or even hostile towards him as a comic artist. The reason is simple. They are not the same community. Those willing to brave the August sun to view the exhibition are traditional painting enthusiasts who consider themselves to have refined tastes. These people generally don't read comics. They often possess a strong sense of artistic superiority, capable of discussing various masterpieces at length. They appreciate high art. So how could they be interested in a commercial comic artist? It's not only the painting enthusiasts who think this way. Even in Blue Star's professional artistic community, comics are often seen as the lowest rung on the esteem ladder, with many traditional artists looking down on pure commercial illustration. This is somewhat reminiscent of the literary community on Earth. Earth's literary world, traditional novelists, and those who live by traditional literature also look down upon online writers. It's the general environment. Whether it's prejudice or generalization, such views and notions are deeply ingrained in many people. Therefore, the presence of Shadow at this exhibition irritates many, their faces, plainly displaying disdain as if their own prestige has been diminished. Meanwhile, behind the noisy crowd, under an umbrella, a middle-aged man spoke indifferently. Do you see? This is the attitude our traditional painting community has toward comics. Standing beside the middle-aged man, A woman with her hair tied into a bun retorted discontentedly. Everybody else's daddy supports his little girl, so why do you always have to rub salt in my wounds? What's wrong with comic artists? Did they steal your rice? Maybe the comic artists really did eat the rice from home, since she herself was a comic artist. Luo Wei. The man spoke with a hint of frustration. Daddy isn't trying to discourage you. He is just afraid of you taking the wrong path. Indeed, the woman with the bun was none other than Luo Wei. Today she wore a blue floral dress, looking uncharacteristically ladylike and charming, unlike her usual disheveled image as a tomboy when working on comics in her studio. And the man was Luo Wei's father, the master of traditional painting, Luo Cheng. Luo Wei pouted and replied, "No matter what you say, I've already acknowledged Teacher Shadow as my master. You've always taught me since I was little that one day as a teacher means a lifetime as a father, so you two are both my dads." You? What outrageous nonsense. What a bizarre analogy. Luo Cheng felt an urge to hit someone, his heart sour beyond measure. That person called Shadow had even become the father to his precious daughter? Who's taking advantage here? And yet Luo Cheng had always been extremely indulgent towards his cherished daughter, never uttering harsh words. All he could do was to swallow his discomfort, maintaining a stern face as he said, "Then I'll see what level your teacher is at in a moment. If he's just a charlatan seeking fame, your whims end here." What a joke. The Luo family is a renowned painter family in the Qin continent, and throughout its history, many master painters have emerged. Yet, his own daughter is learning from a manga artist, even acknowledging this manga artist as her mentor? This was something Luo Cheng could not accept. Where would that leave Luo Cheng's face if word got out? Today, in front of his daughter, Luo Cheng was determined to thoroughly assess Shadow's work, to show his daughter, whose painting skill was still immature, just how much Shadow, who liked to play the teacher, really weighed. Humph. Luo Wei defiantly lifted her head. Her father had his motives, and she had hers. She intended to show her father-teacher Shadow's skill in traditional painting today, and make him see just how outstanding her teacher was, or else the old antique at home would always be biased against manga artists. This was a war between father and daughter. As father and daughter were having their conversation, suddenly a passerby exclaimed in surprise, "Are you teacher Luo Cheng?" As soon as this voice sounded, the crowd ahead turned around all at once, their gazes turning towards Luo Cheng with immense enthusiasm. "That's me." Luo Cheng smiled slightly, not surprised to be recognized. There were many lovers of traditional painting at the exhibition, and Luo Cheng had always held a significant status in the world of traditional painting, his skill easily overshadowing the artists who came to exhibit their work today, having been famous for nearly 30 years. All at once, the crowd became excited, no longer discussing Shadow. "Teacher Luo Cheng, I'm a fan. Did Teacher Luo Cheng come by invitation today? Are there any works by Teacher Luo Cheng exhibited today? Could Teacher Luo Cheng sign something for me? Teacher Luo Cheng, how about we take a photo together? Teacher Luo Cheng, I love you. Teacher Luo." Luo Cheng was surrounded by warmth and excitement. Usually, Luo Cheng didn't like this kind of attention, but today, with his daughter by his side, he seemed quite pleased, even deliberately glancing at her a couple of times, as if to flaunt his status in this world. Luo Wei pursed her lips. Meanwhile, at the height of the crowd's excitement, a woman's voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Teacher Luo, long time no see." Luo Cheng was taken aback for a moment, his gaze moving through the crowd to the woman. His eyes then brightened, and he called out instinctively, "Teacher Qiu." This woman, named Qiu Yu, had just turned 40, with long hair cascading over her shoulders and a face not deeply marked by the years, exuding an intellectual aura. She was a goddess-like figure in Blue Star's painting world. "Teacher Qiu Yu." Following Luo Cheng's gaze, the crowd also turned to look at the woman speaking, and as soon as they saw Qiu Yu's face, ripe with mature charm, everyone became excited. Young men's faces even flushed with excitement. The goddess of the traditional painting circle, Teacher Qiu, had arrived. This goddess recognized by the painting circle was even more beautiful in person than in her photos. No one had expected that this modestly scaled exhibition would attract two big names from the traditional painting circle at the same time. "Teacher Qiu, I don't want to work hard anymore." "Ah, that's not right. please sign an autograph." When Xiaoyu appeared, she was immediately surrounded just like Luo Cheng had been, with the crowd even more frenzied, and she was quickly enveloped. There was a tendency for the crowd to grow, and for a while, the entrance to the exhibition was jam-packed. The crowd around Luo Cheng quieted down quite a bit all of a sudden. "Your goddess." Luo Wei teased her father, poking his arm without any formal respect. Luo Cheng's heart skipped a beat, and he replied irritably, "My conscience is clear. I simply admire teacher Qiuyu for her skill." "Oh." Luo Wei rolled her eyes. Luo Cheng coughed and said, "Don't tell your mom." Luo Wei replied with a smile, "Weren't you clear in your conscience?" Luo Cheng. Fortunately, the crowd considered themselves to be cultured, and after a round of adoration around Qiuyu, they gradually made way. "Shall we go in together?" Qiuyu, gracefully walking along the path the onlookers had parted, spoke to Luo Cheng, who was feeling somewhat left out at her side. Luo Cheng nodded. "Let's go." The two of them entered the exhibition side by side. The crowd didn't hesitate, decisively following behind these two authorities. Many were already taking photos with their phones and boasting on social media about meeting the masters of traditional painting at an exhibition, naturally following in step. Luo Wei was taken aback for a moment, realizing her father had already gone inside. This man had actually forgotten his own daughter at the entrance. Damn it! Luo Wei felt like giving the middle finger, but in the end she held back. Taking out the ticket for the exhibition, she quickly slipped inside, and while doing so, Luo Wei noticed a commotion behind her. It seemed like reporters had arrived. It was quite normal for journalists to come to a medium-sized exhibition, especially since her father and teacher Qiuyu were there, attracting the attention of some reporters. The exhibition was much more lively than she had expected. But for Teacher Shadow, this was a good thing. Luo Wei curled the corners of her mouth, entered the exhibition hall, and quickly made her way to her father. Her father had come because of her. She wondered why Qiuyu would be present too. Was the scale of this exhibition enough to invite someone as influential as Qiuyu? Luo Wei knew just how formidable Qiuyu was, her skill no less than that of her own father. Under normal circumstances, only large-scale exhibitions could invite big names like her father and Qiuyu to attend at the same time. Forget it. No point in wondering anymore. After all, this was Teacher Shadow's debut in traditional painting, and it was more interesting with a grand setup. Chapter 826, 783, Art Exhibition, Part 2. Inside the exhibition hall, the temperature set by the air conditioning is comfortable, feeling pleasant against the skin. Displayed on the walls all around are the works exhibited at this art show, each professionally framed. Luo Cheng and Qiuyu walk ahead. Bystanders attending the exhibition follow behind, chatting quietly as they move. No one wants to explore alone. Everyone tacitly follows the two masters as if by doing so, they can share the same insights as the esteemed duo. Luo Wei stays on the periphery, not moving closer to the front, but making faces at her father instead. Why would Mr. Qiu come here? Luo Cheng ignores Luo Wei and stops by the first painting, casually starting a conversation with Qiuyu. Qiuyu brushes her hair aside. "A friend asked me to come and have a look, mentioning there was a very impressive painting here. Though it seems she herself has been delayed. A remarkable painting." Luo Cheng raises an eyebrow. "Now you've piqued my curiosity. If they're all on the level of what we're seeing now, then this trip today would be a waste." As he spoke, Luo Cheng nodded towards the first painting. Qiuyu glanced at the signature and the artist's introduction next to it, then casually laughed. "So it's a work by Ren Feifei. No wonder the style looked familiar. The flaws are the same as her previous work, too much craftsmanship." The two spared no criticism for the first painting. Even with a crowd following behind, these two big shots didn't hold back at all, discussing as if no one else was there. Behind them, the crowd's expressions brighten at the uninhibited comments of the two big shots. This is the very reason they wanted to follow the two masters. They can listen closely to the evaluations the experts give these artworks. But no one expected the two titans to be so direct. The first painting they saw was immediately criticized. You have to know, the author of the first painting, Ren Feifei, is also a painter with considerable fame in the Chinese painting circle. Of course, these two big shots hold extremely high status, akin to venerable figures in the realm of Chinese painting. and are certainly qualified to critique the works at this exhibition. If we were to translate this status into the music industry, Luo Cheng and Xiao Yu would be the equivalent of maestro level composers, and Ren Feifei, along with the other artists at this exhibition, would be akin to ace composers in the music industry. Moving on, the two proceed to the second painting. At this moment, the exhibition organizers send someone over. We didn't expect Mr. Luo and Mr. Qiu to grace our exhibition. Your presence truly honors our event. If you wouldn't mind, may I offer you a guided tour? You can also ask me any questions you may have. Sure, Qiu Yu replies with a smile. Luo Cheng does not refuse either. The employee from the exhibition brightens up. In that case, allow me to introduce this painting. It's by Mr. Yuan Lu, and the theme concerns landscapes. No need for introductions. Luo Cheng interjects abruptly, his words unsparing. I don't care who the author is. The ink shades are so heavy. Are you worried that I'm nearsighted and won't see them clearly? The employee's face stiffens. Are you here to cause trouble? Criticisms fly in the employee's mind, but they dare not voice them aloud, instead looking helplessly at Qiu Yu for rescue. The painting is too deliberate. Qiu Yu sighs and moves towards the third painting. Employee. Subdued, the employee watches as the works at the exhibition receive harsh critique from the two honorees, but the crowd is thoroughly enjoying the commentary. I like Mr. Luo Cheng's straightforwardness. Mr. Qiu Yu didn't spare the painter's feelings either. Why spare feelings? Chinese painting is all about skill. If artists only knew how to flatter each other, that would be truly dull. Yuan Lu's painting is indeed not up to par. Ren Feifei's work, as Mr. Qiu said, is indeed too craft-heavy. Actually, Luo Cheng is usually even-tempered, but today he's disgruntled, so his words are less diplomatic than usual. Perhaps it's because this exhibition includes works by shadow? Because of his daughter, Luo Cheng currently holds a very poor impression of that shadow. No need to introduce this painting. It must be Shi Xiang's work, right? He likes to combine elements from oil and Chinese paintings, a fine concept that he utterly botches in execution. Affected by his mood, Luo Cheng critiques the third painting directly. There are aspects to commend, yet, overall, it is as you say. Qiu Yu adds, sensing Luo Cheng's foul temper but not minding it. As long as the critique is reasonable, that's what matters. They continue onward, continuing their critiques. Luo Cheng leads the way today, pointing out flaws without hesitation. No artwork is spared. Copying the beauty of nature verbatim, capturing the form but not the spirit. Messy, the work lacks focus. The muscular lines of the male and female rabbits are a bit rigid. Another animal portrait, and this phoenix is not even as good as what my daughter could paint. Qiu Yu supplements with explanations at Luo Cheng's side, but similarly, she doesn't offer a single compliment. The employee breaks into a sweat. If every painting is criticized by these two authorities, the exhibition will be ruined. There are still 2 days of visitation ahead. Fortunately, Luo Cheng isn't here to wreck the show, nor is he nitpicking. His critiques are emotional, true, but they are substantial. When a painting titled Tiger Descending the Mountain appears in front of Luo Cheng, he finally halts his critiques. This is interesting. He examines it for a moment and murmurs softly. The employee, hearing this, feels like someone who has miraculously survived a catastrophe and hastily says, "This is a work by Mr. Yulian. This painting. No need for an introduction, we know," Qiu Yu says with a smile. Yulian has improved rapidly. He also painted tigers last time and even won an award. Pity though, his excessive pursuit of vigor made him overlook the vividness of the image. He deserved that award. Luo Cheng interjects, but it was also because his competition that time consisted of clueless painters. Qiu Yu nods. Luo Cheng nods, a rare smile playing at his lips. But Yulian's work today is really not bad. Though he still tends to deliberately pursue pomp, it should still be considered the best of today's exhibition. Mr. Qiu, the friend that mentioned a striking painting at this exhibition, were they referring to this one? I'm not sure. Qiu Yu frowned. Was it this painting? She didn't think this painting was good enough to warrant a personal visit. Her friend might have just average painting skills, but her aesthetic appreciation and taste were definitely at the master level. Then let's keep looking. Luo Cheng moved forward again, Even Yulian's painting had only held his attention for 3 minutes. The paintings that followed made Luo Cheng furrow his brows even more. Just when he was about to lose patience and ask his daughter directly where Teacher Shadow's painting was, a work up ahead suddenly caught Luo Cheng's attention. While Luo Cheng was drawn in, Xiaoyu also saw the painting. An unusual light flashed in her beautiful eyes. It was a landscape painting. In the painting, there was a pale yellow flower. At the top of the stamen, a butterfly was flapping its wings. A butterfly's love for a flower. The composition was incredibly simple, yet it instantly attracted her and Luo Cheng. Such a unique color combination. The flower isn't intricately carved out, but it has a sense of natural perfection, as if the scent of flowers is wafting out of the painting. Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim. A stir went through the crowd behind them. Previously, Luo Cheng spoke while Xiaoyu added comments. This was the first time Xiaoyu had taken the initiative to comment on a painting, and she started with such high praise. What surprised everyone even more was that Luo Cheng actually nodded. This butterfly seems like it's about to fly out of the frame. It's not easy to achieve such lifelikeness with traditional Chinese painting. Better than Yulian's, right? It seems I made conclusions too hastily. Today's best should indeed be this, a butterfly's love for a flower. Luo Cheng rarely showed a smile. For a while, the commotion within the crowd became even more pronounced. Everyone started to scrutinize the painting carefully, and upon closer inspection, many were captivated. It wouldn't be right to say this group was just there to show off. If it were just for show, they wouldn't have come to the exhibition on such a hot day. They really had a bit of appreciation. And those with a bit of appreciation could of course discern the extraordinary aspects of this painting. Such a beautiful painting. This butterfly is so lovely. How did they achieve this? The flower is sketched so simply, but it doesn't feel rushed. It has a particularly natural feel. Impressive. Better than Yulian's tiger descending the mountain. Teacher Luo Cheng is right. This must be the best work of the day. Who painted this? There's an artist's introduction below. Each painting had a small introduction below it, but the print was small, and one needed to get quite close to read it. This was to ensure that the audience saw the painting first and not the artist's name, to prevent overshadowing the artwork. Everyone, the staff finally saw a glimmer of hope again. He hadn't expected such a simple painting to draw such widespread praise. What a relief. The exhibition was saved. Seeing everyone curious about the artist and wanting to get a closer look, the staff finally puffed out his chest. No need to look closer, everyone. This, A Butterfly's Love for a Flower, is a piece by Teacher Shadow, who is a comic artist. This is the first time he has publicly presented his own traditional Chinese painting. The staff's voice was loud and proud, as if he was sharing in the glory. The two big shots' high praise for the painting had given him enormous confidence. However, just as his voice fell, the surroundings went silent. Swish, swish, swish. Countless expectant faces froze on the spot. Even some wondered if they had misheard. Unfortunately, they hadn't misheard. Some had already seen the small print in the artist's introduction section. The word shadow revealed under the painting wasn't hard to recognize. This was Shadow's work. Had they just praised this piece? Luo Cheng's face suddenly turned bright red, shifting his feet uncomfortably, actually taking a half step back. In his eyes, a trace of embarrassment surfaced. For a moment, the scene turned exceedingly awkward. Why did it suddenly become so quiet? The staff member was somewhat bewildered by everyone's reaction. Had he said something wrong? From a distance, Luo Wei finally couldn't hold back her laughter. She had been observing her father's expression since everyone arrived at A Butterfly's Love for a Flower. And, at this moment, she finally saw her father looking deflated. Of course, she also noticed the unpleasant faces of the group of painting enthusiasts who had previously criticized Teacher Shadow so harshly. That'll teach you to underestimate my teacher. Luo Wei couldn't help feeling a little smug inside. Actually, Luo Wei's family had Lin Yuan's early creation 6 shrimps, but she had never shown it to others, since her teacher had expressed the wish to keep a low profile in the past. But now, it obviously wasn't necessary. She would show her father after he returned home. His reaction would definitely be even more interesting then, because this A Butterfly's Love for a Flower was not such a big deal for her teacher. Chapter 827, 784 Art Exhibition, Part 2. Shadow's work. Qiuyu stared blankly, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes, almost shattering her perception of comic artists. In fact, it was everyone's understanding of Shadow that this painting shattered. Seeing Shadow's name on the publicity board at the entrance, many people were dissatisfied. Why should the work of a commercial comic artist be featured in such a professional traditional painting exhibition? However, upon seeing this, a butterfly's love for a flower, many faces began to flush with heat. No one had expected that Shadow's skill in traditional painting would reach a professional level, even surpassing that of many professional traditional painting teachers. Luo Cheng hadn't expected it either. But after all, Luo Cheng was one of the big names in the traditional painting world. Although he felt a twinge of embarrassment, he quickly adjusted his mood. In the silent exhibition hall, Luo Cheng spoke again. It is indeed rare for a comic artist to possess such level of traditional painting. Yet while this painting is beautiful, it still lacks a certain charm. The criteria for judging the quality of a painting is not just how closely it resembles the subject. Otherwise, why not just take a photo? What would be the point of us painters? This is probably the regret that comes with his identity as a comic artist. Luo Cheng wasn't deliberately changing his tune. The painting indeed, as he said, was not without flaws. In terms of artistic realm, it fell short of the top tier. For a moment, everyone seemed to take Luo Cheng's words as the golden rule, echoing him in order to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation. Exactly. Well said, teacher Luo Cheng. This painting isn't flawless. It's just that the other works in this exhibition aren't that great, which is why this one stands out. Comparing with the works of master traditional painters, there's still a significant gap. After all, it's the comic art world. There's some skill, but that's about it. It's a limitation inherent to the comic industry itself. In traditional painting, aside from resembling the subject, we also pursue a certain artistic conception. Shadow's work lacks that conception, that charm teacher Luo Cheng speaks of. Hearing the words of Luo Cheng and the other onlookers, Qiuyu frowned. Isn't teacher Luo being a bit too demanding of Shadow? This was a mid-level art exhibition. The quality and level of a butterfly's love for a flower had already crushed the entire competition. Yet Luo Cheng insisted on judging it by master-level painting standards. Indeed, Qiuyu admitted that Luo Cheng's words had merit. But the problem lay in the fact that these criteria were intended for top-level traditional paintings. And if you used the standards of a master-level painting, a butterfly's love for a flower really wasn't particularly breathtaking. But the question was it necessary to set the bar so high for an exhibition of this caliber? If those top-level standards were applied, an exhibition of this caliber was doomed to fail. Though more isn't always better. Just stating the truth, Luo Cheng said, aware internally that his expectations were too high, but he simply didn't like Shadow. If this A Butterfly's Love for a Flower had not been Shadow's work, he probably would have given high praise to the artist, even offering guidance. If it was Shadow, it still wasn't enough. Such work, such skill level, was not enough to warrant his daughter's admiration, let alone being considered a teacher. Despite that, Luo Cheng still took several more looks at the painting, the intensity of his gaze, and the duration of his attention far exceeding that for Yulian's work. Qiuyu raised an eyebrow and once again focused on enjoying the painting, saying no more. Although she was unaware of the relationship between Luo Cheng's daughter and Shadow, she had a clear understanding of the situation at hand. It was nothing more than the inherent bias of traditional painters and lovers of traditional painting against comic artists. Commercial draftsmen. I don't understand art. Reeks of money. When comic artists are mentioned, some traditional painters always turn up their noses like this. So although this painting of A Butterfly's Love for a Flower was already very well executed, people were still reluctant to readily acknowledge its excellence. This scene was a microcosm of the industry's disdain hierarchy. The crux of the issue was ultimately the identity of Shadow as a comic artist. And in the midst of this slightly eerie ambience, a familiar voice suddenly rang out in Qiuyu's ear. Sorry, little you. I got caught in traffic and am late. Qiuyu smiled and turned to the newcomer. I thought Sister Zheng had stood me up. How could I? The newcomer spoke and glanced behind Qiuyu, laughing. It's quite lively here, isn't it? It's teacher Zheng Jing. Someone recognized the woman who had greeted Qiuyu. The crowd immediately livened up. Zheng Jing, a maestro-level figure from the music industry, definitely counted as a celebrity, and it was unexpected that not only could one meet two master-level artists from the traditional painting world at this art exhibition, but also encounter a music industry maestro. Indeed, the newcomer was Zheng Jing. The art exhibition was exactly what Zheng Jing had invited Qiu Yu to come to see. Luo Cheng turned his head. Teacher Zheng Jing, is this the friend teacher Qiu mentioned? Yes, Mr. Luo Cheng. I know. Zheng Jing smiled and greeted Luo Cheng, then turned to look at the painting of a butterfly's love for a flower on the wall, exclaiming in surprise. This painting is beautiful. Qiu Yu smiled wryly. Sister Zheng doesn't need to play coy. You specifically invited me here to show me this painting, didn't you? Not at all. Zheng Jing shook her head. Although this painting is nice, the one I wanted you to see is absolutely incomparable to this one, Zheng Jing said with extreme confidence. Qiu Yu was taken aback. Not this one? Luo Cheng also looked surprised. Could there be an even better piece than a butterfly's love for a flower at this exhibition? As if he thought of something, Luo Cheng's smile suddenly blossomed, saying with enthusiasm, May I ask teacher Zheng Jing to lead the way? I am most curious about this painting you mentioned. Sure. Zheng Jing readily agreed. The crowd following behind widened their eyes and got excited too. Originally, because shadows a butterfly's love for a flower overshadowed everything else, it left a bad taste in many people's mouths. Suddenly hearing Zheng Jing say there was a better piece here, of course, everyone was happy. Meanwhile, in the distance, Luo Wei furrowed her brows slightly. There was a better piece than teachers at this art exhibition? She couldn't help but feel worried. It would be so unjust if teachers' work got overshadowed by someone else's. Luo Wei knew all too well. The teacher hadn't been entirely serious when painting a butterfly's love for a flower. It did not represent teacher's true level of skill. She even considered bringing over 6 shrimps from home. But obviously, she couldn't just casually bring out 6 shrimps. Many students from Qin Continent Art Academy would recognize that painting as Lin Yuan's work. Once it was made public, it would be easy for teacher Shadow's identity to be exposed. Feeling more and more conflicted, Luo Wei followed the large group being led by Zheng Jing towards the front. In this manner, the group of people passed 7 or 8 paintings and finally stopped in front of a work. It was a traditional Chinese painting themed around horses. Chapter 828, 785, Shadow Again. Yes, Zheng Jing had brought out teacher Shadow's galloping horse for the exhibition. For this, she specifically invited her friend from the Chinese painting circle, Qiu Yu, to come and appreciate the painting together. In Zheng Jing's view, this painting should not remain unknown. At this exhibition, with Qiu Yu, a leading figure in Chinese painting, just a few objective comments could definitely make Galloping Horse and its creator, Teacher Shadow, famous in one fell swoop. That was Zheng Jing's goal. The moment the staff saw a galloping horse, they almost instinctively said, "This is also a shadow." As the words reached his lips, the staff member stopped. Today, whatever he said seemed wrong, so he might as well not say anything at all. However, the people didn't care about the staff member. To be precise, everyone's attention was completely captured by Galloping Horse. The horse was outlined with robust, rounded lines, and the thick ink merged into calligraphy styles of Wei steels and cursive script. The horse's head left large white spaces to create highlights, enhancing the three-dimensionality and the solid texture of the head. Using heavy and direct strokes, the brisk touch depicted the robust, yet flexibly twisting posture. The body was washed with slightly lighter ink, clearly defining the mass of the torso, with vigorous lines highlighting joints and solid hooves. The horse's mane and tail were most imposing, with sweeping broad strokes that burst forth with a flying momentum. Seeing this painting, everyone instinctively held their breath. A few seconds later, today for the first time, before Luo Cheng and Qiu Yu could speak up, a group of Chinese painting enthusiasts started excited discussions, bringing the exhibition its first climax of viewership. This painting is amazing. The muscle lines on this horse are so beautiful. The ink rendering is just right, with a spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers. I used to think that Yulian's tiger descending the mountain was full of momentum, but compared to this painting, that tiger seems to have no momentum at all. This is what you call momentum. Elegant, and energetic, high-spirited. The background is just a piece of rice paper. Yet these few horses bring limitless imagination. This truly is a great painting that embodies both spirit and form. The artist with his exuberant strokes fully expressed his emotions, capturing the essence of the war horses with direct and vigorous lines, as if conveying his uncontrollable passion. Simply masterful. A masterstroke. Luo Cheng was slightly lost as he stared at this galloping horse, forgetting teacher Shadow for a moment, his entire mind immersed in the painting. It completely washes away the mediocrity of all other horses forever. Shock filled Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes, and after a long while, she uttered such an exclamation. I didn't expect to see such a master's touch at this small exhibition. No wonder Sister Zheng esteemed this painting so highly. Zheng Jing smiled. The reaction of the crowd was within her expectations. This painting indeed had the power to enchant those who understood art. The greatness of Chinese painting lies in its pursuit of embodying nature. Luo Cheng finally came to his senses. He took a deep breath. This is why I said before that a butterfly's love for a flower was not good enough. A truly complete work should be like these horses, which possess everything nature has endowed them with, not only vigorous energy, but also a noble spirit. Through this painting, we can feel the freedom and passion of the artist. He was somewhat overwhelmed. This painting almost overturned the traditional techniques of painting horses, expressing realism with romantic ideals, resembling, yet not pursuing complete likeness. The painting maintained a realistic style while not losing the traditional Chinese painting's ink charm, arguably portraying the heroic grace and strength of the horses to perfection. Who is the artist of this painting? Why is there no signature on the painting? The frustration of the painting enthusiasts over a butterfly's love for a flower was instantly swept away. At last, a cartoonist hadn't come out on top at a traditional Chinese painting exhibition. Immediately after, new perplexities surged within their hearts. This was a painting without a signature. Someone tried to look for the artist's introduction at the bottom of the painting. Luo Cheng and Xiao Yu also looked curious, glancing at the artist's column. However, when everyone clearly saw the small font of the artist's introduction beneath the painting, everyone was stunned. Faces frozen, expressions silly, as if locked in time. Shadow. Shadow. This painting was also made by Shadow. Zheng Jing, with a smile in her eyes, looked at the incredulous faces of Luo Cheng and Xiao Yu. Yes, such a painting came from the hands of the cartoonist Shadow, who is a hidden master of traditional Chinese painting. Boom. When the already known fact was spoken from Zheng Jing's mouth, the scene instantly erupted. Oh my god, how is that possible? Another work by Shadow? Isn't Shadow a cartoonist? Such a perfect traditional Chinese painting was made by a cartoonist? His painting skills are too terrifying. Is this the cartoonist I remember? Damn, why the slap in the face? Just when we encountered a painting better than a butterfly's love for a flower, this one turns out to be made by Shadow too. All the painters were stunned into silence. Cries of astonishment rose one after another. They felt their conventional understandings being shattered by Shadow's relentless approach. Pride, taste, grace, all the superiority of these painting enthusiasts turned into a complete joke in front of this painting of a horse. Shadow Xiao Yu was somewhat lost. Inside Luo Cheng's heart, however, a storm surged, his chest heaving dramatically. The more knowledgeable the person, the more they understood what this painting meant. Was Shadow truly a genius? At this moment, Luo Cheng could no longer entertain the thought of preventing his daughter from considering Shadow as her teacher. This painting, and even he himself, felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. He didn't even know that his precious daughter had only just found out that this painting was made by her own teacher. So Teacher Shadow also has other works on exhibit? Luo Wei's eyes widened upon hearing the answer. Then her brows danced, and her eyes sparkled with laughter. I knew it. A butterfly's love for a flower couldn't possibly represent the teacher's level. Using such a painting in the exhibition would have been far too perfunctory. Looking at this painting of a horse again, its level is entirely not inferior to 6 shrimps, and even surpasses it to some extent because the creatures depicted are more complex. Amidst everyone's shock, This traditional Chinese painting exhibition was completely stirred up by a cartoonist. Chapter 829, 786, Zhao Continent. Lin Yuan had no idea about the stirrings at the art exhibition, but the commotion was too big to escape the attention of reporters, especially involving Shadow and two traditional painting bigwigs, and after Jing, the maestro. That very noon, Shadow's traditional painting works in the exhibition caused a tremendous shock and garnered high praise from two traditional painting bigwigs. This news was broadcast by the media. Shadow can do traditional painting too? A great masterpiece by Shadow spotted at a traditional painting exhibition. Traditional painting sage Qiu Yu highly praises Shadow's entry, a master's strokes. Traditional painting bigwig Luo Cheng. Shadow changed my impression and views about manga artists. Shadow's first traditional painting show, Galloping Horses. At an art exhibition, Shadow's traditional painting debut, Galloping Horses, stunned the audience, attracting countless painting enthusiasts. Along with the news report, a professionally edited image aiming to restore the original look of Galloping Horses also appeared online. Suddenly, netizens were shocked. Damn, is this Shadow's traditional painting? This Galloping Horses looks quite imposing. The manga world can no longer contain Shadow God. Is he now invading the traditional painting circle? This painting is freaking amazing. Even though I don't understand painting, this painting is indeed beautiful. The vibe it's giving off seems even better than many masters' works. The bigwigs in the traditional painting world always looked down on the manga world, didn't they? I remember some bigwig publicly blasting the manga world before, saying they're not real artists but just businessmen. Now they've been slapped in the face by Shadow God, right? Damn, even I feel slapped in the face. Shadow is too strong. Traditional painting and manga aren't the same thing. I always thought Shadow God's painting skills were about manga, but he paints traditional paintings just as well as his manga. This news is ridiculous. Would those traditional painting enthusiasts actually praise Shadow? Whether they praise him or not, Galloping Horses is enough to shut all those traditional painting enthusiasts up. Weren't traditional painting enthusiasts saying that manga artists' works are unbearably vulgar? The netizens were not oblivious to the disdain within the painting world. Those traditional painting enthusiasts, always flaunting their high profile, have always scoffed at manga. Even Shadow, known as the top figure in the manga world, might not win their approval. Perhaps there would even be people specifically disparaging Shadow to elevate their own sense of superiority. However, no matter how much they look down on manga, in front of this Galloping Horses, those traditional painting enthusiasts had to hold their noses and accept it. This, the netizens could guess without needing any media reports. Not to mention, soon, people who were at the scene began to share the story of what happened at the exhibition online. It should be noted, not everyone at the scene claimed high-profile status as traditional painting enthusiasts. There were also a few fans of Shadow. These fans of Shadow had been suppressed by the traditional painting enthusiasts at the exhibition, not daring to speak up. Now that Galloping Horses was out, they couldn't hold back any longer. The sequence of events that took place at the exhibition was completely narrated by some netizens who were present. Some conversation records revealing the truth were forwarded across major chat groups. Suddenly, the online world heated up even more. Was there such a story? I can imagine the scene then. So there was also a piece by Shadow titled A Butterfly's Love for a Flower at the scene. Shadow God really did it. He ended with such a piece. A butterfly's love for a flower. Those traditional painting enthusiasts must have been mortified, right? Ha ha ha. A bunch of traditional painting enthusiasts, trying to discredit a butterfly's love for a flower, went crazy praising Galloping Horses, and then realizing that Galloping Horses was also Shadow's work. They looked so stupid at the moment. That's what happens when they act high and mighty. They need a harsh slap in the face. These people always look down on us manga enthusiasts, saying we only like flat paper characters and are dead fat nerds. Today Shadow God really gave our manga circle a severe venting of anger. The disdain chain is everywhere. Many traditional painting masters do not regard manga artists highly, and those who love traditional painting also look down on manga enthusiasts. This has been happening for a long time. Both sides have been in conflict for many years. Yet the appearance of shadows, galloping horses has in some way struck a blow to traditional painting enthusiasts, even some traditional painting masters. For a time, many traditional painting enthusiasts were silent. Damn, there's no justice. A manga artist to have such mastery in traditional painting. Not just that, many big names in the painting industry were shocked by the level of running horses, as a master-level painting skill is no joke. Was this painted by shadow? Is there such a level of artist in the comic scene? With such impressive skill, why bother with comics? It's simply a waste of talent. This shadow really has some skill, yet insists on creating comics, a true self-degradation. I think comics are also a form of painting and shouldn't be dismissed outright. Over the years, comics have developed quite well, producing a considerable number of excellent works. Comics are ultimately minor. The reason why Zhao Continent's paintings are world-renowned is because they are not commercial. Who says painters from Zhao Continent aren't commercial? Are those exorbitantly priced works from Zhao Continent just for show? In the traditional painting circles, some debates even arose because of running horses. But it was undeniable that with the shocking debut of Running Horses, Shadow had successfully taken his first step into the realm of traditional painting. Inside the studio, Jinmu excitedly said to Lin Yuan, "Right now, you're just starting to make a name for yourself in the traditional painting circles. Wait till you become a big name. Your paintings will then really become valuable. Aren't the works of painters only worth something after they're dead?" Lin Yuan smirked. Jinmu paused. What kind of theory is that? Although a painter's works do become more valuable posthumously, that's because the works become posthumous creations. Most impressive painters, while alive, have already sold their works for very high prices. Really, Lin Yuan was not very knowledgeable in this area. Jinmu chuckled. Of course, you know about Zhao Continent, right? Yeah. Zhao Continent would be joining the merger with Blue Star in a few months. Lin Yuan had some understanding of Zhao Continent. He had browsed information about it online when he was bored. The most distinctive feature about Zhao Continent was its admiration for ancient styles. It was said that even ordinary residents liked to wear ancient attire during festivals. Not just clothing culture. Zhao people also particularly enjoyed zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Especially in calligraphy and painting, the Zhao people were exceptionally skilled. The classical arts passed down from ancient times were well preserved in Zhao Continent. Even the ancient architecture was maintained quite excellently by Zhao people. This resulted in people from all over Blue Star enjoying trips to Zhao Continent. The ancient temples and towers, old towns, and other well-preserved ancient buildings were endless. Lin Yuan was also thinking about visiting Zhao Continent whenever he got the chance. When Blue Starans mention Zhao Continent, they often remark, "In Zhao, it feels like you can touch the traces of ancient life." Their way of speaking is even classical. This connection to the traditional pursuits of Zhao Continent through the years was significant. Jinmu said, "Since you know about Zhao, you should know that the painting sage from Blue Star was a Zhao person. Although the painting sage lived hundreds of years ago, his works are extremely popular, with one classic painting auctioned off for nearly $1 billion, setting a record in the painting world. The buyer was a wealthy person from Zhao Continent." Lin Yuan. "Isn't it still after-death value for his works?" Jinmu shook his head. "I am just describing the passion for painting in Zhao. In reality, many contemporary renowned painters from Zhao also have valuable works, with several famous individuals whose auction prices have exceeded 100 million. Lin Yuan was astonished. Contemporary works auctioned off for over 100 million? Jinmu smiled. That was 20 years ago. The market isn't so exaggerated now, but there are still works selling for millions, even tens of millions, and they are all from contemporary artists. Lin Yuan. Jinmu continued. Every year, Zhao hosts a huge painting and calligraphy auction that catches the attention of the whole of Blue Star. Every year, artworks by contemporary painters fetch sky-high prices at the auction, disproving your theory that an artist's works only gain value after their death. However, it's true that only Zhao's auctions frequently feature such high-priced works, with traditional painters from other continents falling short in comparison. At this point, Jinmu expressed his longing. At the auction, works by contemporary renowned artists from Zhao draw fierce competition from mysterious wealthy buyers, continuously refreshing record-high prices. It's a sight to behold, and I've once experienced it. It's truly staggering. Unless you're in the middle of it, it's difficult to comprehend their extreme pursuit of calligraphy and painting. That top-tier wealthy scene where fortunes are spent on a scroll or a painting isn't commonly witnessed. Lin Yuan remained silent, but the keywords Zhao continent, painting, and calligraphy auction, wealthy bidding, had already deeply rooted themselves in his heart. This grand event, should he have the chance, could he not participate? That being said, with his own popularity, even if he brought out some classics from Earth, would those wealthy individuals, even the super-rich, really take interest? Suddenly, Lin Yuan found himself looking forward to Zhao Continent's integration. You can imagine, once Zhao Continent becomes integrated, painters and calligraphers from all over will flock there. Who wouldn't want their works to be sought after at Zhao's painting and calligraphy auctions? Jin Mu asserted confidently. Lin Yuan nodded. Blue Star was a magical place, each continent with its own artistic uniqueness, and Zhao Continent seemed to align perfectly with Lin Yuan's abilities. After all, Lin Yuan possessed not only the master-level painting skill, but had also just acquired the master-level calligraphy skill. And both these skills were highly esteemed and pursued by the people of Zhao. Chapter 830, 787, Mitsui Hisashi's exclusive BGM. Of course, Zhao Continent had not yet joined the merger. It was still too early to start considering the book and painting auction in Zhao Continent. Lin Yuan quickly set this matter aside. As for the media's erroneous reports that Galloping Horse was Shadow's debut traditional painting, Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to correct them. To Lin Yuan, this wasn't something very important. In the days that followed, however, there were a few occurrences that were of some significance to Lin Yuan. By late August, the animation One Piece officially aired. Simultaneously, the Naruto animation was also launched. 3 days after the first 2 animations aired, Detective Chuyu made its grand debut. Even the Kindaichi case files had been outsourced to another animation company for production by Starlight. There was no helping it. Resources were limited. The animation department's workload was heavy. Apart from the 3 newly launched animations, Dunk was also being serialized amidst much fervor. In such a situation, it was difficult for Starlight to take on the Kindaichi case files as well, so they simply outsourced it to another company since this title's popularity couldn't quite compare to the others. Following the airing of these animations, the response had been extremely enthusiastic. Audiences had expressed a high degree of approval for Starlight's production quality. This was all within expectations. Just look at how many people in the Alliance were following updates of Dead Sea of Fire to know. Besides, Starlight had invested a lot of money in these 3 animations. The chairman had personally participated in supervising, and they had even poached some highly skilled animators from Chu Continent, showing utmost dedication. As long as the production team accurately adapted the storylines, maintained a consistent art style, and had effective voice actors, success was inevitable. However, speaking of popularity, the current hottest animation was still Dunk. This title, due to its simultaneous release in both animation and manga, its leveraging on the Olympics, and controversies and promotions involving Shadow, Tribe, and Hidajuan, began with an exploding popularity, a work that had everything in its favor. Under immense attention combined with these days' serialization, Dunk had indeed become the hottest animation across the Zhao, Qin, Chu, Yan, and Han continents. Especially among young viewers, they deeply loved this work. Every week, countless people would discuss the latest plot developments of Dunk. Shadow's title as the #1 in comics had thus become even more well-deserved. Perhaps in the future, the popularity of this animation might be surpassed by Dead Sea of Fire. But at least for now, Dunk was unrivaled among all contemporaneously serialized animations. In the world of anime and manga, such works were referred to as dominant. The most direct manifestation of dominance was that, following every update of Dunk, Lin Yuan's older sister and younger sister would always catch up immediately. It should be noted that both his sister and his younger sister were girls. Yet this Dunk was an animation aimed at male audiences. Its ability to be loved by countless female viewers exemplified the charm of this animation. It was also because Dunk was too hot. Lin Yuan couldn't help but consider leveraging this animation. It was related to the ranking of the season in September. It was already late August, and Lin Yuan had to consider the matter of the September season's chart. Which type of song would be the steadiest to hit the charts? Numerous practices told Lin Yuan that what really decided the rankings on the seasonal chart wasn't just the quality of the song itself. The fame of the composer, the fame of the performing artist, and the background of the song were all indispensable factors. Among these, the fame of the composer and the fame of the performing artist, Lin Yuan could ensure. As for the background of the song, representing whether it had any connection to a certain work, Lin Yuan could also create those conditions for himself. For instance, could his song in September ride on the popularity of Dunk? Leveraging his own heat. This move was something Lin Yuan had already become quite skilled at. And so, as Lin Yuan pondered this, he truly found a way to ride the wave of popularity. At this point, Dunk had updated to its 26th episode. In the 27th episode, there would be the iconic scene where Mitsui Hisashi says, "Coach, I want to play basketball." Along with this iconic scene, there would be a song called Until the End of the World. This song was widely considered to be written specifically for Mitsui Hisashi in Dunk, constituting Mitsui's exclusive background music. In the animation Dunk, the most outstanding track was Until the End of the World. Even among all the background music in the world of animations, this song was considered a rarity. The opening bass guitar and drum rhythm gave the audience a broad sense of space. The lyrics were beautifully emotional, and the rendering was powerful. The song itself was of high quality, and, combined with the plot, it was regarded as a divine song by many Dunk fans, evoking a feeling of youth as if looking back suddenly after many years. And in the animation, whenever Mitsui Hisashi began to show off his moves, this classic background music would play, awakening the passion in countless people. Actually, many works have reflected similar situations. Classic characters always have their own exclusive BGM and such. For example, indeed, the famous scene Coach, I Want to Play Basketball had already been updated in the manga version of Slam Dunk a while ago. However, the anime is slower than the manga, and the anime viewers haven't seen this episode yet. Even those who have read the manga have certainly never heard this song. And Lin Yuan had already prepared this excellent song before the anime even started broadcasting. The singer is none other than Lin Yuan, the singing king of Chu Continent, who previously sang, "I want to shout out loud that I love you." How about we use this song to hit the charts in September? This was not hard for Lin Yuan to manage. He just had to ensure that the 27th episode of Slam Dunk would broadcast on the 1st of September. By then, this, Until the End of the World, could logically join the competition for the seasonal charts. Releasing a new song on the stage of the hottest current animation in the 5 continents and pairing it with one of the most climactic classic scenes in the Slam Dunk anime, Lin Yuan could definitely ride the wave of popularity to the fullest. In fact, this was not the first time Lin Yuan had thought about leveraging the popularity of his own anime. Just last month, Lin Yuan initially even planned to have Jiang Koei sing the background music Bluebird from Naruto. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. In the end, Jiang Koei sang a song called Diao and claimed the title of Best Female Singer. Now that he thought about it, Bluebird was not suitable. It wasn't an issue with the song itself, but in the Naruto anime, this song wouldn't appear until after 200 episodes. It was a song meant for Naruto Shippuden. Borrowing it earlier would be too forceful and didn't fit well with the storyline. Unlike Until the End of the World, which could currently be postponed to correspond with the relevant plot. The usual rule, keep one backup song. Although Lin Yuan felt the song by Mitsui Hisashi was great and could help Slam Dunk, when the September seasonal charts, he feared the unexpected. Lin Yuan had prepared another song, just in case. If things went south, he would take out the backup song to hit the charts. Once the preparations were finished, Lin Yuan especially went to the chairman to discuss this matter. Arrange for the 27th episode of Slam Dunk to broadcast on September 1st. If Lin Yuan didn't notify him, this episode would have aired on August 30th, and then it couldn't participate in the September seasonal charts. You mean to? The chairman guessed Lin Yuan's intention right away. The 27th episode of Slam Dunk was special. Accompanying Mitsui Hisashi's redemption, there would be a very explosive song that would appear, which had deeply moved the chairman when he heard it. Lin Yuan, yes. The chairman was really astute. The matter was settled in a simple conversation. Not long after, the news that the next episode of Slam Dunk would be broadcast on September was officially announced. Dang it, the audience was not happy. How could Starlight delay it further? The next episode was clearly supposed to update on the 30th. The grief of those eagerly awaiting the update instantly filled the screen. Many were dissatisfied, especially the readers who had read the manga. The next episode features Mitsui Hisashi's famous scene. How can Starlight delay it at such a critical moment? Update on September 1st. Doesn't that mean I have to wait an extra day? Dude, wake up. August has 31 days. What? Why does August have 31 days? Who decided that? Isn't every month 30 days? So you're telling me that line, coach, I want to play basketball, has to wait 2 more days? After reading the manga, what I anticipated most was this episode in the anime. No choice, just wait. Discontent is discontent. Everyone could only wait. And in this waiting, time finally approached September. Ding dong. Midnight on September 1st. The much-delayed Slam Dunk finally updated. At the same time, someone noticed that Xian Yu's new song had been released. Chapter 831, 788, Until the End of the World. Audiences, whether they had read the manga or not, all immediately took notice of the updates to Slam Dunk. It's updated. They actually released 2 episodes. Awesome. This one's worth it. Even waiting another 2 days would be worth it. I've read the manga. This episode is iconic. Mitsui, here I come. Although the connection between the manga and the anime is deep, the addition of voice actors, visuals, and music in anime makes it far more engaging than the manga, which is why many manga only explode in popularity after being adapted into anime. Therefore, even those who had read the manga were still full of anticipation for the anime. Of course, most were viewers who hadn't read the manga. Take Lu Bin, for instance. Lu Bin was a high school student from Chu Continent. He loved Slam Dunk, and although he hadn't read the manga, he'd been spoiled by those who had. He knew Mitsui held a very high regard in the hearts of manga fans. About this, Lu Bin was doubtful, because in the previous plot, Mitsui had already appeared. This guy with the long hair, surrounded by a bunch of delinquents, started a conflict with Sakuragi Hanamichi and others, beating Rukawa Kid and his teammates until they were bloody. A total villain image. Anyway, Lu Bin couldn't bring himself to like a character like Mitsui and even disliked him a bit. Why then was Mitsui so revered in the hearts of manga fans? It must be because the character was redeemed later in the manga. Many works use this technique, starting with a disgusting villain and then redeeming them. This was one of Lu Bin's least favorite tropes. Yet, annoyingly, it worked. Many redeemed villains often ended up more popular than the heroes. About this, Lu Bin said, "It's just the creator's tactics. Go ahead and redeem him. If I end up liking the character, then I'll concede defeat." With this subtle resistance, Lu Bin clicked on episode 27. This episode didn't involve any physical conflicts. The plot mainly consisted of verbal conflicts and Mitsui Hisashi's flashbacks. At first, Lu Bin sat with his arms crossed, a stance that read, "I'm just going to watch how you try to redeem him." However, when Lu Bin saw Mitsui getting injured while scoring for the team, when Lu Bin saw Mitsui in the hospital, looking lost because he couldn't compete, when Lu Bin saw Mitsui ignoring the doctor's advice, struggling with all his might to return to the court, when Lu Bin saw Mitsui standing outside the court, turning away lonely and melancholically, when Lu Bin saw Mitsui's youthful memories came flooding in like a tide, silently but overwhelmingly stirring up tumultuous waves. The quiet room. Unknowingly, Lu Bin's crossed arms had dropped. With eyes slightly stinging, a sudden pang of sympathy stirred within him. Sympathy? Lu Bin suddenly shook his head vigorously. It's just Shadow's creation tactics. Realizing this, Lu Bin continuously reminded himself, as if brainwashing himself, still unwilling to easily accept the character's redemption. Mitsui is a villain. No matter how much you redeem him, that fact can't be changed. While Lu Bin was internally conflicted, the flashbacks and reality kept overlapping on the screen. You've never actually given up on your love for basketball. It's you who is trapped in the past and can't get out. Questioning and counter-questioning, arguments and struggles. The plot took a turn with the appearance of Coach Anze. The door clicked open. In the glaring light, the coach stood there and said 2 words. "It's you." Mitsui's expression changed instantly. The young ace who had made a name for himself by leading his team from defeat to championship victory with his solo endeavor in the county finals, had received offers from prestigious basketball schools. Yet, he resolved to follow Coach Anze to the obscure Shohoku. All because of the coach in front of him. Coach Anze, the man he respected the most in his life. In a daze, Mitsui felt as if he was back on the court. Coach Anze's teachings echoed again in his ears. You mustn't give up hope until the last moment, because the moment you give up, the game is over. At that time, he had picked up the basketball resolutely and charged into the crowd. In front of the screen, Lubin's face changed. His heart was churning like never before. It felt as if countless ants were crawling over his heart, a sensation that was slightly painful yet tingling. Then, the ants crawled over his head and skin, making his scalp tingle and his body break out in goosebumps. His eyes stung. Again. Hold on. It's all a trope. He desperately tried to stop that overwhelming feeling, but it was to no avail, as if something was choking his throat. Just like the once arrogant boy on screen, no matter what, he couldn't hide the injuries he suffered after leaving the court. That face, once filled with negativity and disdain, showed pain and regret for the first time. Trembling face, tears of self-reproach slid down the face and chin. Memories began to flash back again. In Lubin's desperately constrained emotions, a surging song suddenly erupted as if to pierce through his soul. Until the end of the world. Until the end of the world. I won't part from you. I won't wish to be separated from you. I hoped. Countless nights I wished. Through thousands of nights. Made my wish. Only the irretrievable time. Time that never returns. Why does it shine so brightly? Why is it so radiant? Like a dam releasing a flood, breaking through the last line of defense, Lubin's tears completely burst forth amidst the intense fluctuations in his chest. In the surging song, Mitsui knelt before the coach, his hands scarred, supporting the ground and sobbing uncontrollably. Coach, I want to play basketball. Whether it was the influence of the song or the shock of the scene before him, Mitsui's sudden realization at that moment became a scene Lubin could never forget. Who hasn't made mistakes? Who hasn't taken detours? Who hasn't felt lost and disheartened? And who else, like him, would cast aside all dignity and pride for a distant, dazzling dream, to dive in recklessly once more? For the first time, Lubin completely fell in love with this character. And at this moment, there were countless Lubins shedding tears around the world. Even if they had read the manga and were mentally prepared, it was useless. When that song, Until the End of the World, played, nobody could remain indifferent, let alone the many viewers who initially felt indifferent or even negative towards Mitsui. They were instantly mesmerized in the blast of the last wave of the song. Tribes. The emotions brought by the song and Mitsui crazily spread. Even if I read the manga, watching the animation again still made me cry, and I cried harder than when I read the manga. What is that song? The moment I heard it, I couldn't help but cry. This song is so tear-inducing. That insert song had just started one line, and I couldn't take it. I thought having read the manga and watching the animation wouldn't move me as much, but I was broken down a second time by this song. Meanwhile, blogs also fell one after another. Thank goodness I prepared tissues in advance. A prodigal who returns is more precious than gold. Mitsui is a real man. This song is so apt, willing to give up pride for a dream. Well done. In the song, Mitsui kneeling didn't lose dignity. Instead, he earned everyone's respect. Not everyone has his courage to start over from scratch. I really like this song. This song is even better than I really want to shout out I love you. What's the song title? All netizens were shocked. Amidst this massive shock, finally, someone in the chat provided the song information. This is Fish Papa's new song, titled Until the End of the World. I've downloaded it. The animation hadn't completely ended yet. Netizens were already rushing to open their music players. At the same time, The comments section of this song exploded. The only song that makes me want to cry from the first line. This is Mitsui's exclusive BGM. Combined with the plot, this song made me cry terribly. Beautiful, so beautiful. Fish Papa's song must top the charts. This is one of the best songs among all the anime background music I've heard. I love basketball. I love Mitsui, until the end of the world. No one has ever fully counted just how many fans of Dunk there are, but the fact that the download numbers for this song soared to the top of the seasonal charts is an undeniable fact. This isn't just from the song's own quality. It's also because it soared high together with the anime's popularity. In fact, even some who hadn't seen the animation listened to this song. But some feelings are consistent, and some even became interested in watching Dunk after learning the background story of this song. Some thought so, and some actually did. And when they saw the latest updates, they only fell deeper. For a time, the entire network was discussing Mitsui and this song. The long-missed line, "Coach, I want to play basketball," swept across the screen again, even more tumultuous and fierce than before. Even due to countless topics and discussions, even the anime Dunk got even more popular. Chapter 832, 789, a unique fan meeting. After dawn, news was flying everywhere. CNU season chart could win 9 consecutive crowns. Dunk's spirit, Until the End of the World. CNU's new song, Until the End of the World, is a huge hit. A song that has moved countless people to tears. CNU creates textbook-level anime background music. CNU has won 9 consecutive crowns. Can the 10th be far behind? CNU was blatantly riding the wave of popularity, yet no one had anything to say against it. Not to mention his relationship with Shadow. Just the quality of the songs he produced was enough to win everyone over. Regarding this, the industry was abuzz. He's got slam dunk fans on board the charting battle wagon too. I must say, CNU's ability to write songs for film and anime themes is really strong. Slam dunk fans' admiration for this song easily secured its top spot on the September season chart. He's always very good at creating custom music. Wasn't the 7th chapter of Night also a song that completely capitalized on the Sherlock Holmes trend? That time, it was the power of the Holmes fans that propelled the song, with the Three Brothers fans seemingly in full agreement. Riding on the popularity of dominant anime for charting is quite a clever strategy. What are you joking about? CNU didn't take any shortcuts. In fact, it's not as simple as you think. If his music didn't fit the theme of the work, it would have been pointless. That's true. If others tried to copy this tactic, they'd likely sink into a quagmire instead. The most typical example is The Black Emperor. So many people have wanted to create theme music for that work, but over the years, hardly anyone has succeeded. Both the anime and TV drama versions keep using the original theme music created by 2 big names from Zhong Continent back in the day. Fans simply don't accept anything else. Few dare to touch the theme music of that work these days. CNU's song was considered one of the custom music types. Everyone in the industry knew that custom music wasn't so simple. This kind of popularity wasn't something just anyone could ride on, especially with top-tier works. One careless move, and you might end up losing more than you bargained for. This was also why many people in the industry didn't think CNU was taking shortcuts. What was more impressive to the industry was CNU had unwittingly won 9 consecutive crowns. Although September hadn't ended yet, Until the End of the World had easily topped the charts on its first day, making it very unlikely for any other song to surpass its momentum afterward. And when CNU declared his goal for 12 consecutive crowns, who could have imagined he would reach this point? Keep in mind, CNU was formidable, but so were the maestros of the Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han states on Zhong Continent. Yet the reality was, in the 9 months that started this year, many maestros had made their moves, but not one had been able to successfully end CNU's streak for 12 consecutive crowns. Even if CNU's streak was broken in October, he would still have much to be proud of. Privately, a certain king of singing spoke softly, with a hint of respect. In the era of Blue Star's big merger, when top musicians from 5 continents competed on the same stage, topping any season chart is quite an accomplishment, let alone his continuous dominance over the season chart for 9 months. I feel like no one can stop him in October either. A prominent music producer next to him spoke with certainty. The real challenge for Xian Yu will probably be in November or even at the end-of-year Battle of the Gods. The king of singing was curious. I can understand the Battle of the Gods, but who in November? The music producer lowered his voice. I've heard some rumors that a top maestro from Blue Star will make a move in November. Someone from Zhong Continent is aiming to take down Xian Yu before the Battle of the Gods. Not from Zhong Continent, but a man who has contended with Zhong Continent without falling short. The king of singing's expression sharpened upon hearing this. As Until the End of the World successfully topped the charts, Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He didn't need to release his backup song. 9 consecutive crowns were indeed a very impressive achievement. Even Lin Yuan himself felt that the chart battles over the past half-year had not been easy. Thinking of taking a break, Lin Yuan skipped work and went straight home. However, on the way, Lin Yuan suddenly received a call from son Yaohua. Senior Yaohua, is there something you need? I have good news for my junior. What's the good news? Our Plants vs. Zombies game is officially going live on the Lang Yu gaming platform at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Lin Yuan had almost forgotten about this, but thinking about it, Plants vs. Zombies should have been launched already, so this timing was actually quite late. It was supposed to be launched earlier. Sun Yaohua laughed, but when it was about to go live, we encountered some issues during testing, which took some time to resolve. After that, there was the whole process of getting approvals, which also took a while. Okay, Lin Yuan responded. This game was just a whim. He hadn't paid much attention to it, and hearing this news didn't stir any particular emotions in him. But on the other hand, it was, after all, the first game he had designed. If the game were to be successful, he could gain some fame, which did stir a slight sense of anticipation in Lin Yuan. The next day, after Lin Yuan got up, he logged onto the Lang Yu gaming platform and searched for Plants vs. Zombies. As expected, the game had gone live, and it cost 10 yuan to download. However, since it had not been long since the game's launch, there weren't many downloads yet, and the comment section was sparse. People are usually cautious about paying for games. He figured that over time, people would discover the charm of this game. Lin Yuan wasn't too concerned and downloaded the game to play for a while before setting it aside. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Lin Yuan opened the door and saw his sister, Lin Yao, at the doorway. Brother. Sis. I got my diploma today. Diploma? Lin Yuan smiled. Congratulations on your graduation. Lin Yuan knew his sister had been busy with her thesis work recently, as they had discussed it a few times at family dinners, and it seemed she had successfully passed. Yeah. So, what do you want to do after graduation? Lin Yuan was enthusiastic, showing interest in offering advice. You majored in painting. Are you interested in drawing comics? Or do you prefer traditional painting? Lin Yao shook her head. I don't want to. You don't like it? I don't have the talent. She rolled her eyes. You have a friend. He's really good at drawing. I've compared his work with mine, and it's a level I'll never reach in this lifetime. Lin Yuan. The influence of family on children is indeed immense. Then what do you want to do? I'll tell you when I've figured it out, said his sister. Right now, all I want to do is chase stars. Who are you chasing? Jiang Kuei. I'm going to her fan meetup. Wait a moment. Lin Yuan closed the door and made a phone call. 20 minutes later, in the Lin family's villa, Jiang Kuei and Lin Yao sat staring at each other. It was a fan meeting like no other. Chapter 833, 790. The water is too deep, you can't grasp it. No matter for Jiang Kuei or for Lin Yao, this fan meeting was destined to be unforgettable. When she left the Lin family's place, Jiang Kuei looked utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? If it weren't for the selfie with Lin Yao on her phone, Jiang Kuei would have thought it was all a dream. Right. It seemed she had made plans with Zhao Yingge today to hang out at her place. Getting into the car, Jiang Kuei set off. Half an hour later, Jiang Kuei arrived at Zhao Yingge's home. Zhao Yingge, dressed in a silk red pajama set that left little to the imagination, greeted Jiang Kuei as she opened the door. I thought you stood me up. Why did it take you so long to get here? The relationship between Yu Dynasty's singers depended on Xian Yu, sometimes good, sometimes bad. When things were good, the girls were like besties, occasionally meeting in private. Today, the two of them were on very good terms, sitting together in the same little boat of friendship. Sorry. Jiang Kuei stuck out her tongue and explained, I had to make a last-minute trip to teacher Admirable Fish's place, which caused some delay. Boom. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yinggu seemed as if she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen with her normally large eyes now bulging. The phrase, went to teacher Admirable Fish's house, echoing ceaselessly in her mind. Jiang Kuei stamped her foot. Let's not talk about that. I need to use the restroom. Take your time thinking. I'm asking where your bathroom is. Figure it out yourself. Zhao Yinggu said coldly. The little boat of friendship had just capsized. Eventually, Jiang Kuei still found the bathroom and had a huge relief. Coming out, feeling refreshed, Jiang Kuei looked up to meet a pair of deep, dark eyes. Jiang Kuei got a fright. What's your problem, Zhao Yinggu? You actually hang around sniffing while someone's using the bathroom. Did you really go to teacher Admirable Fish's place? Yes. Jiang Kuei thought back to the awkward eye contact with Lin Yuan at teacher Admirable Fish's home, her expression becoming complex. I've never been there. Zhao Yinggu felt sour inside. As far as she remembered, only Sun Yaohua had been to teacher Admirable Fish's place within the Yu dynasty. Suddenly, she stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Kuei's hand. Jiang Kuei stepped back half a step, her face wary. What are you trying to do? You have designs on teacher Admirable Fish too, don't you? I don't. Jiang Kuei's face immediately flushed red. Zhao Yinggu shook her head. Kuei, don't blame me for being blunt, but because you're young, you don't understand, you're not as clear on these things as your sister here. Jiang Kuei, we're about the same age. If you had to say what's bigger about you than me. Jiang Kuei glanced down at her own flat chest, then looked back up at the other's Mount Everest, sighing inwardly. Kuei. Zhao Yinggu tightened her grip on Jiang Kuei's hand, speaking earnestly. Listen to your sister's advice. A lot of things are illusionary. The waters here are deep. You're too young to handle it. Let sister take care of it for you. Jiang Kuei. You taking care of it for me? Sure. I think you're just daydreaming. With a huff, Jiang Kuei shook off Zhao Yinggu and said with a pout, although I also like teacher Admirable Fish, my liking doesn't quite have the same yellow trashy quality as yours. I went to teacher Admirable Fish's place because her little sister is a fan of my songs. It's the influence of the family environment. Jiang Kuei was completely disinterested in romance. After staring at Jiang Kuei for a few seconds, Zhao Yinggu revealed a joyful smile, and the ship of friendship made its return, although she still felt a sour twinge about teacher Admirable Fish's sister liking Jiang Kuei. Come on, beauty, log in, let's game. So you call me over just to play games? You haven't played it, you don't understand. This game is so much fun. Sun Yaohua recommended it to me. At first, when he said this game was very interesting, I didn't believe him. But once I started, I was totally hooked. I couldn't stop. What game? Jiang Kuei followed Zhao Yinggu to the computer and then saw the name of the game, Plants vs. Zombies. Is it fun? Give it a try. 10 minutes later, Jiang Kuei sat in front of the computer. A screen with ghastly green font appeared, accompanied by a spine-chilling laugh. The zombies have eaten your brains. Jiang Kuei was startled. Was this damn thing actually a horror game? Her body was small, but her spirit was defiant. Another round. Meanwhile, next to her, Zhao Yinggu was also trying hard to clear levels. She had several computers at her home. Before long, the same words appeared on her screen too. Brains eaten by zombies again. Zhao Yinggu said in frustration, this level is really hard, but the game is so much fun. It is fun, but what about the team-up we talked about? Don't bull me just because I'm not a bookworm. How are we supposed to team up in a single-player game? Just wait. Zhao Yinggu turned her head and pulled back the curtains. In the pitch-black room, Zhao Yinggu said with a smile, team up, Jiang Kuei. Another hour passed. The two of them became full-blown internet addicts, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Their cheerful laughter echoed through the room, and they were instantly sharing their gaming insights and experiences with each other. How this zombie is shielded by doors and windows from bullets. Doors and windows are nothing. This zombie is even wearing armor. This one's awesome. Ah, Zhao Yinggu, you're so dirty. What are you thinking? Who is dirty here? I'm talking about that dancing zombie. It's clearly doing teacher Admirable Fish's moonwalk. Could it be that it's based on teacher Admirable Fish himself? I just wonder if they paid the royalties. There's even a damn zombie doing backup vocals. Ha 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 ha. What's so funny? Don't you think that the zombie doing backup vocals for the moonwalk zombie looks a lot like Sun Yahua? Ha ha ha. It really does. Was this game recommended by Sun Yahua? Could it be that he paid to make it himself? He wouldn't know the first thing about games. The two were completely immersed in the game. Besides the main campaign, they also discovered the adventure mode, which included many interesting mini-games. It was different from the campaign mode, but it was just as refreshing and highly playable. Of course, every time the zombies ate their brains, they sighed in dissatisfaction, then rallied with even more determination. At the same time, online, platforms had set up some small ads to promote the game. Soon, people began to divert the appeal of Plants vs. Zombies. For just $10 to download, there were always people willing to give it a try, and once they did, many quickly became addicted to it. Fun, fresh, and a little thrilling. After playing the game, some sharing enthusiasts immediately began passionately recommending it to their friends. And so it went. 1 told 10, 10 told 100. As more and more people discovered Plants vs. Zombies, the game finally began to gain popularity online. Chapter 834, 791. In fact, not only did Sun Yahua arrange a little online promotion, but he also organized corresponding promotions offline. The next day, at the Blue Moon game exhibition, Sun Yahua, wearing a face mask, stood not far from a game booth. And on this game booth was emblazoned Plants vs. Zombies in big letters. In front of the booth, a group of beautifully dressed girls held up promotional signs that read, "Play the game for 10 minutes and receive a 30% off coupon at any Flaming Catering restaurant. 1 coupon per person only. Playing games to get coupons. Flaming Catering? I know them. Their hot pot is super tasty, with many branches in Sioux City. Let's go grab a coupon. There are restaurant coupons at the game exhibition. There's actually a Flaming Catering restaurant near our home. Let's snag some coupons. Play for 10 minutes. Opt them up. Just 10 minutes? Then let's just play casually." Game enthusiasts in the exhibition hall originally had little interest in a game like Plants vs. Zombies, described as a minor puzzle strategy game, and most gamers at the exhibition looked down on such small productions. But this promotion caught their attention, and soon there was a rush of people playing to get those Flaming Catering coupons. Not much later, 10 minutes had passed. Though the coupons were already in hand, the crowd that came to try out the game lingered on, forgetting about the coupons and continuing to play with relish. This game is really creative. I was reluctant to waste 10 minutes initially, didn't expect it to be this interesting. It's quite addictive. Feels like a real-time strategy game. More exciting than any other game at this exhibition. How do you play this game? How come I got my brain eaten by zombies right off the bat? You need to plant sunflowers. Sunflowers will produce sunlight, which you collect to buy other plants. Damn, is this the approach of a management-style game? I checked just now. This game is available for online download. I'm downloading it when I get back. At this World's Game exhibition, many games were being promoted, taking advantage of both online and offline opportunities to push hard simultaneously. Sun Yahua watched this scene from a distance, a smile spreading across his face. The game my junior developed is awesome. Staff had already begun urging the first batch of players to give up their spots. More and more people were gathering behind them. Some came for the coupons, while others, having seen the fun others were having, wanted to try it out themselves. Hurry up, bro, in front. 10 minutes are up. It's our turn now. This game is interesting. Let me have a go. That guy sucks. Got his brain eaten by zombies several times in 10 minutes. Watch me breeze through in one go. The boisterous noise was quite chaotic as many urged the players in front to hurry up. For a time, the Plants vs. Zombies booth was so lively it even drew attention from other booths. People at various booths looked at each other. What game is this? Why is there such a long queue? Wow, puzzle strategy game? Can it measure up to our own graphically stunning action-packed blockbusters? What's the catch? Of course, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Because it was also available online, many were playing the game at the same time. After all, online, the game had already started to catch fire. In a certain dorm, a student sat in front of the computer, clicking the mouse to collect sunlight and planting pea shooters. His roommates crowded around. What game is this? Looks pretty fun. Watch out, that zombie is coming. How come so many zombies appear at once? Lost that level. Dude, that red pepper is fierce. Wiped out the zombies in one go. This blue thing can slow them down. Interesting. What's this game called? Plants vs. Zombies. At a certain company, a clerk stealthily played the game while the supervisor wasn't looking, expertly hiding the window whenever the boss walked past. A few colleagues noticed. Damn, caught playing games again. So boring. You're slacking off at work just to plant sunflowers? That's not it. There are zombies behind. So that's how you play it. Is this a new mini-game? The game is called Plants vs. Zombies. Where can I download it? You can download it from the Blue Moon platform for $10. In an internet cafe, someone logged onto the Blue Moon platform and started Plants vs. Zombies. His buddies were stunned. Weren't we going to team up for a game? Why are you playing a mini-game? Come on, let's log in. Heroes of England, let's go. What's so fun about this thing? Just exit it. Is that zombie doing the moonwalk? It seems more fun than I thought. Shall we give it a try? Damn, it's actually pretty fun. What started as a few spread to many, and soon it went viral. By evening, this game had become a trend. Many gaming forums were discussing it. Have you guys played the new mini-game that just came out? What game? Plants vs. Zombies. Plants, zombies, what the heck? I'm playing it right now. I've reached level 32. Don't know how many there are in total. It's getting harder. Turns out I'm not the only one playing. This game is so fun. The old zombie carrying. The little zombie. That little zombie is really cute. This game is so addictive. I haven't even done my homework because of it. How do you pass level 42? I've been at it all day, and I'm stuck on this level. Man, the zombies ate my brain again. That wave of zombies is really thrilling. Damn, a wave of zombies? It's that intense? No way. I've got to download it and see for myself. What are you talking about, big wave zombies? I searched dozens of times, even used software to slow it down 4 times, and I couldn't find a single female zombie, let alone big wave zombies. Hey goat, how do you find the big wave zombies? Play up to level 50. The big wave zombies won't disappoint you. You'll be wanting to reward the designers with drumsticks by then. Level 50. Are there even that many levels in this game? Damn, now the zombies can swim too. It's really hard. But for the big wave zombies, I'm going all in. More discussions attracted even more players. Nobody knew until what time some people played. Finally, a player with enough willpower reached level 50. This determined player went online and ranted. Liars, there are no big wave zombies at level 50. Someone sighed. The zombies destroyed the plants in the mini world, entered the mini house, caught the terrified mini, eagerly opened your brain, and then the zombies left disappointedly. All right, no matter how many hilarious events took place during the levels, no matter how many plants were praised or cursed for poorest effectiveness, the game truly became a hit. More and more people began discussing this game. Of course, some also noticed that in some levels, there were zombies doing the moonwalk. Zombies doing Teacher Admirable Fish's moonwalk. I'm dying of laughter. Yeah, there's even backing vocals. Zombies can dance now. That's ridiculous, haha. The higher level zombies can do anything. If the apocalypses and zombies are all this skilled, humanity is truly bracing the chill. Way to S&D. This backing vocal zombie kinda looks like Sun Yahua from U Dynasty, doesn't it? Now that you mention it, could the dancing zombie be Fish Papa? Uffed. Someone pointed out the inside joke. Besides such discussions, there were also plenty of players stuck at certain levels asking for tips from the goats. The game got tougher towards the end. For a time, netizens showed off their skills, each revealing their secret strategies for passing levels. Some weren't satisfied with just one method and began experimenting with different plant combinations to beat the zombies, analyzing which combinations were the most effective and cost-efficient. Of course, some casual players were just quietly planting flowers. Others focused on adventure mode to explore even more novel ways to play. Overall, this game totally blew up. Even Lin Yuan felt the game's booming popularity, because when he went downstairs, he was shocked to see his sister, after getting off work, pulling their younger sister Lin Yao in the living room fighting zombies. How did you know about this game? Everyone in our company was playing this game during our break today. Lin Xian said without looking up. Do you want to join us? His sister chimed in. It's so much fun. Lin Yuan. No wonder it was a classic game that had led a trend in his previous life. Meanwhile, the gaming world also noticed this spectacular game. Chapter 835, 792, The Abyss Fire Game. Chu Continent. Employees from the research and development department of a game company were buried in their screens, playing Plants vs. Zombies and exploring the game's different modes of gameplay. This game became a huge hit as soon as it launched. Many companies in the gaming industry were studying this game to figure out what made it so unique. Who knows how much time had passed? Some planners and designers in the company began to exclaim one after another. This game designer is no ordinary person. The pacing of the upgrades is controlled so well, zombies keep leveling up, and the plants available to the player are also constantly getting stronger. To prevent players from getting bored with the levels, there are special modes to choose from, all with fun little gameplay elements, like this one where you use fruits as bowling balls to smash zombies. It's really interesting, and these special modes can only be unlocked after clearing certain levels, which can definitely motivate a lot of people to keep playing. Not only that, but the level progression also incorporates a lot of variety. Repeated levels would definitely cause player fatigue, but then they introduced variations like night mode, pond mode, and fog mode, etc. The design concept is brilliant. Every time I finish a level, I think about stopping, but then I just can't help but start the next one. The creativity is amazing. Which company made this? Yuan Games? Seems like a new company. I've never heard of it before. The company's registered name is indeed Yuan. It was a name Sun Yahua came up with, short and impactful, taking one word from his and his junior brother's names. Lin Yuan owned 50% of the shares, while Sun Yahua owned the other 50%. Actually, Sun Yahua initially intended to offer Lin Yuan a larger share, but Lin Yuan declined. Lin Yuan had only been involved in the game design work from beginning to end, so there was no need for one person to hold the largest share. He even felt that Sun Yahua had offered too much. Besides, Lin Yuan enjoyed the feeling of being a shareholder without needing to do the work, rather than being a dedicated boss. Meanwhile, Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, and Han. A similar scene was unfolding everywhere. Major game companies had basically all studied Plants vs. Zombies. Yuan Games, this brand new game company, also entered the game industry's field of view for the first time. Meanwhile, on some gaming websites, many strategy evaluations about Plants vs. Zombies were being published. Professional media within the industry rated this game very highly. Even some non-gaming media have also reported on this game. On video websites, there were many professional gaming YouTubers reviewing the game. For instance, a top YouTuber named Conscience was one of the first to review this game. Hello everyone, I'm your little Conscience. The game we are going to review today is Plants vs. Zombies, which has been very popular these past few days. At first, when fans asked me to review this puzzle game, I refused. As you all know, puzzle games often feature simple graphics, simple programming, and simple operations. I never review these kinds of games for you. Aren't those new 3D top-grade games delicious? Until I tried it myself. Oh my, it's really fun. The designer is damn good. Okay. I assure all of you, I definitely haven't taken crappy money this time. Many players who have already played it can testify for me. This is a classic masterpiece that brings a whole new concept to puzzle games. Look at this. Isn't it fun? Instant strategy gameplay, tower defense thinking, as well as the special satisfaction found only in collection and cultivation games. Not to mention these endlessly entertaining mini-games. Compared to similar games, this one is certainly one of the most brilliant puzzle games I've ever played. And what's most important is that this game costs only $10 to download, and there are no ads or in-app purchases inside. Absolutely great value for money. There's one more thing that cannot be left unmentioned. The music of this game is classic. I believe players who have played Plants vs. Zombies are already very familiar with the music. After playing a lot, hearing the soundtrack might even feel comforting. However, you might not have noticed who the composer of these pieces is. Teacher Admirable Fish. That's right, the music for this game was written by Teacher Admirable Fish. For those playing the game, I suggest you listen carefully to the music. Teacher Admirable Fish is a forever genius. This YouTuber is a top influencer in the gaming category. With such an influential YouTuber recommending and making a 30-minute long video to promote the game, talking about everything from its playability to its music among various praises, the effect was incredibly positive. Soon enough, those who had not played the game became curious and fell into the rabbit hole. As for those who had played it, they were unanimously posting in the comments. This game really gives you a bang for your buck. I've been playing the bottle smashing game all day. Sometimes you smash out zombies. Other times you can smash out plants to eliminate the zombies. Every time I win, I just want to shout, "Eat your brain out." Zombies. Conscience said he really didn't take any money this time, and I believe him. The game's undeniable, but did Conscience reveal something? Ha ha! Who would have thought that Conscience would one day review puzzle games? Conscience is such a tsundere who typically doesn't review anything but AAA titles. But Conscience's reviews are indeed professional. I never thought this game had so much to it. The designer rocks. The music was composed by Fish Papa. This game's got something special if it managed to get Fish Papa involved. No wonder the music feels so classic. Fish Papa's skills are genuinely high. I'm going to launch the game right now, just to listen to the music. After the review was published, this named Conscience quietly opened a chat window on his phone and typed, "Boss Yao, would you take a look at this video?" Not bad. Half an hour later, a reply finally came from the other side. Although the response was particularly late, this top-tier had not a trace of intent, but was even more respectful. Because the other side didn't just type. A red envelope with 10,000 yuan was sent. You should know. For this job, the other side had already given a very generous payment, far exceeding any other clients. As for this red envelope, it was completely extra. "Thanks, Boss Yao. If you need anything else, just ask." Conscience was incredibly excited. There was no further reply from the other side. This was a big shot. Sun Yaohua, the owner of Flaming Catering. With Flaming Catering emerging as a new force in the catering industry, it had developed dozens of branches in just a few years. The brand had an excellent reputation. Sun Yaohua, as the boss, was seen as a business prodigy, and one of the restaurants under Flaming Catering had even been certified as a 5-star establishment by Blue Star's top food magazine, Gluttonous. Keep in mind, the entire Blue Star had only about 60 Gluttonous-listed 5-star restaurants. Ordinary people don't even afford a meal at these kinds of restaurants without shelling out at least 5,000 yuan. Let alone, this Boss Yao's first foray into the gaming industry produced a game on the level of Plants vs. Zombies. Someone destined to make waves in the business world in the future. Conscience couldn't wait to work with him. Yes, Conscience took the money. But Conscience took the money with a clear conscience. The game was already good. His review was just icing on the cake, not deceiving consumers or fans. Oh, and besides being a businessman, Sun Yaohua was also a frontline singer, an old-timer of the Yu dynasty, with a great relationship with teacher Admirable Fish. Had it not been for his foray into the gaming industry, I might never have crossed paths with such a big shot. And what Conscience didn't know was, the big shot Boss Yao he idolized was cheerfully watching the download numbers for Plants vs. Zombies. Soar happily thinking, "My junior must be very happy." The game review was indeed well done. The fact that he even made a point to mention the game's music warranted a red packet as encouragement. Chapter 836, 793 Lin Yuan Xianyu. Lin Yuan was indeed very happy, especially after he noticed the surge in prestige the game had brought him. He went online to check out the reactions of netizens. The game had become popular in just a few days. In addition, thanks to a reminder from an master, everyone noticed that the background music for the game was provided by Xianyu. It wasn't that everyone's observational skills were lacking. It was purely because the game had just become popular 2 days ago, and everyone was too busy playing the game to care who wrote its background music. Now everyone knew. So the background music was created by teacher Admirable Fish. No wonder it sounds so classic. Haha, I don't know if it's just the Fish Papa filter, but after listening carefully, I immediately fell in love with the soundtrack. The soundtrack fits super well with the game's art style. Truly, Fish Papa is the strongest at making custom music. Xianyu. Writing songs. My favorite is theme-based composition. Got it. I'm going to download it right now. No wonder there's Fish Papa's moonwalk in the game. Turns out Fish Papa collaborated with the game company. And that backup singing zombie looks so much like Sun Yaohua, but with so many singers. In the Yu Dynasty, why was Sun Yaohua picked to be Fish Papa's backup singer? Xian Yu was very skilled at composing music for various works, and this had become widely recognized. And the game's soundtrack was yet another proof of this. As for Xian Yu's relationship with this game, everyone was unaware. Because in the game designer section, the name was not Xian Yu, but Lin Yuan's real name. But such things cannot be hidden for long. Someone soon discovered this not-so-secret secret. It was the third day since Plants vs. Zombies was launched. Yu Dynasty chat group. Xiao Fan. This game that Sun Yaohua recommended is so fun. Wei Haoyun chimed in. Plants vs. Zombies, right? My niece is fighting with me over the computer to play this game. Zhao Yinggu appeared. Was it also recommended by Sun Yaohua for you guys? What's his relation to this game? I saw zombies in the back doing Xian Yu's moonwalk. Jiang Kuei. Yinggu and I were just talking about it. It's hilarious. The backup singing zombie looks just like it's Sun Yaohua. Just then, Chun Jiu suddenly chimed in. After hearing what you guys said, I checked, and you guys look what I found. Everyone was startled, and then they saw Chun Jiu drop a screenshot in the group. The screenshot read, Yaohua Game Company backer Sun Yaohua, flagship project Plants vs. Zombies designer, Lin Yuan. The text was lengthy, but the information it revealed was astonishing. In an instant, silence in the group. Everyone was just flabbergasted. This is Sun Yaohua's company? Isn't he supposed to be running a restaurant? How did he also end up owning a game company? Wait a minute. That's not the point. The point is the designer. Was this game actually designed by Teacher Admirable Fish? Teacher Admirable Fish understands games too? After the shock, everyone in the group began frantically tagging Sun Yaohua. At Sun Yaohua, what's going on? Outsiders might not know Xian Yu's real name, but people in the Yu Dynasty did. Lin Yuan is Teacher Admirable Fish's real name. Sun Yaohua owning a game company is one thing since he also started a restaurant business after being a singer, but how did Teacher Admirable Fish get involved with this game company? And he's even the game designer. After being tagged repeatedly, Sun Yaohua was finally smoked out. When he saw the screenshot in the group, Sun Yaohua gave a wry smile and confessed since he couldn't hide it anymore. This game was indeed made by my junior brother. I'm responsible for setting up the company. Keep it down a bit. The junior doesn't like to show off. With confirmation, everyone was stunned. This game was indeed designed by Teacher Admirable Fish. The next moment, messages in the group started popping up nonstop. How can we keep this low-key? This game is making a killing. You, Sun Yaohua, are a top-tier singer, and it's not like we don't know you. Even if it's Teacher Admirable Fish's real name, there are quite a few people who know it in real life. Over the years, Teacher Admirable Fish has always had to use his real name to interact with others. It's out of control. There are so many transparent messages online. Never mind whether the news can be kept secret, Teacher Admirable Fish is too awesome. He can even design games. Kneeling before Teacher Admirable Fish. Damn, now even if you tell me Teacher Admirable Fish can fly a plane, I wouldn't be surprised. The group was in shock. The claims of the people from Yu Dynasty were quickly verified. The speed was even faster than everyone had imagined. Because information on the internet is quite transparent, especially company information which is easily accessible, including key information such as legal representatives and investment funds, particularly when Plants vs. Zombies was still so popular. That very night, similar information screenshots were also flung out by a netizen. Title: Shocking. Do you know who designed those plants and zombies? Who designed them? Why all the secrecy? Could it be some big shot in the gaming world? This post attracted some people's attention, and curious netizens clicked into the post to see the content inside. Lin Yuan is Teacher Admirable Fish. Teacher Admirable Fish is the designer of Plants vs. Zombies, and the official owner of the gaming company is Sun Yaohua, a top singer from Yu Dynasty. Click. Jaws dropped. After reading that, many people were stunned. People's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, coming to their senses, they quickly shared the news, spreading it far and wide. Whoosh. After the message was widely circulated, this time the discussion was not limited to gaming forums. Holy shit, am I seeing this right? This game was actually designed by Teacher Admirable Fish? Teacher Admirable Fish's real name is Lin Yuan? I thought Admirable Fish's real name was Fish Papa, a company founded by Sun Yahua. No wonder the zombies can moonwalk, and no wonder the game's background music is handled by teacher Admirable Fish. It turns out it's not because the gaming company collaborated with Fish Papa, but because the game was actually Fish Papa's own creation. Fish Papa can actually design games. Fish Papa being a musician and filmmaker was impressive enough, but to think he understands games too. I can't believe the game I've been playing for 2 days was designed by my Fish Papa. Is it confirmed? Could there be some mistake? Is Lin Yuan really Fish Papa's real name? It's confirmed. Someone in the industry who has collaborated with teacher Admirable Fish has seen his real name on contracts. People from Starlight also say Fish Papa is often called Mr. Lin at the company, which proves his surname is definitely Lin. Am I the only one who thinks Fish Papa's real name sounds nice? Lin Yuan. Haha. Yuan probably means profound. Right. From skepticism to confirmation, and then collective shock, the internet abruptly burst into a frenzy. Admirable Fish. This game that took the internet by storm in just a few days was actually designed by Admirable Fish. Musician. Filmmaker. Apart from these identities, Admirable Fish now had yet another one as a gamer. Meanwhile, the gaming industry. Various major companies were also dumbfounded upon receiving the news. A game designed by Admirable Fish? That Maestro Jr.? Damn, isn't Admirable Fish into music and film? Shit, how does he even know how to make games? This is a true genius. While it's incredible, history has always seen some astonishing cross-disciplinary geniuses, and over on the Zhong continent, there are a few who claim to have crossed several fields as current geniuses. Not sure how much of that is true, but there definitely are genuine talents, and Admirable Fish is one such genius. He must have just provided the idea for this game. With the idea in hand, it's not strange to be labeled a designer, but he surely couldn't have been involved in the detailed level design himself. That's true, but even so, that alone is impressive enough. To create such a popular game requires not only luck, but also brains and inspiration, as well as a certain level of professionalism. At the Lin family villa, Lin Yuan's mom laughed. You designed this game? His sister speechless. No wonder I and Big Yao Yao asked you to play, and you ignored us. It turns out you were the one who made it. His younger sister rolled her eyes. You're incredible. Lin Yuan. In the designer section, he had specifically used his real name to cover up a bit, but he didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. It looks like he still needs to be cautious. Some netizens are like a collective incarnation of Poirot, Holmes, and Conan. Just don't dig out his other internet personas one day. Chapter 837, 794. Better to retreat and weave a web. Lin Yuan went viral. Due to his identity as the lead designer of Plants vs. Zombies, the real name behind the alias Yin, you became widely known to the public for the first time. Online. With the relationship between Xian Yu and the game being revealed, many celebrities sprang into action. The king of singing from the Yu dynasty, Jiang Kuei, was the first to repost the download link for Plants vs. Zombies, and then added, I've been playing this game a lot lately. Friends who've played it, raise your hands. Xiaofan also posted an update. A game designed by Lin Yuan. Are you guys sure you don't want to give it a try? Don't tell me you don't know who Lin Yuan is. Wei Haoyan commented. Teacher Admirable Fish is really a genius. Plants vs. Zombies is the most fun game I've played this year. Other singers from Yu Dynasty were certainly not idle either. Chen Jiu gives it his wholehearted recommendation. Zhao Yingge gives it her wholehearted recommendation. Sun Yaohua gives it a blood-spitting recommendation. Even some celebrities outside the Yu Dynasty joined in. Among these people, some had interacted with Xian Yu before, some had benefited from collaborating with him, and others simply wanted to curry favor with Xian Yu, actively promoting the game on their own initiative. With so many celebrities recommending together, the scene was incredibly spectacular. All the major game companies turned green with envy. Keep in mind, when major game companies release games, if they want a celebrity to advertise for them, they have to pay. The bigger the celebrity, the higher the fee. But what about Xian Yu? This little Maestro Jr. simply revealed his identity as a game designer, and a bunch of A-list celebrities took the initiative to recommend the game he designed. Comparing yourself with others will only make you envious. The last time I wanted Hisheng to recommend our game to his fans, his agent demanded an advertising fee starting at 1 million. Yet now Xianyu designs a game, and this guy recommends it so happily without even taking money. The last time I wanted the White Swan Shuyu to make a recommendation, her price was straight up 2 million. Those A-list celebrities charge an outrageous fee for a single advertisement, and now they're all over Xianyu's game, recommending it like crazy. Could it be that Xianyu paid them? Paid my ass. I just asked an agent from a celebrity we worked with before, and they said that the stars took the initiative to recommend Xianyu's game without him even contacting them. Damn, exactly as I thought. In front of Xianyu, these celebrities are no different from a bunch of sycophants. When we ask those celebrities to do promotions, don't we behave just like sycophants too? Unless you're a top game company that can make the stars actively seek cooperation, but even then it's not for free. Suddenly, I'm reminded of a saying. You never know how proactive your goddess can be in front of others. Stop it. I can't hold back the tears. Indeed, just as some game companies knew, Lin Yuan didn't take the initiative to ask any celebrity for help with the promotion. The promotion of Plants vs. Zombies by these celebrities was entirely spontaneous. It wasn't only the companies within the industry who were emotional about this. Many netizens also left comments in the celebrities' comment section saying this is real life. It's too real. When nobody knew that Plants vs. Zombies was designed by Xianyu, even though many people liked the game, no celebrities took the initiative to recommend or promote it. After the news about Xianyu being a game designer came out, these celebrities suddenly got energized. One by one, these big names eagerly recommended the game to their fans, showing an overwhelming love for it. Where were you all earlier? Isn't it all just to score brownie points with Xianyu? Sure enough, celebrities are just like ordinary people. When facing someone who can influence their prospects, they turn into fawning sycophants too. The comments section of Xianyu's blog was also incredibly lively at this moment. Many fans amused themselves by teasing. Scriptwriters who don't want to become game designers are not good musicians. Some people seem to be musicians, but they are actually scriptwriters for film and television, and behind the scenes, they're game designers. No more nesting dolls. When it comes to crossing genres, I only respect Xianyu. Fish Papa, don't neglect your proper job. Start working on a new movie, write new songs, and don't get addicted to games. You're still young and might not be able to control yourself. Let me do it. Lin Yuan, Fish Papa's real name, sounds so nice. I'm curious why you chose to debut with the name Xianyu. Do the two characters of Xianyu have some special meaning? Besides teasing Xianyu, many people were also curious. Why did Lin Yuan choose to debut with the name Xianyu? It's essentially a stage name. It seems to have some special significance. Surrounded by this question, many netizens began to discuss it with interest. Could it be because Fish Papa himself likes to eat fish? Why don't you say that Fish Papa envies the freedom of fish? I think it should be related to Fish Papa's real name, which contains the character